Artpe placed his hand on the wall of the room, and he activated his listen-in spell. It was a spell that could capture voices through any sound-dampening spells or barrier-type spells. He was always thankful of Idia. It was a spell he took from them. It seems the relationship between heroine and holy priestess have improved a lot. Does it look that way? Hoo-hew. Ooh-hew-hew. However, you always meet him in the same location, and that must be stifling. As it happens, a festival welcoming the heroes is about to open. The Pope gave his consent. Both of you will be allowed to go downtown. I came here because I wanted to notify you of this news. Oh my! What an excellent suggestion! As expected, this was how they were going to proceed. From their perspective, it was the most logical step. They would avoid exposing their actions to anyone outside their circle by sending the hero and the holy priestess out for the day. When one took into consideration of the improving relationship between Artpe and the holy priestess, the plan sounded much better. I'll have to thank the Pope directly. I want to go thank him in person. The Pope wanted to personally cheer you on, but unfortunately, he is busy doing another task. He is cheering for me. It is as if everyone is trying to help me. I am so very happy. We know how much sleep you lost waiting for the heroine. It was a sentiment we also felt alongside you. On the surface, it sounded like a conversation between a fool of a priest and a maiden in love. However, Artpe knew their intentions, so the conversation gave him the creeps. Then we will prepare the carriage for you tomorrow. Yes. I want to thank you again. The holy priestess saw the priest out with a bright voice. When the priest left the room, she was left alone in the room. She sat down, and for a moment, she let out a laugh. That is such a thinly disguised plan. They want to get rid of Maetel by putting Artpe and me out of the way. It seems they are finally going to show their teeth in earnest. He stank of demonic energy. He couldn't even smell his own rotten smell. Before long, the reputation of the temple will crash to the ground. Artpe wasn't too surprised when he heard her words. In his past life, Vadanet had been a little bit older, but she had known all about the corruption within the temple. It wasn't surprising to find out the current Vadanet also knew about the corruption. However, the words that came out of her mouth afterwards truly surprised him. This can't happen. If I don't go to Artpe right now. He's probably with that bitch right now. After saying those words, the holy priestess shot out of her seat. Artpe couldn't comprehend what had just occurred, so he just blinked his eyes. Silpenin and Arya had been watching him, and they wondered what had happened. They looked at Artpe with expectant gazes. The internal force within the temple is dead set on killing Maetel. And what about the holy priestess? It sounded as if she is trying to prevent that from happening. He had spoken those words in a dazed manner. Silpenin and Arya had on a similar expression as Artpe. I don't believe it. Did she realize that you were listening in? What if she knew you were using the listen-in spell? Maybe she purposefully spoke those words, so she won't buy any ill will from Artpe. No way. I'm able to manifest my spells without anyone in the Zero class finding out about it. So what the hell happened then? If we take into account the hostility towards Maetel by the holy priestess she should be cooperating with their plan in earnest. She shouldn't be trying to stop it. That is why I'm also lost as to what is going on, The three of them couldn't accept the reality, so they kept prattling on with each other. However, they had forgotten one important fact. Vadanet was heading towards Artpe to tell him the truth. Of course, Vadanet would meet Maetel, who was guarding the Artpe room. Artpe desperately got up from his seat. You guys continue your search. I'll have to listen in on what Vadanet has to say to Maetel. Yes, he would listen in on the conversation between the two. This would allow him to decipher what Vadanet was thinking. He was sure of this. He'll know if she was simply a psychotic bitch, or if she had other plans. He would be able to find out if Vadanet wanted to turn into a demon again in this life, or if she wanted to stand by Artpe's side as the holy priestess. We are heading out. Ooh. I'm scared. I'm scared to find out what will come of this. Let's just continue our investigation. We have to end it quickly. In his past life, he hadn't shown this level of resolve even when he fought against the hero. Artpe looked resolute as he slipped out of the room after placing a camouflage spell on himself. Silpenin and Arya were resolved to just focus on their own work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119 Mission Impossible 6. Chapter 119 Mission Impossible 6. Maetel was in the midst of rolling around on top of the bed. She was waiting for Artpe to return when she heard someone knock at the door. She froze in place. "May I enter, Artpe? It was a voice that sounded similar to the bell that rang during the morning and dinner hours inside the Great Temple. It was a very clean and pure voice of a woman. It was amazing. For some reason, her mood turned very sour when she heard that voice. Artpe isn't here right now. When the woman on the other side of the door heard Maetel's voice, she hesitated. However, she once again knocked on the door. "Maetel, may I enter?" "You can come in." When she said Artpe wasn't there, Maetel expected Vadanet to turn back immediately. Why was Vadanet searching her out? In truth, Maetel was curious as to what Vadanet wanted to say to her, so she nodded her head. Of course, she regretted her decision when she let the holy priestess in. The holy priestess was shooting darts with her eyes when she came face to face with Maetel. "Hello. I hope you are doing well, Maetel. Your expression makes me think that you don't want me to be doing well. Oh my. Unlike how you look, you are pretty quick on the uptake." If one was just listening to their conversation, it wouldn't have been strange to see the two girls stand up and shank each other. However, they decided not to fight in earnest at this moment in time. Of course, even if they did fight, Vadanet would be slaughtered by Maetel. It would be her end. "Didn't you come here because you wanted to meet Artpe? So why did you insist on coming in here?" "You are right. I really wanted to see Artpe. It was driving me nuts. I couldn't wait, so I came here. However, I was plunged into despair when only Maetel was here. Still, I believe I should at least have one conversation with Maetel. That is why I am here. If you want to know something about Artpe, you can ask me. I know everything regarding Artpe. Everything." Hoo. I'm thankful for such words. If Artpe was present, he would have died from being unable to breathe when he heard the blunt words being exchanged between the two girls. In truth, he was camouflaged outside of the room, and he was listening to their words through the listen-in spell. Artpe was listening to their words live, and he started feeling pain in his stomach. "So why are you here? Did you really come here because you wanted to ask about Artpe?" "No. I'll gradually find out about Artpe through my own efforts." "Thank you for the offer. It is the thought that counts." "So what? You said you had business with me. I want you to quickly resolve it before Artpe comes back." Maetel didn't even think about getting up from the bed. She just stared at Vadanet. Vadanet felt significantly overwhelmed by Maetel's sheer presence, but she gutted it out. What does Maetel think about the temple? It is a stagnant and putrid puddle of water. You are unexpectedly accurate in describing the problem. You are in the middle of that puddle. The Pope and the other high-rank priests are rotten in a different way, but you are also rotten. The light in your eyes is improper for a person that is called the Holy Priestess. At Maetel's blunt words, Vadinet let out a bitter laughter. She was already cognizant of this fact to a certain extent. That's right. I'm part of that putrid water. As a priestess, it shouldn't manifest in me, but I possess unsightly desire, obsession, and twisted delusions. I have it all, and I don't plan on denying this fact. There is only one reason why I can state that I am better than the other priests. Vadinet took short and quick steps to approach Maetel. She lowered her head, and she spoke into Maetel's ear with her lowered voice. At the very least, I haven't conspired with the Demon King's army. So you knew about it? Maetel's eyebrows twitched slightly. In fact, Vadinet was much more surprised by Maetel's non-reaction. I knew about it, but I couldn't do anything about it on my own. However, he came when I was about to give up. That is why I consider my meeting with Artpe as a fateful encounter. In some ways, it is to be expected. Don't you think so? You are free to think that Artpe is your destiny. I won't say anything in regards to that. However, have you told this to Artpe? No. I genuinely wanted to enjoy the sweet time I had with him a little bit more. However, I can no longer do that anymore. Vadinet gritted her teeth as she spoke. Those bastards finally revealed their teeth. They'll make Artpe and I vacate the premise. While we are gone, they are going to try to cause you harm. At that moment, Maetel became surprised more than ever before. She replied as if she couldn't comprehend Vadinet. Why are you telling me that? What do you mean by that? If you let it be, there was a chance that I might have died? Wouldn't it be better for you if that happened? Oh my. I'm the holy priestess, and I always stands by the hero's side. However, I thought you didn't think of me as a hero? Their words were truly scary. Each girl were able to see into each other's true intentions. She only acted like a ditz in front of Artpe. Maetel was truly sharp at reading the heart of others. Vadinet was confident in her ability to hide her heart from others, but she became very nervous in front of Maetel. That's right. I don't think of you as a hero. Artpe is the only hero, and I am very sure of this deep within my heart. I am a holy priestess for a single hero. I am a holy priestess only for him. So what? However, it doesn't matter if you aren't the true hero. It doesn't change the fact that Artpe truly treasures you. When he conversed with me, half the topics were about you. I had to try very hard to tamp down my surging anger. You probably didn't know this. When Maetel heard Vadinet's words, a smile blossomed on her face. In her mind, Vadinet wanted to slap that smile off of Maetel's face, but she continued to speak. If you are killed when we are absent, Artpe will receive a very deep wound in his heart. At that point, I will never be able to win against you in my lifetime. You are really interesting. You really are rotten. At that moment, Artpe and Maetel felt the same sentiment about the holy priestess. Yes. That is why I can't lose you like this. At the very least, that time isn't right now. I like you, because you are honest. He. Maetel trilled as she stood up. She was sure Vadinet hadn't said everything within her mind. However, it was enough for now. So do you know what their plan is to kill me? I don't have the exact details. However, if I'm to make an educated guess, there is only one possibility. It is the magic circle. When Maetel heard those words, she groaned. She remembered the disaster in Edea. As if the holy priestess knew what Maetel was thinking about, she shook her head from side to side. The age of Edea's magic circle can't even be compared to ours. Of course, the level of security present can't be compared either. Even with Artpe's vast knowledge and transcendent magical energy, he won't be able to handle the power of the magic circle. He would need to receive control authority from the Pope and the Holy Priestess. There is nothing impossible for Artpe. Of course, she wanted to trust and rely on Artpe too. That is why the holy priestess didn't undercut Maetel's idiotic words. As I've told you right now, I also possess control authority to the magic circle. My authority is certainly inferior than his. However, it is enough to interfere with him exercising his power. You want to stop him with just that? I cannot stop him with just that. When we confront him, the Pope and the high-rank priests will show their true nature. That is why we have to start thinking of a surefire plan that will bring them down. At that point, Artpe let his worries go. He was still worried about it, but at the very least, it seemed the holy priestess was capable of rational thought. As expected, she won't turn out like the one from my past life. Her personality remains the same, but the situation around her has completely changed. In her past life, she believed the ridiculous lie that she can't mate with anyone that wasn't a hero. This caused her to go berserk, and she had become a demon of her own volition. However, there are two heroes now. I'm male. There is no way she would use such an extreme option now. Of course, she didn't hide her hostility towards Maetel, and that did worry him. It seemed Holy Priestess only saw Maetel as a rival. Basically, she wouldn't give up the position of Holy Priestess, while he remained the hero. She wouldn't try to harm Maetel. However, I'm kind of dumb. If you want to make plans, we should wait for Artpe to come back. All right. However, that wasn't the main reason why I came here. There is something that I want to discuss that is more important than the danger you face. Oh. I see. I also wanted to tell you something before Artpe gets here, but... If he didn't go in right now, he had a bad feeling that he wouldn't be able to see either of them in the eyes for a while. Artpe had assessed the situation through his intuition. He cancelled his listen-in spell, and he was about to rush into the room. However, the entire Zero class shook at that moment. A very low vibration rang out. The magic circle. Artpe mumbled in a low voice as he stood still. This was something that occurred only when a very specific requirements had been met. It was the resonance between the magic circle and the mana. It was manifesting at the heart of the Zero class, and it'll probably spread to the entirety of Lihazita soon. At that point, he wouldn't be able to stop it. He would be basically fighting against mana that had accumulated within the city for the past couple hundred years. Nya. That's right. Shit. The situation is turning into a shit show. Until a moment ago, his enemies had been plotting to get rid of Maetel. However, they had suddenly and aggressively assumed the offensive. It didn't make sense from a common sense standpoint. There were only two possibilities that could explain the current situation. First, there was a possibility that they found out about the Holy Priestess' actions. If she was moving against them, their current actions were understandable. However, Artpe was currently using his Read All Creation ability and his spells to monitor the situation nearby. This possibility wasn't likely, so he shelved it. That meant the second possibility was the only one left now. It was the possibility that Silpenin and Arya were found out. Those idiots. The magic circle wouldn't have been activated unless something critical had been discovered. Artpe gritted his teeth as he tried to chase down their location. At some point, he realized that the city's sky was filled with an artificial light. Isn't this? The light came from an unknown location in the city, and it stopped at a certain altitude. It created an enormous screen that anyone in the city could see. It was the item given to Silpenin by Artpe. It was the projector artifact, which was capable of visual transmission. I never expected the heroes to know our secret. I hadn't been worried, because they had been so well behaved. I never expected them to use underlings. I can't let that happen. I can't let them interfere with the grand design of His Highness, the Demon King. The Pope's voice rang out as it reached the entirety of the city. The quality of the transmission wasn't great, but one had to take into account that Silpenin was hiding the artifact from the Pope. The fact that he was able to pull this off was amazing in itself. Your Highness the Demon King? You are the Pope. How can you speak those words? You are speaking about the requirement of my position. That cannot bind my will and actions. Do you realize that God is such a pitiful concept? The only thing we can believe is power. Massive power. Moreover, His Highness the Demon King possesses that power. These were words that shouldn't be spoken by a pope, yet his words came out without constraint. The citizens of the city were dazed as they looked at the massive screen that had appeared above the city. They became shocked when they were faced with the picture and voice of the Pope. The people of the city were all aware of the transmission, and it seemed the Pope was the only one that didn't know about it. Everything will become tiresome because of you. I planned on cleanly eliminating one hero. At this rate, I won't be able to guarantee the life of both heroes. Artpe and Maetel won't be as easy as you think. Hoo-ha! We'll see about that. Since the status of the sacrifice is quite excellent, I'll look forward to seeing the result. Sacrifice? Artpe knitted his brow as he mumbled to himself. He looked beyond the blurry image, and his eyes finally picked up the figure of a girl thrown into the center of the magic circle. It was the sight of the maid Aria, who possessed an innate ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120 Double Crisis 1. Chapter 120 Double Crisis 1. Artpe. Artpe and Im. If one was awake, one wouldn't be able to ignore the chaos that was sweeping through the entire city. It was that chaotic. The holy priestess and the hero had been immersed in a war that could only be waged between women. However, they saw the images outside, and they heard the voices accompanying the footage. They immediately stood up, and they ran out of the room. Their eyes turned round when they discovered Artpe outside of the room. Artpe and Im, do you know what is happening right now? I have a rough idea, but I don't have time to explain it to you. Just follow me. Silpenin had shown him his map today, and there was only one region that hadn't been explored completely. Artpe was successful in narrowing down the location that would be most suitable for what was going on right now. Artpe took the two girls, and he abruptly started running. Holy Priestess Nimcock. A priest had caught sight of them, and he started running towards them. The priest's head was sent flying when Artpe swung his mana string. Act now, ask questions later. Artpe and Im. It's all right. I won't kill anyone that doesn't possess demonic energy. Demonic energy. As expected, heroine. I'll tell you everything later. We have to move right now. Artpe let out a light laughter as he tossed the corpse into his dimensional pouch. Vadinette was at a loss for words when she saw this. Artpe seemed to know everything that was going on inside the temple. However, that fact was secondary to what he was showing her. Until now, Vadinette had strictly known him to be a magician, yet he was showing her feats that was unimaginable. It ran counter to what he had shown everyone on the surface. Let's hurry before more priests gather here. We have to save our friends. Who's Aria? Who is that girl? How come she is taking on the main role of a misfortunate heroine? She is Silpenin's ally. She also possesses an innate ability, and her magical energy beyond her record. She is the ideal candidate to use as a sacrifice for a spell. Artpe grinded his teeth as he spoke. They were very unlucky. If Silpenin and Aria weren't discovered by the Pope, he would have been able to leisurely move the pieces on the board to his liking. At least, Silpenin was able to activate the artifact, and he was able to expose the true identity of their opponent with truly exquisite timing. Fortunately, their true identity was being spread across the city. Artpe was within the zero class, yet he could feel the city become red hot. He could feel the anger, shock, and suspicion of the people. He could vividly hear the shouts coming from them. The masquerade is at an end. Even if we resolve this as soon as possible, it will take a very long time for the city's faith to recover. It seems Artpe had made preparations for all of this. While you laughed and conversed with me, you ordered your underlings to expose the dark underbelly of the temple to the whole world. I cannot begin to fathom the new artifact and the type of magic being used right now. Hew. Isn't Artpe too cool? Yes, he really is. He is too amazing. It wasn't as if friendship blossomed after their fight. The two women were showing off their affections for Artpe, and in the end, they had made a connection. Artpe started not liking the idea of being connected to these women. No. Didn't he have hope yet? Silpenin will encounter Vadanet at the site, and she'll miraculously awaken to her true love towards Silpenin. Was he expecting too much? Cook. Heroine. Okay. Bye. There were two types of priests that were running around the zero class. There were the priests that were a bit slow in the head. These priests still didn't know what was going on. Then there were the priests who were jittery. They were anxious at the prospect of being found out. The former group would never cross paths with Artpe's party. The latter group was immediately killed when encountered. Roa growled every time a priest was killed, but he wouldn't let her drain the demonic energy from the dead bodies. Later. I'm pretty sure a more appetizing prey will show up soon. Nah. Maetel had a good idea as to who that prey was. Maetel steadily went into her battle mode as she confirmed something with Artpe. Artpe, what level is the Pope? He's around 340. 340. For your information, he is also one of the 4 heavenly king in the Demon King's army. Maetel and Vadanet felt like they had turned stupid when he dropped this enormous bombshell. He smirked as he continued to speak. The Demon King's army always enjoys hitting humanity on the back of the head. By taking the temple, the hero will despair even if they aren't able to kill the hero. That is the way of the Demon King's army. Moreover, there were 2 heroes this time around. This was also the reason why they were insistent on killing one of the heroes. This plan was the height of inefficiency, so it definitely had the touch of the chef's hands. Moreover, the one overseeing this whole plan was. His name is Jariat, and he possesses an innate ability of transformation. He is the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings. In his past life, Jariat had been 1 seat above Artpe in the Demon King's army. It was fair to assume that he was probably the weakest now. He was like Artpe. His abilities weren't focused solely on the martial aspects. If the hero's party had to fight a higher level opponent, he was probably the most fair opponent. I sensed something was wrong with the Pope, but I never expected him to be a demon. That bastard eats his chosen prey. The consumption of his praise allows him to duplicate all the special characteristics of his praise. He is able to transform into their form. At some point, he took the place of the real Pope. My God! She knew their current situation was urgent, but Vadanet couldn't help it. She asked another question. How do you know all of this, Artpe? It is the nature of my innate ability. You cannot hide anything from my eyes. Like right now. Several mana strings extended from his hand, and the strands swiped at empty air. In the next moment, a part of the hallway naturally crumbled, and a staircase leading downward was revealed. My God! Your powers really gives me the chills. As expected of heroine. So, Artpe. Vadanet's eyes were full of love and admiration. On the other hand, Maetel was somewhat used to his abilities, so she unsheathed her sword as she asked him a question. Is there a way we can win against a level 340 enemy? We were able to win against the Kraken and the Ancient Kraken thanks to extremely favorable circumstances. The current situation. It really is the perfect situation for us. You don't know this yet, but there is a reason why demons don't directly confront a hero in the human realm. Maetel tilted her head in confusion, but Artpe wasn't the one to explain the situation. The explanation was given by none other than the Holy Priestess. A demon's ability is weakened in the human realm. There is also a difference in mana depending on the realm. Demons are weakened up to a certain point here, and they aren't able to manifest their power given to them by their level. She continued to speak as the party descended the staircase. I'm embarrassed to say this, but it is possible to weaken them further with the power I possess. It is the significance of being a holy priestess. As their first act, this was why the Demon King's army decided to render the temple powerless. It is also why one of the 4 heavenly king transformed into the Pope to infiltrate this place. He did it despite knowing the danger. In truth, the plan had been very successful in his previous life. A 4 heavenly king died in that venture, but he had expertly razed the temple to the ground. The holy priestess' tragic end was just a bonus. However, even if I'm capable of weakening them, I'm merely a holy priestess with no battle capabilities. That is why I acted ignorant until Artpe arrived. I had no choice. The fact that you became aware of their intentions is amazing in itself. Even a normal hero won't be able to see through that bastard's transformation ability. Unfortunately for their enemies, Artpe and Maetel weren't normal heroes. It was as if they were heroes that had experienced killing a demon king before. On the other hand, Vatanet was only a holy priestess. It was quite the feat that she was able to notice the seditious energy crawling through the inner temple. I guess we are just going to rush him. He is level 340, but he is weakened since he is in the human realm. If this woman casts an additional weakening spell. Yes, I think it'll be possible. However, the biggest variable that could sway the outcome of this situation is the magic circle. She had used the magic circle in her past life to transmogrify herself into a demon. As expected, the holy priestess made an astute observation. You said the demon has a transformation ability, and he ate the Pope. In turn, this gives him everything possessed by the Pope, so he probably gained the ability to use the magic circle. However, it doesn't seem he was able to activate 100% of its power. Anyways, there is a high probability that he'll use the magic circle to amplify his power. No. If he did that, he'll be tied to the magic circle. He isn't just aiming for Silpenin and Arya. He wants to eliminate either Maetel or me. Instead of amplifying his power, there is a high chance that he'll use it for a summoning magic. Summon magic. I see. I didn't realize there was that possibility. In truth, similar words were written inside the exchange diary found within the Zero class by Silpenin and Arya. At the time, it said they wanted to summon a level 250 magical beast. However, they had a sacrifice now, so they would probably attempt to bring out a much higher level magical beast. It might not be a one-off. They might attempt multiple summons. The price of this magic was Arya. Artpe bit his lips. She said she wanted an active role, but she keeps acting like a heroine in A Knight's Tale. Artpe. That girl too. No, she isn't mine. She's with Silpenin. After descending the staircase, they ran through a dark hallway. The voice in the image being projected above the city no longer reached them. However, one thing was for sure. Arya's situation would not get better. In fact, her situation was turning graver by the minute. Even if one factored in the fact that the 4 heavenly king Jariat was weakened, Silpenin hadn't reached level 220 yet. Jariat wasn't a foe that could be overcome by Silpenin. If he is like the one I knew, he'll act big. He'll try to show off. He'll give the hero's party the time to make preparations. He's supposed to be the prototypical heavenly king of the Demon King's army. If he finds out about the footage that is being sent out through Silpenen's magical tool, the situation will get worse. Then Silpenen will try to save Arya even if it is unreasonable for him to do so. He might get hurt. Shit. That was why it would have been better if they weren't found out in the first place. If so, the reformed holy priestess would have worked with the two heroes to gratifyingly fuck over the Pope and his core allies. Artpe would have been able to induce a classic scenario. However, he was about to lose two precious talents if things continued along this path. On top of that, the temple was going to be destroyed in its entirety. Artpe. Over there. Kill them all. Understood. The secret hallways reached all corners of the Zero class. The priests, who had thrown away their god to worship the demonic god, were using the secret hallways to converge on the magic circle. Artpe and Maetel were merciless as they cut down anyone in their path. Vadanet was very flustered as she watched them. Then she finally realized she could do something to help them. Oh my god. The heroes are fighting against evil as you've ordered. Please imbue them with power suitable for this situation. Hero bless. This was something only a holy priestess could use on a hero. It was a buff spell. This was obvious, but this was the first time Artpe and Maetel had received it. There wasn't a clear amplification of their power, but it felt as if their bodies were light as feather. The feeling was temporary, but it felt as if they had leveled up multiple times at once. It is a buff that increases the quality of your soul. I thought it might be something that both of you must have when facing an opponent with a higher level. Ah, yes. This is the first time I've received a buff. It's something new. Fortunately, this blessing wasn't headed only towards Artpe. It would have been a lie if he said he hadn't been worried. However, even Vadanet was able to discern what was most important right now. When Artpe saw this, he carelessly smiled towards Vadiant. At his gaze, Vadanet felt embarrassment and happiness. She lowered her head. Does Artpe Nim know about what I did back then? Ooh. Artpe Nim is so advanced in the path of magic that he might have noticed it. I see. He acted completely innocent during the blessing. I can't believe how truly great he is. It didn't matter what Artpe did. In the end, she felt herself liking him more. Her feelings surged. In that aspect, she was similar to Maetel. Artpe, who was unaware of her feelings, just continued to move forward. After several more priests, there were only 20 priests residing within the Zero class. They had killed a lot of them. Were killed, they were finally able to reach the scene. Silpenen, are you somehow holding out? He was ready to overturn everything as he poured his magic into his magic string. He forcefully kicked the door open, and he saw the underground square. Artpe was having a hard time believing his eyes. He didn't want it to happen, but he had been ready for the worst-case scenario of Arya being sacrificed. He had been prepared to face a level 300 three-headed monster. Arya. Oot. Ooaha. Cook. Why, you bitch. The center of the magic circle was still letting out an uncontrollable amount of light. However, the magic wasn't completed for the duration. The mana of the magic circle was pouring into the sacrifice, who had been placed in the middle of the magic circle. What the? Artpe rubbed at his eyes as he looked at the scene again. He used his Read All ability, but the information he received wasn't different from what he already knew. Arya was using her innate ability. She was assimilating with the magic circle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121 Double Crisis 2. Chapter 121 Double Crisis 2. She is a lowly level 3 civilian. She possesses an innate ability, but she is of extreme low station. How can this lowly bug use the magic circle's power? Kohoha. It seemed the old pope didn't even bother hiding his identity anymore. He was too taken aback by the situation. He extended his hand towards Arya. However, his magic was neutralized and dispersed into the magic circle when it touched Arya. It was turned back into mana, and it was imbued into Arya. This cycle had probably repeated itself once Arya went into her assimilation state. This was obvious, but it was impossible for Artpe to do anything to her either. He didn't possess the control authority, and he didn't possess the assimilation ability. My God. Artpe, if you are here, do something. At this rate, Arya will. When faced with the sight that transcended every expectation, Artpe was struck dumb. Silpenin became aware of the intrusion. He yelled out in anger towards Artpe. His body was already a mess. Fortunately, he suffered normal wounds. Silpenin hadn't suffered any critical wounds. It seemed Arya had awakened before Jariat could attack Silpenin in earnest. From my point of view, I'm critically wounded. These aren't normal wounds, you bastard. Okay. You are an idiot. If it can be healed, then it isn't a critical wound. Vadanet, please heal that guy. If it is Artpe Nim's request, I will always do as you wish. If possible, he wanted to buoy the love of Silpenin from her past life to the surface. He left Silpenin in Vadanet's care. Afterwards, Artpe's entire body emitted mana strings, and he faced off against the 4 Heavenly King. Cook, hero. You were quick in getting here. Nervousness was clearly etched on his face. If his plan had worked, he would have successfully summoned a magical beast by the time the heroes arrived at this location. He would have felt reassured with a magical beast under his control. However, the magic circle was out of his control now, and the holy priestess had arrived with the heroes. It was the worst-case scenario for him. It seems you can't do as you please with the magic circle, for Heavenly King Jariat of the Demon King's army. Artpe judged that Jariat's mind wasn't in a healthy state right now, so he wanted to further destabilize his mind. He attempted one of the critical skills of a 4 Heavenly King called "You Really Thought I Didn't Know?" Skill. How did you know my name? Yes. I was thinking it was about time. The hero would fight the weakest amongst the 4 Heavenly King, and after a fierce struggle, the hero would win in the end. The weakest amongst the 4 Heavenly King would tell the hero that there are 3 stronger 4 Heavenly Kings left. This would make the hero bite his lips in consternation. I knew this moment would come. What? How did you know I'm the weakest? Artpe was skillful in using the tactics of a 4 Heavenly King. This was why he took the offensive by attacking Jariat's mind. Jariat was extremely flustered, yet Artpe's attack wasn't at an end yet. However, by the look of things, you weren't able to pull it off. Don't you think so? As the weakest amongst the 4 Heavenly King, Jariat was in charge of filling the hero with despair and fear. However, things weren't turning out as he expected. The magic circle was out of his control, and he was sweating buckets in front of it. How was such a sight supposed to strike terror into the hearts of Artpe's party? It was impossible. I'll compliment you for finding out that I'm one of the 4 Heavenly Kings within the Demon King's army. You are getting too big for your britches. It has only been several years since you've developed your power as a hero, yet you dare to think that you will be able to defeat me. Artpe turned a questioning look towards Silpenin, who was being treated by Vadanet. He tried to confirm something with Silpenin. Silpenin discreetly raised his thumb. Everything was perfect now. However, Jariat, you are currently in your transformed state. It is true that it would be difficult for us to face you in your true form. However, you are borrowing the form of the Pope. You are much weaker than normal right now. Isn't that right? Ha! It is merely a level penalty of 20%. Jariat was speaking in an overbearing manner, but his words trailed off. He caught sight of the countless mana strings forming around Artpe, and the bastard sword. The bastard sword gripped within Maetel's hand was letting out a bright light. Jariat hadn't expected much growth from them since only 3 years had passed. However, the heroes were quite menacing right now. If he returned to his demon form. Shall I guess as to why you haven't returned to your original form? Ridiculous. You are merely a human, yet you want to read my intentions? If you return to your original form, you'll lose the control authority over the magic circle. Am I right? Cook. He was right. The only reason why the 4 Heavenly King was able to activate the magic circle was thanks to taking on the form of the Pope after eating him. If he returned to his original form, he would lose all advantages he gained from mimicking the Pope. Hoo-ah-ha! He wanted to quickly activate the magic circle, and he wanted to return to his original form. If that happened, he could put pressure on the heroes. He would be able to create a truly perfect picture. He had been anticipating for such a scene. Artpe, what is Arya doing? Is it dangerous? It is dangerous. I don't know how she is able to do what she is doing right now. What are you saying? In truth, it was a desperate situation, yet Artpe continued to make fun of his enemy. He was taking his time. However, as he kept attacking Jariat's mind with truths, he was trying very hard to comprehend what was going on right now. First, he knew that Silpenin and Arya had been exploring the last region left in the 0 class. They were unlucky, and they were found out by Jariat. Jariat realized that it would be impossible to quietly dispose of Silpenin and Arya. Moreover, he realized that Arya possessed an ability that would make her a great sacrifice for the magic circle. This was why he had revealed his true nature by activating the magic circle. Silpenin had been smart, and he was able to use the image transmission artifact to broadcast everything above Lihazida. Silpenin also attacked the Pope in an attempt to save Arya, but his ability was sorely lacking to be able to fight one of the 4 Heavenly King. He had suffered grievous wounds, and Arya was in danger of dying after being used as a sacrifice for the magic circle. This was the information he had discerned before he entered this place. This was why he couldn't guarantee the lives of Silpenin and Arya before he got here. When he entered the underground plaza, he had found Arya placed in the center of the magic circle as a sacrifice, and she was assimilating with the magic circle's mana. She was doing an excellent job fusing with the magic circle. Even if Arya's innate ability was amazing, Artpe was having a hard time accepting what was going on. If she was able to assimilate with anything or anyone she wanted, she would have already reached the realm of the gods. The magic circle was completed through the countless years. A magic contract was created, and only a very limited number of people was able to use the magic circle. Despite this fact, Arya was assimilating with the magic circle, so of course, Artpe was shocked. If she was able to do this, he was sure Arya was. All right. Jariat Nim will personally take care of you all. It was already a situation where he couldn't use the magic circle according to his will. This was why he gave up on controlling the magic circle. He took off the Pope's outer shell, and he regained his original form of a demon. For now, Artpe let Jariat be. Artpe yelled towards Vadinet. She had finished healing Silpenin, so she was getting to her feet. Vadinet. Give that girl. I want you to give that girl a blessing. What? Understood. She didn't fully understand what Artpe wanted, but since it was an order from him, she would follow it. Vadinet used all the power available to her as the Holy Priestess, and she activated her blessing skill. She aimed it towards the girl located at the center of the magic circle. It was a basic skill of a priestess that allowed her to assign a class to a person. Once assigned, one had to carry the same class for the rest of one's life. Why are you all so carefree in this situation? Maetel. Leave it to me. Jariat couldn't make neither rhyme nor reason of their actions, so he expressed his anger. He was about to interfere in their actions, but all the mana strings surrounding Artpe's body was shot towards him. A magical barrier was created around Jariat. It was child's play for Jariat to destroy each mana string, but thousands were rushing all at once towards him. He wouldn't be able to move forward until he destroyed all of them. How dare you use such tricks on a heavenly king? Cook! He was barely able to free his body, but by that time, Maetel had reached him by using her acceleration skill. Maetel's eyes shone as she swung her bastard sword. Artpe, help me! Of course. If Jariat was facing one hero, it would have been enough. However, the teamwork between the two heroes were perfect. The heavenly king Jariat was in the human world. Moreover, he was within the zero class where most of the holy energy was concentrated. On the other hand, Maetel and Artpe had been strengthened after receiving a buff from the holy priestess. They attacked the weakened Jariat with everything they got. A wing that let out a brilliant golden light sprouted from each of their backs. This deepened the connection between the two heroes, and it raised each other's power. As a heavenly king of the Demon King's army, he despised true bonds between comrades. The bond between the two heroes was clearly manifesting in magical and physical form, and they were tormenting Jariat. Insolent, all right. I'll kill you first, bitch. Even if he didn't use his transformation ability, Jariat was a legit level 344 heavenly king. His body was covered in black leather, and black demonic energy emanated from all over his body. The demonic energy was letting out an ominous light as his body was strengthened. The ominous light pushed against the hero's aura. The power I gathered from those that I transformed into can be used to strengthen my body. This ability allowed me to climb to the top of the Demon King's army. It allowed me to become one of the heavenly kings. I already know everything, so stop with the commentary. Just fight me. Hoo-ah-hup. It was the portion of the fight where he was supposed to boast about his abilities, yet Artpe was ignoring him. Artpe shot his spell towards Jariat. Maetel shoved the bastard sword into Jariat's hardened stomach, and blood sprayed out. At the same time, she activated her bash skill. It ripped apart his guts. Ku-ha-ak. They were heroes with no ethics. Jariat desperately retreated backwards. He gritted his teeth as his wound healed itself. In the past, one of his prey had a regeneration ability, so he would just need 5 seconds to stop commenting on your abilities. Kuwak. I didn't even speak those words out loud. In Artpe's absence, Jariat had become the new weakest heavenly king. It was true that he possessed an amazing ability, but it also came with a downside. The added skills and abilities related to his transformation skill strengthened his body and special characteristics. However, there was a slight delay before he could use these added abilities. This very short delay was enough for Maetel and Artpe to attack him. Kuhaoa. The enraged Jariat swung his thick arm, and he struck out at Maetel. Maetel had activated her acceleration in time, so she was able to dodge the blow. However, the destructive force within his arm still remained. His arm sliced through empty air before it struck the wall of the secret space. Boom! The wall exploded, and a deafening sound accompanied it. In a flash, the secret room was exposed to the sky, and moonlight shone down upon everyone. Jariat finally realized that something had slipped his mind. Now that I think about it, the Holy Priestess was. The Holy Priestess should be supporting the two heroes in battle, but she wasn't doing anything. Why was that? Was she unable to throw away her desire to monopolize Artpe? Was she going to wait until Maetel was dead? No, that wasn't it. She was still carrying out Artpe's orders. Her eyes were wide open, and she was shocked at the reality that was supposed to be impossible. Artpe Nim. Perhaps. This girl is. The duration of the blessing depended on the class special characteristic. At its shortest, it took 1 second. There were cases where it took over a minute. Vadanet was finally able to complete her mission. Jariet's rampage had caused a hole to form in the ceiling, and an unusually bright moonlight shone through it. The class given to Arya by Vadanet was clearly revealed to the world. After earning her class, the girl had changed into a new existence. She finally awakened. Her eyes opened. My God! Holy priest! She possessed golden eyes that was letting out an unimaginably brilliant light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122 Double Crisis 3. Chapter 122 Double Crisis 3. The magic circle was etched into the capital of Palladia. There were only 2 people capable of activating the magic circle within the Zero class. This was also true for the entirety of Lehazida. It was the Pope and the Priestess. This was probably the product of the contract made by the predecessor hero. Even if Arya possessed the assimilation ability, there was no way she could easily circumvent the safety measures. There was no way she should have had such an easy time assimilating with the magic circle. On top of that, she had been placed within the magic circle as a sacrifice to activate black magic. It made what happened all the more unlikely. If so, what was the only possibility that explained this situation? That's right. If Arya was a holy priestess, it would easily explain the current situation. Arya Quarsariata. Level 36. Holy priestess. Innate ability, assimilation. Why, you realized this, so you ordered me to. Of course. There are 2 heroes, and there is no rule stating that there can't be 2 holy priestesses. He was speaking in this manner, but he was also taken aback when he realized his prediction had been correct. Why? There were 2 heroes and 2 holy priestesses. It meant it wouldn't be strange if there were 2 demon kings. How can this be? On the other hand, Vadanet had appointed the new holy priestess with her own hands. She was looking at Arya, and Vadanet clearly looked agitated. Was it because another girl occupied the same position of the holy priestess that she had considered it to be solely hers? Or was it anxiousness that arose from the possibility of having another rival in her pursuit for love? Or was she feeling sympathy for the girl who shared the same fate as her? Maybe all of them were the correct answers, or it might all be the wrong answers. However, she was sure about one thing. The rule, which she had considered to be absolute, was completely broken into pieces. Arya, are you okay? I can't. I'm not able to completely control the magic circle. After earning her class, she was going through the process of leveling up after absorbing the record of the magic circle. Even with the change, she couldn't completely control the magic circle. When Jariet gave up his control of the magic circle, the energy of the black magic had run amok. If Arya relaxed even a little bit, her body would be swallowed up by the runaway magic circle. Even if she had become a holy priestess, the benefit brought on by the change was extremely limited. Even if there are 2 holy priestesses, it changes nothing. I'll kill both holy priestesses, and it'll just raise the fear and despair felt by the humans. The appearance of the second holy priestess made Jariet feel very flustered. However, he still acted brave. In truth, he hadn't received much damage from Maetel's attacks, and he was also attempting counterattacks now. It was clear that he still had power to spare. However, the mere presence of a holy priestess weakened a demon's energy. With 1 holy priestess, the heroes were able to compete with him even with the huge level difference. When there was only Vadanet, Jariat could push them back using the advantage of having a higher level. However, when Arya perfectly transitioned into being a holy priestess, her presence suppressed the power of demons. Even if Jariat was a level 344 heavenly king of the Demon King's army, he couldn't help but feel burdened. If things continue along this path, there was a chance that he would die before he could accomplish anything. This thought made him break out into cold sweat. This is embarrassing to do as a 4 heavenly king, but it would be stupid to drag this out any further. The initiative was completely seized by the heroes. For now, I have to. Hoo-oh-ha. Kayak. His eyes shone in the next moment, and the black demonic energy roiling near his heart started to manifest in an instant. The overwhelming amount of demonic energy pushed back Artpe's mana with brute force. Cook. You are all brawn and no brain. As expected of the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly king. Evil fist. Demonic energy settled around his thick fist, and it turned into the shape of a hammer. At once, he brought it down towards Maetel. It was called a fist, yet it wasn't a fist. This was the gist of the skill. Eek. Maetel had anticipated Jariat's fist, but instead of his fist, her vision was filled with the fast-approaching demonic hammer. Maetel knew her party members would be hurt if she avoided this blow, so she raised her bastard sword to face the attack head-on. Kuhaha. You are quick like a little mouse, but it seems you can't run away with your comrades in danger, but an enormous shockwave was created when the two clashed. Kayak. Maetel. She wasn't even in a proper defensive stance, and she was inferior in terms of level. Was she able to block a strike that contained the entire might of Jariat? The shock was felt all over Maetel's body, and she was sent flying backwards. Artpe had been ready to attack Jariat with all the mana strings he had manifested. He clicked his tongue, and he turned his mana strings into the shape of a soft barrier. He caught Maetel. Moreover, this was what Jariat had been waiting for. In a flash, he shot into the air, and he flew towards the hole in the ceiling. He shot into the sky. Geez. I never expected someone that's higher level than us to run away, so you are catching me off guard. That bastard is a more cowardly and cheap loser than I thought. You can talk all you want. Your attempts to provoke me will no longer work. After catching Maetel, Artpe desperately sent his mana string towards Jariat. However, the 4 heavenly king had already gained distance from the 2 holy priestesses, so he had regained his strength. He could easily resist against the mana strings. I'll retreat for now, but I will surely take one of the 2 lives of the heroes next time. Holy priestesses. It'll be the same for you 2 bitches. Hear me, all humans. His Majesty the Demon King's shadow had fallen over the holy nation of Palladia. You should all tremble in fear. Oh. It seemed he knew about the image transmission artifact. Or he was late in realizing it, so he was probably putting on an act. He was trying his best to act naturally. Jariat was about to exit the scene using his teleportation spell, but a figure suddenly appeared above him. You forgot about me, you son of a bitch. Cook. It was none other than Silpenin. He had just been healed by Vadanet, so there wasn't much strength left within body. Still, he had activated the blink boots, which had been loaned out to him by Artpe. Silpenin was successful in getting behind Jariat. Ha! He concentrated all his mana into a unique skill of a thief. It was called the Lucky Strike. He planted his dagger in the back of Jariat's head. There was such a big level difference, so the damage caused wasn't that big. However, Jariat lost a little bit of his balance. He slightly dipped towards the ground, and that was enough. Now, Artpe. Jariat had entered into the sphere of influence of the 2 holy priestess, and his body weakened in an instant. He was letting out black smoke. She didn't want to lose this opportunity, so Vadinet used the spell called God's Chain. Her spell restricted the movement of Jariat, and it applied a debuff that decreased his immunity. Even if Vadinet was outstanding, she couldn't overcome the wide gap in level with the 4 Heavenly King. She could only restrain Jariat for couple seconds, but that was enough. Good job, Vadinet. Ku-hawk. Afterwards, Artpe shot out couple thousand strands of mana string. It took the form of an enormous spear, and it embedded itself in Jariat's stomach. Guruuk. The large spear had embedded itself when Jariat was defenseless. In the next moment, the mana strings came undone inside his body, and hyper-rubbing was used through the several thousand strands of mana strings. The hyper-rubbing spell had already reached level 70. When the output of the spell was maximized, the friction was capable of causing the demon's blood to boil. The spell was being used simultaneously through the several thousand strands of mana string. Of course, even a 4 Heavenly King would be damaged by it. Maetel. Hoo-ah-hoo. The next person up was Maetel. The golden wing unfurled behind her shoulder as it let out a light. Maetel withdrew deeply within herself as she gripped the bastard sword hard. Artpe had used reinforcement on her sword, so if one of talking about the sword's ability to amplify magical energy, the bastard sword performed similar to the holy sword of legends. The bastard sword had developed to that extent. Since you attacked me with all you got, I'll return the favor by attacking you with all I got. She transferred all her reserve power to her bastard sword. The sword let out a brilliant golden aura. She leapt towards Jariat, and she shoved the sword into his stomach. That was painful enough, yet in the next moment, Artpe retracted the mana, which had been supplying the hyper-rubbing spell. He rerouted his mana to Maetel's aura. It allowed her to do additional damage. Kia-ha-huck. The pain had already went past the threshold that Jariat could endure, so the sound of his scream reached the heavens. However, Artpe wasn't done with his maneuvering. It was still immature, but he had his materialization spell. It was a spell that could change his magic into mana, and his mana into magic. It allowed him to freely change back and forth. Artpe and Maetel were sharing mana through Maetel's record master skill. He combined all his mana with Maetel's mana, and he kept cycling through the hero mana, mana string, hyper-rubbing spell and blaze spell. Jariat was continually attacked. Ku-hook. Goa-huck. When the second holy priestess showed up, when you exposed your back to Silpenin, and when your stomach was pierced by me, you had already forfeited your life. Amazing heroine didn't even need to terminate his spell. There were 2 processes in which mana was consumed when manifesting a spell. The first was the consumption of mana in the process of shaping the spell. The second was the consumption of mana as one maintained the spell as one attacked one's enemies. Artpe had to take a hit as he consumed mana to manifest this spell. However, his materialization spell didn't require mana consumption to maintain it, and he could continuously change the shape of the mana according his will. Unless one was an extraordinary monster, their enemies would be killed before Artpe and Maetel's mana ran out. Gook, Guru-ru-rook. Jariat was one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, yet he wasn't an extraordinary monster. As he tried to resist against Artpe and Maetel's attacks, he tried to somehow activate his mana. He wanted to use a spell. However, he couldn't withstand the attack, so he fell to the floor. Ka-hook. When he opened his mouth, a massive amount of black blood spilled out. Jariat squeezed out his last bit of strength to get out the words that seemed to be engraved in his DNA. Why, you, shouldn't breath a sigh of relief. I am merely the weakest amongst the 4 Heavenly Kings. Yes. You really lived up to the name of the weakest amongst the 4 Heavenly Kings. You were really weak. In fact, I'm not even afraid of the next one that'll show up. The next one up was the 3rd-ranked 4 Heavenly King. She was so strong that she couldn't even be compared to this bum. It was the fire witch Etna. He knew this information, so at this moment, he decided to make fun of his enemy. After he was armed with this determination, Artpe belittled Jariat. It was super effective. "You bastard, Kuhak." His last words were supposed to leave behind fear and despair. When Jariat heard Artpe's words, his blood pressure rose, so he could no longer speak. He bled out before he could say anything. Jariat had taken Artpe's place as the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly king. The weakest 4 heavenly king died at the hands of the former weakest 4 heavenly king. Cook. The fact that Jariat had died was confirmed when a splitting headache assaulted Artpe and Maetel. It had truly been a while since they felt this. Why didn't Artpe attack Jariat as soon as possible? Why did he wait until Jariat regained his true form? He wanted Jariat to shed all the penalties that would be incurred by killing him in his Pope form. Artpe wanted the full EXP that would come with killing his real level 340 body. You did that for such a selfish reason. Of course. One thing was for sure. If they could endure the pain, Artpe and Maetel would easily surpass level 300. Ooh. Hurts. Dot. However, the dance of pain included 2 more members this time. The root cause of why they were able to go toe-to-toe with the 4 heavenly king was the power imbued to them by the holy priestess Vadanet. Then there was the thief Silpenin, who had prevented Jariat from running away in a crucial moment. Their level was especially low compared to Artpe's party. For Artpe and Maetel, they had gained EXP that they could have gained in a month. This was why Silpenin and Vadanet suffered pain that couldn't be compared to what was being felt by Artpe and Maetel. Head. My head. Heroine, it hurts so much. I think I need the touch of Heroine's hands. It is growing pain, so stop being a baby. That isn't important right now. After confirming the death of the 4 heavenly king, he immediately turned his head away. He caught sight of Aria, who remained in the magic circle. She was desperately using her innate ability to keep the rampaging magic circle in check. We have saved her right now. Silpenin. This is secret information from now on, so I want you to end the transmission. Secret? I've already ended transmission of the images. You want to save her? How? Wait a moment. I think I got it. The demonic energy had caused the mana to run amok. Aria was being tormented, because she was accepting this mana. Even if Maetel wasn't great at studying, she was able to discern a pattern. You are going to create a new race again. BZZT wrong. Artpe dismissed that idea as he took out a thick book. What's the point of making a new race when she is the holy priestess? This time I'll let her keep her human form. In the past, Artpe had rewritten this magical tome. The magical tome had deviated from its original purpose. At that moment, a miracle opened its eyes through Artpe's hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Double Crisis, 4. Chapter 123, Double Crisis, 4. When Artpe opened the magic tome, it let out a soft light. It started to manifest its mana in a specific direction. Good. Since he had rewritten the tome with his hands, he had secured a link with it. He connected that link to the magic circle. The light being emitted by the magic tome and the magic circle started to mix. The equilibrium that was created was quite mysterious. Artpe? When Aria realized that Artpe's mana was connected to the magic circle, she looked at him in surprise. Artpe wasn't just simply meddling with the magic circle. He possessed clear authority over the magic circle, and he was changing the magic circle's magic. Yes, he had no reason to hide this now. When he poured in his mana to register with the warp gate, he had gained administration rights to anything related to the temple. He also had a degree of authority over the magic circle. If Arya and Silpenon hadn't been discovered by the Pope, he would have resolved everything using this. Of course, there had been a catch. It wasn't just about killing the four heavenly king. The key issue was finding a way that would allow everyone to level up as much as possible in the process of killing the four heavenly king. This mainly applied to Silpenon and the holy priestess Arya. Later on, the holy priestess Arya was added into this group. The last part of his plan had gone awry. If he took that part out, everything had progressed very splendidly. How is this possible? Don't worry about it. I'm going to cancel the summoning spell, so you just have to maximize your assimilation ability from now on. But it's alright. There is something I've prepared for this moment. The magic tome let out a light. The pages started to flip on its own. Artpe's eyes became very withdrawn as he looked at the magic tome. He was thinking about his past experiences. He thought about the times when he had to guide Cheryl and Sienna. Then there was the time where he extracted demonic energy from the demon Tiana. He consolidated his experience through the magic tome, and he created a spell. He transferred the spell into the magic circle. The rampaging magic circle felt a new order come in. There was unyielding firmness behind the order, so the magic circle couldn't resist. It started changing the shape of its magic. Nia? Nope. You have no role this time. You should just go over there and suck on the demonic energy from the corpse of the four heavenly king. Nya. I went out of my way to worry about you, yet you give me such a cold reply. The enraged Roa slapped Artpe's hand with her tail, then she headed towards the corpse of the four heavenly king Jariat. However, Artpe was focused on the magic tome. He didn't even realize that Roa had left him. His eyes were quickly reading the magic tome. If he wanted to increase the performance of the magic being created by the magic tome, he had to be mindful of his memorization of the spell. He also had to worry about his role in chanting the spell. It would allow him control the magic circle with ease. Mr. Silpenon. Why are you calling my name? All right. I'll be there. Arya was desperately maintaining her assimilation ability, yet she couldn't hide the apprehension she was feeling. Silpenon had just escaped the growing pains of his relationship with Arya. He couldn't win against Arya's gaze, so he cleared his throat as he approached her. When Maetel saw this, she let out a light laughter. Vadanet looked worried. She already has someone she loves. Oh no. What should I do? If I don't inform that girl. While Vadanet was struggling with a baseless worry, the mana of the magic circle rose. As if it was trying to match the magic circle, the magic tome started letting out a stronger light. Arya, are you able to widen the domain of your assimilation ability? My mind and body is at its limit, just restraining a portion of the magic circle. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Just tell me if it is possible or not. It is possible. When Artpe heard those words, he immediately grinned. He increased the output of the magic tome, and he shouted out loud. You should imagine yourself sucking in all the mana of magic circle as you use your assimilation. You should no longer pay any attention to the demonic energy within the magic circle. I'll believe in you. She had been chosen as a holy priestess only a moment ago. She acted like a holy priestess. Arya nodded towards Artpe. She spoke with conviction. Until now, Arya had restricted her assimilation ability. She maxed out her assimilation ability. Her ability to control her innate ability was on par with Maetel and Artpe. In a flash, her assimilation ability expanded past the magic circle and the zero class. Her mana assimilated with the magic circles equipped all over Lehazita. The mana, which had run amok under the machination of Jariat, and the record of the magic circle rushed into her. Kaya Huck. Hey! Artpe ha! Now! Lastly, materialization. Demonic energy and all kinds of energy overwhelmed the holy priestess. She was in danger of losing her status as a holy priestess. However, an explosive light shot out from the magic tome, which was being held up by Artpe's hand. It paralyzed everything nearby. The mana of the magic circle took on a specific characteristic thanks to the materialization spell. The mana formed another small magic circle in the air. Aha! Aria! Hey! My hand! My hand hurts! Hey! It was done! Who? From within the blinding explosion of light, Artpe let out a small sigh as he closed the magic tome. It had lasted a brief moment, but he had used all of his power in manifesting the spell. Of course, he was tired. It is done. Ha! The one to be surprised the most was none other than Maetel. It is already done, Artpe? I thought you were going to struggle with it for a very long time. It is tiresome, but the Demon King's army always uses the same pattern. It's about time that I'm able to easily dispose of their antics. When the light dispersed, the sight of Aria bound in the middle of the magic circle was seen. No, the magic circle no longer existed. It was just Aria. It was hard to put a finger on it, but she was letting out a somewhat noble aura. Ah! The probability of us using the magic circle to our advantage was lower than the probability of the Demon King's army using it to their advantage in the future. That is why I got rid of it. You got rid of it. It was a magic that contains several hundred years' worth of history and record. You got rid of it so easily. Yes. I split it half and half between the magic tome and Aria. Half and half. The magic circle wasn't some boiled daikon that could be split easily into halves. It made no sense. Artpe left behind the shocked Vadinette. He headed towards Aria. She remained sitting in what used to be the center of the absent magic circle. Aria. Artpe Nim. She had used her innate ability in excess, so she didn't have the strength to move even a single finger. She was leaning against Silpenin, and she was gasping. You leveled up too much all at once, so that is why you are having a difficult time. Still, it won't have any negative effects on your body, so you can breathe easy. Thank you very much for helping me. This was obvious, but there wasn't a single trace of demonic energy within Aria's body. Jariat's intention had been to use her as a sacrifice to summon magical beasts. However, at some point, the possibility of her descending into becoming a demon had become a real possibility. Artpe had used his magic tome to reverse the demonic energy. Lastly, he used his materialization spell to push all of the reversed energy into Aria. Aria Quarsariata. Level 231. Holy Priestess. The result of his actions was a ridiculous amount of level ups. Who? She leveled up too much? Artpe, what do you mean? What do you think I mean? Aria became higher in level than you. What are you saying? I just explained it to you, you dork. In growth, the most important requirements needed was mana and record. Most people achieved this growth when they harmed other beings or when they accomplished an achievement. Aria had been in a very special situation. She had received an overwhelming amount of mana and record from the magic circle, so it had been possible for her to achieve such explosive growth. The level of Artpe and Maetel was so high that Aria's level looked low in comparison. However, she was much higher in level compared to the thief Silpenin. Silpenin had followed Artpe's recipe for past 2 years, and he was considered to be a genius thief. Now Aria was clearly above him. Artpe, did you intend on growing this girl from the beginning? No. However, instead of wasting the mana, I thought it would be best to help develop a rising prospect. Since she was already assimilating the magic circle using her assimilation ability, I thought it was the perfect opportunity. Maetel was baffled. She was at a loss for words. If Maetel knew what the magic circle had been used in their past lives, she would have understood why he had done this. Silpenin. Arya should be very tired. You should take her, so she can rest. The city is probably in a mess. We have to go patch up the situation. Why do I have to do that? What I meant to say is, Arya is the second holy priestess. She'll be traveling with you guys, so it would be best if she appears next to you in front of the people. When Silpenin said those words, Arya unconsciously clamped down on Silpenin's forearm. When Artpe saw this, he grinned. Arya is in your party. Our party already has Vadanet. However, the duty of the holy priestess is to support the hero. It hurts. Han. Artpe understood Arya's heart. Silpenin was being dense, and Arya looked like she was about to cry. At that moment, Vadanet interrupted them. She was very flustered. I'm sorry, Artpenim. I know I am not qualified to interfere with Artpenim's judgment and actions, but she is a holy priestess, and she cannot do what you propose. The holy priestess exists to support the hero. Moreover, the holy priestess is inextricably tied to the hero. If Arya hadn't become a holy priestess, it wouldn't have been a problem. However, she is a holy priestess that possesses the golden eyes. If she chooses someone else other than the hero. So that is what you wanted to say. How should I say this? All right. After hearing Vadanet's words, Artpe thought for a very brief amount of time. In the end, he nodded his head after he came to a decision. Vadanet, you are under a huge delusion. Everything that was said by Vadanet was a fantasy. Her delusions didn't make any sense, and he decided to break those delusions with his mouth. What? It doesn't matter if it is the holy priestess or the hero. It is just a class one possesses. There is no rights and duties attached to it. What? Let me put it another way. Artpe put on a smile as he spoke. I'm talking about the rule that says the holy priestess must be in the same party as the hero. I'm also talking about the rule that says a holy priestess cannot mate with another man other than the hero. These are all delusions that were made up in the past. What? Vadanet was struck dumb. Arya couldn't hide the relief she was feeling. Silpenin still had no idea what was going on. It seemed Maetel was the only one that had the complete understanding of the situation. She could only snicker. At such moments, he felt a disparity between this Maetel and the normal Maetel. So? I'm allowed to love someone other than Heroine? Of course. It's the truth. If you see Arya right now. Artpe had been about reveal Arya's pure heart in such an unceremonious manner. Arya yelled loudly to shut him up. She had been unable to move even a finger a moment ago. It seemed she had recovered a good deal of her energy. Artpe smirked as he confirmed the truth with Vadanet. It doesn't matter if the holy priestess kisses, sleeps, or bears the child of another man. The gods won't punish the holy priestess. Holy priestesses are already burdened with many responsibilities, so why would the gods try to control the emotions of a holy priestess? If such a god existed, he would be a demonic god instead of a god. My god, that means I've been under a ridiculous delusion. Correct. Vadanet lowered her head. It meant that she had accepted Artpe's words as the truth. Of course, if she had been told this earlier, Artpe's words wouldn't have been as effective. However, there truly were two heroes, and now a second priestess had made an appearance. She had witnessed the weakest amongst the four heavenly king take on the visage of the Pope, and he had been easily killed by Artpe's party. Everything that had occurred had torn down what she had considered to be common sense. This was why a crack had formed in her firm sense of self. On top of that, she had absolute trust in Artpe, and he had pretty much taken a hammer to that cracked sense of self. It would have been strange if it hadn't crumbled. I see. In the next moment, Vadanet raised her head. Her expression didn't look dark. Instead, it felt as if her face was shining. Until now, I thought I had loved Artpe because I was the holy priestess. Artpe, may I kill that woman? You may not. However, it wasn't like that at all. Ha! Her intro was ominous, so he was thinking about stopping her right there. Unfortunately, Vadanet's words were faster than his. I've fallen for you. Not as a holy priestess. I'm just simply in love with you. Who? Wowzer. Somehow, I feel much better. That's right. Is this why people call this fate? Her eyes started letting out a brilliant golden light. It was powerful enough to be on par with the newly named holy priestess. Artpe had been worried things would somehow turn out like this, so he froze in place. He was like a statue. Maetel unsheathed her bastard sword. Arya had become extremely embarrassed even though the other holy priestess had expressed her love in no uncertain terms. You son of a bitch. Why don't you just take every woman of this world for yourself? Silpenin was still very dense, and he didn't have any common sense. Artpe didn't know why Silpenin had to bring up this topic right now. Silpenin just continued to curse him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Double Crisis, 5. Chapter 124, Double Crisis, 5. It was found out that the weakest amongst the four heavenly kings had worn the mask of the Pope. The fourth heavenly king was killed the very night he was found out. He was killed by the heroes and the holy priestess. No one in Lihazita could sleep that night. From out of nowhere, the Pope had acted like a villain, and he had taken a maid as a hostage. The Pope had faced off against the heroes, and the people definitely saw the Pope transform into a demon. It was such a bizarre scene that a play might have been more believable than this. It felt as if they were having an out-of-the-body experience. As they were following the story occurring within the footage, they could hear and see the commotion that was occurring within the Zero class. They saw light and demonic energy emanate from the Zero class, so they knew all of this wasn't a hoax. It was truly fortunate that the sight of Arya becoming the second holy priestess hadn't been revealed through the footage. If that truth had been revealed, Artpe would have been able to work with it. However, he preferred not to have that truth be common knowledge. It really is rude to call someone this early in the morning. It is quite rude. If it wasn't Artpe, I wouldn't have answered. It is still night over here, so let's consider it to be even. I want you to contact your merchant association. I've attached images that is newsworthy. I want you to spread it across the continent. What is it? We easily defeated the four heavenly king, who had been masquerading as the Pope. It's big news, right? You are killing me. I'll send an executive. Please give us exclusive rights to the story. From the moment he entered Palladia, he had planned on overturning the temple. This was why Artpe's subsequent actions were truly swift. However, the most urgent task right now was to settle down the people of Lihazita by telling them the truth. Then they had to settle down Palladia. Lastly, he had to inform the people of this continent that a demon had infiltrated the inner temple. The news of the hero's appearance had been spread not too long ago, and the people of the continent were still in a state of bewilderment. This news would properly arouse their attention to the presence of the demons. The dam that had been surrounding the Zero class had been brought down. The rotten water, which had accumulated within, would be revealed to the world. There was clear evidence that showed the corruption that had festered within the temple. It would show the presence of the Demon King's army on this continent. This proof would be shown to all humans residing in Lihazita, Palladia, and the whole continent. Artpe contacted Lesity and Deus. He dumped the responsibility of settling down Lihazita to them. Then he asked Mycenae to spread the news to the whole continent. Afterwards, he took Maetel and Vadanet to the Zero class. They were going to take care of the priests that were gathering within the Zero class. My God. The Pope really fell to the four heavenly king. Aria. My daughter. Heroine, is my daughter safe? Look at these logs. My God. I never expected this to happen within the Zero class. Ah. That guy is rotten. Okay. Here is your punishment. Guak. The Pope, who had been their biggest enemy, was gone now. This was why Artpe didn't have to hesitate anymore. Artpe and Vadanet met out punishment to everyone that was related to the rotten water within the Zero class. Only the innocent were left alive. The hero and the holy priestess had carried out an execution of blood and iron. The priests shuddered when they saw the hill made out of the corpses of the corrupted priests. You are truly cool-headed and bold. It seems Artpe had covered up his true nature in order to fix what is wrong within the temple. His judgment and patience. He lacks nothing. This generation's hero is the strongest we've ever had. He killed a four heavenly king before he crossed over to the demon realm. In truth, the hero from his previous life had accomplished this too. At the time, there had been one incident that had gone against the demon king's recipe. Instead of the weakest amongst the four heavenly king dying, the third strongest four heavenly had died first. At that time, the variable was the holy priestess. She had mastery over the magic circle, and she had been aware of what was going on within the temple. The past hero's mistake was her inability to control the holy priestess. This was why she had lost the holy priestess after killing the four heavenly king. However, I was successful in correcting that mistake. I killed the four heavenly king as planned, and Vadanet is. Things hadn't turned out as planned, but I was successful in acquiring her as a firm ally. If I can point to one problem, it was the fact that a second holy priestess had been born in Aria. When Artpe thought about this, his head hurt. It was unbearable. In truth, he had this suspicion in the past. He had met the demon Tina, who hadn't been under the effects of the demon king's innate ability called absolute control. He also felt something was out of whack when Etna mentioned that there were two more four heavenly kings above her. He became sure of it when the second holy priestess came into being. There probably was two demon kings in the demonic realm. Guang Ak Ong Ak. He experienced it for 200 years in his past life. Fate was like that. He was sure fate was capable of twisting history in such a manner. He had planned on quickly killing the demon king, so he could pursue a business in the dairy industry. He despaired when he realized that he had to climb 2 hills. What's wrong, Heroine? Who? It's nothing. What about the people? Is everyone gathered here? I believe all the priests within Lihazita is gathered here. When Artpe destroyed the entire Zero class, an open space had been created. Priests filled this open space. Artpe nodded his head as he looked at them. In one corner, he saw Deus and Lesity. They were using the image transmission artifact to record the scene. In another corner, an executive dispatched by the Anywhere company was holding up the same artifact. It took an enormous amount of money and magical energy to set up the image transmission system across continents, but the current issue was too big to ignore. This was why everyone involved had taken the hit of the cost in implementing the system. First, I want everyone to focus your attention here. Artpe took out the corpse of the 4 heavenly King Chariot from his dimensional pouch. His transformation ability was no longer being maintained, so the corpse stank of demonic energy. However, he was still wearing the artifacts given to the Pope. The sight was truly ironic. Nah. No. At the very least, we still need to preserve the evidence that the 4 heavenly King was here. Nah. Roa saw the leftover demonic energy within the corpse, so she was smacking her lips. However, she firmly pressed down on her desire. When Vadinette saw this, she realized something for the first time. I see. She isn't a normal cat. She is a cat that consumes all demonic energy. She really is the ideal pet for a hero. I can think of no other being that is suited for that role, but... Nah. What did she just say? She said you are pretty. Hoot. Thank you. In truth, Roa's words were more nuanced than that. She said, you smell really rotten, yet you aren't related to the demonic energy? Fascinating. However, Artpe didn't tell her what Roa had said for Vadinette's sake. She was finally a holy priestess that was filled with love. He didn't want to watch her turn dark again. He turned to look at the priests, who were focused on the corpse of the 4 heavenly King. You guys saw all of it, right? I'm sure you saw the images that was illuminated above the city at night. I won't question you all as to whether you believe all of this is true or not. The proof is all here. Moreover, I'm trying to spread this truth to Lihazita and the whole continent. Artpe picked up the corpse of the 4 heavenly King. The evil-looking corpse was wearing the holy garments of the Pope. This sight was clearly recorded by the image transmission artifact. The temple's Zero class was formed to help the hero defeat the Demon King's army, yet a 4 heavenly King turned priests into followers of the demonic god. He did this under the guise of the Pope. Those that were supposed to bless the hero tried to kill the hero instead. I received help from the holy priestess Vadinette and my comrades to unearth this conspiracy. Of course, he was spouting bullshit. We killed the 4 heavenly King, who had been trying to summon a magical beast in order to kill us. In this process, the magic circle within the Zero class and the entirety of Lihazita was incapacitated. It is truly unfortunate since we lost a strong card that would have allowed us to stand against the Demon King's army. However, it is also true that uncontrollable power is more dangerous than an unknown enemy. Several hundred years of history was lost, but as a result, we were able to catch one of the 4 heavenly Kings. From this point on, I'll continue to catch and kill those that are rotten within the temple. I will put us back onto the right path. Wah! Heroine. Please look this way. It seemed Artpe was suited to become a religious leader instead of a hero. He gave an eloquent speech. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw the priests go wild. Good. This is quite easy since they are all idiots. Artpe, you should try to hide inner thoughts. He hadn't stepped forward, because he just wanted to inform the priests of the truth. That was only part of the reason why he did so. He wanted the presence of the heroes engraved into the minds of the people all over this continent. He wanted to show them concrete proof that they had killed one of the 4 heavenly King. No country would be able to treat them lightly anymore. Lastly, he wanted to lay down the gauntlet to the demons that were hiding all over this continent. He would bring the fight to them. Artpe Nim is giving a speech in front of all these people. His eyes are shining, and his powerful voice. Hook. Ooh. I really want to kill her. Nya. Afterwards, Artpe took out all the information gathered by Silpenin and Aria. He revealed all the corruption that had occurred within the temple. During this process, Artpe did something he had done within Edia. There were worshippers of the demonic god that were trying to hide amongst the priests. They were doing a poor job of it. Of course, he was decisive as he decapitated all of them. The hero knows everything. The heroine knows everything. This was how the mess in Lihazita was clearly resolved. Paldea became busy as they tried to choose the new pope. Since the Zero class was destroyed by Artpe, it was decided that they would build a new temple and housing on top of the ruins. This time all priests would have access to this location. Now there was only one thing left that Artpe had to take care within the temple. After he turned back everyone, he settled into his newly acquired lodging. Then he brought in Lihazita's archbishop. He had been anxiously searching for his daughter. Artpe called him into his room. "Heroine, is my daughter safe?" "If you are talking about Reincarnated, she is safe." "Oh ha!" He let out a bitter laughter when he saw the archbishop let out tears of relief. He continued to speak. "However, she will no longer be able to work as a maid. Of course, it will also be difficult for her to work as a priestess in the main temple of Lihazita. I've decided to accept her into my party." Oh my! What an absolute honor! However, my child is still very weak. However, she is special. You probably knew about this, right? At his words, the archbishop meekly nodded his head. She truly is special. However, it isn't as if her level can be raised in an instant. That'll be all taken care of by us. I want the knowledge of Arya being in our party to be a secret. Moreover, you cannot tell anyone about her class. Arya's class? Artpe didn't say anything as he pushed a soul contract towards the archbishop. It was fresh off the press from the Anywhere company. He received it early in the morning. On another note, he had received a signature from Badinette. He received her promise that she wouldn't do as she pleased from now on. It was an attempt to stop her from going bad. For some reason, Badinette became hot and bothered when she signed the contract. He didn't want to think too deeply on that. "You should sign this first." "Understood." When the archbishop finished placing his signature on the contract, Artpe flicked his finger. From the beginning, Arya had been waiting inside the room. Arya meekly revealed herself. "Arya? Father. You. Ha ha." Arya let out a sheepish laughter. Afterwards, a halo appeared behind her. The archbishop was at a loss for words. Of course, he knew which class had been acquired by her daughter. After all the disturbance was put to rest, the heroes' party left Lihazita without any regret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Her and Her, 1. Chapter 125, Her and Her, 1. It was the dead of night, yet a party was exiting Lihazita. They made sure no one knew they were leaving. This group included Artpe, Maetel, Badinette, Silpenin, Arya, Lesity, and Deus. Artpe thought about watching the new pope being elected, but it would take too long. He had went through the trouble of declaring a war against the demon realm, so he couldn't laze around in one place. "Hoo-oo. I want to sleep." "Do you want to sleep while I carry you, Artpe?" "No. Please restrain yourself." As always, Silpenin was jealous and envious when he heard the conversation between Artpe and Maetel. His body shook. Suddenly, he had a thought. "Now that I think about it, didn't you plan on adding us to your party? You said you'll consider it after we settle matters here." "I did, and I decided. We'll walk parallel paths to each other, so we'll never cross paths again." "You bastard." At Artpe's words, Silpenin approached him. He tried to grab Artpe's neck, but Maetel sent him a sharp gaze. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. He slowly put down his hands. Artpe gave him an explanation. "If Arya hadn't shown up, I probably would have merged the two parties. However, that is no longer the case. The addition of one more holy priestess is a good thing. she was able to sufficiently weaken the 4 heavenly king we faced. 2 parties will each possess a holy priestess, and we will cause confusion to our enemies. Moreover, it was expected that there were 2 demon kings in the demon realm. If they moved in a group of 8, they would just become an easier target. The hero's party was effective against the demon king's army, because they were a light and sharp spear. There was nothing to gain by bulking up the party. I want us to operate as 2 parties. Your party is pretty balanced now. Still, we are weak compared to you guys. That is why you should get stronger. We'll draw the aggro of our enemies. You guys can remain on the down low, while growing in power. We'll face the Demon King's army with 2 heroes party. Silpenin finally realized the meaning behind the words spoken to him by Artpe not too long ago. He realized why Artpe had insisted Silpenin accompany Arya, and he realized why her identity was kept a secret. He also now knew why he was so bold in appearing in public with Maetel and Vadnet. Still, this sounds like nonsense. The real heroes party will act as a shield for fake heroes party? There should be a limit as to how many idiotic words can come out of your mouth. This was why he was taken aback by it. The other option is we can attack the Demon King's castle, while you guys act as a shield. However, you guys are too weak, so we have no choice. We have to do it the opposite way. We are strong. It'll be alright. Silpenin was at a loss for words when he heard Artpe's words and Maetel's calm words. Of course, he knew that the power of Artpe and Maetel was unfathomable. They probably became much stronger after defeating one of the 4 heavenly kings. Despite this fact, Silpenin thought they were being reckless. I want you all to work hard. Leseti. Deus. Can you do this? Heroes Party. I never expected a day to come where I would have to shoulder such a title. I'll do as you ask. It can't be helped. Leseti and Deus didn't sound too satisfied with the current situation, but they didn't try to turn down the responsibility. Artpe was satisfied with that. It was a chaotic era, and there weren't that many people in this world that were capable of doing what they wanted. At the very least, the 2 of them would have a hand in determining the course of this era. Their lives were better than most in this world. Are you willing to put your life on the line? If the Demon King's army wins, it either means the death of all humans or the humanity will become a plaything for the Demon King. Artpe calmly spoke those words. Lastly, he looked at Arya, who was holding onto Silpenin's sleeve. It had been nearly 10 days, yet everything around her had changed. Everything was unfamiliar and difficult. Despite all of this, she had accepted her role as the holy priestess, and she was trying to forge ahead. He put her next to Silpenin to provide encouragement. Be strong, Arya. Yes, Artpe. I'm sorry for being unable to support you by your side as a holy priestess. However, I believe that your instructions will lead to the defeat of the Demon King. I will do my best next to Mr. Silpenin. Yes, that is enough. When Silpenin heard her words, he thought Arya was lamenting over the fact that she wasn't able to join Artpe. His thoughts became gruff and surly. Everyone else was able to glean from her roundabout explanation that she was very satisfied with the current arrangement. Leseti turned pale when she observed Silpenin's reaction. However, she didn't go out of her way to spell out Arya's thoughts to Silpenin. We'll be going now. I want you to focus on raising the level of Leseti and Deus. I'm very familiar with dungeons now. We've done this for the past 2 years. Just leave it to me. Artpe and Silpenin lightly dapped their fists as a goodbye. The 2 parties started to move in different directions. Silpenin's party would move as planned. They were going to clear the nearby dungeons as they grew their abilities. She didn't even look back once. Should I give up on Maetel? You should. I think Maetel would rather die than be with someone other than Artpe. At Holy Priestess Aria's forthright statement, Silpenon groaned as he lowered his head. Lesity, who was supposed to be his guardian knight, didn't console her master. She just looked at Artbe's backside as she licked her lips. Artbe is more handsome now. He looks like an adult. Each of his words and gestures is oozing with sex. Hulu. SSSSP. Your voice is dripping with desire and lingering attachment, Lesity. Why don't you just transfer into their party? When Silpenon gave a prickly reply, Lesity smirked as she shrugged her shoulders. If not for me, who is going to serve you? Even if I have to give up my youth, I'll make you succeed in your role as the fake hero. Coo. Ms. Lesity is a pretty good person. Oh my. You are able to see that? You are better than expected. Let's be on friendly terms from now on. They had met not too long ago, yet Lesity and Aria was getting chummy. When Silpenon saw this, he pouted. Deus roughly had an idea as to the feelings of the two women, so Deus thought Silpenon was a bit of a git. Let's hurry up and go, Silpenon. I'm miserable right now, so why are being testy, Deus? Ah. Let's hurry up and go. Let's go catch some monsters. You bastard. They had gained a new party member. She was a level 231 holy priestess with an innate ability. If he wanted to, Silpenon could claim their party to be the hero's party. That was how strong they were. Silpenon's party once again moved to explore more dungeons. No one in this world knew about their existence. When their power was revealed, it would truly fuck over the Demon King's army. On the other hand, Artbe's party was moving down their path at a much faster rate than Silpenon's party. It wasn't comparable. While they were traveling from Edia to Palladia, the distance between the two parties had widened. Silpenon's party had to catch up with them. In this venture, we were able to locate all the warp gates that were placed around the continent. Moreover, we obtained the right to use it. Hew. It is as if the hero's party got a system upgrade. System? Who? Listen to me. Artbe kindly gave an explanation. In a normal hero's tale, the early stage is focused on the hero. The details of the towns and dungeons visited by the hero is focused around the hero. I guess so? It doesn't matter which novel you look at. Once one goes past the halfway point of the story, a powerful foe that opposes the hero is introduced. It could be a country, continent, dragon, or the Demon King's army. No one wants to hear about what the hero ate at which town. No one wants to read about a depiction of which woman was pretty in which town. The audience wants to listen to the hero's exploits instead of such minute details. That's right. This was why the heroes in the stories gained abilities like warp, long-distance teleportation spell, or a pet that could fly very quickly through the air. They gained something that would increase their mobility. It wasn't as if their abilities had risen. These elements were introduced because it made it more convenient for the plot to progress. It's been a while, but you are saying that we are once again walking on the path of the hero's story. Amazing. I never knew it could be interpreted that way. It feels as if Artbe is acting arrogant when talking about unnecessary topics. But Vadinet's goal was to flatter Artbe. It didn't matter what he said. It hadn't taken long, but Maetel had become pretty good at undercutting Vadinet's words. He thought it might be fun to travel with this too. We'll gather our party members. I have a lot of presents I want to give to Sienna. As he spoke those words, he showed them spellbooks that dealt with holy magic and holy battle magic. Maetel wanted to ask him when he had the time to take such items. However, when she saw Roa poked her head out from Artbe's arms, Maetel decided to give up on questioning him. Everything within the temple exists for the hero. Is Sienna perhaps? She's female. Regina is with her, and she is also female. Female wasn't quite right when describing Regina. It was a bit tricky to describe her, but on the surface, it sounded as if Regina was a normal woman. When Vadanet heard Maetel's words, her face stiffened. However, Vadanet tried very hard to regain her composure. I see. It is understandable. Of course, others would recognize Artpe appeal. Let's move. He had done his best to put Vadanet's dark side to sleep. He didn't want to disturb it, so he quickly used blink. He moved his party a distance of several hundred meters. Vadanet and Maetel meekly clung to Artpe. In the next moment, they glared at each other, then they snorted. It was as if they had promised to act this way. He couldn't believe how synchronized their actions were in dissing each other. If the second holy priestess hadn't shown up, I would have been able to slander you without much worry. Shall I bring down the number of holy priestess to 1? It is still possible. I can do it right now. Hoo. That is quite the joke. Now that I think about it, can a hero be called a hero if one attacks a holy priestess? What do you think, Artpe? Are we really the hero's party? At that moment, it had been 20 days since Sienna had been separated from Artpe. She was showing deficiency syndrome in regards to Artpe. Regina had on an expression that made her thoughts unknowable. Both of them were following the orders of Artpe, and they were moving north of Ditan. They arrived at the ice continent of Glacia. Hung. I want to see Appa. I'm cold. I want to see Appa. Sienna, your level is high enough that you shouldn't be affected by the cold temperature. No, my heart is cold. Appa isn't here, so my heart has frozen solid. As expected of you, that is a funny joke. Ray, why do you hate me? The two of them were over level 270, so they didn't feel cold standing in the middle of the ice continent. This was why Artpe hadn't worried too much when he sent them to this location. If we stay here, we won't know when spring comes. No, what is spring in the first place? If it is a spring without Appa, can I really call it spring? Sienna has abundance of feeling. Envious. However, Artpe hadn't joked about his order. They had to find the ice continent of Glacia before spring comes. It was a must. If you look at the map, it has the locations of the dungeons. Let's stick to this place for now. We'll hunt and grow from here. Yes. Let's quickly level up, so we can leap over Maetel. Agreed. What is that? They didn't know that Artpe and Maetel was at the cusp of reaching level 300 after defeating one of the 4 heavenly king. The two of them had a mutual understanding as their desire burned. However, at that moment, Regina's eyes saw something weird. They saw an abundance of steam rise in the middle of the continent of Glacia, which was covered with ice. Sienna also saw this. She tilted her head in confusion. What is that? I think I can see a person in the distance. I detect a powerful mana. It is a ridiculously strong mana. I think I recognize that mana. It was an oppressive amount of heat. It turned the cold air washing over their skin into hot air. It seemed this being wasn't consciously using her mana, yet all the nearby mana had contracted into her. Even if the being took a step backwards, she would be able to secure her own domain. Yes, this was true even if she was in the ice continent, which was filled with frozen and cold mana. Ray, let's run away. Agreed. Sienna and Regina decided to run away before this other person noticed them. Regina tried to use the teleportation artifact, which had been provided by Artpe for emergency situations. She planned on getting them out there as soon as possible, but they were unlucky. Their enemy sensed them. Girls! Help me, Cook! Unlike the power she possessed, the woman sounded as if she had a bit of a screw loose. Her voice made Sienna take a misstep, and she sprained her ankle. Regina desperately tried to support her, but their enemy had already noticed them. It won't be easy to run away. Everything keeps melting here. My legs keeps getting stuck. Change our plan, Sienna? Yes, it is impossible to run away now. F you. Let's go towards that woman. Agreed. They couldn't run away or fight their enemy. What were they supposed to do? Regina gave up on the plan to run away. She decided to make contact with their enemy. When they got closer, the other side recognized Sienna first. The woman acted as if they were an acquaintance. The woman's body was already half submerged in water. The ice around her was melting, and the water was boiling. It was a scary sight. Ah. I was right. You are the kid I met before. Huck. You became really strong. You are still the same. You are hot. Her name was Etna Carly-Fate-Meyercard. She was the woman occupying the role of a four-heavenly king. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Her and Her, 2. Chapter 126, Her and Her, 2. Winter Sprite's Blessing. Thank you. When Regina casted her spell, the fire-type mana around Etna died down a little bit. Etna couldn't regulate her own body temperature and mana. One had to be a magician of Regina's caliber to calm down Etna's mana. Your mana resistance is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I tried to accept it, but... Of course, this happened under the premise that Etna had allowed Regina's magic to work on her. Where did you get acquainted with a monster like her? You see. Things happened before and we received help from her. It seemed Regina hadn't realized the identity of Etna. It was to be expected. Regina had amazing abilities, but Etna was one of the strongest demons. She was over level 370. Moreover, her mana resembled fire rather than demonic energy. One had to be like Artpe, who had known her in their past lives, or an evil reflector like Sienna, who was the antithesis of all demons. Other than them, it was impossible to discern Etna's identity at a glance. The world is large. Thank you for making me realize that. I'm the one that should be thanking you. I never expected someone young other than Artpe to be so strong. It is surprising. Normally, Regina would have refuted the idea that she was young. However, Regina was focused on another portion of the woman's words. Do you know Artpe too? Yes. As expected, you are one of Artpe's party member. So? It seems Artpe isn't with you guys? At this point, I admit he is an extraordinary man. Etna thought Artpe might be hiding. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at her surrounding. When Regina saw this, she was taken aback. How many women did Artpe have? As if Sienna understood Regina's feeling, she smirked. So Ms. Etna. Why are you here? I'm looking for something. I found it in an ancient magic tome. I learned that the item I'm looking for is in a ruin in Glacia. Ruin? Artpe had told them about a ruin. Was it a coincidence? Sienna and Regina had a bad feeling that they might be looking for the same ruin as Etna. Sienna thought about the item they had to retrieve. It was something requested by Artpe. Sienna asked Etna a question. May I ask what you are looking for? I don't know the name. I just know that it was a sculpture carved out of the first ice. I see. It was the same item. What are you guys doing here? That's right. You haven't said anything about Artpe yet. Where is he? Appa and Uni is moving separate from us. He said they'll be here after they are done with their tasks, but I'm not sure when. That is why Ray and I are here. We were sent ahead. We are here to find a ruin. A ruin? Etna also picked up on the implication of Sienna's words. Are you perhaps aiming for the sculpture too? If I'm to be precise, Appa wants it. Sienna's tone of voice was asking Etna to take a step back. It was an item wanted by a man, whom she was interested in. Etna snorted. If Artpe asked me in person, it might have been a different story. There is no way I'll back off. All right. How about if I do this? I'll take the sculpture, and I'll make Artpe search me out. Ooh phew phew phew. Han. As expected, events are turning out this way. Sienna was a very smart child. There was nothing to be gained by fighting over the artifact when they hadn't found the ruin yet. Since Artpe wasn't here, she was well aware of the fact that they had no chance against Etna. This was quite obvious to her. This was why she immediately came to a decision. All right. Let's do this. The ruin we are looking for probably has a lot of other artifacts aside from the sculpture. That is why we should cooperate with each other to find the ruin. Ms. Etna can have the sculpture, and you can yield everything else to us. What do you think? It is a good deal, right? That ruin has a lot of ma. It has a lot of things that'll be of help. Ms. Etna, don't you need Ray's magic to operate here? Guang. As expected, Sienna was a child that knew how to make a deal. Etna gripped her head as she struggled with the decision. In the end, she weakly nodded her head. All right. Let's do that. So we are forming a temporary party now. You have my respect, Sienna. Both sides had a rough idea as to the identity of one another, yet this was how a weird party was established. It consisted of members of the Heroes' Party and one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. We have to find it before spring? Artpe said that? Ms. Etna? You didn't know about that? That's right. In truth, I acquired the information about the sculpture by luck, so I came running here without much of a plan. On the outside, Etna looked elegant and graceful. However, when one listened to her words, it was evident that her style was to charge forward in an unsophisticated manner. Sienna had thought that an exchange of information would be possible with Etna. She frowned when she realized that she had made a mistake. Artpe said so. There are many dungeons here, and they will be difficult for us at our level. We can use that woman. You are able to say such words with me in front of you. Who is this young lady? Even Artpe didn't know the exact location of the ruin. It was more precise to say that it was meaningless to know the exact location of the ruin. The ruin was located at the most northern reaches of Glacia, and it periodically used magic to move its location. When spring arrives, it'll be gone. It'll only show up in the winter. I came here without knowing that. I guess my timing was great. Holy cow! How could Artpe know so much? I wonder how he grew up. I'm sure he became more handsome. My intuition as a woman is telling me that my statement is true. It is true that he has become really handsome, but Appa is really busy right now. You probably won't be able to meet him. Sienna approached most humans and non-humans with an affable smile, but she acted a bit differently when it came to the demon Etna. The biggest problem was the fact that Etna was a person that was capable of taking away Artpe by force. It would have been strange if Sienna hadn't been wary of Etna. What a meanie, oh my. I think I can sense a dungeon over there. Let's check it out. It is said that the magical ruin disguised itself to look like the dungeons of Glacia. It means we have to enter every dungeon if we want to find the ruin. In truth, that was a lie. Artpe had taught her a special sign that she could look for. They didn't really need to go deep into the dungeons. She could make this judgment early on, and she was told by Artpe to pull out if it was the wrong one. However, it was as Regina had said. She planned on using Etna for their development, so she shamelessly lied to Etna. Etna believed every word spoken by Sienna. In truth, Etna wasn't that bright. Well, let's head in. Yes. Of course, they didn't find the artifact in the first dungeon. An enormous snake-looking monster greeted them. It seemed no one had found this place for couple hundred years, and it had grown in the passage of time. It was infused with a very cold mana, and it had lived its long life by eating other monsters. It was an incredibly powerful ancient snake. Kia ha ha ha. Oh my. It's a snake. You make it sound as if it isn't a big deal. It is extremely big and scary. At the very least, it is level 300. Artpe is bad. Sienna and Regina turned pale when they were suddenly faced with one of the most terrifying monsters they've encountered in their lifetime. Etna was unperturbed. When she waved her hand, a flame shot towards it. Kaya huck. Since the snake lived within the ice continent, it loved ice. This was why it was vulnerable to fire. The snake's skin was burnt to a crisp by Etna's flame. It fell to the floor. Boom! It seems the winter sprite's blessing reduced my power. Still, it can't be helped. I don't want to melt the ground I'm standing on. This is a reduction of your power. Sienna had always been well-behaved around Artpe. However, she was able to awaken to a new ability when she was with Etna. She was able to tackle someone with words like lightning. Of course, this skill was useless when trying to defeat an enemy. Anyways, I reduced its defensive capability and mobility. It'll be easy for you guys to face it now. Ah. Etna had neutralized the enemy with one blow, yet she hadn't killed it. It seemed Etna was going to follow Regina's words. She was going to help them grow, so she had pulled back when the enemy was weakened. The degree of contribution by them would suffer a lot, but this was an enemy well over level 300. The fact that they would receive a massive amount of EXP didn't change. Is this person? Is she much kinder than I thought? At that moment, her good feelings towards Etna surged. Sienna had a rough idea as to which side Etna was affiliated with, so she hadn't expected Etna to be so cooperative. Despite being bewildered, she stepped forward with her battle hammer. Regina was chanting her spell from behind her. Hoo-hoo-ho-ah-ho. Oh, spirits of wind. Please hasten her speed. Tie up the enemy. Turn the lack of freedom to freedom. Ki-ah-ha. Even if its outer leather was burned, it was a magical beast that had lived for a very long time. When it confirmed that Etna won't be stepping forward, it started attacking the two girls, who looked beatable. Not a chance. There. Ki-ah-ha-hi. However, Sienna and Regina were above level 270. They were two of the strongest beings in the human realm. Under orders from Artpe, they had visited numerous dungeons, and the two girls had developed teamwork. They used it to fight the snake. When Regina's magic slashed open a wound with a spell, Sienna followed it up by smashing the same location with her hammer. The snake tried to counterattack when an opening appeared after Sienna swung her hammer, but Regina stopped the snake in its track with magic. They were like two gears that attacked and defended. Their teamwork was intricate, and they started slowly grinding away at the snake. The snake was stuck between the two rotating gears. Ki-ah-ha. The girls became acclimated to the environment, the dungeon, and the speed of their enemy's movement. The girls started to move faster, and the snake started to cower away. The snake was 30 levels higher, yet it was slowly giving away its lifeblood when faced with the technique and ferocity of the girls. Etna had distanced herself a little bit from the fierce battlefield. She nodded her head as she mulled over the situation. Yes. At this rate, they'll be able to win against it. F you. What the hell am I doing? Why am I helping humans grow? Maybe it's my destiny as a demon. It would have been easier for her if she had killed them as soon as she located the members of the hero's party. It seemed she had worked under the demon realm's greatest chef for too long. The chef wanted the hero to finish his recipe. He wanted to nurture the hero until the hero was ready to charge the Demon King's castle. Was she being influenced by the Demon King? Even if she helped these kids grow up, she would eventually face them on the battlefield. Etna wondered if this was the effect of the absolute control. She thought this even when she knew that idea was idiotic. Still, if the growth of these two girls will mean relative safety for Artpe. Moreover, if Artpe is safe. She cut off her thoughts at that point. She lowered her head. For some reason, the young man had burrowed deep within her heart at first sight. She couldn't get rid of the boy from her heart. He probably grew a lot since the last time they met. When she thought about him, she felt a thrill. It was the good kind of thrill. However, at the same time, she felt a little bit of frustration. There was a chance that Artpe wasn't the hero. She couldn't be that unlucky. Even if he wasn't a hero, the fact that he was a human didn't change either. Such a powerful and talented young man wouldn't miss out on the battle against the Demon King's army. Maybe, it would be best if the demonification experiment succeeds. If Artpe become a demon, I won't have to fight him. No. What the hell was she thinking? She was chained by the absolute control, because she was born as a demon. She had thought about making the young man into a demon. She was thinking about doing it under the guise of wanting to help him. She was disgusted with herself. No matter how much I think about it, I can't come up with an answer. The Demon King's army, the human realm and myself. Maybe, it would be best to burn everything. It would be great if the fire swallows my existence and burn everything. Her vacation will come to an end at some point in the near future. When the hero grew enough to threaten the Demon King's army, she had to leave the human realm. She'll have to return to the demon realm, and the Demon King's army will earnestly move against the human realm. Until that moment, she would continue to aimlessly search for an answer that probably didn't exist. In the end, she'll. Etna Uni, we killed it. Why, yes. Etna became surprised when she suddenly heard a voice. When Etna raised her head, she saw Sienna, who had an energetic smile on her face. Regina still remained expressionless. Regina looked beyond them to see the corpse of the large snake. Did your level rise? I think I went up 2 levels. This is all thanks to Uni. Uni. She wasn't used to someone calling her by that title. When Etna unconsciously answered her, Sienna realized that she had made a mistake. She covered her mouth. Who? I'm sorry. It is my usual habit. No, it's all right. If you don't mind, could you call me Uni from now on? What did she gain by getting attached to a human? She unconsciously squashed such questions. She felt really good, because Uni had a really good ring to it. She didn't want to think too hard on it. Yes. I'll just live in the now. I won't find an answer even if I worry about it. Let's push such thoughts aside for now. After she had this thought, Etna put on a small smile. Sienna put on a big smile as she gave her reply. Yes, Uni. Sienna is scary. Ray. SHHHH. This was how Sienna masterfully succeeded in making one of the 4 heavenly kings into her new Uni. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Her and Her, 3. Chapter 127, Her and Her, 3. The strange adventures of the three women were on cruise control afterwards. Ray. Land of Ice. Restrain my enemies. Hua Hoop. Divine. Aee. Boom. Go-ah-ha. Glacia's notoriety was well earned. Not all dungeons contained monsters like the large snake. However, it was full of monsters over level 200. These types of monsters rarely appeared in the human realm. Even if Etna's contribution was large in these battles, Sienna and Regina went through a significant amount of growth. It had been only 1 week since they had teamed up with Etna, but Regina and Sienna had easily pushed past level 280. Another 10 days passed before they pushed past level 290. Currently, Sienna was level 295 and Regina was level 292. Ka-ka-ha-ha-ha. Hoo-oo. Let's take a break. After a fierce battle that lasted an hour, they were finally able to kill the level 310 ice giant. Etna stretched her arms as she yawned. She declared a break. Yes, Uni. Agreed. I need to recharge my magical energy. As soon as Etna's words ended, Sienna and Regina fell to the dungeon floor. They leaned against each other as they sat. Afterwards, Sienna's stomach growled. We ate not too long ago. We moved around too much. Also, I'm in my growth period. Sienna's cheeks turned red as she yelled out an excuse. Then she checked her belongings. She took out a long black stick. Etna and Regina tilted their heads in confusion. Sienna, are you perhaps going to eat that? Ominous energy. The leg of an ancient kraken was sliced thinly, and it was dried into a jerky. Do you want to give it a try? Ancient kraken. Brave girl. It's tasty. Why weren't they willing to acknowledge this fact? Sienna had such thoughts as she chewed on the jerky. Roa had drained all the demonic energy from the ancient kraken's tentacle, and Artpe had used a specialized spell to dehydrate it. It was a bit tough, but the meat wouldn't go bad for 100 years. It contained a lot of nutrients and mana, so it was the ideal snack to consume within a dungeon. When Artpe made it, he seriously wondered if there would come a day when they would have to eat it. Sienna was currently eating it to quell her hunger. I miss Appa. A person becomes like this when one become involved with Artpe. You should be aware of this information. You don't look like it, but you are capable of acting quite spoiled. Sienna's level was increasing smoothly, but she hadn't met Artpe in a very long time. Her withdrawal symptoms were getting quite severe. Still, she was hungry. Her nose ran as she earnestly chewed on the kraken's tentacle. Sienna looked pitiable and cute at the same time. Regina was blankly staring at Sienna when she realized that something in her possession was vibrating. Communication arrived. Caller is Artpe. What? Sienna moved at the speed of lightning as she snatched the communication device away from Regina. Regina looked a little bit sad. Sienna ignored her as she spoke into the communication device. Appa, when are you coming? I'll be there in a day. Did you find the ruin? Hoo-ah-hoo. I miss you. Please get here quickly. I see. You haven't found it yet. All right. I'll get there as soon as possible. This was how the communication came to an end. Sienna handed over the communication device to Regina. She looked blankly at Sienna. Regina didn't say anything, but she kept slapping Sienna's back. Sienna finally realized that she had been selfish. I'm sorry. It seems Ray also wanted to talk to him. I deny it. I deny Sienna too. You are denying me. Deny. Deny. Wait a moment. Hurts. It hurts. I see. Artpe will be here tomorrow. The friendship between Sienna and Regina deepened as they exchanged fists. Etna quietly mumbled to herself as she raised her head. If I don't find it fast. Sienna finally realized something. If Artpe came here, he would come face to face with Etna. Etna had declared something in the past. She said she won't cede the sculpture unless Artpe showed up. If Artpe came here, I have to find it quickly before Artpe arrives. You'll come face to face with him eventually. I know, but there is a difference if I find it first. Even if it is Artpe, I cannot give up on that statue. I'm sorry, but I cannot support your growth anymore. I'm ending it right now. Uni. Don't go ahead of us. Etna was feeling desperate now, and Sienna was trying to delay her for a day. The two of them tossed and turned as they ran deeper into the dungeon. Regina let out a light sigh as she looked at them from the back. She had no choice. She followed after the two idiots. Look over there. It was the promised day. In just a day, they had completed 3 dungeons. Regina and Sienna was only able to kill 1 monster. Sienna spoke animatedly. Etna was racing across the frozen land towards the next dungeon when she came to a halt. She raised her head to see what was wrong, and her eyes widened a little bit. A fog, which was heavy with moisture, was emanating from the land around them. Isn't that steam? Part of the ground is melting. At Regina's supplementary words, the 3 of them look at each other. Is this perhaps, Does this mean spring is almost here? The 3 of them felt an urgency. It didn't matter who had the rights to the artifact. Such a worry was secondary to actually finding the artifact. Their steps quickened, and the steam thickened the more steps they took. At this point, they finally realized that something was wrong. Uni, is this perhaps What is it? I'm in a hurry. If I don't quickly find the ruin, part of this land will disappear. I was thinking maybe the loss of land might be caused by Uni. Etna stopped when she heard Sienna's words. She was right. The steam was emanating from a widespread region, but if one had to point where it was the worst, it was near Etna's body. That's strange. I'm pretty sure the Winter Sprite's blessing is still active. The blessing is present. I'm sure of it. I used my search ability. I found another hidden source of heat. Regina's spell should have hidden the heat within Regina, but something was making the heat within Etna's body boil. It started melting the troublesome continent, which was made out of ice. It isn't a natural phenomena. Maybe a spell was placed over the entirety of the continent of Glacia? Maybe a spell was placed to protect the ruin when it was made. However, the more important fact right now is, at this rate, the ruin was really going to disappear. Regina quickly tried to overlap another blessing over Etna. She also tried to cast debuffs that would weaken Etna's energy. However, she was unable to stop the deterioration of the land. To make things worse, the ground split open, and an enormous dragon shot up into the sky. Those that forcefully called forth spring. Those that covet the winter. I will punish you all. I didn't hear anything about this enemy from Appa. Level impossible to gauge. If Artpe was present, he would have told them that the dragon's level was 320. It was basically the symbol of Glacia. Artpe would have kindly explained to them that this old magical beast was called the Ice Dragon. However, he wasn't there right now. Oh my. Even I will have to brace myself. Etna gulped when she saw the roaring ice dragon. It was threatening those that had brought spring to this land. Of course, she was over level 370, but she was in the human realm. Moreover, she was forcefully suppressing her fire while she was in the continent of Glacia. Her abilities were reduced by 20%. If their attributes weren't opposite of each other, she wouldn't have been able to put up a fight against the ice dragon. I don't think this dragon can be fought with small numbers, Uni. It'll be alright. No. It is not alright. I cannot fight it with the blessing around me. Kawaha. Uni. Etna was in the midst of assessing her own power. When none of the girls cowered in fear, the ice dragon became indignant. It opened its mouth wide, and it let out an extremely cold breath. Yes, this won't work. Kayak. The ground dot. Etna clicked her tongue, and she unraveled all the blessings placed on her by Regina. In a flash, an enormous amount of heat emanated around her. When Etna's eyes glared at the dragon, an enormous wall of fire appeared to block the dragon's breath. As a consequence, the ground started melting uncontrollably. Ooh-ah-ah-ah. Uni, we are done. The ruin is ruined. At the very least, it is better than dying. Don't worry. I will protect both of you. Jaya-ho-ah-ha. Boom. The ice dragon realized that its enemy was formidable. It didn't hesitate as it rushed its enemy. Several thousand ice crystals formed every time the ice dragon flapped its wings. New ice coated the land once again. It tried to freeze and break the bodies of its enemies, but preposterous. Ice of that level can't freeze my heart. It can't even harm a single strand of my hair. The fire possessed by the daughter of the phoenix flooded outward in an instant. Her body was the epicenter as the ballooning ball of fire melted the ice in its entirety. It created a large crater. As if that wasn't enough, the fire collided with the ice dragon, who had been flicking its tongue. Kaya hai. Hoo-hoo. Is this all you got? If so, this is the end of the line for you. She raised her hand. The ice dragon's frost invaded her body as ice covered her hand. In the next moment, her heat melted it, and the ice was turned into vapor. The heat extended out from her hand. It compressed to form a pillar of fire. Kayak, koheh. The pillar of fire impacted inside the open mouth of the ice dragon. The ice dragon had been about to use a second ice breath, and Etna easily cancelled it. It must have hurt a lot. The ice dragon stopped charging forward, and it started to stumble backwards. Sienna and Etna used this opportunity to push through the steam. They ran towards Etna. Uni, are you alright? It has a pretty powerful cold breath, but I'm fine. In truth, she wasn't fine. How long had it been since she had released the full extent of her fire? She was having a hard time adjusting to it. Still, the human realm on the ice was working in concert to suppress her fire, so she wasn't satisfied with her output. Moreover, the first ice breath and the thousands of ice crystals were starting to slow her down. On the other hand, a portion of her enemy's body had melted away, but when considered the size of its body, the damage was extremely minimal. This was true when one considered the amount of mana still gathered near its chest, wings and tail. It seemed the ice dragon could freeze an entire country with plenty of power left over. TSK. I could easily defeat it if we are in a different environment within the demon realm. It seemed she would have to prepare for the worst. Whether she could find the ruin or not was no longer the problem. Etna stood within the steam, which had been created when she clashed with the ice dragon. She started to prepare the most powerful flame spell in her arsenal. The ice dragon was also gathering the nearby cold air, and it was concentrating it near its wings. It seemed the ice dragon was going to use its ace in the hole to finish Etna. Uni, I'll help you. No, you can't do anything against it. You should get away from here, Sienna. You might be hurt from the aftershock. The ice dragon was a foe that was on a different level. It couldn't be compared to any of the monsters that had appeared within the dungeons they had explored. Moreover, it held the title of field boss. It gave the ice dragon authority over the mana and record of this vast region. It wasn't a normal monster, since it was being supported by its own domain. If the Demon King's army had known a monster of this caliber was here, Etna wouldn't have been allowed to travel here. They probably would have sent another demon to win over the ice dragon to their side. No, I used my vacation time. I forced myself here, so why am I thinking about the Demon King's army? She scoffed at the thought she just had, and she started chanting her spell in earnest. However, the sight in front of her cleared before she could progress any further in her spell. Hey! You crazy! Cancel your spell! Cancel it! But huh? Artpe! Etna yelled out in surprise when she saw a man suddenly appear in front of her. In the next moment, all the steam emanating from around her was gone. Artpe used his magic. He caused cold air to wash over the land. Artpe was over level 300, and he possessed massive amount of mana. In a flash, a wide area was frozen once again. It was as if the fight between Etna and the ice dragon never happened. The region was unscathed. At that moment, the ice dragon hummed. I thank you for returning winter. All right. I'll challenge you fair and square in winter, so I want you to quietly go back to sleep. Understood. The ice dragon nodded its head. It acknowledged Artpe's words, and it docilely sunk below. Cold air coalesced where the ice dragon used to be. A stairway heading downwards formed. The girls were dumbfounded when they saw this. It didn't take them too long for them to realize that the dragon's true identity was the ruin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Her and Her, 4. Chapter 128, Her and Her, 4. The battle had been about to reach its climax. It had been a kill or be killed situation. However, their surrounding froze out of nowhere, and it was as if the ice dragon had come to some understanding. It nodded its head, and it disappeared. As a consequence, the tension that had built up was ruined. Flustered. Relieved. Surprised. Happy. Artpe. Phew. I was barely able to stop you all. Artpe had assessed the situation, and he had brought everything to a halt. Artpe calmly landed with 2 women in tow. He landed in front of 3 women. Sienna wanted to jump into Artpe's arms, but she held herself back. She asked him a question. Appa, what just happened? I stopped the ruin from disappearing. The dragon itself was the ruin? If I killed it, wouldn't that have solved everything? Etna was a little bit angry, because he had interfered in her fight. Her cheeks puffed out as she interrupted the conversation between Sienna and Artpe. Artpe wondered why Etna was here, but first, he gave her a detailed explanation. The ice dragon is the guardian of the ruin, and it is also the soul of the ruin. You can't kill the ice dragon through conventional means. The way you attacked the ice dragon would have killed it temporarily. The only thing that would have resulted in the ice dragon's death would be the early arrival of spring. Why? If I kill it, its record, mana and loot will be granted to me. For several hundred. I lived for quite a long time, and this rule has never betrayed me. However, you also know that the rule you are talking about can be circumvented through magic. That is. She had an idea as to what he was talking about, but Etna closed her mouth. Artpe smirked when he saw this. He gave her an additional explanation. You fought against the ice dragon. It guards the ruin, and the ruin is linked to the entire continent of Glacia. If your flame can consume the entirety of this continent, you will be able to gain everything within the ruin. Well, are you able to do that? No. Yes. That is why I froze everything again. I'll say this once and for all. You can't enter this ruin. It is that type of a ruin. I understand. She answered him, but Etna's cheeks remained puffed up. She looked like a child that had been scolded by her mother. Sienna snickered at the sight, but when Etna glared at her, Sienna acted dumb. Artpe sighed as he observed all of this. If I knew Etna was here, I would have gotten here faster. I cleared one dungeon on the way here, so... You stopped off somewhere on your way here. Appa, you are too much. Do you know how much I've missed you? At that point, Sienna had reached the end of her patience. She freed herself from all anxiety as she hugged Artpe. She clung to him. Vadinette had been calm as she stood next to Artpe. Her eyebrows twitched for a brief moment, but she didn't do anything else. She looked as if she was suffering under a stun spell. Of course, Artpe knew why Vadinette was acting that way. This was why he didn't find the sight to be amusing. Appa. Appa. Yes, yes. In truth, Artpe was feeling complex emotions more so than anyone present here. However, he decided to take care of the urgent task first. He thought Sienna wouldn't be lonely since she was with Regina. However, it seemed he had been wrong. Sienna was close to tears as she rubbed her cheek against his chest. Appa, you are too much. You really are too much. You are too much. Yes. I'm sorry. It seems I was really late. The two of them had never been separated for a long period of time before. It seems Sienna relied on Artpe. She relied on him much more than he had imagined. Normally, Sienna acted much more mature compared to Maetel. When he saw Sienna act spoiled, it was a bit heartwarming. He felt like a dad who got confirmation that his daughter was still young. It was a strange feeling of relief. On the other hand, Regina was very quiet as she approached them. The whites of her eyes flashed as she spoke. You have more women. Rare beast. I'm sick of hearing such words. I have to hurry up and bring in a male party member. Artpe and Maetel had started the heroes party, and it had been the two of them for a while. In no time, the party had expanded to 5 members. That wasn't all. There was Silpenen's party. They were operating separate from Artpe's party. However, both parties shared the same goal, so the heroes party had 9 members in total. I still have the problem of needing to recruit 2 more members. Amazing ambition. Respect. However, I don't like it. They aren't women. Regina was glad to see him, but she could only convey her feeling through curt replies. However, he couldn't be carefree right now. It wasn't time for him to play with Regina. Artpe. You've grown up a lot. Yes. I'm in the midst of my puberty. Besides that, the 5 members of Artpe's party was bunched together, and Etna was standing a bit away from them. She was looking at him with a vacant look. He had to take care of business with Etna. Why are you here, Etna? I read that the item that I want is here. There is an item you want? Ah. Artpe immediately knew what was going on. He was sure she was talking about the sculpture made out of the world's first ice. Moreover, he was sure that this item existed in the ruin that they were about to go in. In his past life, Artpe had acquired this very item from this ruin. Of course, his abilities were lacking then, so he couldn't acquire anything more than that item. So where did you hear about it? Mag cum. I found the information in a library. At a library. Artpe tilted his head. In his past life, Artpe had a very hard time finding information about this ruin. It wasn't as if there weren't any hints to be found in the demon realm. However, the hints stopped well before it mentioned the ruin. He was a bit reticent to say this, but Etna didn't have outstanding powers of deduction or reasoning. There was no way she would have been able to come here through her own power. I did receive some help from others. I see. However, it seems you didn't find out about the fact that you cannot enter the ruin. Yes. Etna became sullen as she lowered her head. Artpe was thinking about the consequence of Etna not being within the demon realm. He wondered what was going on there right now, but first, he decided to console her. Don't worry, Etna. I have a good idea as to which item you want. However, it is a bust now. I wanted to get it before Artpe came. I never expected it to be a ruin that I cannot enter. I said don't worry about it. The main reason for finding this ruin has nothing to do with the sculpture. I'm willing to concede that item to you. A bright smile appeared on Etna's face. When Sienna saw this, she wondered why he was suddenly conceding the sculpture to Etna. He had explicitly instructed Sienna to acquire the statue. She was having a hard time reconciling this fact, so she tilted her head in confusion. In the end, she came to a realization. Maybe, it wouldn't have mattered if Etna Uni never came to this place. Maybe, Appa might have been planning on gifting the sculpture to Etna Uni in the first place. If Maetel found out about this truth, Maetel would probably get really angry. Sienna already knew Maetel was very angry at the near existence of Etna. Sienna knew all of this, but she just assumed that everything would turn out okay. Of course, the situation wasn't okay. Then I'll take one step back and I'll wait here, but... No, you should take couple more steps backward. Your presence will make the ruin melt. Oh. Understood. Well, you guys head in first. Artpe pushed the other party members into the ruin first. They thought Artpe was rushing them a little bit, but they didn't say anything. They obediently entered into the ruin. Artpe was the last one left, and he once again made Etna make a promise to him. If you enter the ruin before we exit, the ruin will disappear. We'll be stuck in a different dimension for a whole year until winter comes again. Please refrain from coming in. Yes. I won't go in no matter what. I'll just wait for you. Arpt had arrived when she had given up on acquiring the artifact. At Artpe's extremely considerate gesture, it felt as if she was on cloud 9. It had also been a while since she had met Artpe. Her heart started beating faster when she caught sight of him. The fact that he had matured into a babe played a role in her heart beating faster. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be out in a month. It is a long time. Are you willing to wait for us? I don't mind waiting that long. See you, Artpe. Yes. Etna made a firm promise with Artpe. The ground around her was slowly melting away, but she was able to float in place using her mana. She wouldn't drown. Artpe grinned when he saw this. He quickly turned around, and he headed into the ruin. There was a bucket of cold sweat coming down his face. Crazy. Why is Etna here? Artpe, you can change your attitude on a dime. They had defeated the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings. After defeating Jariat, it was logical to face the 3rd strongest amongst the 4 heavenly king. This was Etna. However, the level difference between the heroes' party and Etna was wide. When he realized Etna was here, Artpe had thought the chef had changed his recipe. He thought Etna was here to kidnap the other members of the heroes' party. He almost deluded himself into thinking that. This is driving me crazy. The fact that we are the heroes had been spread all over the continent. The news that we had killed the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings will be spread, and at that moment, Etna will be the next one to take a crack at us. Thankfully, she didn't realize the identity of Vatanet. Artpe Nim, is she a demon? She is incredibly strong. She is the 3rd strongest amongst the 4 heavenly king. In truth, she is the last person I want to meet right now. There is a trap over there. Artpe methodically dismantled the traps within the ruin as he spoke. It isn't as if I don't have a plan to deal with her, but it is too early. Shit. I never expected Etna to travel to the northern continent of her own accord. That woman likes Artpe. She isn't that much of a threat. Yes, she probably does like me. However, that doesn't make her less dangerous. The Demon King's ability works on the entire demon race. It isn't weak enough to be broken by her personal feelings. Hew. Artpe Nim seduced one of the top leaders of our enemy. You really are amazing. Vadanet let out a kind laughter as she spoke. However, she couldn't hide the lines that appeared between her brows. In the beginning, she had thought her only rival was Maetel. It felt as if she had been slapped in the face. The two party members, who had been waiting for them, were women. Moreover, one of the leaders of the Demon King's army was eyeing him. Of course, it felt as if her insides were about to burst. This isn't a problem that can solved by separating Maetel from Artpe Nim. Are you okay, Vadanet? Why, yes. Of course. I feel healthier just by being near Artpe Nim. Ha. The emotions of Vadanet, which was being disguised by her smile, was almost palpable by Artpe. Her hostility wasn't limited to Maetel. Her hostility would be spread out amongst multiple people. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise? His logic sounded a bit off, but at the very least, Vadanet won't shank anyone within the party. Even if Etna likes me, she can't go against the Demon King's orders. Moreover, the fact that we grew rapidly doesn't matter right now. This environment has weakened her significantly, yet she is close to level 380. It is almost impossible for us to win against her. So? Regina absent-mindedly repeated his word. Artpe raised his head, and he slowly expanded his mana into the enormous winter ruin as he spoke. We need to acquire the power that will allow us to subdue her before we exit this place. Also, the leading role for this plan is you, Regina. This was the reason why he had sent Sienna and Regina ahead. He knew that they would fight the Demon King's army in earnest when the business within Palladia wrapped up. If possible, he had wanted the two girls to have finished everything by the time he had arrived. He wanted them to have finished their growth by then. However, that had only be a wish. In the end, the five of them had to attempt the ruin. You are trying to earn my favor in a roundabout way. It is annoying, but a little bit cute. Regina once again misconstrued his word. Whatever you just think I just said, it isn't it. Artpe let out a sigh as he took a step forward. They were greeted with extreme cold air that had accumulated since ancient times. Then there was the guardians that guarded the location where the Winter Queen slept. Kee. Let us bury the intruders. Of course, I prepared something else too. As he watched his party get ready for battle, he stroked the cover of the magic tome within his pocket. In the process of developing Arya into a pure holy priestess, the magic tome had destroyed the demonic energy, and it had evolved once again. He wanted to somehow complete the magic tome before he exited the ruin. If he could do that, Etna would, Artpe. All right. I'm coming. Artpe put away such thoughts as he manifested and lengthened his mana strings. This was the first time the competed heroes party of 5 members was mobilized. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Her and Her, 5. Chapter 129, Her and Her, 5. The ruin of the Winter Queen existed at the heart of the ice continent. In his past life, no one had exited this place alive until Artpe was able to acquire a single treasure. It was basically the worst dungeon in the human realm. First, The information regarding the ruin about the ice continent was hard to find, and normal humans weren't able to survive in the Arctic environment. Moreover, the ruin only appeared during the winter, so it was hard to find. Even if one found the ruin, it wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to win against the dormant monsters within. Moreover, the ruin is long and wide. In total, it has 10 floors. Even if one prepared the biggest dimensional pouch for this venture, one would die in the middle of the run if one ran out of supply. It is nothing new. At Artpe's words, Maetel replied in nonchalant manner. If a dungeon had less than 10 floors, it wasn't even a dungeon to her. She was acting this way even though it was rare to find dungeons over 7 floors in this world. It is 10 floors. If you would have told me that this was a 1-story dungeon, I would have believed you. Artpe, you really did your research before coming to this ruin. On the other hand, the holy priestess was shocked by the size of the ruin. Her duty in life had been guiding the temple priests, and she had raised her level by clearing relatively safe dungeons. In truth, I thought we were clearing the dungeon at a very rapid pace. A normal-sized party would have already given up by now. The hallway is wide, yet the ceiling is also high too. The high ceiling allowed the massive ice moles to move around without much hindrance on the first floor of the ruin. It actually made one want question as to why the ice moles bothered traveling underground when the ceiling was so high. I'll bury you. I'll bury you. Great. Are you guys doing construction here? Go geek. The strength of the ice moles was the fact that they can burrow into the ground, and it was impossible to predict where they would burrow out to attack. However, Artpe had his Red All Creation ability active. He could see the location of the ice moles for a range of several hundred meters. He just needed to use couple simple spell to stop the ice moles in their tracks. The ice moles weren't a threat to him. Keek. In the end, aren't you using mana string again? Materialization. It is called materialization. At this point, he had stopped the movements of the ice moles, but he wouldn't be able to gain much EXP by killing them. The ice moles were around level 270 on average. The lowest level member from his original party was Regina. She was at level 293, and Maetel was at level 304. In the end, there was only one person in his party that would be able to gain EXP by killing the ice moles. Vadanet. Yes. God's hammer. Kaya Hawk. As they were traveling towards Glacia, Vadanet had received intensive training from Maetel and Artpe. However, Vadanet's level still lagged behind at level 239. God's hammer. God's hammer. God's hammer. Kaya Hawk. She didn't possess any direct battle capabilities. On the other hand, she was able to take on a big role when facing demons. Since these monsters didn't possess much demonic energy, there was only one skill that was effective against these monsters. It was one of the holy type offensive magic, and it was capable of inflicting no attribute damage. It was a high-rank skill called God's Hammer. God's Hammer. God's Hammer who? Are you already out of mana? That is. Yes. I'm sorry. God's Hammer was great, since it had a short incantation. As a trade-off, it consumed a lot of mana. Fortunately, it was an area of effect spell, so it was capable of attacking numerous ice moles at once. Despite this fact, she wasn't able to kill the ice moles with the amount of mana she possessed. I don't want to give that woman my mana. What are comrades for? It is for situations like this. SSSP. I guess it can't be helped. You have to give me one kiss later. Don't try to accumulate mileage without me knowing about it. Maetel's record master would allow Vadanet to use her spell in continuous bursts. Maetel was also capable of taking away mana from others, so it would be easy for her to transfer the mana of her party members into Vatanet. However, one problem remained. She didn't want to be connected to Vatanet. "Oh, I feel uncomfortable being helped by this woman, but we'll rotate giving her mana. It'll allow her to use her spell." Vatanet felt massive amount of mana transferred to her through Maetel. Her eyes once again shone with a golden light. In time, a brutal baptism of the god's hammer fell to the ground. The ice moles were tied up by Artpe, so they couldn't resist. They couldn't hide underground. They died under barrage of Vatanet's hammer. Amazing! A single battle raised my level 3 times. Good. At this rate, Vatanet will catch up to our level soon. Appa, why is our party built so abnormally? This truth wasn't something new. He kept adding party members with mismatched levels, and he made them work hard in unbelievably difficult dungeons. This method was used to bring their level up to average. When they left Palladia, Vatanet had been lower in level than Arya. She was level 220 at that point. In just several days on the road, she had reached level 239. Currently, she was growing at a faster rate within the ruin. It was all possible thanks to Artpe's materialization spell and Maetel's record master skill. As expected, it seems Sunbei knew what he was doing. How come it is like this? There is no way this is the proper way to grow a hero's party. Vatanet was growing without a hitch. However, she was finally becoming aware to the fact that the growth method and the speed of her growth was abnormal. She tried to tackle the issue, but Artpe snorted as he easily gave a rebuttal. "Do you really believe in the progression of growth that is written in the heroic tales? If you do, you will be in for a lot of physical and mental hardship. It is best to grow as fast as possible when one has the chance. Still, this is a bit. I just think the return is way bigger than the effort I'm putting in. Effort wasn't what determined result. One needed talent and luck too. Absolute value couldn't be placed on effort." He thought about telling her words that would dash her hopes and dreams, but he gave up on it. Everyone in this ruin was in a blessed environment right now. No one would be able to catch up to them through talent and luck. You are growing so fast that you might think that it is unfair. You shouldn't object against it. As a result of our fast growth, we'll have to fast a terrible foe named the Demon King in the future. Demon King. She had been killing the ice moles through a bizarre method, yet when Artpe mentioned a foe worthy of the hero, a focused light emanated from Vatanet's eyes. "That's right. I have to help heroine kill the Demon King. That is why I have to get stronger as soon as possible." "Good. That's the spirit." Artpe nodded enthusiastically as he extended one hand. Artpe's party had been resting after killing a group of ice moles. More ice moles had tried to use this opportunity to attack them as they surged out of the ground. However, they were caught in Artpe's trap, and it was quite apparent that they couldn't move. "That is why you should kill these guys right now." "Yes. She didn't have any reasons to contradict him. The holy priestess groused as she once again casted the god's hammer. It took them 2 days to break through the first floor of the ruin. Vatanet was level 245, and her god's hammer spell rose to level 29. We really are moving at a ridiculous speed. Ah! The second floor also has moles. Ready your hammer, Vatanet. It isn't just a hammer. It is a holy spell, Artpe. It had been 10 days since they had entered the ruin, and the party reached the 5th floor. Keek! I despise those that interfere with the Winter Queen's sleep. I hate humans. Oomph! Spear of the Wind Sprite. Triple. God's hammer. The 5th floor contained large lizards with scales made out of ice. It was infested with ice lizards. It seemed they had received the ice dragon's energy, so they were level 290 monsters with high vitality and magical energy. Most members of Artpe's party couldn't level up killing the monsters on the 4th floor no matter how many they killed, so they had funneled all the EXP towards Vatanet. Aside from Maetel and Artpe, Vatanet was slowly catching up to the rest of the party in terms of level. This was why Artpe put Sienna as the vanguard and Regina as support. Vatanet was in charge of finishing off the monsters. He chose to go all in on growing Vatanet. Artpe was providing an almost unlimited amount of mana through Maetel, so Artpe didn't have to do anything. He had some free time. It was the free time he had wished for. Artpe, you are really using that magic tome in earnest. The growth of his party members was important to Artpe, but the completion of the magic tome might be more important. He finally had time to work on it. I've found ways to improve upon it. Its abilities increased just from absorbing my mana. Originally, magic tomes are created for specific disciplines of magic. If I synchronize my record with it, the might. Yes, the magic tome is worse than Pippi. Still, it will allow me to amplify the effectiveness of all my magic. So why don't other magicians carry one around? It isn't as valuable as a might, but the ingredients needed to create a magic tome was rare, and the initial manufacturing process of the magic tome was troublesome. Moreover, the task of finishing it was extremely difficult. There was the basic task of acquiring paper, and the act of binding the book. Then there was the ink, which had to be infused with massive amount of mana. The lines of words being written by the author had to contain one's emotions, record, and mana. None of these tasks were easy. I was lucky. I was able to acquire a counter-type magic tome, so I didn't have to create it. I was able to change the direction of the magic tome, so I was able to fill in the magic tome relatively easily. Normally, this task would take well over 50 years. Does this mean a demon worked on this magic tome for 50 years before you took it? That's right. She always brought up very astute points at his least guarded moments. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he acknowledged her words. The female demon Tina must have toiled many years to create this magic tome. No, by the look of it, it seemed there were multiple creators that had contributed in creating this magic tome. It was a research done through collaboration between the entire demonic race. Or maybe it was a specific group of. The demon race has a racial characteristic that makes them susceptible to being dominated by the demonic king. It is the shackles called absolute control. However, she didn't possess that fetter. I thought the research was being done under the orders of the demon king. I thought its purpose was to make humans into demons. However, she had been working under someone else other than the demon king. It was a project that had been in progress for a very long time. Why wasn't this plan in progress in his previous life? That couldn't be true. There was a high probability that Artpe had been unawares of this plan. In his past and current life, there were insignificant changes that made the Demon King's army act in different ways. However, it wasn't possible to create an entirely new faction. I wonder how they operated in my previous life. How were they able to avoid my notice? No, at the time, I was merely a demon that possessed the read-all creation ability. The information I was privy to was extremely limited. The important thing right now is... I don't know. All right. He would give up thinking about it for now. He'll find out everything when he came face to face with them. The important thing right now was the fact that the item in Artpe's hands was the most powerful weapon that could disrupt the plans of the Demon King. I wonder if Etna is waiting for me. Even if she is waiting for me, will the magic tome's power really? Will it be able to save her? The fetters placed on the demon race hadn't been able to be shed through blood, tears, and countless years. Would a mere book really be able to set her free? Artpe wondered if there was a meaning to the work he was doing. In the end, he shook his head from side to side. His past life was his past life. He was a hero now. He received a blessing only given to heroes, and he was able to use something called a hero's aura. He could emit holy energy. His mana, spells, abilities and will was different now. He didn't know what the gods were thinking, but it seemed they wanted something from Artpe. He wondered if his current work was close to what they had in mind. It is almost there. I've acquired enough samples. The only thing left is effort, time, and he just need a very small miracle. Artpe firmly closed his eyes before opening them again. This might have worked out pretty well for him. He had the chance to meet Etna alone. It wasn't an opportunity that could be created unless it was a chance encounter like this. He had to become stronger before he left this ruin. He had to swiftly subdue Etna. He'll use the ability of the magic tome to regain her freedom. However, she was merely the beginning. Artpe was going to be fair as he fucked over everyone that appeared on the stage. He would turn the tables. As the former 4 heavenly king and the current hero, he made a bold resolve. The quill with the ancient kraken's ink once again danced in earnest over the pages. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Winter Queen, 1. Chapter 130, Winter Queen, 1. The heroes' party had arrived at the northern ancient ruin. They were here because they had received information that the hidden skill within the ruin was needed to defeat the second-ranked 4 heavenly king. It was needed to defeat the fire witch Etna. The ruin was long, and the heroes' party wasn't used to the cold. They used only the resistance granted to them by their levels to endure the cold. The warrior bravely marched forward in front of the party. The thief didn't want the warrior to gain more favor in the eyes of the hero, so he stuck close to her. He also did his best to see to the needs of the hero. The rest of the party had a neutral expression on their faces. Some let out a bitter laughter as they followed after the warrior and the thief. They had defeated many monsters as they explored this seemingly endless ancient ruin. They endured the cold as they finally arrived at the heart of the ruin. They gained the right to acquire the rewards. Except, it is impossible for me to give you all I have. Why? Regina retorted with a question when she heard the voice, which was as clear as the winter sky. The voice that came back was colder than the temperature of the ice continent. Strangely, there was a trace of regret in her voice, and this sentiment was delivered to Regina. There was a preceding visitor. He didn't have the right to acquire me, but he had enough qualification to take an item for his paramour. The Winter Queen's ruin was a testing ground for adventurers. Maybe, the preceding visitor did this on purpose, but the hero's party was unable to complete all the achievement thanks to him. The reason being that the hero's party had been slightly late in getting here. Is it because we weren't the first one to arrive here? That's right. The Fire Witch. We have to defeat her. We passed the test, but the rewards you offer is not enough. This is like eating burnt meat or an ice cream that fell on the floor. Regina dejectedly shook her head. When the Winter Queen saw this, she let out a small laughter as she spoke. You don't have to be so disappointed. The connection between us isn't at an end here. You won't be too late. We might meet once again well before this time. I possess no spells that allows me to return to the past. Hoo-hoo. Yes, you don't have it. Let's see how it all turns out. Your reward ends with a blessing this time around. However, you will be able to see something very fun in the past that will come in the future. I declined to talk in hypothetical. Regina was barely able to reply. The rest of her party was struck dumb. What a cute child. You weren't born as a human, so you dream of becoming a human. The wish you desperately want can't be found here, but it can be found then. This is why I don't like pretentious people. Regina grumbled, but only a light laughter answered her words. Afterwards, the entire ruin started to let out a white light. The light morphed into overwhelming amount of mana, and it headed towards the member that was most suited to receive the mana. It entered into Regina, who was the magician of the hero's party. Then I wish you well on using this power. I just want you to take these words to heart. The truth you are faced with is only the truth to you. Regina sculpted the massive amount of mana into a special form. She closed her eyes as the power intruded on her record. She mumbled her words. You are a know-it-all until the end. You suck. Artpe opened his eyes. Regina's face was right in front of his face, and she was staring at him. When a sour expression appeared on Artpe's face, the sides of her mouth slightly twitched. Artpe was barely able to discern that Regina had a pleased expression on her face. Needless to say, she was probably under some ridiculous delusion. Your expression says you want something from me. If you speak it out loud, I might grant it or I might not. First, I don't want anything from you. Secondly, your speech sounds more natural now? You're sounded like a politician right now. At Artpe's counterattack, Regina blinked dumbly. She finally nodded her head. Agreed. It is thanks to Sienna. All right. Go sleep next to Sienna. Denied. My mental, physical and magical energy has been recovered. I am studying Artpe's unnecessarily handsome face. Somehow, you keep getting entangled with women. There is a possibility that your face is an innate ability. I cannot deny this possibility. Stop researching my hurt. Artpe pushed away Regina's unusually tidy face as he yawned. However, he was thinking about the dream he just had. I've been having a lot of these dreams recently. These dreams are about events that I never experienced in my past life. What is going on? Is it because I investigated the hero's party in my past life? I did come to the ruin first, and I took the sculpture in my past life. Am I subconsciously blaming myself for that act? That's right. In his past life, he had tried to calm down the inner fire within Etna, so he had taken the sculpture from this ruin. Of course, the hero's party found the ruin after him, and they couldn't acquire everything the ruin had to offer. What's wrong with that? At the time, I didn't even know about what would happen, and I was their foe in my past life. As expected, that doesn't really explain why I had that dream. Why did he have such a dream? He was seriously mulling over this question. It seemed Regina wasn't tired of staring at him, so she continued to stare at the side of his face. If others were awake, he would have told her to stop. However, Sienna and Vadanet were tired from the continuous battles. Maetel, who always slept a lot, was soundly asleep. Even Roa was sleeping. It was truly a rare occasion. They were in the quiet safe zone of the ruin, and only two of them were awake. This was why her gaze made him feel that much more uncomfortable. What? I'm researching. Something vibrated within Artpe's pocket. He didn't have to take it out to know what it was. It was the artifact that had been refined into a demite. It was Pippi. It seemed Pippi wanted him to treat Regina with sincerity. However, Artpe ignored the vibration as he turned his body away. He still wasn't able to perfectly understand Regina. He just knew that her actions didn't arise from a bad place. This was why he let her do whatever she wanted. He didn't micromanage her actions. This was the result of such a policy. It resulted in this weird confrontation. Was it because he had that weird dream today? Regina's gaze was making him feel more uncomfortable than usual. What is it? Artpe's emotion was expressed in his astringent voice. On the other hand, Regina's eyes shone with a clear light. She gave her reply, and the answer was the same as before. I'm researching. All right. Do whatever you want. Artpe tried very hard not to be conscious of her gaze. He took out his magic tome. Then he circulated the overwhelming amount of mana within his body, and he started pouring it into the magic tome. In truth, he had finished the magic tome when they reached the 8th floor. However, he was trying to dot the I's and cross the T's. He was trying to fill in the gaps that remained within the magic tome. According to Artpe's standard, the magic tome wasn't complete. When he decided he had progressed sufficiently in his task, he would attempt to use reinforcement on the magic tome. You want me to supplement you with my mana? No. It is best for the magic tome to be finished using only the magician's own power. I had a lot of trouble trying to empty the mana of the previous owner, but there were many requirements that had to be fulfilled to construct this item. Of course, there was the materials. Then there was the mana infused within the materials. As the item was constructed, its formless history remained behind in the constructed matter as its record. If he looked past those requirements using his read all creation ability, his brain would overload. It would feel as if his head would explode. This was why he didn't look beyond to see the remaining countless requirements making up the item. Artifacts can divide or compose matter. While doing so, it allows one to artificially manipulate matter to create a magical effect. Countless variables are tuned to create a specific frequency. In the case of the magic tome, each page has to be tuned, so the difficulty in creating it is crazy high. Understood. You are my junior, but you are well learned. I give praise. Regina nodded her head as she continued to look at Artpe's work. When he continued to receive her unwavering gaze, he was able to somewhat get used to it. He was able to continue his work without worrying too much about her. They were deep within the ruin, so there was no way they could keep track of time. They used magical flames to keep away the approach of the guardians of the ruin. It was possible to estimate the time by seeing the rate at which the fuel was consumed by the fire. His dream had a complicated content, and it was hard to let it go. It also seemed Artpe had woken up very early. Normally, Maetel would be awake by now, and she would be clinging to his neck. Sienna would snuggle up against him in a half-awake state. Vadinette would put on a bright smile as she prepared a breakfast meal to his taste. Her smile would be so bright that it would make him feel uncomfortable. Time continued to pass, yet the three of them were showing no signs of getting up. Artpe. Was Regina cognizant of all of this? When his work was about to wrap up, she called out his name. Artpe didn't turn around as he answered her. What? May I ask you a question? Go for it. Have you copulated with Maetel? Shut up forever. It was a light joke. It didn't seem like she was joking, but he decided to overlook it just this once. What is the purpose of the magic tome? The demons. The magic tome was created to create an existence that isn't a demon. What is its purpose? I can't tell you everything right now. However, I guess I can tell you that the final goal is freedom. Freedom. Regina rolled that word around in her mouth when she suddenly had a thought. When she truly found her freedom in the forest of eternity, she felt a strange sense of kinship with Artpe. Artpe's freedom? No. There is no one that is truly free in this world. Everyone is bound by their position and role, and they have to live a forced lifestyle. The hero is the prime example of this. The hero is appointed to fight against the Demon King. The hero is forced down this path. Understood. In truth, she couldn't understand him. Regina's temperament didn't allow her to accept the reason behind the kinship she felt with Artpe since it was explained in general terms. She felt closer to him. When he spoke to Regina as he laughed, she could dimly feel his frustration and anger hidden within his words. It was like the time when Regina couldn't stand the situation the elves were in, so she had betrayed her masters. Maybe, Artpe couldn't stand the situation Regina had been in, so he had tried to goad her into action. Regina was having such thoughts. Denied. Artpe is human. He is a free human. Regina thought she was deluding herself into thinking that way. She just wanted to be regarded in the same light as him. She wanted his situation to overlap with hers, because she didn't know why, but for some reason, she became a bit embarrassed. Regina desperately stopped that train of thought. She was somehow able to give a safe answer. I'll help Artpe. We'll kill the Demon King, and we'll regain your freedom. I will repay my debt. Your words are full of spirit. I am thankful for your words. Until the special properties of the Demon King's innate control called the absolute control became known to her, he hadn't expected her to take on such a willing attitude. He never expected her to be so understanding of his position as a hero. Artpe. It seemed she still had more questions to ask. What? Will you become free if we defeat the Demon King? I'm not sure. When that time comes, I feel as if I'll be tethered by something else, but life is transient. Still, it would be better than my life right now. Yes. He could go into the dairy industry or he could live at a house down by the beach. He might be constantly chased by something, and he might always be busy. However, all of that sounded like a better life than what he had right now. It was better than his previous life where he took on the role of heavenly king under the yoke of the absolute control. It would be better than his current situation where he had to fight under a mismatched title of hero. Right now. Artpe's eyes. Huh? When he woke up from his reverie, Regina was closer than ever before, and she was staring a hole through him. You are too close, you dork. You are hiding something. You are hiding something you haven't told me yet. He never expected to be caught by Regina to this extent. Artpe was about to let out a bitter laughter, but Regina's face continued to get closer. Her flawless white skin was very well suited for the Winter Queen's ruin. Artpe. It didn't matter what she asked. He would deal with it like he did with Maetel. He'll come up with an adequate excuse. When he was having such thoughts, a clear voice could be heard near Artpe's ear. As expected, you are copulating with Maetel? The party woke up not too long afterwards. They were a bit puzzled at the large bump on Regina's head, but Regina continued to keep a neutral expression on her face. They only had a little bit more to go in the ruin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Winter Queen, 2. Chapter 131, Winter Queen, 2. Until the 6th floor, the three-man group of Sienna, Regina, and Vadanet was sufficient in clearing the dungeon. Artpe provided mana when needed to his party members as he worked on the magic tome. However, monsters over level 300 started appearing on the 7th floor. This was when they started hunting in earnest as a 5-man party. At first, Artpe was a bit worried as to how to deploy the party. This was the first time he had experienced being in a 5-man party. In the end, he put Sienna and Maetel in the front. Artpe was in charge of containment and support. Regina brought up the rear as she used her AoE magic to kill the monsters. Lastly, Vadanet was in charge of heals and buffs. The speed at which they cleared the dungeon became incredibly fast. Above all else, the prior party arrangement had relied very heavily on Artpe's mana. Since he was able to escape that party structure, he spent less time resting. He needed less need to recover his mana, and he was less fatigued. It seems we were the problem until now. Whether it was investigating the ruin or containing the monsters, we left it all to Artpe. We were in the wrong. Who? It seems our lack of skill is at fault. I worked really hard to protect Artpe until now. Maetel said those words, but she looked chastised by Vadinet's words. Since she was only good at fighting, she might have overly relied on Artpe in all other aspects. She might have shifted too much responsibility onto him. This wasn't something new. She had such thoughts before. It is fine. Even if I ordered Maetel to do it, she can't do it. You are too much, Artpe. You just have to work hard on tasks that you are capable of doing. Like right now. I don't know if you are trying to console me or if you are treating me like an idiot. After the 7th floor, they worked diligently for another 10 days before they reached the 9th floor. They were able to find the staircase leading down to the 10th floor, which was the last floor of the ruin. It really is an enormous staircase. We should check on our rewards before we head down. Artpe easily extracted the rewards from TE Dungeon. He did it so well that it made one question as to how he was able to find everything the dungeon had to offer. However, Artpe's party members were used to this sight now. It wasn't something one could do, because one could sense mana. He had an ability that could catch small discrepancies that even a highly trained thief couldn't catch. He had the ability to reveal all secrets. It didn't matter if his party had expanded in number. It didn't matter that his comrades were able to help him in many ways. It was still up to Artpe to find the rewards. You guys should have this on hand. After he cleaned out the 9th floor of its rewards, Artpe turned around to face his party. He handed them small clear crystals. He gave several dozen to each of them. He had started gathering them from the 1st floor of the dungeon. It had been scattered in random locations. The party members had wondered if these functioned similar to magic stones. However, the crystal held a very minute amount of ice-type magical energy. They couldn't feel any large power within it. What are they? They are consumable artifacts capable of absorbing a finite amount of cold energy. The amount of cold energy they can store is limited. However, we do have a lot of them, so I think it'll work out somehow. For reference, the crystals could be consumed after they were completely charged with cold energy. They were helpful in casting ice-type magic. However, there was no point in casting ice-type spells in this ruin, since they wouldn't be effective. The crystals wouldn't be used for that purpose. Artpe's present, I will treasure it as an heirloom. Didn't I just tell you that they are consumable artifacts? The party immediately descended the staircase towards the 10th floor. The staircase was wide, and it was seemingly endless. They busily descended the spiral staircase, and they moved further and further away from the ceiling. The air around them continued to get colder. They could feel a strange mana emanate from the heart of the staircase. When Artpe felt the flow of this strange mana, he raised his head as he smirked. He was just reminded of a memory from his past life. The rest of his party was a beat late in sensing the mana. They tilted their head in puzzlement. It feels as if we passed through something. How strange. It isn't strange. The staircase has the role of a watcher. It classifies the intruders of this ruin. Also, it is a sign that we are on the right path. Watcher. Yes. This ruin changes its appearance depending on the person searching out the ruin. The 10th floor is basically the last chapter. This route is for the hero's party. In my past life, I wasn't allowed to take this route. He nodded his head when he was faced with something quite different from what he had found in his past life. At the time, Artpe had one goal. He wanted to take the sculpture to Etna. He knew the staircase was guiding him towards a different route from his past life, but he didn't resist. It was because he knew that something he desired was at the end of all of this. From this point on, it is an unknown territory for me. I know who the owner of the ruin is, but I can't help but be nervous. How long had they walked down this magic staircase? At some point in time, they were greeted by a hallway made out of ice. It looked as if it was made out of clear glass. They arrived at the 10th floor of the Winter Queen's ruin. Wow! How pretty! Until the 9th floor, it looked as if nature had created those floors. This place was constructed according to a specific plan. The hallway was decorated with ice crystals that shone with a magical light. In the previous floors, many monsters had harassed the party. It had been annoying. They couldn't see a single ant at the entrance to the 10th floor. It is filled with overwhelming energy, Artpe and Maetel. Are you sure we're allowed to enter this place? That is why it is welcoming us like this. This is a welcome? The reason why there weren't any monsters on the 10th floor wasn't hard to discern. There was an overwhelming presence at the end of the hallway, and it was letting out an energy that challenged Artpe's party. How could a monster dare to appear in front of such a presence? Is it the energy of the ice dragon? No. The ice dragon is an existence that is closer to being a concept than a real being. Once we entered the ruin, there is no way we would encounter it. Instead, the ice dragon had been protecting something. They might come up against the true substance of what it was protecting. In his past life, he had believed that this ruin held a vestige left behind by the Winter Queen. From the dream he had, it was a completely different story as to whether he believed the dream or not. The appearance of the 10th floor signified that this place didn't hold merely a vestige or a symbolic representation of the Winter Queen. Let's go. Our preparations are pretty much done. While the party was mesmerized by the beautiful view manifested by the ruin, Artpe had finished making all his preparations. Artpe ventilated the air around the party. Maetel had been circling Artpe as she looked around. She tilted her head as she answered. She dragged out her words. What is that? Tome of Destruction. Artpe suddenly had 2 books hanging off his waist. One was the magic tome he had been working on. The other was something picked up by Silpenin, who had cleared all the dungeons in Diaz. It was an artifact called the Tome of Destruction. At a glance, it was hard to tell if it was a spellbook or a magic tome. It was a magic tome. Of course, the production of this magic tome had been finished, so its use is very limited. It has the ability to boost the power of destructive type magic. It is very good in what it's meant to do. After Artpe was successful in acquiring it from Silpenin, he had used reinforcement 3 times. Its performance was brought up close to its limit. If needed, he can use the magic stone to put it through additional reinforcement. On the other hand, it had a downside of needing to be recharged once all the mana within the book was consumed. Despite this downside, the Tome of Destruction was a very good artifact. The power infused within the Tome of Destruction can be partitioned and used multiple times. It was also possible to release all its power all at once. How great of an item was it? If things go sideways, I want to blow up the entire ruin and run away. I wondered why you weren't saying such words. So? What is that on Artpe's head? The additional magic tome on his waist wasn't the only difference. As a male, it was a bit suspect to wear such an accessory. However, the silver hair accessory somehow looked well on him. He touched the item as he gave an explanation. This is the Crown of Wisdom. According to legend, it has the effect of accelerating the thought process of the wearer. In truth, it is an artifact that allows one to circulate one's mana faster. Its extreme effectiveness is mirrored by a severe side effect. It can be used only for a short amount of time. What about the glasses in your hand? This is the Eyes of Prophecy. This is for you, Regina. It is a high-rank artifact that allows one to assess magic by looking at the enemy's mana flow. Why doesn't Artpe use it? I don't need such an item to know everything. It was a very arrogant thing to say, but no one could dispute his words. Artpe placed the glasses on Regina's face, then he gave 1 or 2 artifacts to the other members. Maetel received the blood fragment necklace and the twilight spear. Sienna was given a ring called the Spring of Tears. Lastly, Vadanet received a staff called Heavenly Punishment. The item had an extreme tendency towards destruction, so the temple had ordered it sealed. Artpe and Maetel. Wasn't this the item stored with the treasury of the Zero class? It is something I wanted to give to you, Vadanet. I'll treasure it. The disposition of Maetel and Vadanet differed. Maetel was like, if Artpe likes it, then I like it. In Vadanet's case, it was like, if Artpe likes it, he is absolutely in the right. If he was to split hair, Vadanet's disposition was scarier. Appa? This ring. I get a feeling that I'll be able to regenerate my arm even if my arm is severed. You are correct in your assessment. Artpe, does this necklace upgrade my berserk skill? Am I right? Correct. If you use it consecutively, you won't even be able to recognize me. Be careful in its use. Where did you acquire all these treasures? Most of them were acquired from Diaz. He didn't know why, but Diaz had dungeons with long history. The probability of finding good items increased in such dungeons. Moreover, Artpe knew where the artifacts appeared in his past life. It wasn't difficult to pick and choose which artifact would be needed for his party members. In truth, the one to do all the legwork was Silpenin. He was the one that excavated all the artifacts. If you check the artifacts, you'll understand why I didn't give them to you earlier. It is true that these items possess powerful abilities, but their limitations are quite clear. If used once, these items takes time before they can be used again. That is why I don't want you to think of it as part of your equipment. I want you to think of them as consumable artifacts. Instead of using it in the ruin, should we save it? Shouldn't we use it in the fight against Etna after we leave this place? We came here to acquire power that will allow us to defeat Etna. That is why we are using these artifacts here. Originally, it was as Maetel had said. He planned on equipping them with the reinforced artifacts after they cleared the ruin. He was going to it to them right before they left. However, the ruin was giving off a very alarming vibe. In such situations, one shouldn't think everything will be fine. That was how extras died in stories. When one senses a weird vibe, one should be prepared to face an opponent that was 100 levels higher. This will allow one to escape safely if things went wrong. Are you done making your preparations? Artpe was about to say, if you guys are done equipping the items, let's go. However, a voice that was like a single thread of winter wind reached them. Artpe stiffened when he heard the voice. The voice was too similar to the voice he heard in his dreams. That voice. My God. The other party members also froze when they heard the voice. Maybe they sensed the enormous power behind the voice at a subconscious level. Or maybe it was because they were forced to perceive a being that shouldn't be perceived. Artpe was worried his party's spirit would be broken before the battle even started in earnest, so he spread his mana. He pushed back on the encroaching energy. You don't have to be so wary. I don't have the hobby of taking the lives of guests. Guests? When he heard those words, he slowly activated the Tome of Destruction. Maetel unsheathed her bastard sword as she half opened her eyes. Sienna grunted as she raised her hammer. Regina and Vadanet blinked their eyes rapidly, since they didn't know why their party members were acting this way. Artpe ignored all of them as he made a declaration to the voice that originated from an unknown location. I'm sorry, but we aren't guests. We are merely grave robbers, who plan on taking everything. Hoo-hoo. If that is your wish. For now, I'll treat you as you wish. The voice disappeared. Afterwards, the hallway shook, and ice spears emerged from all direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132 Winter Queen 3. Chapter 132 Winter Queen 3. Cook. Regina, who was unflappable most of the time, let out a moan. When she sensed the flow of mana, she had used an ice-type magic. In a shocking turn of events, she wasn't able to use any ice-type magic spells within this space. This included her mana. As soon as she changed her mana into cold energy, she lost dominion over her power. It was absorbed into the attack coming towards them. Regina. I'm fine. When she realized what was going on, she transitioned into using wind magic. She was able to destroy the ice spears, but she couldn't dodge all the fragments. Small number of wounds appeared on her body. Artpe clicked his tongue when he saw the enemy's violent response. He used his materialization spell to destroy the rest of the ice spears. He gave orders to his party. I want everyone to charge forward. I'll take care of all the attacks directed towards us. Your ultimate goal is to reach the enemy. Is there any way we can resolve this through words, Artpe? Even if there is a way, I refuse to do so. From the moment they entered the ruin, they automatically became intruders. So why would he trust the Ice Queen's words when she called them her guests? Moreover, it was harder to fight an enemy when one formed a favorable relationship with one's opponent. This was one of the reasons why he was doing this. Your judgment is truly rash and self-centered. However, you are showing mettle, so it isn't too bad. I wonder if you can show me the innumerable changes that occurs within a human. I hate a know-it-all. She is looking down on us as if she knows everything. As it happens, I feel the same way. It is an unwelcome coincidence. Regina was being carried on the back of Sienna, who was running at high speed. Regina sounded irked as she chanted her wind spells. I don't like those that act that way. He had a good guess as to who the owner of the voice was. It was probably the Winter Queen or a vassal given authority over her power. She wasn't known for her martial prowess. She was a symbolic figure within legends. She was one of the spirits of the fourth season. She speaks as if she knows that I wasn't a human before. I don't like the tone of her voice. He couldn't stop thinking about the dream he had before. He was hearing the voice he had heard in his dream. She sounded as if she knew that the world would repeat itself through Artpe's reincarnation. At first, there were many parts of his dreams that sounded like nonsense, but the voice inside his dream really had shown up. I'll think about it after I face her. The voice did a proper job in greeting her guests. No monsters appeared, but an incredible number of ice spears appeared all around them. There was no rhyme or reason as to where the ice spears appeared. Moreover, a fog containing cold energy suddenly made its appearance. The fog froze everything that it touched. It was as if the dungeon itself was trying to kill the party. Run faster. But Artpe. They are coming from below. Heek. However, the more amazing part was how Artpe dealt with the attack. He assessed the rate in which his party was moving, and he wrapped his mana strings around them. He was able to sense and predict where the attacks were coming from. He formed barriers using his materialization spell, and his barriers were precise in blocking the attacks. In the opening salvo, the party became a little bit hurt. It couldn't be helped. However, they remained unharmed after they started their charge. None of the barriers were breached. Artpe was displaying a ridiculous amount of control and reaction speed. It surprised even those that were being protected by him. The party members were surprised, but they didn't decrease their speed. It was more urgent for them to defeat their enemy instead of giving Artpe praise. You are fast. As expected, your senses have grown beyond what it was before. Grown? Growth is a word you use against someone that haven't matured yet. Artpe had extended only a single strand of mana string. This one strand elongated as it fluttered around the party. It looked like a butterfly, but in the next moment, it changed into arrows, walls and shields to block all the ice spears that was threatening the party. The members of Artpe's party didn't have to think about anything else. They just focused all their power on reaching their enemy. They prepared their mana. Their mana reached a fevered pitch, and they were just waiting for the moment where they would unleash their deadly energy towards their enemy. You show trust in your comrades, and they respond with an unyielding spirit. Both are splendid. The only part that worries me is that you have only one central leader, yet you are holding up very well. You talk down to us as if you are sitting up on a pedestal. You are annoying. When someone treated others as if they were novices, it usually was done by someone that had the power to back it up. In many cases, they were big shots. However, he could only accept such a behavior from someone that had revealed their true nature. He hated those that acted high and mighty without revealing their identity. He really hated preachy beings that remarked on the age of the opponent or when they went into a diatribe about how he should realize how big the world was. Even if their words meant well, it annoyed him. Artpe's wish was to capture all of them and beat them to a pulp. If this is the extent of your attack, you should speak to me in honorifics. Honorifics. How dare you talk to me as an equal? You designated yourselves as intruders of your own volition. At the very least, your attitude is truly bold. All right. Let's see how you fare against this. Artpe was getting ready to bluff like a heavenly king, but the voice responded as if she had been waiting for this. Cook. At that exact moment, Artpe used blink by instinct. There were 5 in the party including him, and he transported everyone several hundred meters forward. Afterwards, the space where they had been crumpled, and it disappeared. Behind us. Kayak. If he had been a little bit late, they wouldn't have been able to put up a fight. They would have been crumpled up alongside the space, and they would have died. What the? It is coming again. Don't put up a resistance. Leave everything to me. Artpe once again used blink. Afterwards, a larger swath of space crumpled up before it disappeared. The ice spear had been scary, but a greater fear was felt when they saw this attack. TSK. It seems she is capable of adapting to the action of her enemies. You are well informed. You children are so excellent that I have to fight with my full strength from now on. This was the right way to greet you guys, and you guys are truly doing well. Your words at the end was shitty. He was aware from the start that the ruin moved according to the will of this voice. However, he never expected her to crumple and eliminate space like that. The voice was synchronized with the ruin itself, but at the same time, she would also have to know a high-level space magic. Even if I use the same space magic, I'll only be able to create a pocket dimension. I won't be able to destroy an existing space like her. She is on a different level. It isn't something that can be learned through a spell written within a spellbook. That means the being, who was waiting for them, had the ability to construct and deconstruct space. I never expected her to be of this caliber. Did you learn something just from this one move? You really are a very entertaining child. When she realized that she couldn't threaten Artpe's party using simple elemental magic, she had changed her offensive strategy. She started using her space magic in earnest. She flattened the space that Artpe's party occupied in whole. She even tried to predict where Artpe's party would show up, and she crumpled those spaces too. If Artpe didn't possess the read all creation ability, his party would have died without being able to do anything. Shit. The number of hero was increased to 2. I should have taken that into consideration. I should have known that the content of this ruin would have changed. He had never expected to meet Etna in such an unexpected location. It caused him to become flustered, and in turn, he had failed to take into consideration what would happen if he explored this ruin with Maetel. It had caused this accident. Of course, it wouldn't have significantly changed the choices he had to make even if he had known about it. Artpe didn't act without preparing 2 steps ahead. Everyone should give mana to Artpe. No, you don't have to do that. I want you all to get ready to attack. Artpe continued to use the materialization spell and blinked to thwart the ruin's attacks. Maetel was about to speak when she saw this, but Artpe stopped her from speaking. He took out a magic stone. It was the magic stone he acquired after defeating the ancient kraken. I was wondering where I should use this. This might be the ideal spot. No one could stop him now. It was unknown as to how many blinks he had used, but when he exited the range of the voice's attack, he brought down the magic stone hard against his boots. Then he used his reinforcement skill. There could be no delay in the reinforcement. The most important thing right now was speed. Wind Spirit King's Feather +4. Originally, it was a boot capable of performing blink. In the hands of a magician, a miracle was created. It was reinforced 4 times. It allowed the magician to bring back the record of the Wind Spirit King, which had disappeared from this world. The record was brought down into the boots. It no longer consumes mana as the wearer can freely move to any location within one's sight. If appropriate amount of mana is used in conjunction, the wearer and anyone accompanying the wearer can be transported any distance decided by the wearer. The wearer of this item becomes extremely agile, and a bonus for wind magic is added. Was his wish granted? Or was this the fruit of cultivating his reinforcement skill? The reinforcement occurred at high speeds. It finished in the time it took to roast a peanut with a lightning. Moreover, the performance of the artifact was once again took a remarkable jump. The consumption of the ancient kraken's magic stone wasn't the only reason why he was able to achieve this result. Artpe thought the location had a hand in affecting the product. How can this be? The scent of the lost one is emanating from the boots. As expected, he was successful in making his enemy flustered. He let out a smile of satisfaction as he immediately activated the artifact, which he had finished reinforcing. The voice realized that Artpe's power had risen. She used consecutive attacks to crumple the nearby space, and she was successful in halting the hero's party. However, something that transcended her expectations occurred next. Hot. Great. Artpe used the background of the dream he had. He moved his party to the final location reached by the hero's party of his past life. How can this be? Checkmate. There was an upward tilt to Artpe's lips. Artpe uncharacteristically took a gamble, and he had succeeded. He had to consume all his remaining mana, but he skipped a distance that would have taken a very long time to travel. He boldly skipped the distance, and he succeeded in reaching the heart of the ruin. The part arrived at a location that wasn't too large. A room encased in ice was floating in empty air. It was as if they were in a room made out of transparent glass. The space contained only a single large female sculpture. There was an overwhelming amount of mana imbued within the sculpture, and it was apparent that the owner of the voice was the female sculpture. Bash. God's hammer. Hue HP. God's fire spark. When they arrived in the open space, Artpe didn't even have to order an attack. When Artpe previously ordered them to prepare for an attack, they had prepared their strongest skills and spells. They all strived to be the first to attack the female sculpture. They unleashed an attack containing an enormous amount of mana. Cook. The members of the hero's party were all over level 300, and their attacks slammed into the barrier surrounding the sculpture. The protection spell around the sculpture was broken, and almost 10% of the sculpture was destroyed. The sculpture didn't feel any physical pain, but it felt the loss of its record when the sculpture was damaged and destroyed. Her voice was filled with pain. I never expected you to reach this place. I never expected a human, who could invade this place without my consent, to exist. Yes, the voice was flowing out from the female statue. You probably thought I couldn't destroy you, since you reside in this place. This is your true form, right? Artpe was gasping, because he didn't have any mana. He was all talk as he spoke in a smarmy manner. Earlier, he had taken a shot from the sculpture while he was trying to bluff. This was his revenge against her for that move. However, the female sculpture didn't use a different attack to screw over Artpe once again. She just created a new barrier magic and protection magic around herself. She protected herself as she asked him a question. I am protected against space magic. How are you able to reach a location that is supposed to be impossible to reach? It is thanks to an artifact. You are lying. Maybe, you cannot tell me the truth? Artpe was merely a thief trying to acquire everything the ruin had to offer. What did the voice think Artpe was? He was at a loss for words, so he snorted. I see. It will be difficult for you to speak about it right now in this setting. Artpe made his resolve. He had to quickly recover his mana to destroy the female statue. However, a magic circle suddenly appeared above the female structure. It was something he had seen and experienced before. It wasn't an attack, and it wasn't for running away. Dimensional pocket? He didn't know what kind of dimensional pocket she was forming, but he decided to thwart it. He extended his mana string, but the magic activated a step earlier. Will you be able to tell me now? Wow. The voice of the female sculpture no longer held hostility or a will to fight. Artpe was dumbfounded. He could only blink his two eyes when faced with the calm voice. Only Artpe and the female sculpture remained in the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Winter Queen, 4. Chapter 133, Winter Queen, 4. I never expected a group capable of passing the last trial to make an appearance. Trial? I bet you are planning on saying this is another test. Am I right? Artpe heard a female-like voice. It was as if the voice had been planted directly in his brain. He replied in an apathetic manner as he sat down. He looked defenseless, but an extremely thin mana string was surrounding his body. He would be able to react to any attacks that came his way. Nope. I have nothing else for you. That means you have something more for the other party members? The female sculpture nodded her head in assent. Artpe had been absent-mindedly watching the sculpture. He suddenly choked. You are alive. It is an artifact containing all my record. It is apt to think of me as a type of golem. Do you mind if I continue my speech? She had shown him insolence in this ruin. Artpe wondered if he should shut her up. He also wondered if he should listen to her. He mulled over it, and his heart was slightly leaning towards the latter option. All right. Do whatever you want. First, I want to talk about you. You easily ignored all my plans, and you were successful in reaching this place. You blocked all my attacks, and in the process, you passed all the trials using brute force. This is why I decided that any further tests would be meaningless. On the other hand, this isn't the case for your party members. Are you saying they were able to reach this place because they relied on my power? I inevitably came to that judgment, so I decided to give them another opportunity. It's a chance where they'll be able to prove their worth. Do not worry. They did receive your help, but they did reach me. I will not put their lives at risk. It just means you can't muster up an attack that can kill them. You have created 5 pocket dimensions. Your power and will have been split. Will you be able to kill my party members, who are over level 300, with 1/5 of your power? At Artpe's astute observation, the female sculpture didn't give a rebuttal. She had lost this move, because she had underestimated Artpe's assessment ability. Yes. You are once again correct. However, it is also true that I have no intentions of killing any of you. Artpe didn't deny that point. In his past life, Artpe couldn't reach the ruin's owner through his own power. It had been the same for the hero's party. The female sculpture had given them suitable trials, and only through her did they receive a reward. In the end, she had given a part of herself to them. She could only mimic life, but she wasn't alive. That was why she was able to make such sacrifices. Maybe, this was the design of this ruin in the first place. Basically, you don't want me to interfere with the test. That's exactly it. Artpe knew that this being had the ability to rip apart this pocket dimension. This was also true for the pocket dimensions containing his other party members. If he wanted to exit this ruin while gaining all the rewards, it would be best to go along with her tests. Instead of killing this being to acquire the loot, it would be better to gain the cooperation and blessing of this being. He would deal directly with her. This was the obvious path. Artpe remained seated as he nodded his head. He let out a sigh. I know my party is enduring hardship right now, so it isn't sitting well with me. You really love your friends. Last time, you also came here for someone else. I guess it is the same this time around. You haven't searched out this place just for sake of the hero's party. There is another reason, right? Artpe's movements suddenly ticked to a stop. It's a good thing you brought that up. You. For a short time, he had forgotten that he was separated from the others in this pocket dimension. However, that wasn't the biggest reason why he sounded annoyed right now. The voice had spoken as if she knew everything. The owner of the voice had a secret, and this secret was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. It kept aggravating him. Fortunately, he was separated from his party members. He decided it was the best time to resolve the question he had. How much do you know? I just remember the flow. However, it seemed the female sculpture knew that this question was coming, so she answered in a comfortable tone of voice. I know that you searched this place out as a demon, and you've come to this place once again as the hero of humans. I also know about the children, who used to be on the other side of you in your previous life. They have accompanied you to this place. The time frame of events have been hastened this time around, but that holds no importance to me. You possess an unheard of power to flip history, but my record is too deep to be damaged by it. Artpe was a bit shocked, so he became silent. It wasn't as if he had believed that he was the only one to remember one's past life. He had been aware of the possibility. This was why he had made numerous preparations before he moved. He prepared for the unexpected. However, when he was faced with someone that acknowledged knowing about this past life, he was at a loss. It lasted for a brief moment. Your record. You probably have a vague idea about it? I was once a queen that had ruled over winter. I've existed as a human and a dragon. In the end, I continued to live on as a concept. I died, yet I wasn't fully dead. My record remained within the depths of Glacia. Do you realize how vast my record had to be for that to happen? I'm sure I don't have to explain any further. So there are other beings besides you. I don't know how many there are, but I'm probably not the only one. Do you mind me asking you a question this time? The thoughts within Artpe's head was starting to get complicated, so he weakly nodded his head. How were you able to reach me? I was barely able to discern the fact that the power and record of the Wind Spirit King was infused into your boots. However, that doesn't fully explain why you and your party was able to get so close to me. The wind would just carry you, but the one in charge of setting the destination would have been your responsibility. The question asked by the voice was also something he had expected. Since she knew about the past lives of Artpe and the hero's party, their conversation would go smoothly. He didn't hesitate as he gave her an answer. Until I reached this place, I had dreams about it. Somehow, I was able to see you face off against my party members. I see. You used that information alongside the boots, which contains the record of the Wind Spirit King. You are sharing records with your comrades through dreams. He was exchanging records with his party members through dreams. Artpe had suspected this was the case, so he unconsciously accepted this information. As expected, this might be caused by Maetel's power. Artpe shut his eyes as he thought. From the moment Maetel learned the record divide in the hero's development dungeon, he had sometimes seen events from his past life from a different perspective. It was memories of events he hadn't personally experienced. At first, he thought he was reconstructing past events using his imagination. He thought he was under a delusion. However, the dreams were too detailed, and he was able to clear this ruin thanks to the dreams. It would be pathetic for him to deny the truth now. Yes, the dreams were Maetel's record. Artpe had seen her record. It wasn't the present Maetel, but the record of Maetel from her previous life. I hope you won't ask me if such a thing is possible. History was been rewound, but that doesn't mean the event that happened disappeared. It was merely covered up. The truth remains alive deep within her heart. Does that mean she knows about her past life? Maybe. That is unknown to me. If her record was bigger, I might have been able to confirm it. Thank you for giving me such an obvious answer. Artpe gave a gruff reply, then he shut his mouth. He had learned two shocking truths, so he was low on energy. One of the reasons for his annoyance was that he couldn't do much to change what would happen. Shall I ask her after I exit this place? If she knows everything, how should I respond? What if she doesn't know anything? That might put weird ideas into her head. Artpe grabbed his head as he struggled over the problem. The female sculpture called out to him once again. If you don't have anything further you want to ask me, I want you to tell me what you want from me. You should already know this. You mean this? The female sculpture opened her mouth. A small sculpture that looked like an exact replica of the bigger sculpture appeared. In truth, it was a creepy sight. I didn't receive this item like this last time. On the other hand, the quality of this item is higher this time. I am breaking off part of myself. This will suit her better. In truth, she wasn't wrong. A soft cold energy was emanating from the item. It couldn't be compared to the sculpture he stole in his previous life. He naturally realized something when he looked over it. You are a sculpture made out of the world's first ice, and this is a part of you. That's right. It took him a very long time to discern the makeup of the item using his read all creation ability. It wasn't because it was made out of many elements. It had been bonded too well, so it took him a long time. It would have been understandable for a foe like the Kraken where he couldn't lay eyes on the entirety of a subject. He could take in the item in its entirety with his eyes, yet it was taking a long time to see its true nature. Maybe his read all creation ability was still lacking. This might be the impetus that would grow his ability. This is all I want. I just want my party members to acquire real power. This place was the biggest reason why Regina was able to go toe-to-toe with Etna in their past lives. It was the blessing of the Winter Queen. The Archmage Regina became a pivotal figure after receiving the power of the Winter Queen. She had been a big help to the heroes' party when they crossed over to the demon realm. It happened after Artpe's death, but it would have been impossible for the heroes' party to defeat Etna without the power of the Winter Queen. You can rest easy in regards to that. Since you've joined them in seeking me out this time, Yes. The entirety of my power will be transferred to her. In terms of aptitude, she is closest to me. That is why she will gain the most power. You are quite thoughtful in your consideration. In this life, Artpe had never been at a disadvantage thanks to his read all creation ability and the memories of his past life. However, the so-called Winter Queen remembered her past life, so she wasn't at a disadvantage against Artpe. Yes. That should be enough. I guess I just have to wait now, but. Artpe weakly mumbled to himself as he put away the sculpture. It would be great if Etna became happy after receiving this item. However, he became depressed when he thought about the unavoidable fight that would occur when he met her once again. What else? The annoying voice stopped him once again. What do you mean, what else? I want you to properly empower my party. I still have something I have to give you. The sculpture I just gave you is merely a very small fragment of myself. It wouldn't be fair to just give you that. Since we cleared the ruin, you want me take everything? I merely used blink once to get here. The reward seems disproportionately large compared to my action. You revived the Wind Spirit King's power. You were successful in bringing back the power of space and time. Your achievement isn't trivial, so you can boldly ask for more. Therefore, the Winter Queen let out a bitter laugh as she spoke. It is time to give my record to you too. You should meekly take it since I am offering it to you. When Artpe heard those words, he didn't understand what she meant for a brief moment. He tilted his head in confusion, but his eyes turned wide when he discerned the meaning of her words. Right now. You are choosing your own demise? No. It means I choose to live my life in a different way. I'm not sure if this could be called living. I'm sick of it. Even more so in recent years. Artpe smirked when he heard the Winter Queen's voice. She spoke lightly, but it seemed she was serious. Still, he didn't need to accept anything more from her when what she was offering wouldn't be of much help to him. Then you should look at this. Ho-oh. I see. She had the most interested look on her face since she started conversing with Artpe. The Winter Queen answered him. The ice sculpture isn't the only present you will gift her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Winter Queen, 5. Chapter 134, Winter Queen, 5. Of course, the first one to be freed from the pocket dimension was Maetel. She took in a deep breath as she sat down. A bright smile appeared on her face when she caught sight of Artpe. He had already been released from the pocket dimension he was in. He was leisurely chewing on ice. Artpe. Yes, yes. It seemed Artpe didn't have the energy to move his body. He somehow caught Maetel, who fell towards him. He let out a sigh. Her body was cold. It was as if she had been rolling around in an ice field. Your body is cold. Yes. Artpe should warm me up. She rubbed her face against his neck as she acted like a spoiled child. He stroked her head as many thoughts went through his head. He found out from his conversation with the Winter Queen that his dreams were the result of sharing records with Maetel. It meant that there was a possibility that Maetel had already recovered the memory of her past life. She might have recovered it long before today. Personally, I think it is nonsense. Once she found out Artpe used to be a heavenly king, there was no way Maetel could stick to him in such a familiar manner. However, he couldn't completely put this possibility out of his mind. At times, she had revealed a very mature side to her, and that worried him. Artpe is too warm. I think Artpe is spring. I guess I'm mistaken. Huh? What is it? It is nothing. If she knew about what he had done during his life as a heavenly king, there was no way she would liken him to spring. He didn't think she was acting. Her personality wouldn't allow her to hide such information about herself. Still. Maybe. What if something that he didn't know about was hidden within Maetel? Artpe, you have a faraway look again. You are hiding something from me. How about you? Do you have anything you are hiding? Huh? At Artpe's impulsive question, Maetel blinked her eyes. Then she let out a mischievous laughter. She put her arms around Artpe's neck, and she pressed her body against him. "Aet. Hey, hey." She said she was trying to heat up her cold body. She was using such a frivolous reason to accentuate her chest. Artpe was taken aback, so he tried to turn his gaze away. "Artpe, I am hiding one thing." At that moment, Maetel spoke as if she was trying to capture his attention. She truly had exquisite timing. Artpe hesitated a little bit before he answered her. "You'll probably say something offensive, so I don't need to hear ... In truth, my breasts became larger again. As expected, it is something offensive." Her shame and sense of embarrassment had been left behind in Mountain Village and the ancient ruin. It was a level of boldness that he expected from her. However, it was also true that her words had removed all the worries he had about her. In the end, he let out a sigh, and he tried to stroke her head. "Artpe, I think I'm big enough." "Huh? Artpe, you said you wanted me to grow quickly?" Ah. Danger had approached him from a completely different direction. He hadn't even been worried about this. It was an outrageous danger. Shit. Wait a moment. Did I really? I did during the Kraken. Maetel didn't need to give an additional explanation. In a flash, Artpe had assessed the situation, and he shuddered. The fact that he had forgotten about it was the more surprising part. He clearly recalled what had occurred. That's right. It was during the fight against the Kraken. Artpe hadn't acted appropriately for a being his age. He had fallen for Maetel. He had been half bewitched by her. He vividly remembered saying words that he would have never said if he was of sound mind. After they killed the Kraken, he had exchanged a short conversation with her before he had lost consciousness. He had forgotten about it until now. However, he remembered it perfectly right now. "Haven't I grown a lot?" "You've grown enough." He even wondered if several parts of her body had grown too much. Wait a moment. Why was she bigger than her past self? Was it because of her eating habits? Was it the effect of the rapid level-ups? Was it the power of her will? Was it a miracle? He was hopelessly mired by the countless questions that were forming in his mind. However, there was only one question that was important. "So we are going to marry?" Maetel had grown using Artpe's words as a barometer. Maetel's expectation had grown so large that she was about to explode. "Marriage. Yes, you said you'll marry me when I'm done growing." No additional hints had been needed. Somehow, she managed to reach the keyword called marriage all by herself. Artpe had a faraway look as he placed his hand on Maetel's head. "However, Maetel, enough is not satisfactory." "What? You and I are heroes. Do you really think I'll be satisfied with grown enough?" He had to somehow get out of this situation, so he started spouting nonsense. That. You do have a point, but... Of course, Maetel was an idiot, so she was convinced by his words. She nodded her head. "That is why I want you to grow more." "Yes. I'll grow faster. However, I don't want to be taller than Artpe." After saying those words, she passed her hands over her already ample breasts. Then she clenched her fists. Artpe inwardly thought he might have caused another problem, but on the other hand, he got a confirmation. There was no way this idiot remembered her past life. Hoo. From now on, here and here. I think that feels about right. At that moment, Artpe suddenly had a thought when he observed her behavior. "Maetel, you know of a method to grow those parts?" "Of course." He was given a truly shocking answer. "As I leveled up, I was able to gain some control over my development through the acceleration ability." This is why I became faster and stronger after I gained my innate ability. I was able to grow my muscles. So it is possible to do such a thing through acceleration. My level was rising fast, but I was worried my body won't grow as fast. That is why I tried this method and it worked. Ooh. I'll grow so much that Artpe will accept me without being able to say a peep. There wasn't a particular level cap, but there was a clear limit as to how one's body developed. However, it seemed Maetel was able to treat the growth of her body like leveling up. It was as if her body was putty in her hands. The ability called acceleration seemed like a misnomer. Maetel, you. What? No, it's nothing. Artpe was about to say something about her ability, but he shut his mouth. He had forgotten about it, but his innate ability called Read All Creation ability was in its second stage right now. After he reincarnated, he didn't see anything special that indicated that his ability had gone through a change. However, his ability itself had revealed to him that it had evolved to its second stage. So he knew his innate ability had grown. By outward appearance, her innate ability doesn't look like it had changed, but maybe, Maetel's innate ability was growing too. She might be on her way to gaining an ability that was superior to the acceleration ability. It was possible. She was showing overwhelming growth speed compared to her previous life. She was capable of pulling this off. He didn't want to hinder the evolution of her innate ability with his careless words. He decided to observe her. Of course, he didn't like it at all that his request for growing faster had become the impetus to the change in her innate ability. If your body has warmed, you should get off of me. The others will be coming out soon. I want to stick to you longer. I'm already sticking to you, but I want to be more intense in sticking to you, While Maetel was trying her best to play up her beauty, a woman appeared in the room. It was unexpectedly Vadinette. There was a tendril of cold energy emanating from her body. She hadn't failed the test. She did a good job in passing. What the hell are you doing? See? Vadinette took quick strides forward, and she pulled Maetel off of Artpe. Maetel knew she was pushing it already, so she didn't resist as she was pulled off of him. Artpe, you must have suffered a lot. I'm sure you were being tormented by her. You probably allow it, because she is also a hero. I feel sorry for you. You shouldn't speak those words while you are stealthily trying to sit on my lap. Artpe was slowly getting a sense as to how he should deal with Vadinette. He flicked Vadinette on the forehead. He dropped her away from him as he asked her a question. Did you gain anything? In truth, cold energy doesn't suit a holy priestess. That is why she gave me an artifact, and she raised my mana to the extreme. As she spoke those words, she slid her leg towards Artpe. He was taken aback. He blinked his eyes, and he realized that she was wearing a stocking that she hadn't worn before. It was a transparent stocking. It looked as if the threads were made out of ice. It makes you resistant against the cold. It also gives me the ability to make clones. As a priestess, it is the optimal ability to have. Above all else, it is pretty. She had no experience with men, but she somehow learned many ways to appeal to men. It was like her to choose such an item. The stocking accentuated her slim legs and smooth thighs. It really looked good on Vadinette. Artpe's heart started beating a little bit faster. Maetel's eyes narrowed. Artpe? Geez. I hope everyone comes out fast. Sienna, I missed you. Fortunately, before a hole could be formed in Artpe's stomach, Sienna was released. As with Vadinette, Sienna had gained more mana, and she had received an artifact. She had gained resistance against the cold, and her abilities had been boosted all across the board. It wasn't a bad outcome, but he also reminded himself of the fact that they weren't the leading role in this ruin. That's because Regina is most suited for the power of winter. Regina possessed great talent when it came to using wind and ice magic. Of course, she had full control over most elemental magic, but few in the history of the continent possessed as much talent for wind and ice magic as her. She boasted great mastery over these two disciplines. In her past life, she hadn't been able to fulfill all the prerequisites needed to clear this ruin, so she wasn't able to receive the entirety of the Winter Queen's power. However, it is different now. Maetel and Vadanet had been glaring and growling at each other. He had waited for Sienna to come out, since she could calm them. With the help of the Winter Queen, he was able to complete the magic tome. After Regina finished her test, they would immediately. At that moment, the ruin shook from a large tremor. Artpe. Calm down. The ruin had been attacked. It was easy enough to discern the cause, since a crude hostility could be felt within the mana. The problem was the fact that he didn't know who the owner of the mana was. Artpe, as expected. It isn't Etna. Maetel was about to speak, but Artpe immediately cut her off. Maetel's cheeks puffed out, but he wasn't lying. It wasn't Etna. I perfectly assessed and memorized her mana pattern. This is someone that is less skilled, but in terms of power, this being might not be too far behind Etna. When he had that thought, Artpe gulped. They were completing this ruin because it would allow them to defeat Etna. However, a different demon with similar level of power as Etna had shown up. If this demon possessed completely different properties from Etna, how were they supposed to win? Even if Regina gained the entire power of the Winter Queen, the prospect of a win looked bleak. What if they continue to attack the ruin like this? The Winter Queen has given her power to us, so she is about to perish. Normally, an attack of this caliber wouldn't be able to do anything to this ruin. This is the worst-case scenario. We might be buried alive here. He churned his thoughts, but he couldn't come up with a solution. If they went out, will they be able to put up a fight against this new demon? If the new demon asked for Etna's cooperation, Artpe and his party would certainly die. What should he do? First, he had to wait for Regina to come out from her test before he could. I know all about your worries. Artpe heard a voice from behind him. Artpe whipped his head around, and he saw the female sculpture. It had been absent from this room when it had created 5 pocket dimensions. The female sculpture had returned to reality once again. Returned. Main character always show up late. Be quiet, Regina. Of course, Regina accompanied the female sculpture. She was much stronger than before. He wanted to check her status, but unfortunately, their current situation was too dire for him to do so. It wouldn't be wise for you to exit this place right now. The comrade of your past is with an enemy of the present. They are gathered in one place. The female sculpture's voice could only be heard by Artpe. When she mentioned the comrade of his past, she was talking about Etna. The current enemy referred to the being that was attacking the ruin. The problem right now was the fact that Etna was also an enemy they had to defeat. I see. However, by the way you phrased your words, you have a way to help us? The female sculpture nodded her head. Let us fake your deaths. I'll sacrifice all of my remaining power, and I will lead you down the correct path. What? For a moment, he didn't understand what she meant, so he queried her. However, the female sculpture no longer spoke. It dissolved into the air. Afterwards, the ceiling fell down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135 Underground 1. Chapter 135 Underground 1. The Winter Queen had transferred all her powers to Regina, and she was immediately extinguished. Nothing went wrong up to that point. It was a decent way to wrap up the story so far. The problem right now was the fact that the ruin was collapsing in real time. Hey, wait a moment. Hey! How can you just disappear like that? Appa, blink. Bli-ink. Kayak. Artpe. Artpe. The power, which had been maintaining the ruin, was gone. It was obvious as to what would happen to the structure when it was attacked from the outside. Of course, the 10-floor ruin would collapse on itself. While Artpe's party was in a confused state, Regina temporarily stopped the ice fragments from falling down on them. A tunnel exists. It was prepared as a contingency plan. She told me about it. She? Do you mean the Winter Queen? Affirmative. He did not doubt her words. He could feel the record in mana of the Winter Queen emanating from Regina's whole body. The Winter Queen had said she would give away her power to Regina, and it seemed the Winter Queen had went above and beyond. I can't last long. I'm trying to find it. Artpe quickly searched his surrounding. The ruin was crumbling right now, so mana was being disturbed all over the place. It obstructed his vision. However, his eyes had been trained for numerous years, so he was able to filter out only the information he needed. I found it. The mana around them was going wild. The mana surged, and it caused explosions that were destroying the ice. In the middle of all of this chaos, there was a single path made out of mana. This mana was flowing in a calm manner. The Winter Queen said she had prepared a contingency plan. This had to be it. Crazy. We have to go deeper underground. SSSP. Everyone gather over here. Regina, you too. Artpe used his materialization magic to tie several hundred mana strings together. In a flash, he used it to open up a path leading further underground. He sent his party into the mana road. Regina was still trying to stop the ruin from falling down on their heads. He half carried her like a luggage as he ran into the mana road. Afterwards, a fierce wind picked up, and they were pushed forward. What? It is a wind infused with the cold. It will guide us down this path. He couldn't see his other party members, who had jumped in earlier. He was able to discern that the mana road wasn't just a stream of mana. The winds were part of the magic itself. It seemed the fierce cold winds could easily lift and transport a person. The winds carried them onward. Artpe High. Maetel had been the first to enter the road. She was using her superhuman will and mana to move upstream. On the other hand, Sienna had planted her hammer into the ground. Sienna and Vadanet was clinging to the hammer for dear life. Artpe put Regina under his arm. He moved forward, and he grabbed Maetel's hand. Afterwards, he had no problem in rejoining with the rest of his party. Shall we just grab hands and go with the flow? No way. Come out, magic carpet. That is just the tent we always use. Artpe used his exquisite mana control to inject mana into the tent fabric. The tent opened wide, and he placed his party on top of it. It would allow them to travel using the wind in style. It would allow them to travel faster, and they would be comfortable while doing so. Suddenly, I feel right at home. We have no idea how long this path is, so this will allow us to rest. I have no idea when this mana flow will be severed, but it seemed the Winter Queen had invested a significant amount of time in creating this road. Maybe she started working on it as soon as Artpe reset the world. However, the size and length of the road was massive. Even if the Winter Queen had made it, he worried the road was incomplete. Mana Road. Amazing record. After they settled atop the wind road, Regina had turned around. He wondered what she was doing, but she was standing still as she spread both her arms. It seemed she was taking in all the wind and cold energy that was flowing past them. Yum yum. All right. I get it. You don't have to explain any further. It seemed Regina had been instructed to do this beforehand. Regina had received enormous mana and record from the Winter Queen. She would be able to absorb the mana making up the Wind Road without much problem. There is a possibility that she had received something much greater than what I had expected. Maybe Regina had received the Winter Queen herself. Did the Winter Queen tell you where this road leads to? It is a journey without a destination. We are being guided by the wind. It is a miraculous encounter. If you don't know it, just say you don't know it. I don't know. They didn't know what waited for them at the end of road, but they had already distanced themselves from the ruin. They had been guided by the wind for a short amount of time, but they had traveled several hundred kilometers at the very least. Since we've come this far, we won't be attacked by the demons, but we went through the trouble of getting ready to fight that woman, yet it was all for nothing. I wanted to show her the power of my love for Artpe. Maybe it was a good thing that we didn't fight her. Maetel's joke was secondary to the frost resistance and the level up acquired by the party members. Above all else, Regina had gained a new power, and she would be able to go toe-to-toe with Etna now. However, that wasn't enough. He wanted to change the 4 Heavenly King Etna into an asset for the Heroes Party. His plan was to cause critical damage to the Demon King's army. He had completed the magic tome with the help of the Winter Queen, but he was still unsure as to whether the magic tome would succeed. No, I have the ability to do it. Maybe I'm psyching myself out. I possess the power to change the history of the demon race in my hands. I have the power to change the future. For better or for worse, the opportunity to confirm the ability of the magic tome was pushed back when a new enemy showed up. It wasn't a big deal. He was actually happy, since he had more time to experiment with the magic tome. The problem was the sudden appearance of the new enemy. This being had attacked the ruin without reason. Artpe had sensed the being's mana, and he was sure that he had never met this demon in his past life. This demon might be an officer in the force of the other Demon King candidate. Maybe this being was responsible for sending Etna towards the ice continent. He could somewhat guess at why Etna was sent towards the ice continent. Maybe they wanted her to lose her life when she confronted the ruin. That probably was a leap in logic. Maybe this was a plot to make sure the Heroes Party never gained the power of the Winter Queen. They might have been expecting the fire witch to blow away the ruin using her power. Now I'm sure that I'm not the only one possessing knowledge of the past life. There is a force that hadn't existed in my past life. Maybe they are the source of all the misfortune I suffered. That means from now on. Fortunately, he had used the experience from his past life to complete all the urgent tasks that needed to be completed. Regina was the most important member, and she had acquired the Winter Queen's power in its entirety. He had also acquired most of the artifacts he had to have through the help of Silpenin. The only thing that Artpe had to acquire before those that knew about their past lives. I guess the spellbook for the great magic called Reign of Ruin is the only thing left. Reign of Ruin. It gathered the mana of the land, and the spell turned the mana into an offensive force. It synchronized and strengthened the mana of the user. It was an AoE spell that allowed the user to bombard one's target. It boasted an extreme amount of destructive capability. It could be used against a single opponent or it could be used on a large region. There was only 2 downsides to this spell. When one used this spell, it consumed all of one's mana. Secondly, the process of chanting this spell was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing that death might be preferable. It is very juvenile. It is suited for Artpe. I'm not the one that needs to learn it. After you learn it, you'll have to proudly chant that spell out loud. You should rehearse it starting from now. Deny. 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 Regina had been busy absorbing the mana within the winds. Regina kept shaking her head from side to side as she kept punching Artpe's shoulder. Maetel stared at Artpe, who was chuckling. She asked him a question. "Where do we have to go to gain the spell book called the Reign of Ruin, Artpe?" "There is a body of water called Zestbara. It is the border that separates the human realm and the demon realm. If we are going to acquire that, then we are going to enter into the demon realm. I see. They were slowly approaching that point. In most cases, monsters over level 300 didn't appear in the human realm. There used to be some in the ice continent of Glacia. However, Etna had guided Sienna and Regina around Glacia. They had killed most of the high-level monsters that had lived there for several hundred years. Above all else, the top-level figures in their enemies' forces might show up in Glacia. They could no longer go back to that place. There is still some stuff that we have to acquire on this side. However, I'll leave that to Silpenin and Mycenae. That'll be an acceptable solution. I don't like both of them. You already know everything about the human realm. It seems Artpe knows everything. Vadanet, you already said that last time, He had created a new empire, and he had gained influence over the temple. He had prepared everyone. He no longer needed to worry about the human realm. Even if he worried more about the human realm, he couldn't improve on the current situation. The only thing weighed on his mind was the fact that he hadn't been able to recruit the warrior and the archer from the hero's party of his past life. In her past life, Maetel was able to recruit them through series of chance encounters. It couldn't be helped that they weren't able to come across the warrior and the archer. In truth, we've gained party members that are more powerful than them. There was the holy priestess Vadanet, who had to part with the hero's party in her past life. Then there was the powerful dark horse Sienna. She was an evil reflector, and she was the antipode to the demon race. Artpe had done everything he could do in the human realm. In fact, he probably went above and beyond what had been required of him. There is the force that is being managed by the second demon king. I cannot let my guard down. Moreover, someone entirely new was added into the existing structure of the four heavenly king. It is quite suspicious. I don't know what my party will face, so it is imperative that we strengthen our party. Instead of the archer from our past lives, maybe I should add Mycenae to the party. She acted arrogant for being a great merchant, but Artpe kinda liked. Mycenae seemed very interested in joining their party, so if he asked her to join the party, she would quickly accept the offer. However, if she joined the party, the already combative atmosphere of the party might worsen. This was why he worried things would turn to shit. Above all else, Mycenae liked to weaponize her looks. She would be troublesome. He decided it wasn't necessary for him to bring her in. I have to find the warrior. Shit. I wonder where he is. Should they really leave for the demon world? Doubt started to slowly creep into his mind. Did they really finish all their tasks in the human realm? Did they really complete everything to the best of their ability? Appa? What is it, Sienna? She was the only one amongst the hero's party that reassured his heart. She was the treasure of this party. At Sienna's careful questioning, Artpe ended his brooding. He raised his head, and he realized something. Where is this road connect to? I guess I can see why you are asking me that. They were traveling several hundred meters each second. They were traveling at incredible speed, and they had already exited Glacia. At this rate, they probably could cross several oceans to reach Diaz once again. They were moving that fast. Despite this fact, the road seemed to never end. In terms of straight distance, they probably circled the whole world once. What did that imply? Are we perhaps still going further underground? We aren't faking our death. We really are being buried alive. The path wasn't horizontal. It meant the road was tilted downwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136 Underground 2. Chapter 136 Underground 2. Several minutes had passed since they realized which direction the wind road was flowing. Artpe and his party members shared a companionable silence. The hero's party was riding a carpet deep into the ground, and they were probably going to die. It might be a death of their own making. It would be too embarrassing to put this story into the hero's tale. Wind is blowing hard. You should hold still. I'm thinking about stopping our progress. I'm wondering if I should bore through the ceiling. The slope isn't that steep. At this speed, even a 1-degree gradient is a problem. We might be heading towards the center of the world at ridiculously high speed. However, we won't die. The Winter Queen intended for this to happen. There is a destination. It was uncommon to hear such conviction behind Regina's words. He looked at the small glutton, who was absorbing the mana within the wind. He wondered how he should retort. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. All right. I'll trust your words. However, I will also prepare an escape plan. Affirmative. Artpe could use the blink boots option. He could transport to any location he desired. He could use this option once each day. It wouldn't be too hard to escape from this place if he could use that ability. However, the problem remained that a day hadn't passed since he had used that option. This was why the amount of mana consumed would be dependent on the distance they traveled. If he was rash in using the ability, Artpe might use up all his mana. He might become a dried-up mummy. Nah. Nya. There's no such thing here. It had been a pretty long time since Roa had eaten negative energy. This was why she insisted that she was emaciated. Of course, she was regularly eating other forms of energy, so she was just exaggerating her hardship. Be patient. Nya. I don't have anything. They were underground, so how could there be any negative energy here? Maybe, if a few 100,000-year-old fossil suddenly woke up as an undead. Nia. Ah. That's right. Roa had been quiet up until now. When Roa started to assert herself, it meant some kind of change was coming. Soon, he was proven right. Artpe was about to burst out laughing when Sienna tilted her head as she asked her question. Did an undead really show up? I don't feel the energy that would accompany it. It is the same for me. There is no way I wouldn't know if there was an undead nearby. It isn't an undead. If you consider our luck, it is probably something much worse. He stroked the head of Roa when she stuck her head out from his pocket. She had suddenly regained her vitality. Artpe spoke to his party members. It seems Regina was right. The Winter Queen had a specific destination in mind. Nya. Yes, she might have wanted us to help them. At this point, even Artpe picked up on the hints. He had never encountered them in his past life, but he vaguely remembered hearing about them. There is only one race that lives this deep underground. A race that lives underground? We are heading towards them right now? Yes. Artpe closed his eyes. The wind road was still carrying them at high speeds, and Regina started absorbing the wind at a much faster rate. Dwarves. They are like the elves within the Forest of Eternity. They are one of the other races that boasts a distinguished custom and tradition. They left their land couple 100 years ago to head underground. They are a mythical race that only appears in history. He was sure of it now. Artpe's read all creation ability could sense it. At the end of this road, the country of the underground race was waiting for them. He could also feel an evil energy, so there might be other beings beside the dwarves waiting for Artpe's party. Aren't dwarves the midget race? They carry around hammers. Moreover, they are supposed to be great fighters and master craftsmen. Kuhum. That might not be all true. At Maetel's naive question, Vadanet let out a bitter laughter. It has been a very long time since the dwarves made an appearance in our history. I am of this era, so I have only studied up on records of the distant past. These documents only mention the dwarves in passing. Most of the information known about the dwarves are inaccurate. The authors of these books mixed in their own imagination, so the information had been distorted in odd ways. I'm sure some of it is correct, but... However, my dad said that dwarves are an extremely strong race. A juicy said that? Yes. As expected of a wandering merchant, he must have developed the skill to bullshit. However, Artpe didn't go out of his way to destroy Maetel's fantasy. He didn't have to, since they would be meeting the dwarves soon. Above all else, Artpe didn't know much about the dwarves either. In his past life, the dwarves were never featured in the story of the hero or the demon king. They had been absent. At the very least, the dwarves hadn't appeared above ground when Artpe, who had been the weakest amongst the four heavenly, had died. They might have made an appearance after his death, but he doubted they would have been capable of influencing the tide of war. That was his opinion. However, the Winter Queen guided us to this place, so there must be something here. Then there is the energy that Roa is responding in a sensitive manner. Maybe they couldn't go above ground, because they are fighting this energy. It was as if a piece of the puzzle, which he couldn't solve in his past life, had clicked into place. Artpe was smirking at himself. Maetel, who was grumpy, pulled at his cheek, but he was unresponsive. Roa, who was within Artpe's arms, was the only one that was letting out a fierce light from her eyes. Nya nya. Nya 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 nya. You should have been this aggressive when we fought against the four heavenly king. Nya na. Roa said, it is a sin to point out a woman's weakness, as she scratched his arm. Of course, Artpe snorted at her words. Regina, who had been silent, spoke up at that moment. The road ends. I see a fight in the future. You saw correctly, Regina. Everyone get ready for a fight. A purple mass of mana appeared above Artpe's palm. It was a phenomena that occurred when he coalesced several thousand strands of mana string into a ball. It looked very small, but each strand could be expanded using his materialization spell. There was no way it could be negligible. Are you going to destroy the entire underground, Artpe? Can you not look at me like that? You are scaring me. Soon. There is 4 seconds left. 4 seconds? There is still no end to this road, Kuak. When Regina's words ended, the wind road suddenly accelerated. At the same time, the gentle slope suddenly steepened. The pressure made it seem as if they were being dropped from high altitude. Artpe. A large wall suddenly came into view. If they continued along this path, they would crash into the wall. They would be flattened like pancakes. The wind road was coming to an end. Regina diligently moved her hands to absorb all the mana, but they were already traveling at high speeds. Regina's actions didn't slow down their speed. It really looked as if they were about to die, so Sienna lifted her sledgehammer. In the next moment. Kook. Let's go. Artpe threw the ball of mana resting atop his palm. In a flash, the ball expanded, and it looked as if would cover the entire wall. The wall was destroyed at an incredible rate, and a path through the wall was created. What the hell? Is this perhaps corrosion magic? She never expected the hero to know such a malicious spell. By the time Badinette's eyes turned round, Maetel figured out the identity of the magic. She spoke in a calm manner. You wore down the wall using hyper-rubbing? Your assessment is better than expected. It isn't anything new anymore. It was a method that allowed him to get rid of something with precision. He didn't have to apply significant outward force to the wall. He just rubbed it until it broke. It consumed a lot of mana, and it was a very roundabout way to destroy the wall. However, it was all right since he achieved the desired result. At that moment, Regina retracted both her arms. A vast amount of mana swirled inside her body. Her abilities were increasing in real time. The wind road has stopped. I ate well. Wait a moment. Then you should stop the carpet. This isn't a carpet. It's a tent. The fact that he had erased a portion of the wall didn't mean that he could wipe out the speed of the tent. When they passed through the hole in the wall, the party was sent flying towards the floor. When they were on the wind road, there hadn't been any turbulence. However, once they lost balance, the tent started to wobble in every direction. In a single second, they started to spin several dozen times. This is fun. Confess. Who the heck just fondled my butt? I'm sorry, Artpe and Maetel. The confusion lasted only a moment. The party caught sight of a large open space beneath the wall. Unfortunately, it was filled with other guests. Block them. If we block them this day, it'll be all over. Kaya. Beat them back. Beat them back. There were short warriors gathered in an absurdly large area. Then there were the grotesque monsters. They looked like ashes, which were pressed underneath a pot, had grown to enormous size. He was sure that Roa had reacted to these monsters. Roa continued to meow within his pocket. The tent fabric opened up wide, and it surrounded the party. It stopped the descent of the party. Ot. What the hell is that? Did another abyss open? The warriors were in the midst of a fierce battle with the monsters. The eyes of the warriors and the monsters turned round when they saw a large ball of something appear in the air. The atmosphere of the battlefield froze for a brief moment. Artpe carefully opened the corner of the tent fabric, which had been turned into a ball around them. He called out to Roa. Roa, are you okay? Nia. All right. Do whatever you want. Naya aha. It truly had been a long time since she had feasted on a buffet. She was overly excited. She immediately resolved into black fog. Roa let out a roar as she speeded across the air. The surprised warriors swung their axes on reflex, but she easily dodged all of them. Then Roa pounced on the monsters, which were infused with demonic energy. She used the technique she had developed over time. She easily ignored the resistance put up by the monsters, and she started sucking out only the demonic energy. Jaya Gayak. Horrifying screams that shouldn't exist in this world filled the square. The monsters despaired when a monster worse than them had made an appearance. She was ruthless as she feasted on the monsters from an unknown origin. The warriors, who had been fighting against the monsters, felt shock and fear when they witnessed Roa's gluttony. They lost the initiative. What the hell is that? Is it the core of the abyss? It might be trying to eat all the shadows of the sinners to ascend to the top. It might be trying to rule the underground. The monsters and warriors within the square froze again for an entirely different reason. The large fabric had slowly landed on the ground. Phew! We are alive. That's too bad. I wanted to write it a little more. You should remember this, Vadanet. Artpe's party rose from the middle of the fabric, and the warriors flinched once again. The fact that they were emitting a serious amount of energy was secondary to the fact that these new figures were from a completely different race. Are they humans? They came here with that monster over there. They might be shadows pretending to be humans. No way. I feel an extremely holy energy from them. Wait a moment. What if that monster isn't from the abyss? Even as the short warriors whispered amongst themselves, they raised their weapons towards Artpe's party. They were wary of Artpe's party. The warriors were short. They barely reached past 130 centimeters, yet their small bodies were sturdy with muscles. Artpe mumbled his words. Well, they are exactly as the book describes. I guess so. Vadenat mumbled in disbelief. At her reaction, Artpe smirked. It was the moment when they faced the dwarven race, who had been lost from history. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137 Underground 3. Chapter 137 Underground 3. Nya 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 nya. Kiaha. My energy. It's being sucked away. A massacre was occurring within the large space underground. A black fog of unknown nature was letting out a weirdly cute roar as it covered the open space. The black monsters, who were trapped within the fog, kept screaming as they shriveled up. They fell over and died. It was such a horrible sight that many wondered if this was what it was like witnessing the Demon King at work. Good. She's doing a good job eating all of them, even if there are a lot of them. When he witnessed this sight, Artpe nodded his head as he put on a satisfied expression on his face. Sienna was standing next to him. Her eyes had turned round as she mumbled her words. They all seemed to be easily over level 200. All the while, Roa has grown a lot. Artpe's party was acting in an extremely leisurely manner. The warriors were flustered by this sight. Until a moment ago, they had been fighting for their lives. These people had shown up from nowhere, and they had killed several hundred to several thousand of their enemies. Their enemies were dying without being able to put up much of a resistance. Who are you guys? Are you our enemies? Are you guys from the demon race? First, Artpe was going to cut off the idea that his party was the enemy. Artpe pointed towards the black fog that was zipping across the square. I'm her owner. Moreover, I'm human. It was unexpected, but the dwarves weren't using the common language of the continent. They were using an ancient language. However, Artpe was fluent in most languages, so it wasn't too hard to reply in the same tongue as the dwarves. It is as I have expected. Still, that doesn't guarantee that they aren't our enemies. I've never seen a magical beast capable of swallowing the shadows of sinners. We are deep underground, so how did these humans get here? It didn't matter if the dwarven warriors were in a state of confusion. Roa enthusiastically continued to satiate her appetite. It didn't take too long for the shadows to be eradicated from the square. There wasn't a single one of them left. My God. Be on guard. That thing ate all of them. We might be next. The short dwarven warriors kept hanging back as they bunched together. The sight was a bit adorable, but that wasn't important right now. Roa looked across the square to the location where the shadows had exited. Roa turned back into the form of a black cat as she stared at the deep black hole. She nodded her head as she returned to Artpe's arms. Nya 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 nya. I see. It leads to a different place. Artpe let out a bitter laugh when he heard Roa's explanation. He never expected such a horrible dungeon to exist below the surface of the world. Just the presence of the hole dyed its surrounding with demonic energy. It was also a dungeon that periodically spat out evil spirits from within. It was no wonder the dwarves were trapped underground. It was understandable as to why they no longer appeared above ground. A cat? He really is its owner. The dwarven warriors quieted down. Artpe had gained the upper hand by merely having Roa in his arms. He smirked as he took a step forward. The dwarves flinched, and every one of them clenched their weapons harder. Artpe spoke. "Hello. It is nice to meet you. As an aside, do you guys have any quests for us?" It was the proper way to handle a first meeting with a different race. The dwarves thought they were going to fight a battle that would determine the fate of the entire race. They had been trembling at that thought. When they heard Artpe's random question, they tilted their head in confusion. Quests? This is our first meeting with you, so why do you think we have quests? Everyone be quiet. We have one person that can speak on the same eye level as them. Ah, that's right. It seemed the dwarves had come to a conclusion. Several dwarven warriors quickly turned around, and they quickly ran into a tunnel. On one end of this enormous square, there was the hole where the evil spirits had crawled out from. On the other side, there was a tunnel that presumably led to the territory of the dwarves. As expected of the dwarves, Artpe had been surprised when he saw the existence of the long tunnel. Aside from the dwarves from the legends, it was impossible to excavate and maintain structures so deep within the earth. Please wait a moment here. We live below the earth, so we aren't good at understanding complicated things. Fortunately, we have a comrade that is quite bright. He will be able to speak to you on the same eye level as you. The words I want to convey isn't that difficult to understand. All right. I just want you all to understand that we hold no hostility towards the dwarves. When one of the dwarves spoke to him in a courteous manner, Artpe let out a bitter laugh as he spoke. Artpe and his party members had shown up from nowhere, and they had slaughtered several thousand monsters. They had killed them, because the monsters possessed demonic energy. The dwarves were like the elves. They were of another race. Artpe wasn't going to attack them. Maybe they are reacting this way because they know about how humans treat the other races. It hadn't been too long since he had settled the problems between humans and the elves. When he thought about that incident, Artpe just shrugged his shoulders. So, when is your comrade coming? I received a report that said the fight in the other cave is almost done. It shouldn't be too long. Ah. Here he comes. The dwarf's complexion visibly brightened when he saw his comrade running through the tunnel at a rapid rate. It made one wonder how strong and dependable this comrade was. When Artpe raised his gaze, he froze in place when he came across someone in the most unlikely place. Living armor? He is wearing an extremely large armor. Appalling amount of magical energy. Outward appearance looks funny. Oh my. It is true. He will be able to speak to us on the same eye level as us. Physically. Since the dwarves mentioned a comrade, he had expected it to be another dwarf. He had been wrong. Even if the height of Maetel and Artpe was combined, this man might be taller. He was wearing enormous full-plate armor and helm. There was a large axe and shield strapped to his back, yet he was running at high speeds through the tunnel. Are they enemies? Leave them to me. Wait a moment, Eric. We aren't sure if they are enemies. The dwarves, who were chasing after him, kept yelling at Eric. They wanted him not to be rash in his actions. However, it was as if the words of the dwarves went in one ear and out the other. Eric gripped his axe as he increased his speed. When Maetel saw this, she started unsheathing her sword. However, Artpe stopped her before she unsheathed it fully. That guy has no intentions of attacking us. Okay. Understood. It was as Artpe had predicted. It looked as if he was planning to chop down the party with his axe, but he slowed down as he got closer to Artpe's party. He came to a complete stop in front of them. They aren't enemies. A very tough and manly voice rang out from within the armor. Artpe smirked as he nodded his head. Yes, we aren't your enemy. If you consider those monsters covered in demonic energy as your enemy, we might be able to help you out. Of course, a suitable recompense would be needed in return. I like the fact that you are honest. It is nice to meet you. My name is Elric. Ah. I'm Artpe. The man tried to take off his gauntlet, but he reacted as if he had forgotten something. He just pushed his hand forward as is. Artpe didn't hesitate as he lightly grabbed the gauntlet for a handshake. Artpe let go afterwards. I'm sorry. I cannot take off my gauntlets right now. I keep forgetting about that fact. The man put on an apologetic expression on his face. In truth, his face was not visible, because of the helmet. At the very least, his voice sounded apologetic. I understand. A lot can happen in this world. Nah ho. As if she agreed with Artpe's sentiment, Roa let out a meow. However, Artpe patted her as if to say it wasn't time yet. Roa had just finished a gluttonous feast, so she wasn't particularly hungry. Roa assented as she gave a short cry. Then she completely disappeared into his pocket. When the man saw a cat shake her tail as she settled into Artpe's pocket, his voice rose in surprise. So this cat ate all the shadows of the sinners? It really is an incredible familiar. That's right. She is quite useful. By the way, you call them shadows of sinners? When he checked it with his red all creation ability, he found out that they were ancient evil spirits. However, he didn't want to call them by such a strange name, so Artpe settled on calling them shadows of sinners. I learned it from the dwarves. In truth, it hasn't been long since I've arrived underground. The man sheepishly scratched his head. However, when he realized that his hand was just scratching his helmet, he brought it down. No matter how one looked at it, the helmet looked uncomfortable. However, the man was showing no signs of taking it off. No, that's not right. Artpe checked himself. The man wasn't taking off the helmet and gauntlets out of sheer stubbornness. He couldn't take it off. Light of the fighting spirit. It was an armor worn by the continent's greatest berserker Elturk. He wore it up until his death. A curse was placed on the armor by his vindictive spirit. As a price for gaining massive power, the wearer becomes bound to the armor. Amongst curses, this armor was infused with the highest ranked curse. The suffering created from not being able to take off the armor was immeasurable. He didn't want to feel sympathy, but Artpe felt sympathy for the man. It seems you've suffered a lot. As expected of a magician, you recognized it immediately. The man nodded his head. I acquired this armor by chance. When I put it on, I discovered that I couldn't take it off. At first, I traveled to Palladia, but they denied me entrance to the city. I was told I looked too suspicious. Next, I went to Edia, but the first thing those bastards did was to put a strange contract in front of me. That is why I wandered the world, and in the end, I arrived underground. I thought maybe the dwarves had some method of getting this off. He had traveled all over the world for the single goal of getting his armor off. In the end, he arrived at the underground world where the dwarves lived. Unlike him, Artpe's party had arrived at this location through the help of the Winter Queen. They used a half-assed method to reach this place. Elric's story was worthy of someone that was a main character to a story. I'm sorry, Elric. If our techniques were a bit better, we would have been able to take off your armor. It's all right. It's all right. By coming here, I found a foe that I can fight, so it wasn't a loss. Elric, you are incorrigible. That's dot. It seemed Elric and the dwarves had a friendly relationship with each other, but it wasn't the time for all of this. Artpe let out a small fake cough, and Elric finally turned around. He was human, but Elric was the representative of the dwarves. He had to bargain with Artpe's party. Artpe, it seems you guys didn't use the same tunnel as me to reach this place. How did you arrive so deep underground? When we cleared a ruin, a powerful magical energy threw us towards this place. That is how we reached this place. Ah, I see. I guess that can happen. Artpe's explanation was too abridged, but Elric just accepted Artpe's words. He seemed like a complete mess, but the dwarves were also nodding their heads. It seemed all of them were abnormal. That means you guys came here by chance, and you don't plan on acting hostile towards the dwarves. Moreover, you want to receive a quest from us. That's right. It seems you guys are having trouble fighting the shadows of sinners. I think we'll be helpful in solving that problem. It is an offer that is as surprising as your sudden appearance. All right. Wait a moment here. Elric nodded his head. He turned around, and he conversed with the dwarves. As that was going on, Artpe's party was also whispering to each other. Dwarves are adorable. They aren't as strong as that man, but they seem strong. All this time such a powerful force was buried underground. Interesting. Exploration is the mother of magic. This isn't something we can accomplish in a day or two. Is that okay, Artpe? Yes. I was undecided until a moment ago, but I decided there is something worth acquiring here. He was in the territory of the dwarves. They were a race that he had never come across in his past life. Then there was the strange monsters that was infused with demonic energy. In the beginning, he thought they were the reason why the Winter Queen had sent them here. However, such thoughts were wiped clean from his mind when he saw Elric. I never expected to find the warrior of the heroes party here. The man named Elric was wearing heavy armor, and he was laughing heartily as he spoke to the dwarves. He was one of the original 3 members that had joined the heroes party. Even when the heroes party had reached the Demon King's castle, the warrior had continued to be the sturdy backbone of the heroes party. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138 Underground 4. Chapter 138 Underground 4. Artpe already had a rough idea as to why the dwarves were unable to travel above ground. They were too busy blocking the monsters called the shadows of sinners, and these shadows had crawled out from holes within the underground realm of the dwarves. Despite this fact, the dwarves had done well. They lived underground as they disposed of the shadows. However, at some point in time, the power and number of monsters increased significantly. Those that couldn't withstand the change died one by one. While the number of dwarves dwindled, the number of enemies continued to rise. When they were backed up against the wall, the warrior Elric had shown up. He had possessed amazing power. However, I'm merely a warrior that is somewhat good at swinging my axe. I have no problem killing the strong ones, but I feel myself lacking against a large number of foes. The dwarves were doing a little bit better than the worst-case scenario, because Elric had been helping them for the past several years. It meant Artpe's party had come to the underground world at the right time. How many holes like that exists? There are a total of 17 of them in the underground world. However, it is our conjecture that they might all lead to the same place. It seemed the dwarves were finally able to let go of their wariness a little bit. A dwarf peeked out from behind Elric as he spoke. Artpe didn't hesitate as he confirmed the dwarf's theory. Right. This is a dungeon. I believe the holes are multiple dungeon entrances. As expected, it is a dungeon. However, it is a place that is crawling with these monsters. We didn't have the courage to enter it, so we've been stuck in this situation. There is a difference between courage and foolhardiness. It makes me uncomfortable to admit that, but you are right. Yes, it is impossible for us to clear it. That is why. Elric asked him a question. Are you guys able to do it? Of course. The question is how fast we can finish it. That is the only debate in this matter. Nya. The dwarves had seen Roa's rampage a moment ago, so they couldn't gainsay Artpe's confident words. Elric also didn't say anything further. He was a skilled warrior, so it wasn't too hard to judge the power level of Artpe's party. You said you wanted a quest. So what do you want from the dwarves in return for doing this quest? I'll take whatever you guys can give us. Now that I think about it. Artpe nodded his head as he looked at the assembled dwarves. He had looked at each one of them through his read all creation ability. It seemed the dwarves were stronger than any above-ground elite order of knights. Artpe also realized something. Aside from their martial prowess that was beyond elite, the dwarves possessed something else that was obvious. Surprisingly, most of them had learned the blacksmithing skill. Moreover, several of the dwarves had achieved an impossibly high level in the blacksmithing skill. I know that there are a lot of mastersmiths amongst you. Will it be possible for you to fix our party's armor? Ah. There is also something I want you to create. Artpe's party hadn't come across any good blacksmiths on their journey. From the beginning, his party had lasted by using the dungeon rewards from defeating the monsters. They had used the artifacts they had acquired. Of course, the locations they had visited were extraordinary, so the acquired artifacts weren't lacking in performance. However, there was a difference between strengthening an item through magical energy and the physical modification and optimization of an item. A skilled blacksmith's hands could wrought remarkable enhancements even on products created through Artpe's reinforcement skill. That is all you want from us? On the other hand, that is all we can give you, so I'm at a loss for words. Elric, why don't we allow them to enter into our city? Elric and the dwarves exchanged few more words. They nodded their heads as they turned around. Elric was wearing a steel helmet, so his expression was indecipherable. However, he could feel a sense of relief coming from Elric. He was aware of the dangers of the underground world, and it would have been a lie to say that he didn't welcome the appearance of Artpe's party. They've decided to accept your offer. We will guide you to the city of the dwarves. Actually, I'm also a guest of the city. Nya. Alright, Roa. This was how Artpe's party had ended the battle, and a temporary peace had returned to the square. As they traveled through the tunnel created by the dwarves, more dwarves started to appear from various locations, and they joined the procession. Who are these humans? Did they come from the same place as Elric? They are powerful. I never expected them to help in the work of disposing the shadows of sinners. As they traveled through the tunnel, several thousand dwarves had joined the procession. However, the atmosphere was dampened by the fact that a part of the procession was carrying the corpses of their fallen comrades. Still, the number of death was small today. Is it because he showed up? I mean that big bastard. He didn't come to our location. Anyways, your side barely had any casualties. Is it thanks to those humans? It isn't quite correct to say that it was thanks to the humans, but... No, you'll be able to see it soon. Anyways, these humans are our precious guests, so please treat them well. Ah, Artpe. It's this way. Soon, the tunnel came to an end, and they were greeted by a very large space. It couldn't be compared to the square from before. Maetel's mouth fell open as she stared at the absurdly high ceiling. It is amazing, Artpe. I'm sure the structures supporting this place is artificial. Consequently, these structures are causing the mana to gather, and it is propping up the ceiling. The fact that you were able to realize that fact at a glance is amazing. Yes. They are able to gain mastery over mana through their blacksmithing skill. In fact, I heard that this is how they are able to create artifacts. Of course, this is the first time seeing it in reality. Maetel was visibly happy when she heard his words. So even Artpe is seeing this for the first time. Hoo. It is the first for me too. It's my first time too. Idiots, The dwarves had created this underground city, and various buildings were packed into this space. However, there weren't many recreational facilities in the city. They only saw several pubs. In the past, we loved and enjoyed the arts. However, we are too busy trying to eat and survive. Our city turned a bit soulless. When the dwarf realized where Artbe's gaze had settled, he shrugged as he gave an explanation. Artbe didn't go out of his way to say anything negative. The fact that another race was able to live underground was miraculous in itself. What will you all do once the problem of the holes is fixed? I've never thought that far ahead. It was understandable. The dwarves had welcomed Artbe's party, and they didn't doubt Artbe's party when they had offered help. However, the dwarves didn't have a complete grasp of the extent of power possessed by Artbe's party. There was a high probability that the dwarves thought they were adding powerful warriors on the same level as Elric. It'll be fine to think about that later on. Look over there. That place is where you guys will reside. How kind. I'll take it from here, Kasibo. I want to hear some news about the human realm from them. All right, Elric. Let's have some ale later on at the pub. Of course. The dwarves left Elric to guide Artbe's party, then they immediately dispersed into the city. From various parts of the city, the sounds of hammers banging on metal was heard. When the dwarves weren't in battle, it seemed they were busy making preparations for future battles. Humans would probably faint from surprise at this sight. I think so too, Artbe. Don't you think it'll be really fun if they are able to come above ground? It was a question posed by Elric. This was obvious, but Elric's helmet prevented Artbe from ascertaining his expression. You can tell by looking at their equipments, but their blacksmithing technique has risen to a staggering level. The more shocking fact is the fact they are all well over level 200 on average. Their number looks small, but yes, it is quite surprising. Instead of an era of prosperity, the dwarves were continuously in a state of decline. This was why there were less than 100,000 dwarves left. On the other hand, around 70,000 of the dwarves were capable of fighting. Most of them exceeded level 200. No country above ground could boast such a force. Elves, who were the most well-known race other than humans, couldn't even come close to the dwarves. So you want to send them above ground, Elric? No. It is because of the question you asked before. You asked them what they would like to do after solving the problem of the abyss. Your question suddenly made me think about it. Their ability to reproduce and their battle capability is amazing. What would happen if they went above ground? If the human realm is at peace right now, would it bring unnecessary chaos to the world? As if he didn't believe his own word, Elric shook his head. It won't be too long before the Demon King's army will invade the human realm. If such a dependable army decides to join humanity's side, it would naturally bring stability back to the human realm. He never expected such words from Elric, so App couldn't reply. It seemed Elric realized that the human realm was in trouble. This was surprising in itself, but a bigger blow arrived immediately afterwards. Don't you agree, hero? Ha! It seemed this guy knew everything. In his previous life, the warrior was the main member that Artbe couldn't decipher in the hero's party. He was a charismatic warrior in a can, and he had the ability to catch a person off base. When Artbe laughed without giving a reply, Elric let out a light laugh as he asked another question. If you told everyone that you are the hero, everyone would have followed your words. So why didn't you tell them? Instead of suddenly showing up and declaring myself as the hero, I thought it would be better to tell them after we successfully finished the quest. In truth, the situation had progressed too rapidly that it would have felt awkward to reveal the fact that they were the heroes. However, he didn't tell Elric this fact. It also seemed Elric liked his explanation. You are saying actions speak louder than words. Very good. In that sense, I would like to ask. How did you know I was the hero? Of course, I know. You are unbelievably strong compared to your young age. Your name is Artpe, and above all else, it is your appearance. From the time you left Diaz, you grew a little bit, but you look almost exactly the same. That means the girl behind you is named Maetel? I've seen you guys not too long ago, so it would be strange if I didn't remember you guys. You are referring to the announcement made by Diaz. Artpe was getting a feel for when Eric had entered the territory of the dwarves. Elric nodded his head in an indifferent manner. Of course, it was an announcement about the heroes, so I remember it. However, I never expected you guys to be so powerful so soon. It has been 3 years since we were designated heroes. It has only been 3 years. You guys got this strong in just 3 years. Ha dot. Artpe looked at the shocked Elric, and he wanted to say, I should be saying that to you. Artpe remembered the formation of the Heroes Party in his past life. Elric Beltaputa. Human male. Shield Master. Level 287. The party had begun with just Maetel and Silpenin. It didn't take them too long to bring in the warrior as a comrade. At the time, the warrior had been struggling to get past level 200. For some reason, the current warrior was similar in level and skill compared to Artpe's party when they entered into Palladia. This was why Artpe had been surprised when he met the warrior. There was only one possibility. In his past life, the warrior had joined the heroes' party without meeting the dwarves. The heroes had run away in this life, and the warrior's future had changed. That meant the warrior had fought incredibly strong monsters in the territory of the dwarves, and his growth had been accelerated. In terms of being a genius, this guy's is a monster that far outstrips Silpenin. Somehow, he always used Silpenin as the measuring stick, so he felt a bit sorry about that. However, this only happened because Silpenin was enough of a genius to be compared to other geniuses. Silpenin was a rare genius, yet a more extraordinary genius had appeared. The only thing Artpe could do was to blame the gods now. Anyways, let's get back to the main topic. From the perspective of a hero, it wouldn't be bad to co-opt the dwarves to the side of humanity. That is why I want you to concern yourself with what happens here. That is all I wanted to say to you. These guys are really kind. You don't have to worry about it. We'll end this soon. Soon. Elric repeated Artpe's words when he realized something. The small and cute black cat in Artpe's pocket was gone. At some point in time, she had disappeared. Can it be? The cat can do it on its own? Phew. You are sharp. The fact that Roa could or couldn't solve this on her own wasn't the problem. As soon as Artpe established a quest with the dwarves, Roa had been afraid someone would steal some of the energy from her. She had run straight towards the hole. That means we can leisurely tour the city, and we can leave after receiving the reward. Aside from that, I have a proposal for you, Elric. Cook. You are quite good. When the fact that he was the hero was revealed by Elric, Artpe had lost the upper hand. Artpe had easily regained the upper hand right now. He grinned as he asked Elric a question. What if I said I can help you be freed from your armor? What would you be willing to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Underground, 5. Chapter 139, Underground, 5. You can free me from this armor. Yes. Of course. It is very simple. How can this be? Elric Beltaputa had been the warrior of the heroes party in his past life. When Artpe had died, Elric had still been unable to take off his armor. Was it because he didn't visit the underground world in his past life? Of course not. It was because the curse infused within the armor was godawful. In fact, The curse was strengthened every time blood was soaked into the armor during a victory in battle. At this point in time, there was no cancellation magic in the human realm that could free Elric. If Elric met Edie as king or the holy priestess of Palladia in the initial stages of the armor's curse, it could have been solved somehow. It really was unfortunate for Elric. How? How can it be done? It was something no one in the human realm could do. Artpe had nonchalantly said that he could do it, so it would have been strange if Elric hadn't shown any excitement. His armor clanked as he approached Artpe. Elric pushed his head close to Artpe's face as he spoke. "I'll be very angry if this is a simple prank. I put my life on the line in order to take off this armor, but the dwarves have the unsurpassed ability to create magic through metal. I confirmed it with my own 2 eyes earlier. However, their abilities are lacking for your purpose. At the very least, they won't be able to do it with their current level of skill. I already know that. That is why I am subjugating the shadows of sinners as I wait for them to train their techniques." "I see. That's how it is." However, Elric had no idea when he'll be able to take off his armor. "At this rate, will there be any dwarves alive?" That was the question. "Even they can't do, so how will you be able to do it?" "That is what I want to hear. Our conversation is getting pretty long. Isn't it strange to make so much noise on the street? First, let's change location." "Oh, of course. Come this way. We just need to go a little bit further." Artpe's party accompanied the overly excited Elric, and they headed towards their temporary lodging. "Did the past owner die recently?" "The temporary lodging was quite large and clean." "Now you should tell me." Elric was so desperate that he turned around as soon as they crossed the front door. He shouted his words. A bitter smile appeared on Artpe's lips. "My girls need to rest." If Elric was female, his party members would have watched over him with vigilant eyes. However, Elric was male. His party was worn out from the travel between the Winter Queen's ruin and the underground world. They meekly went to rest. The only one that worried over Artpe was Maetel. "Artpe, is this really okay? What if the content within the armor defied all expectation and it turned out to be a cute girl?" "I would." "What the hell are you worried about?" Ouch. When Maetel received a flick to her forehead, Maetel obediently went away. Artpe and Elric sat across the dining table from each other. Artpe couldn't see Elric's face thanks to the armor, but Artpe could hear the armor clank. Elric was fidgeting. It was clear that Elric was nervous. "Hey, Artpe. I already said that it's possible." If he delayed this any further, Elric would probably grab the axe propped up next to the front door. Elric would probably bring the axe down on him, so Artpe decided to acquiesce to Elric's request. "If you really want to take off your armor, it won't be a problem. I'll take it off of you as soon as Roa comes back." "Really? The cat is capable of eating more than the demonic energy." "Of course. The curse placed on your armor is especially thick and vicious. It is basically the ultimate delicacy for her. There was a massive amount of shadows of sinners within the abyss. If Roa hadn't known about that, she wouldn't have been able to hold herself back for even a second. She would have been sucking out the curse within the armor by now. In that case, Artpe's eyes shone. "Will you really be okay with taking off your armor?" It was as if Artpe's gaze was penetrating his helmet. Elric's armor clanked once again. Elric was trying to respond in the most nonchalant manner as possible, but he couldn't fool Artpe. "You are really powerful right now, and you have earned the respect of the dwarves. If you lose the ability of the armor, will you be able to pull off exploits like right now? You already know about this armor's abilities?" "I just know that the structure of the curse isn't simple. It isn't simply there to torment you. It seems your torment results in bringing up your battle capabilities. Level was everything. When a difference of even one level was formed, it was hard for an opponent to overcome that difference. It didn't matter how outstanding one's skill was. On the other hand, there were few miraculous factors that allowed one to transcend the difference in level. The most typical example was the special classes like being a hero and a holy priestess. Then there was the innate abilities. Lastly, there were artifacts that performed at a transcendent level. Of course, the armor imprisoning Elric's body was such an artifact. It strengthened the abilities of its wearer. Amongst these types of artifacts, the armor was in the highest class. It was a legendary artifact. The only item in Artbe's possession that could rival the armor was the Demite Pippi. Demite wasn't a normal artifact. It was closer to a living organism that possessed an innate will. If one took that into account, one could surmise as to how amazing Elric's armor was. You are right. Elric hesitated for a brief moment, but in the end, he acknowledged Artbe's words. I was able to measure up to the expectation of the dwarves thanks to this artifact. In fact, I had some idea that the pent-up frustration and anger within me was strengthening the power of the armor. The curse is complicated. The curse on your armor has an additive effect. It changed your body and record. That is why you were able to outperform your level. If you take that armor off, you will no longer be able to handle that power. You won't be able to adjust to your weakened body, and in all likelihood, you'll be in trouble. Do you want to take off the armor knowing this? It took some time for Elric to continue his speech. Artbe looked at him with amusement in his eyes. Finally, Elric opened his mouth. I still want to take off the armor. I see. It isn't simply because the armor is suffocating. I cannot deny the fact that the artifact allowed me to reach my current status. I also know that the artifact is part of my powers now, but... It was unknown as to whether Elric saw the smile forming on Artbe's lips. However, Elric didn't make a fuss as he accepted Artbe's words. In the end, the artifact is a tool I use. I cannot let the armor use me. I cannot let it be my master. That is why I want to take off the armor. Good. You have a proper understanding as to what an artifact is. Above all else, I am tired of this lie. A lie. Yes, it is a lie. When Elric saw Artbe's smile deepen, his armor once again clanked. I bet a lot of people told you that you are full of it. Correct. I probably heard that I'm full of it from others more than the number of bread I ate in my entire life. Then I'll add to that number. You are really full of it. He had heard it too much that he wasn't bothered by it. Artbe shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. At this point, I know that you have a proper perspective on what the role of an artifact is. That is why I have a proposal. I want to turn it down. No, you should hear me out first. In truth, the surest way of getting your armor off is to use Roa. However, there is another method that I can attempt. I really want to turn it down. There was a sure way of getting the armor off, so why would he choose another method? Artbe knocked on the can as he spoke. It is as you've said. Artifacts are tools. The problem with the armor is the fact that it is trying to use you according to its will. Listen to this. What if it is possible to advance the features of the armor? You will be able to take off the armor as you will while being able to use its power. Wouldn't that be the best? My mom always said there is no free lunch. She also said this. If a deal sounds too good to be true, I should chew on it 100 times, then I should decline the offer. He was told to decline a deal after thinking over it 100 times. It seemed Elric's righteous attitude stemmed from a fantastic upbringing. Artbe was a bit nervous, but he didn't back off. Of course, there is a risk. I have to touch the vengeful spirit. If the power of the artifact runs rampant, there is a possibility of you and I becoming injured. If we leave it to Roa, she'll eat it before the vengeful spirit of the armor can do anything to you, so there is no danger with that method. As expected, I'd rather ask the cat to ... What if I said that method will allow you to control your enormous power? Wouldn't you be willing to take such a risk? Still, I want the cat to ... At that point, Artpe decided to bring out his last card. Don't you want to join our party? Even if the task within the underground world is solved, you won't be able to join our party in your state. It seemed Artpe had hit the bullseye. Elric immediately fell silent. How did you know? It had been 3 years since the news about the heroes were announced. You lived in this dark underground, yet you didn't forget about that information. Coo-hoo. Of course, Artpe had seen Elric in the heroes' party with his own 2 eyes in his past life. Elric fell for Artpe's specialty called the bluff skill. It is true that I wanted to join the heroes' party. I always dreamed about becoming a hero. Since I wasn't chosen to be the hero, I wanted to stand next to the heroes at the very least. However, it seems that won't be possible. Doesn't this mean that I am worthless without this armor? No way. I am merely saying that you won't be able to survive in the demon world without the support of the artifact. At Artpe's words, Elric's armor clanked as he shouted. You guys are going to the demon world. If we didn't have to make an emergency landing here, we would probably be trying to enter into the demon world by now. We just happened to arrive here by chance, and we found the evil spirits in you. In truth, I thought this was a great opportunity. It was a chance to increase the number of party members. It was a chance for Roa to eat to her heart's content and grow. It was also a chance for him to experiment with his magic tome. I hope you aren't misunderstanding my words. Your talent and body is already excellent. You are plenty qualified to enter into our party. However, we don't have much time left. That is the problem. That is why I am suggesting we take a small risk here to increase your power. If we succeed, I will go to the demon world with you guys. Elric thought hard on it, and in the end, he asked a question in a small voice. Is there a chance I can die? At most, you'll suffer a normal critical wound. All right. I'll attempt it if you accept my terms. If you succeed, you'll accept me into your party. You made a really good choice. In truth, it didn't matter if the armor became useless. Artpe could bring along Elric using Maetel's record master and acceleration skill. He could induce a growth spurt in the demon world. However, Artpe didn't feel the need to mention this fact. He grabbed Elric's hand. Artpe grabbed Elric's gauntlet and he shook it. There was no way he would let go of such a great opportunity to experiment with his magic tome. Then you should come here tomorrow. I have couple thing I have to prepare. The magic tome was being used against a vengeful spirit instead of a demon. Still, it was in the margin of what the magic tome was capable of doing. He just needed to come up with several new methods in how he'll use the magic tome. He had to prepare the magic stone. He had never expected to meet Elric in the first place when they drifted into the underground world. The fact that he was able to prepare the magic in one day was a miracle in itself. Tomorrow, all right. You guys should be tired. You should get some sleep. Another battle awaits us tomorrow. A battle. Thank you for worrying about us. I'll see you tomorrow. Get ready to take off that suffocating helmet. It was nebulous as to whether a battle would really occur tomorrow. Artpe put on a sly smile. He stood up, and he saw Elric off. This was how Artpe very easily tricked Elric. It made him look forward to tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Underground, 6. Chapter 140, Underground, 6. So, Elric, isn't the armor stuffy? The hero's question still made her sound very young. The only part of the helmet that could be opened was the chin guard. The warrior was eating the soup through this opening when he replied with a flat voice. It is stuffy. So why don't you take it off? Silpenin. Do you mind if I beat this woman? No. Please refrain from doing so. The hero was very kind and beautiful, but she was a bit dumb. Since the thief knew this, he desperately tried to hold back the warrior. There were only 3 members in the hero's party, and it would be ridiculous to lose one member for such a ridiculous reason. I told you I can't take off my armor, Maetel. I heard it, but... Uloon. The hero tilted her head. Her bright golden hair flowed down to the side as a result, and Silpenin became mesmerized as he watched the sight. He let out a fake cough. That's weird. The mana emanating from the armor is tied up in a very complicated manner to Elric. If he moves his mana like this and like that, I think he could take off his armor. Silpenin. Please endure it. The hero was a bit dumb, but her ability to control mana was beyond exceptional. It exceeded all imagination. If she was the one inflicted with the curse, she would probably be able to move around the mana of the curse to remove the armor. That thought came unbidden to him, and it pissed him off more. He was mad, because he was inferior compared to this idiot. Actually, I'm curious about something related to your armor. Silpenin took the ladle from the warrior, and he took his own portion of the soup. He blew on his soup as he asked a question. It hadn't been long since they started their journey. He looked young at that moment. No matter how I see it, the armor is full of ominous mana. You are incredibly skilled, so I cannot accept the idea that you put that armor on without knowing about the curse. That's true. Incredible amount of ominous mana keeps pouring out of it. Who. When the hero and the thief asked in unison, the armored warrior thought for a brief moment. His armor clanked as he groaned. He started speaking. Since he was wearing the helmet, one couldn't see if his mouth was open or not. Yes, that's right. Before I wore this armor, I knew what would result if I put on this armor. In truth, I had already thought about what would happen before I put it on. I knew it. So why did you do it? Elric, you don't seem like the person to covet power. They hadn't traveled too long with each other, but Silpenin and Maetel had already assessed Elric's personality. Elric loved helping the weak, and he couldn't stand injustice. Basically, he had the personality of a prototypical hero. If he didn't have strength, he would have just been an idealistic fool. However, he had possessed the power to mete out his own sense of justice even before he acquired the armor. His power wasn't solely from the cursed armor. His power was derived from his fighting spirit and will. I might have just wanted to hide myself. In truth, the appearance of me inside this armor. It is embarrassing to show what I look like to others. Despite this fact, I regret putting on this armor. That is the irony in all of this. That is why his words were very unexpected. The hero's mouth had fallen open as she asked her question. Do you perhaps a big pimple on your cheek? Hey! Kuhak! Instead of the warrior, the thief tried to flick his fingers on the forehead of the hero. However, the hero used her swift movement to dodge, and she reflexively kicked the thief on his shin. The thief fell over in pain. Afterwards, the hero finally realized what she had done. I'm sorry, Silpenin. I reflexively. No. I knew about your reflexes, yet I couldn't hold back on my instinct to act. I'm the one in the wrong. However, you should think about his situation. He wore something he couldn't take off once he put it on. There is no way it is a pimple, but if it isn't that, what is there to be embarrassed about? Everyone looks different. That is a given. The hero spoke innocently as her eyes shone. Her attitude indicated that her opinion towards the warrior wouldn't change no matter what the warrior looked like inside his armor. She had always been like that. It was impossible for one's opinion of a person not to be influenced by a person's appearance. However, the hero never spoke ill about a person's outward appearance. They had traveled with the hero, and they knew she was genuinely like that. That was why the warrior and the thief was at a loss for words. Yes, Maetel. If it is you, I think you wouldn't laugh when you see my true appearance, but laughing means happiness, so why are you talking about it as if it is a bad thing? We'll have to explain it to you starting from what you just said right now. I don't know where her innocence come from. In the end, both the thief and the warrior laughed. Right. This might be impulsive of me, but I've made my decision. One day I will get rid of this armor, and I will show you my true self. All right. I look forward to it. Can it be that you are more handsome than me? When dealing with Maetel, it doesn't matter how handsome you are, Silpenin. You should focus on improving your inner self instead of your outer appearance. However, in the future they met a black-haired youth, who looked too handsome to be a normal merchant. After meeting him by coincidence, the hero continued to be in a dazed state. It seemed the hero didn't discriminate based on outward appearance, but she wasn't blind to outward appearance. When Silpenin realized this fact, he despaired. When he opened his eyes, Maetel's face was right in front of his nose. Moi. Dot. Ooh hoo hoo hoo. Maetel was successful in ambushing Artpe with a kiss. She wordlessly put on a smile of victory. Artpe remained still for a brief moment. When she puckered her lips to attack him again, he finally moved. He flicked her on the forehead. Ah yacht. Maetel didn't dodge his blow. She was in pain as she hunched her body. Artpe watched her for a moment, then he got up. At that moment, Vadinet opened the door to the room, and she entered. Artpe nim, it is mornin'. Ah! I should have known. She ran away to this place. Mlem. Vadinet, I want you to give Maetel a forehead flick. I will complete this mission as if my life depended on it. Vadinet immediately threw her body towards Maetel as she tried to give a flick to Maetel's forehead. The tenacity and enmity of a woman fueled her movement. There was no way she was slower than Artpe. She might have been moving faster than him. However, Maetel's supernatural reflex allowed her to dodge before Vadinet's finger reached her forehead. Then Maetel speared Vadinet. Vadinet fell. Ah. I'm sorry. I did it on instinct. I just wanna hit you once. I see, so that's how it is, dot. It seemed Maetel was able to dodge Artpe's finger flick, yet she was purposefully allowing him to hit her. Vadinet was floundering on the floor. Artpe helped her up, and he once again flicked Maetel on the forehead. Ah yacht. Eh hee hee. Right. You are a pervert. He already knew that the content of his dream was true. His earlier order to Vadinet was a simple experiment to test Maetel's reflex, and he had confirmed that her reflex remained the same as the version of her in her past life. Maetel clung to him as if she liked being hit by him. He pushed Maetel away as he asked Vadinet a question. It is morning? How does one know if it is morning down here? It seems they created clocks. They move according to a cycle they made up. When it is night, they turn off the lights placed on the ceiling. They even control the brightness of the lights depending on if it is the morning or midday. They are doing that for this enormous city? Their technical skill really was unparalleled. Artpe smirked as he exited the room with the girls. For reference, Sienna and Regina had been in Glacia longer than the other party members. This was why they were still asleep. In any case, he didn't particularly need their help, so he decided to let them sleep in peace. The three of them opened the front door, and they went outside. "I'm here." Elric was there. He had left yesterday in a very cool manner, but it seemed he had come running to this location as soon as the light was turned on. "Are you ready, Artpe? You sound as if this will be the greatest challenge of your life." In the dream, Elric had revealed that he had put on the armor because of his appearance. Elric's past life and his current life had diverged, but they had walked down the same road until the divergence. It seemed he was ready to take off the armor and face his true self. It didn't matter which life he was in. The desire was the same. "Artpe, we'll be bringing this guy into our party? You heard our conversation yesterday." "No. When Artpe pays extra attention to a person, it always turns out like that." At her words, Artpe smirked as he nodded his head. "I'm sorry for making the decision without consulting you. However, the trip to the demon world is in our near future, and I thought it was imperative that we increase our battle capability." "No, I'm not complaining. If it isn't a pretty girl, I'm okay with it." Artpe thought that Benchmark was a bit suspect when his surrounding became raucous. It was none other than the dwarves. The dwarves were speaking noisily. "Hey! I heard the humans that arrived yesterday will help Elric take off his armor." "What? What's the ruckus? I told everyone to come here." It wasn't just one or two dwarves. One dwarf called another dwarf and that dwarf called another dwarf. In fact, there was even a dwarf with a mug of ale in his hand. When Artpe looked at Elric, he also looked taken aback. "There is no reason for them to all gather here, Aren't they supposed to be all busy from the battle? According to the guards, there isn't a trace of the shadows of sinners seen from the hole." It was to be expected. From the outside in, Roa was very meticulous in eating everything. There was no way Roa would leave behind monsters that would crawl out of the entrances. Basically, the dwarves had received a special holiday thanks to Roa. It was just in time for them to hear about Elric. The issue of Elric's armor became the main topic, and everyone had wholeheartedly sank their teeth into this issue. There was no way Elric could avoid attention now. "Shit. What shall we do, Elric? Do you want to do it inside?" "No." Elric thought about it for a brief moment, but he shook his head from side to side. "I've already decided to reveal my appearance. These dwarves have been with me for the past 3 years, and they have worried about me, and they have looked out for me. I want to face them confidently. I want to show them my true self. Please just do it here, Artpe." "All right. I'll start immediately." Accompanying a faint whirring sound, Artpe took out the Demite Pippi. The Demite was activated to its fullest. Artpe resonated his mana with the Demite, and the power of his mana was boosted. He got into what could be called the basic stance of chanting a great magic. "What the hell is that? My god. I've heard about it before. If one possesses that, it is said that one can make the strongest staff in existence. Is he perhaps trying to give us that, so we can forge it into a weapon? I want to touch it as soon as possible." Next, he took out a magic tome, which he had rewritten yesterday. His mana, which had been boosted through the Demite, poured straight into the magic tome. After receiving his will, the magic tome floated into the air, and the pages started to flip on its own. Oh ha! It is a massive magical reaction. My god. If it is him, he can probably wipe out the shadows. Does it really take that much power to remove the curse from Elric's armor? Their surrounding was starting to get noisy, but it couldn't be helped. Artpe opened his 2 eyes, and he honed in on the magic tome's target. Of course, his target was the curse infused into the armor worn by Elric. He targeted its core. Kaya ha ha. At that moment, a black stain appeared atop the armor. It was as if it had been waiting for the moment when Artpe's spell manifested. Cook. Are you okay, Elric? Coo-ahoo. What the hell? The armor worn by Elric had originally been the armor of a berserker. Until now, Elric's excellent mental capacity allowed him to control the power of the armor. However, when the armor realized that it was about to be transmuted, it tried to forcefully take over Elric's mind. Elric was desperately fighting against it as he yelled. Coo-aha! How the hell is this a normal critical wound? Are you an idiot? How can there be anything normal in regards to a critical wound? Artpe, your explanation sounds different from before. He ignored Vadinet's astute observation. The magic tome, which was floating in the air, received Artpe's will, and it started letting out more light. Since the curse had revealed its true form, this would be more convenient from Artpe's perspective. He just had to overwhelm it, then. He'll reverse it. Kai-ah-ah-ha. Coo-ah-hoo. I'm gonna die. I'm really gonna die. It's alright. I never start a match that I might lose. The magic tome was created to flip a demon. The power of the curse was fundamentally different from the power of a demon. However, the vengeful spirit was much weaker than a demon, so it couldn't resist against the power of the magic tome. It was gripped by the power of the magic tome. Kee-ee-ee. Great. Artpe tried to imprint the sensation he was feeling right now into his memory. The last page of the magic tome was opened. The demite let out an explosive and blinding light. The light put a stop to the movement of the vengeful spirit, and in the next moment, the magic tome's power poured into the vengeful spirit. Coo-ah-ha-ha-ha. The vengeful spirit's death cry filled the square of the city. It was powerful, and it was short. The light, which had exploded out of the demite, subsided. All the light disappeared. Done. After using all its power, the magic tome fell from the air. Artpe leisurely received it, then he put the magic tome into his pocket. He truly had a gratified expression on his face. He thought the magic tome was more than sufficient to turn a demon. Of course, he needed to use it on an actual demon to gather more data, but at this point, everything looked to be going well. What? It is already done? Huh? It's done? I'm not sure anything changed. The dwarves had been looking at the struggling armor with interested eyes, but when they realized the job was already won, they blinked their eyes in disbelief. Some even thought the procedure had failed. My God! However, everyone's questions were blown to smithereens by the armor's owner Elric. I can't believe there really was a way to preserve the armor's ability while exorcising only the curse. No, this wasn't an exorcism. By the look of it, the armor hadn't remained unchanged. The black stain had changed into a blue marking. It created geometric lines that covered the entire armor. Did you change it into a guardian spirit? It wasn't a true soul. It was merely a fragment of an obsession. Just thinking of it as me changing the supplementary skill of an artifact. I did something similar to that. What do you think? It was a massive success, right? It really is amazing. As he spoke those words, Elric's helmet shifted. It fell to the floor. It was finally the moment when Elric's face was revealed. Kaya-huck. What the hell? That was what they had thought. It is empty. He has no head. He really is a living armor. Shit. I knew it would turn out like this. From within the armor, Elric grumbled when he heard the reaction from his surrounding. Maetel's 5 senses were sensitive, so she tilted her head in confusion. She thought, his voice sounds different? The top half of the armor finally fell noisily to the floor. Huh? No way. Elric. Shit. In its place, a very small and cute boy with the height of 130 centimeters stood there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Connection 1. Chapter 141, Connection 1. I'm not a child. I'm an adult. Elric could feel the gazes of the dwarves and humans planted squarely on him. He sounded sullen as he tried to set the record straight. However, they weren't really paying attention to his words. But you are small. You are human, yet you are so small. You are smaller than a dwarf? What the hell happened to you? Everyone was confused. Amongst all of them, Maetel was the only one to look at Artpe with worried eyes. Artpe, could it be? I don't know what you are thinking right now, but the answer is no. That's strange. Is it perhaps a curse that slows down his growth? No, I can't pinpoint anything with my power. I'm sure it isn't a curse. Yes, it isn't a curse. I was just born this way. The pretty boy Elric's expression was excessively sullen. He had to explain his situation several thousand times in the past. Still, there was a smile present at the corner of his mouth. He had been trapped in the armor for a long time. Maybe he welcomed this tedious moment. In return for imprisoning the wearer of the armor, it allowed me to move the armor through my will. I did this despite knowing I would remain cursed. Understandably, you didn't want to live a life where you were always treated like a child. It sounds as if you knew about my situation. As the owner of the Read All creation, it wasn't even work for Artpe to look past the armor. He could see the true form of Elric. Artpe didn't reply, but a bright smile remained on his face. Elric grumbled, saying Artpe was really full of himself. However, his sullen attitude didn't last long. To be precise, the people around him wouldn't let him remain in his sullen attitude. Elric, I want to congratulate you on being freed from the armor's curse. Ah. Thank you, Bach. It might have been a different story if this was the human realm, but they were in the underground world. The dwarves were God-fearing race. They possessed a magnanimous and open-minded personality. They were a bit surprised by Elric's appearance, but in the next moment, they had approached him. They looked at him with bright smiles on their faces. Congratulations! Today the shadows of sinners didn't flood out of the pit. It is a day meant for a celebration. Festival. Let's have a festival. Elric was surrounded by the dwarves, and he looked shocked. However, he was able to put on a bright smile. It seemed he was able to leave behind all his past traumas. He let out a genuine laugh. What a beautiful sight it was. Artpe looked satisfied as he spoke. I want you guys to push the festival to tomorrow. Oh my. Artpe is the best at moving in unexpected ways. He is too cool. I also want you to put your armor back on, Elric. I've finally decided to accept my reality, so why are you spoiling it? The young man furrowed his brows. He realized that Artpe hadn't spoken those words to simply torment him. In the next moment, he realized the meaning behind Artpe's words. He could feel the energy of hell moving in an uncontrolled manner. It was coming from the holes the dwarves had always guarded. It was the entrances that they hadn't dared to enter. For the past 3 years, he had trained in an extreme environment, and Elric had grown powerful. However, he didn't think he could stop this level of energy. Is it? It seems the resistance within is a bit more fierce than expected. Resistance? Are you sure it isn't the start to a widespread massacre? When one used the word resistance, it was a word used to describe a struggle put up by an inferior opponent. However, the extremely fierce energy was rampaging below, and it felt like it was coming from a predator. Despite this fact, Artpe spoke in a confident manner. there is no way Roa will lose. However, it seems she's been delayed. That is why I'm thinking about entering it. Oh. He is finally going into the pit. Does this mean he is going to subjugate the shadows of sinners? The dwarves didn't know that Roa had left first to clear the pit. This was why they cheered when they saw Artpe's party leave to complete their quest. On the other hand, Elric's face crumpled. You are planning on dragging me there. My party acts with one heart and body. One heart and body. Body. Oh, one. No, Maetel. You don't have to look too deeply into such words. It is unnecessary. Elric willingly agreed to join the party, but Artpe's party hadn't properly shown their martial prowess to Elric yet. This would be a great opportunity. They would showcase each other's abilities, and this would lead to a higher probability of them working well together in the future. The pit had relatively strong enemies, but there was no way they would die in there. The pit was the ideal test dungeon. The test subjects are all dying. Artpe, shall I wake up Sienna and Regina? No. Let's let them rest. The amount of fatigue they had accumulated isn't insignificant. Above all else, there is a very small possibility of a new monster spawning while we are inside the pit. A monster might ambush the city. He had talked about it, but he knew that the probability of that happening was close to 0%. However, Artpe didn't mention that fact. He immediately gathered Maetel, Vadnet, and Elric, who was putting on his armor with a bitter expression on his face. He was planning on leaving immediately. There is no way I won't be a part of this. This horrible cycle of violence has been going on for a long time. You are going to break that cycle, and I cannot stand by without adding my meager strength to the cause. Please take use with you. We've grown in skill by facing the shadows of sinners. We will show you that we aren't shrinking violets. A segment of the dwarven population were truly courageous as they offered to combine their forces with Artpe's party. Artpe put on a kind smile as he spoke. You should know your place. If you don't want to die, you should stay here. Your words aren't kind at all. If I spoke in vague terms to spare your feelings, you guys might follow us in later. You will waste my time, so it is better to assault you guys with a substantial amount of truth. I sunk your expectations. This was how Artpe was successful in settling down the dwarves. He led his party down the road leading to the pit. There were several dozen holes being guarded by the dwarves, and all of them were accessible through tunnels. Currently, the underground tunnels were ominously silent, but everyone was focused on what was going on at the heart of the pit, Even if we leave it alone, I think Roa can take care of everything. You are right. However, we have a new party member, and I think it will be a great opportunity for us to work in sync with each other. Also, there is something I've been worried about from the beginning, That meant he had another reason for going into the pit. Vadnet tilted her head in puzzlement as she asked him a question. What are you worried about? It is this underground city and the tunnels. The dwarves are the caretakers of these holes. The dwarves built this city underground, and I don't think these holes coincidentally appeared near their city. The structure of this underground world feels very artificial. That is. You are right. It was still unknown as to why the shadows of sinners were born. The dwarves didn't know about their genesis, yet a sense of duty made them block the shadows. Artpe didn't think this was caused by them being extremely unlucky in life. I have a hypothesis that is compelling, The dwarves disappeared from human history several hundred years ago. They might have lived on the surface until a particular event made them come underground. When you say a particular event, do you mean the appearance of the shadows of sinners? That's right, Vadnet. I wonder if their initial purpose in coming underground was to block the advance of the shadows of sinners. That is what I think. My God. That is a cruel task to undertake. The dwarves had to shoulder such a burden. At her question, Artpe gave a non-committal shrug as he let out a bitter laughter. I have no idea if they volunteered or if they were coerced. Coerced? Artpe didn't answer that question. He just grinned. One couldn't pinpoint when all of this had occurred. It just happened several hundred years ago. However, he had experienced this pattern several times already. Any event that happened in the gray area of several hundred years ago always had something to do with the past hero. Artpe wondered if the underground world had something to do with his sunbeam. His mind inevitably thought about the past hero. In fact, there is a similarity to what happened within the mermaid kingdom of Enade. If you think about it, the mermaids were keeping guard over the ancient temple. Then there was the ancient mermaids that were sealed within the ancient temple. However, wasn't the ancient temple sealed? Such a large-scale seal cannot be formed in all locations. If the ancient temple was a bit larger, it would have been impossible to seal it. If the ancient kraken's power was a little bit stronger, the seal would have been impossible to form. Moreover, the seal was strengthened by using the mermaid kingdom and its roads. These structures acted as support. However, things are different underground. The conditions are too poor. Only the dwarves could have lasted couple hundred years in this place. You are saying Sunbeam brought all the dwarves underground in an attempt to block the shadows of sinners? That's right. From Sunbeam's perspective, the dwarves were the most suitable candidates. It is why the dwarves remained underground for generations as they slowly declined. He truly made a hero-like decision. That was a hero-like decision, but on top of that, the shadows of sinners had a much more ominous stench emanating from them than the ancient mermaids. They were much higher in level, and their essence was closer to that of demonic energy. It was as if they were one step removed from being demons. Wait a moment? Demons? Artpe stopped walking as soon as he had that thought. It had been a truly random thought, yet that thought continued to take root in his head. It started filling his head, and it put him into a state of confusion. No. Wait a moment. That makes no sense. Right? That makes no. It sounded plausible. I don't like it when Artpe keeps all the information to himself. I just suddenly had thought. What if the curse research of making the other races into the demon race was going on for much longer than I thought? Until now, Artpe had understandably kept it simple. He had thought the demonification research was centered around the current Demon King. He thought the Demon King was making all the races into the demon race, so he could use his absolute control ability to dominate everyone. The pieces fit in such a natural manner. This was why he had excluded the other possibility. It was the possibility of the research being started long before his time. It was started so long ago that the past life Artpe didn't know about it. If that is true, does that mean the research into the demonification curse? It was started by an earlier generation demon king? Maybe Adot. The ancient mermaids might have been the result of such an experiment. Artpe had loosely labeled all the forebears of the mermaids as ancient mermaids. However, he found out the true ancestors of mermaids were called the Genesis mermaids. At that point, he should have realized it. The ancient mermaids were a race that was born through artificial means. They were merely the sacrificial lambs of the research for the demonification curse several hundred years ago. My God. Still, this didn't mean there wasn't any positive news that came out of this. It meant the results of the current research was much more inferior to the results of the past research. What did that mean? That meant the research hadn't occurred in a contiguous manner, or maybe the research had a setback. Hey! Are you trying to bring down the morale of the new member? Why in the world are you talking about things I can't understand? Ah, that's right. I'm sorry, Elric. I'll give you a quick summary. These are the important points. There is the current demon king and his forces. Then there is another force that is working in isolation from the current demon king's forces. There is a high probability that they are the remnant forces of a previous demon king. The beings inside the pit. Artpe's eyes let out a bright light. Shit. Sunbeam might have left behind his mark again in this place. I was scolded by Artpe because of Sunbeam. I hate Sunbeam. Did she mean the moment when the record divide was strengthened? Maetel's words had come out of nowhere. Artpe burst out laughing as he made a declaration to his party. We are here. Let's go in. Of course, the number of questions that remained unanswered remained high like a mountain. Why were the forces of the past demon king unable to run amok in Artpe's past life? That was the main question he had. However, he couldn't openly discuss this with his party members, so he firmly shut his mouth. The party went into the hole. It was a place filled with Roa's powerful energy and roar. It was also a place filled with the sound of the shadows' despair as they tried to resist against Roa. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142 Connection 2. Chapter 142 Connection 2. The party had misjudged the situation. Even if the shadows of sinners were putting up a stiff resistance, they assumed Roa would be able to easily quell the abyss. It wasn't like that at all. She didn't even leave a seed behind. She killed them all. I guess we really didn't need to come in here, Artpe. It was inadequate to say that Roa had easily quelled the abyss. She had cleared the abyss with such ferocity that no monsters would form in the future. Koa-ha! Nya-nya-na! The overpowering energy and shrieks that could be felt from the entrance. I think the shadows are trying merge into a single being. It might be a case where a great number of shadows were trying to merge into one. At a glance, it was apparent that the shadows of sinners didn't have a set form. They were closer in nature to being mana rather than having physical substance. This was why he wondered if the shadows were capable of merging. Artpe felt uneasy, and this was the only hypothesis that he could come up with. It is easily over level 300. It might be too much for me if I face it alone. At the very least, it is much stronger than the ancient kraken. The dwarves had once referred to it as a big bastard. Artpe turned to look at Elric. As if he knew what Artpe was asking about, Elric nodded his head. The others couldn't see it, but Artpe could see the little guy nod his head inside the armor. It was quite cute. It is as you've surmised. Under a special condition, the shadows of sinners can combine. It allows them to grow their size and magical energy. The dwarves call it the big bastard. It usually appears when our side gains a little bit of an upper hand. This is why we never pushed for an outright victory. We always maintain a narrow margin of victory. When we first appeared, we killed them all before they could combine. You guys did something really tremendous and unexpected. Elric had been confident in his own skills, yet he never was able to beat the shadows with such overwhelming force. When Artpe smirked at him, Elric became a bit angry. He tightened his grip on his axe. You'll regret strengthening my armor, Artpe. In the near future, I will become the strongest in this party. Are you for real? It'll be very hard. Hang in there. If Elric really did become the strongest within their party, it wouldn't matter if there were 2 demon kings. 5 demon kings could show up, and it wouldn't be a problem. Artpe was thinking about such nonsense as he guided his party deeper into the pit. There isn't even a small fry left. It is immaculate. It is as if holy power was used to purify this place. Purification changes demonic energy into regular mana or blessed mana. On the other hand, Roa's gluttony is. It is as it sounds. She eats everything. Her gluttony isn't some convenient ability. Where did you acquire such a monster? She doesn't sound well suited to be a familiar of a hero. It just happened. If he thought about it, he acquired Roa from the hero development dungeon, and the item had been provided by his Sunbae. Of course, at the time, it hadn't been clear that something would be born from within the item. There was no way Sunbae Nim could have predicted that he would have been able to hatch the item. The energy is getting stronger. Artpe, let's hurry up. All right. If one wanted to be technical about it, the abyss had a similar structure to the ancient temple. The dungeon was structured in a way that it was making a big magic circle. Its aim was to make it difficult for anything inside to escape the dungeon. This strengthened his hypothesis that there was some legacy of the previous hero left behind inside the abyss. Mia height. Gogoa, gogogoa. Aside from the similarity, the situation was different in many respects compared to what they faced in the ancient temple. Since this dungeon was underground, it might have caused the seal's power to loosen. On the other hand, the seal wouldn't have held up even if the initial power level of the seal had been maintained. The shadows of sinners were multiplying so fast that the components making up the seal couldn't withstand it. Parts of the seal were broken, and shadows started leaking out of the abyss. The spell placed over the abyss is weakening, and the number of shadows of sinners keeps increasing. On top of that, the rate had accelerated at some point in time. The shadows of sinners possessed and reacted to demonic energy. By knowing their special property, it wasn't difficult to pinpoint when the acceleration had occurred. It was when the Demon King's army started to work in earnest within the human realm. Their demonic energy started to mix into the mana of the human realm. The Winter Queen probably knew about all of this. There is the demonic energy, the dwarves, the previous hero and the warrior of the hero's party from our previous lives. A lot of teeth of a saw blade became stuck in this one place. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he moved his feet. He had a good idea where the battle was occurring. He could sense an absurdly dense demonic energy gathered in one location, and an enormous amount of magical energy that was trying to suppress it. Then there was Roa. He could sense her mana, and she was going crazy trying to eat everything. Let's travel the remaining distance in one go. Yes. Yes. What the hell? Why are they all hugging you? Artpe repeatedly told his party members that only a part of their body had to be in contact. However, his party members were terrible at listening to him. When one looked at the sight, it looked as if they had left behind any tension above ground. Elric was seriously thinking about whether he had to hug Artpe or not. Artpe just grabbed Elric's armor, then he used blink. Nah. In a blink of an eye, they were at the heart of the abyss. When they heard Roa's loud roar, they turned around to look for her. Artpe's eyes widened. Roa became an enormous cat. Nya-ha. Her roar was as cute as ever, but her black and sleek body had grown several dozen times larger. She was filling up the large space. If she was in her black fog form, her size wouldn't have surprised him. However, she was in her true form. An enormous monster was attacking her from the other side, and Roa was engaged in a hand-to-paw combat. It seemed this was truly her form now. Nya-na-ha-hat. Roa is bithying. It seems she went over level 300 in this dungeon. The shadows were high in level, and they possessed denser demonic energy than demons. Roa had eaten a dungeon filled with these shadows, so her growth was understandable. The Winter Queen's ruin had strengthened Artpe's party. The abyss had advanced Roa's growth. However, will she be able to win against it? Of all the shadows I've seen until now, that one is the biggest of them all. Moreover, its energy is dense. When I first saw the fight, I thought about assisting her, but Artpe watched Roa, who was in a fierce fight with the enemy. He grinned. The demonic energy making up the enormous shadow of sinners was being drained into Roa even now. The shadow was probably much bigger in the beginning. This is a fight that Roa will win. It is inevitable. Let's just leave it to her. She'll defeat it. Instead, there is something else we have to do. Artpe stretched out his mana strings into his surrounding. The shadow reacted in a very sensitive manner, but it couldn't do anything when faced with Roa's fierce attacks. It had no choice but to focus its attention on Roa. Artpe hummed as he used this opportunity to expand his mana strings to the interior of the massive space. His eyes could see the structure of this space. There were hidden traps and rewards that would be given to the great challenger. At this point, Artpe was sure that the abyss was created by the previous generation's hero. It seems the abyss was created before the ancient temple. At the time of this dungeon's creation, Sunbeam's skill level was quite shitty. First, he made it so that this place couldn't be approached without defeating the monsters. Any magic became powerless in front of someone that could use a higher level of magic. The hero, at the time of the creation of this dungeon, was worse than the current Artpe. As a result, the magic circle making up the core of the abyss started to let out a light. It reacted when the mana strings passed by it. Artpe, if you reveal everything like this, the abyss will be gone soon. I'm currently pulling out its roots. In other words, the abyss wasn't created to jail the shadows of sinners. It was sealing something that was continuously emitting demonic energy. However, the excessive demonic had coalesced over time, and it had created beings of sentience. It had turned into the ancient evil spirits. They were the shadows of sinners. Artpe, does it mean something of sentience can be created by lumping mana together? There is a theory that states that monsters are formed in such a way. The problem is one doesn't know if the being born is a monster or a spirit. In this case, the monster created was halfway between a demon and a spirit. The summary was this. Artpe couldn't discern what it was, but this unknown substance was letting out a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. The previous hero had considered this substance to be a danger to the world, so he had buried it within the abyss. Then he asked the dwarves to guard it. Moreover, I'm about to take it out now. If someone saw this, one would think you were the Demon King. In truth, an item of this caliber entering into the hands of the Demon King would be very dangerous. He wondered if this was part of the reason why the Winter Queen had sent them this way. In fact, did the other four Heavenly King visit the Winter Queen with this item as his goal? If I start thinking about all the possibilities, it'll be endless. Let's solve this first before I think about all the ramifications. Artpe's mana simultaneously touched various locations of the ruin, and it started to undergo a change. A small quake was felt as one part of the floor started to shake. Something started to rise up very slowly. The monster, who was in a fierce battle with Roa, realized what was happening. Suddenly, its body expanded, and it started to roar in excitement. It lost half of its face when Roa swiped it with her paw. Nya nya, nya 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 nya. Go ah. The earth shook harder. The item buried deep within the abyss was coming up faster, and it caused the ground to shake. The thickness of the demonic energy deepened, and it made it hard for the party members to breathe. When she realized this, Vadinette raised her staff, and she shouted with a sonorous voice. Purify. Thank you, Vadinette. Be careful, Artpe. I've never felt evil energy of this magnitude. It is worse than the woman that called herself a four heavenly king. It is merely an inanimate object that can't do anything by itself. You don't have to worry. However, if Roa wasn't present, Artpe would have even dared to take this item up from ground. It was that great of an item. Its true form hadn't been revealed yet, but the energy that could be felt was too horrific. It made one want to hurl. It was as if they'd been thrown into the atmosphere of the demon world. Where the heck did this damn sunbeam find such an item? Gu-ah-ha. Roa, I want you keep it occupied. Nya-na-ah. Roa answered in an energetic manner. Roa had become bigger than the monster. Her body was continuously stealing its demonic energy, and the monster was becoming smaller in size. It's done. It is coming out. I'll leave it to you, Vadanet. Please leave it to me, Artpe. Whose sanctuary? She was in sync with Artpe. When he gave a shout, Vadanet's eyes started to let out a golden light. It was a skill that only a holy priestess could use. It allowed her to blanket a certain region with holy energy. Afterwards, a small hole formed on the ground, and a very small ball of steel shot outwards. It was the core of the abyss. Even Vadanet's sanctuary couldn't purify all the demonic energy. A massive amount of demonic energy was spreading to the surrounding. If the sanctuary hadn't been put in place, countless new shadows would have formed. Kogu-ah-ah. Nya-nya-nya-nya-nya. What? They are getting excited. Artpe quickly grabbed the item, and he put it within his dimensional pouch. Afterwards, a very familiar-looking altar suddenly popped up from the ground. What the heck? There is no spell book or skill book. Do you think Sunbeam was shittier at this point in his life, Artpe? Meet, you are smart, dot. At Maetel's unexpectedly intelligent point, Artpe nodded his head. He approached the altar. Instead of a skill book and a spell book, the Sunbei hero had written more words on the altar. This was the first sentence written on the altar. We cannot win what? The words were unbefitting of a hero. It was a declaration of defeat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Connection, 3. Chapter 143, Connection, 3. Nya-ha. Ku-ah-ha, hi. The two large beings crashed into each other as they roared. As he kept hearing the sound of the fight in the background, Artpe quickly read the words written on the altar. We cannot win. I realized this truth. Everyone tried to hide this from me. However, my superior intellect and magical energy couldn't be deceived. The human realm. Ah. He still likes to boast about himself. If 10 was considered to be the full content written on the altar, 99.9% of the words were boastful words about Sunbeam. Artpe took the drastic measure of cutting out the boastful words, and he was able to salvage 0.01% of the words that was relevant to the current situation. Even those words were speaking in a roundabout way, or it was content that couldn't be deciphered if one didn't live through the same era as the previous hero. Only half of the relevant content he extracted was useful information to Artpe. Someone tricked the hero. When he realized this fact, the despairing hero sealed the evil heart, and he asked the dwarves to guard it. Moreover, he made it so that the abyss would fall as soon as the evil heart was freed. Only someone trying to dye the whole world with demonic energy would try to free the evil heart. That is why anyone reading these words won't be able to escape this place. Artpe, let's quickly get out of here. No, it's alright. I stabilized the magic before the evil heart or whatever was taken out. Dot. He was sick and tired of desperately escaping from a collapsing ruin. He had suffered too much in the past doing that. If he was a prototypical hero, he would repeatedly fall for the same pattern over and over again. However, Artpe was a former 4 heavenly king. He would no longer take such abuse lying down. It is time for us to live a more leisurely life. We'll be entering into the demon world soon. Will it really turn out as Artpe wants? Artpe just laughed when he heard Maetel's worried words. Maetel was under a fundamental misconception. If one wanted to split hairs, Artpe's specialty wasn't in the human world. It was in the demon world. Let's set that aside for now. So what is the connection between someone tricking the hero and the sealing of the evil heart in the abyss? Moreover, the previous hero said that we cannot win. What was he referring to when he said that? The abyss was showing no signs of collapsing no matter how long she waited. Vadanet was relieved, and she was finally able to focus on the words written on the altar. Artpe just shrugged his shoulders as he answered her question. Maybe, the previous hero actively did something that helped out the demon race? However, we know the Sun Bei was connected somehow to the evil heart. If we look at the evidence, he might have helped in a magic research that created the evil heart. Or maybe he was carrying out a plan that he thought would destroy the evil heart. Instead, it was part of someone's plan to do something evil. There are several possibilities. If there was a faction within humanity that tried to betray him, I can understand why he would feel despair. I see. Everything that happened in the world didn't fit together like a puzzle. It wasn't clean like that. This was especially true in regards to things related to human desire. It left behind a dirty mark. A hero's base instinct was to complete any quest that a hero came across. It was probably rare for a hero not to fall into a trap of someone else's desire. When one was confronted with such a deception, one had to either grow from the experience or not. A fork in the road would be created. Still, it is amazing. It is almost impossible to create such an item even in the demon world, yet someone was able to create it in the human realm. Of course, a demon could have been involved in its production. The item called the evil heart was letting out a horrific amount of demonic energy. Despite putting it inside the dimensional pouch, the demonic energy was leaking out of the pouch. Vadanet's sanctuary spell had to purify it continuously. If one thought sticking the item in a different dimension would make it safe, one would have been mistaken. If we could destroy it, it would be for the best. Artpe? Impossible. If one could easily destroy this item, why was it sealed? If I'm to pinpoint the problem, a massive amount of demonic energy will be released in the process of destroying this item. If you are clumsy in your attempt at purifying the demonic energy, you will lose your life. It was a very plausible answer. Vadanet calmly asked another question. What shall we do then, Artpe? Shall we feed it to Roa? That isn't an option. Even if it is Roa, she might go off the rails after eating it. The most realistic option is to let Roa suck out all the energy. She'll be able to do it if I put a simple safeguard up. If that happened, Roa would be able to grow endlessly. It will occur very slowly, but the evil heart will continuously weaken. He couldn't immediately get rid of the main cause of the problem, but the shadows of sinners would no longer form. Moreover, Artpe's party would be growing in power in real time, so he could ask for no better solution. This was what the previous hero had been missing. He needed a magical beast. I thought something more was hidden here, but by the look of things, this is it. There isn't even a skill book or a spell book here, but it means that Sun Bei never expected the future hero to find this place. Also, he didn't think the Sun Bei had written the whole truth on the altar. He told Vadanet that the previous hero had been tricked, so he could gloss over this fact. He had given a likely story, but Artpe didn't believe in what he had said. Sun Bei possessed excellent talent for magic, so there is no way he would have ended things just by writing mere words on the altar. There is no way he didn't know about the special characteristic of the evil heart. The hero and the evil heart. I'm sure there's something between them that I am missing. Humans and the demon race. Hero and the demon king. Then there was the evil heart. It was as if the answer to the question was at the tip of his tongue. It tormented Artpe. Fortunately, there was one conclusion that was a certainty. We just have to get stronger. If something annoying shows up later on, it'll be less annoying if we are stronger. Artpe glanced at the demonic energy being emitted by the evil heart from within the dimensional pouch. He looked up. He saw Roa ripping out the neck of the enormous shadow. Na-ha. Kaya-ha-hike. It was the shadow's last words. In the beginning, it had dominated Roa. However, at some point, they started fighting on equal grounds. The decisive moment had been when the evil heart was freed. The shadow had been distracted by the evil heart, and it had lost the initiative to Roa. Roa didn't let up as she clinched her victory. The shadow felt aggrieved, but this was the life of an extra in a story. It couldn't be helped. Na-ha. Roa's roar filled the abyss. Roa's fur stood on end on her massive body. Her black fur stretched out, and it circled around the powerless shadow of sinners. It caused the shadow to melt into pure mana, and she absorbed everything. In an instant, her level, record, and mana rose significantly. Since Roa was born, this was the first time she came across a food that well suited to make most of her special characteristic. Roa is becoming extremely powerful. That really is a cheat ability. She received EXP for defeating the monster, and this was separate from the demonic energy she had absorbed. Therefore, she grew once again. While Artpe grumbled to himself, Roa had finished absorbing everything the shadow of sinners had to offer. She once again let out a fierce roar, and her body started to shrink. In the end, she returned to the size she had been before she had entered the abyss. Nia? Yes. You did well. She said, I was going to kill all of them, so why did you come in? She tilted her head in puzzlement as she jumped into Artpe's arms. Artpe made a declaration. Well, we cleared the dungeon. We cleared the quest. We should head above ground. Let's take the dwarves with us. This is it? This really is the end? The unknown dungeon had been a place where they were supposed to get acquainted with each other's abilities. They didn't even have the opportunity to work with each other. They didn't even have the moment where they were confronted with some terrible truth that was hidden within the dungeon. Everything had just resolved itself. Elric yelled out in shock. However, Artpe's reaction was apathetic. What more did you expect? Ah. No. It's nothing. Since HS armor had been strengthened, he thought he would have an opportunity to showcase his power. This was what he was expecting inwardly. When things turned out like this, Elric didn't know how to accept the current situation. He felt troubled, but he couldn't say anything when he saw Roa, who was wriggling in Artpe's arms. It seemed there was a reason why Artpe had left behind Sienna and Regina. He knew they could end everything quickly and easily. Roa, I want you to bite on this. You can't swallow it. Nia. Even Roa knew that there was a finite amount of demonic energy she could handle, and she probably knew her limit. However, when Artpe spoke, she just obediently nodded her head. She held the evil heart in her mouth. It was small. The evil heart looked like a black piece of metal. When she held it in her mouth, the demonic energy was all focused within Roa. Nia. Nia. Na. Right. You ate that much, yet you are eating again. Atta girl. You'll become a great cat pig. Nia. Roa cheered when the morsel didn't run out no matter how much she ate. The greed beast let out a hooray. She was really cute. Na. Yes, I'm not going to steal it from you. Just don't swallow it. Vadnet, you'll have to pay a little bit more attention to Roa from now on. If it is Artpe Nim's request, I'll willingly do as you ask. Nia. If one thought about it, it truly was a funny situation. If looked at it from a certain light, Roa had been an unexpected accident. She had been born from a treasure he acquired by chance, yet she had easily taken care of this problem. The previous hero had to seal the evil heart, and he had to have the entire race of dwarves sacrifice themselves to safeguard it. The dwarven race had been trapped here for several hundred years, yet they were freed so easily. It is as if their efforts had been in vain. Elric, you'll have to act as our witness. It is as you've said. The dwarves were trapped here for several hundred years, and their sudden freedom will be hard to accept. No. Even I am having a hard time believing this. When Elric first entered the abyss, he had been proud as he declared his intentions. However, he now wondered if he could actually keep up with these people. However, Artpe just grinned as he looked at Elric. He had learned under the demon world's greatest chef. Now that he had his independence, Artpe was confident that he could make his own excellent cuisines. It would make the dinner table bend from the weight. Elric was already on the path to being a complete product, so it would be a piece of cake for Artpe to support Elric's growth. Don't worry. You'll become stronger. Dude. Those words scare me more. A little bit of time passed before Artpe's party exited the abyss. The dwarves greeted them, but they were having a hard time believing the party's words that they had cleared the abyss in such a short amount of time. However, they couldn't deny the fact that the source of the demonic energy was gone. Of course, the source of the demonic energy was being held in Roa's mouth, but it was being absorbed by Roa as soon as it formed any demonic energy. The dwarves were none the wiser. That means we can head to the surface? I'm having a hard time believing it. The shadows of sinners were terrible foes. We don't have to face them anymore. Since Elric said it, we can believe his words. Also, we can assess the current situation ourselves. The terrible energy that has always permeated from the abyss is gone. Yes. This is real. Everyone get ready to move. To the surface. We are going to go to the surface. In his past life, the dwarves hadn't been part of the hero's tale. This was the moment when the dwarves rushed into the human realm in earnest. Don't forget. You guys have to make our equipments before you do that. Keck. Of course, it would take a little bit more time than they had initially planned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Connection, 4. Chapter 144, Connection, 4. Aside from the dwarves that were packing up the belongings they would take to the surface, the rest of the dwarves were tasked to improving the gears of Artpe's party. The dwarves made sure that all the equipments fit the body of each party member. Then they tried to achieve an overall balance in their equipments. They used additional ingredients to create equipments that the party was lacking. Before the next official appearance of the hero's party, the party's ability and arsenal was being upgraded. This is the first time dealing with the equipment of a magician or a priestess. Go get the records left behind by our ancestors. It really has been a long time. Hey! Don't disassemble that. You might kill the power of the materials. While the dwarves were moving busily, Artpe remained in a quiet room. He was continuing his work of refining the branch of the world tree. He had thought about doing this when he received the branch from the world tree. It was the ideal material to create a staff. It would accept his mana, and it would boost his mana. It would also allow him to control his mana if his mana went out of control. He hadn't had the opportunity to work on the staff, because he had prioritized making the magic tome first. He had finished making the magic tome, and as it happened, he would be staying underground for a couple more days. Therefore, he planned on completing his staff. I found Artpe. Stop clinging to me, Maetel. It is hot. You dork. I told you not to cling to me. I'm not gonna let go. Artpe had a lot of things to do. Unlike him, Maetel's specialty was fighting, and everything else to do with Artpe. When she realized that they would be staying in the underground until the dwarves were done making preparations, she hadn't left Artpe's side. Her hobby and forte was Artpe, so it couldn't be helped. She had always worn armor, but she had shed the armor now. She had become lighter, and her appearance delivered a critical wound to his sense of desire. Moreover, Maetel didn't let go unless Artpe truly hated it. Therefore, she continued to cling to him. He gave up after giving an adequate attempt at dislodging her. He decided it would be easier to shore up his control over his desire. Artpe, what did you do with the leaves that came with the branch? Half of them were made into tea leaves. The other half. Artpe's finger pointed towards the table. There was a small glass jar atop the table. Magic stones from high-level monsters were contained within the jar. It also contained the finely ground power of the world tree leaves. Each crystal kept absorbing and emitting mana. Maetel's eyes twinkled when she saw the brilliant light. Pretty dot. You can't eat it. I won't eat it. It seemed she still had a little bit of her emotions as a pure girl left over within her. Artpe let out a small laughter when he saw this. He spoke. You should train like Vatinette or Sienna. I tried. My skills doesn't increase when I train by myself. What about sparring, dot? They are too weak to spar. Dot. Artpe took a glance at Maetel's info. He realized that her swordsmanship had already reached level 80. MMM. It was to be expected. If she wasn't overpowered to this degree, she wouldn't be Maetel. Recently, Artpe had moved to the fore as he took care of most of their problems using his magic. This was why there were less instances where Maetel had taken an active role in a fight. For a brief moment, he had forgotten that the biggest cheat within the hero's party was none other than the original hero Maetel. Artpe? No, it is nothing. He stroked Maetel's head. Maetel purred as if she was Roa. Artpe resumed his work as Maetel stuck to his back like a shell on a turtle's back. He shaved the angular parts, and he trimmed the branch. He continued to sync his inner mana flow with the branch. This was how a personal staff of a magician was produced. The dwarves wanted to make Artpe's staff for him, and Artpe had been aware of their desire. Unfortunately, this wasn't something someone else could do for him. Artpe will become much stronger after making that? It'll be difficult to bring about drastic change. Still, I think my power will increase by 10%. If I can create the staff exactly to my specification, I think it'll be possible to increase my power by 15%. 10% didn't sound like a lot, but Artpe was already over level 310. A 10% increase in power would allow him to be on the same level as someone at level 340. However, Artpe had excluded any uncertain variables when formulating his assessment, since he hated uncertainty. Therefore, it was possible for him to gain much more power than he forecasted. Wow! Will you be able to fight against the 4 heavenly kings? It still might not be enough. If Vatinette and especially Elric gained about 30 more levels, it might be possible. Dot. At Artpe's pessimistic words, Maetel became sullen. Artpe finally had a thought as to what was bothering Maetel. Are you perhaps thinking about what occurred at the Winter Queen's ruin? Yes. Maetel didn't hesitate as she acknowledged it. She bit her lips hard as she spoke again. We ran away. Yes, we ran away. We were weaker than our foes. It couldn't be helped. Dot. That means what would have happened if the Winter Queen hadn't guided us towards the underground? We would have charged out of the ruin, and we would have fought him. We would have also fought Etna to the death. Since they had cleared the Winter Queen's ruin in its entirety, he had gained the ability to shatter the shackles placed on Etna by the Demon King. However, this couldn't be done while fighting another 4 heavenly king at the same time. The task wasn't that easy to accomplish. Once another four heavenly king made an appearance, Artpe's plan had been wrecked. A fight to the death. That means death was a possibility? She knew the answer, yet she asked anyways. Even Maetel wasn't that dumb. She was just going over the implications of those words once again. Artpe declined to answer her question. I was scared. Maetel's body shook. She was still clinging to Artpe, so her tremors could be felt by Artpe. He thought about what to do next for a brief moment. Soon, he let go of the branch of the world tree, and he grabbed her hands. Everything is all right now. They can't attack us while we are underground. Even if we meet one of the four heavenly king once again, we are capable of buying enough time. We'll be able to run away. This fact doesn't change even if Etna is with this other four heavenly king. If it wasn't for the Winter Queen, death was a possibility. I told you. Everything is okay now. Even Artpe's words were having a hard time calming down Maetel. It seemed the fact that she was fine until now was miracle in itself. I'm afraid. Maetel, I might sound a bit cold for saying this, but you are a hero. Up to a certain point, you should be prepared for the possibility of your own. I'm afraid of losing Artpe. It seemed she hadn't been thinking about the threat to her own life. That thought hadn't even crossed her mind. Artpe was at a loss for words, so he laughed. However, Maetel was serious. You cannot die, Artpe. I won't die. I won't die. You really cannot die. Yes. Don't worry about it. Artpe continued to console Maetel, who was having a hard time coping with her worries. It seemed she finally calmed down after acting spoiled to her heart's content. She fell asleep while clinging to Artpe's back. Artpe kept letting out a sigh as he continued his work. Baby daddy. Shut up. After playing with Pippi to her heart's content, Regina had come back to return Pippi, and she had witnessed everything. She gave an astute observation. Artpe was shaving the world tree's branch. He was cantankerous as he gave his reply. Regina ignored him as she sat at the edge of the bed. You treat Maetel like the favorite wife. Vadinette is jealous. She is fighting with Sienna for the spot of second wife. Even if you are joking, you shouldn't say such words. Vadinette didn't have any direct combat abilities. If she fought with Sienna, Vadinette would be crushed by Sienna's hammer. Regina had a slightly pleased expression on her face when she saw Artpe shudder. It is all karma. Yes, let's just say it is all my fault. It is the man's role to accept everything. Gonna get stabbed. It wouldn't be Artpe. Some other woman might try to stab Maetel. Regina was about to say something more to Artpe, but he just waved her away. It meant he wanted to focus on his task, and he didn't want her to interfere with his work. I'll just watch. You should train your magic. I always train. My best training method is to be next to Artpe. I resist against seduction magic. I don't use such a spell. All right? Artpe grinded his teeth as he smoothed the branch. His hand was surrounded by mana strings, so the branch was getting smoother every time his hand passed over it. The branch continued to let out a brilliant light, and the light filled the room. It was a magical and magnificent sight. Regina had been watching the process when she suddenly had a thought. She asked him a question. Where did you learn how to make a staff? I learned it from a book, you dork. You are younger than me, yet you have more knowledge than me. Are you really younger than me? Maybe you are just ignorant relative to me? Denied. She continued to have a blank expression on her face, yet her cheeks puffed out. It was a cute sight, so he snickered. Regina's eyebrows twitched. Artpe is weird. Yes. I'm weird. Let's just leave it at that. Artpe extended a hand towards her. Regina tilted her head in puzzlement when she saw his gesture. Then she carefully placed her small hand atop his palm. Her hand was cold yet cool. It felt as if her hand would shatter if he gripped her hand with a little bit of force. It naturally made Artpe feel nervous. No, this wasn't it. I don't want your hand. I want Pippi. Hate you. After receiving Pippi from Regina, he placed Pippi near the polished branch of the world tree. Pippi understood its role, so it tried to sync with the branch of the world tree, which was emitting mana. Artpe nodded his head as he looked at the two items. The core process in which he would make a true Demite staff would start now. Pippi has the ability to control mana, and it can maintain an active spell. At the same time, it can boost my mana. Artpe was carefully watching the resonance between the Demite and the branch of the world tree using his Read All Creation ability. When he spoke, Regina tilted her head as she gave a reply. I cannot do that. It is impossible for me to boost Artpe's mana. You are a bit different from Pippi. Both of you are Demites, but you were created to be an extremely independent being by the humans. In the process, your sense of self had solidified, and it became defined in your record. That is why it is difficult for you to mix with another person. Unfortunate. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he continued to speak. However, there is something even a Demite cannot do. It can boost my mana, but I cannot easily take control of a Demite's pure mana. If I'm not careful, our mana might clash. Agreed. Amplification of mana and a Demite's own magic are two different functions. It doesn't overlap. That is the only downside to using a Demite. That is why I'm trying to use this branch of the world tree. It would act as a bridge. It would allow Artpe to mix his mana with Pippi's mana, and at the same time, Pippi would be able to boost his mana. There was no mana cost to this process. In fact, it would amplify the mana instead of there being a loss of mana. This was the power of the world tree's branch. It possessed a tremendous ability befitting the name of the world tree. I already made a channel where my mana will flow. When Pippi finishes its synchronization, the channel where Pippi's mana will flow will be formed. The next step is simple. I have to direct both channels towards Pippi. At the end, I just need to create a structure that'll loop in the branch of the world tree. It'll allow Pippi to finish the amplification. What do you think? It is really easy, right? It doesn't sound easy at all. The branch of the world tree is awesome, so it'll combine Pippi's mana with mine. Easy. While the two conversed, Pippi was synchronizing with the world tree's branch in real time. Artpe kept watching the process, and he brought out couple strands of mana string. His eyes were filled with resolve. All right. Let's start. Anticipation. No man in this world knew where this underground location was. In such a location, an artifact that would be placed at the zenith of history was being born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Connection 5. Chapter 145, Connection 5. Elric and Sienna were sparring. It was 50 matches, and he had lost all 50 matches. Shit. You are filthy strong. But Elric is also strong. When Elric took off his armor, the only one he could physically overpower in the party was Regina. However, Regina was a mage, so it was impossible to make a simple comparison using physical strength. In the end, Elric thought Sienna was a worthy foe, since she was slightly taller than him. Moreover, they both wielded blunt weapons, so she was a good person to spar with. Why is there such a wide gulf between me and you? Maybe Elric got too used to fighting with your armor on, Of course, Elric's armor was off right now. Before they departed for the surface, the dwarves were working on Elric's equipments. This was obvious, but Sienna wasn't wearing much equipment either right now. The two of them were wearing their casual clothes, and they were using the practice weapons provided by the dwarves. We are fighting under similar condition. There's the difference in level. Sienna had grown within the Winter Queen's ruin, so she was able to catch up to Artpe and Maetel's level. Basically, she was approaching level 310. There was a difference of 20 level between Elric and her. In fact, it would have been odd if she lost to Elric. But he was going to point out that she was a very young girl, but he desperately swallowed those words. He had suffered all his life, because people made judgments based only on his appearance. Therefore, he couldn't voice such an opinion. Ability had nothing to do with appearance. It didn't discriminate between age and sex. If I wore my armor. Yes, you will become stronger if you wear your armor. However, you should get used to fighting without it. You don't want to wear that armor for all your life. Yes. That's right. You are correct. Elric wondered if Sienna was the smartest one within the heroes' party. She wasn't just smart. She was really kind, and she never spoke any harsh words. If Vadanet hadn't told Elric that she was the holy priestess, he would have thought Sienna was the holy priestess. Let's fight one more time. When your armor gets here, I'll fight you again with your armor on. Yes, let's do that. The way she laughed was also very cute. If Elric was about the same age as her, he wondered if he would have fallen for her. Of course, he looked like he was the same age as her, but in truth, Elric was in his late 20s. Even if he was being generous, he was basically the age of Sienna's uncle. That is why it can't happen. Ha? What did you say, Elric? Ah. Nothing. I was just talking to myself. Elric couldn't face Sienna's bright smile. He tilted his head away a bit as he spoke. Please feel free to call me Elric Appa. I don't want to. The only Appa for me is Artpe Appa. Had ha. Ah. Okay. Alright. Somehow, Elric knew Artpe had a disposition of a troublemaker. He grumbled as he quietly raised the practice axe. Sienna mirrored his actions as she raised her battle hammer. There was a light smile on her face. It was cute, but it was actually the smile of a scary Grim Reaper. 4 days passed from that point in time. It is done. Artpe mumbled in satisfaction as he looked over the staff in front of him. He had processed the World Trees branch using his reinforcement skill 3 times. Then he connected the Demite Pippi to complete the battle staff. It had the function of strengthening his mana, which would flow through the staff. It also had the emergency ability of creating a barrier. It was a staff with an all-round capability. You are synchronized with the artifact. It is very fascinating. Artpe isn't human? Shut up, you dork. He had perfectly synchronized with the staff, so it wasn't necessary for him to carry around the staff. He could just use Pippi's magical energy, and the staff would float around him. Pippi was now capable of moving on its own, so it was having fun. It was letting out a brilliant light as it quickly revolved around Artpe. Regina clapped when she saw this. She asked him a question. Can we win against the Demon King? If we have 2 more of this staff, we can create the universe. When Artpe and Regina exited the room, they caught sight of Maetel. She was wearing a red armor, and she was armed from her ankle to her neck. She looked very fierce and beautiful. It seems the dwarves also finished their work. Yes. They are done packing too. Ah. It's Appa. Artpe wasn't a magnet, yet when he was seen, girls started sticking to him in order. Maetel, Sienna, and Vadanet were all clinging to his arms. They looked like some golem that was pieced together. Elric automatically became troubled when he saw this. I'm slowly starting to see the identity of this party. Are you sure I can really join this party? You are the only one that can save me from this hell, Elric. Don't say that. It's gross. Artpe had waited for the day when another male would join the party. He could finally leave behind this chummy atmosphere. This was a step towards becoming a pure heroes party. Moreover, it would be great if Elric could seduce Vadanet or Regina. If Elric could seduce both of them, it would be much better. We are ready. Let's head out. We were immaculate in finishing your equipments. At the very least, your power will have increased by 10%. There were 100,000 dwarves gathered in the square. It was a spectacular sight. When everyone was gathered, Artpe picked out a familiar-looking dwarf, and he asked the dwarf some questions. So, how do we get to the surface? Why did you guys gather so many in this square? We have to gather in the square to be able to go to the surface. A question mark formed above Artpe's head. Elric smiled when he saw this. You should pay close attention. This is the height of dwarven engineering technology. Engineering technology? It has a really ominous ring to it. Let's begin. The dwarf's command rang out, and Artpe had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the square shifted, and it started vibrating. Artpe mumbled to himself. There was no way the dwarves would do that. It can't be. We've amassed enough mana. It'll be possible to raise a crowd of over 100,000 all at once. All right. Let's do this. He activated his red all creation, and he quickly looked over the entire square. In a flash, blood drained from Artpe's face. No, let's not do this. Let's go. Dwarves had been dispatched to various locations in the square, and they all pulled on something that looked like a hose. It acted as a signal to commence. There was a black line bisecting the upper boundary of the square. A double-layered barrier made out of mana appeared on top, and it started stretching upward. It created an enormous barrier shaped like a hemisphere. No, this barrier probably extended below the square. It wasn't shaped like a hemisphere. It was correct to say that the barrier was shaped like a sphere. Ha ha ha. Artpe had perfectly assessed the current situation. He guffawed as he sat on the ground. He quietly extended his mana strings to tie down his party. These dwarves are crazy. Artpe, why did you? Maetel was puzzled by Artpe's move, so she was about to ask him a question. In the next moment, the square was shot into the air. The square was made independently from the city. Instead of Earth being underneath the tiles making up the square, a propulsion system was placed there. It shot the square into the air. This isn't engineering technology. This is just brainlessly chucking us upwards. We are going to break through the crust. Inject your mana into the ball. Inject the mana. The mana of the dwarves were injected, and the outer double-layered barrier started spinning. Afterwards, they crashed into the ceiling. The more shocking part was the fact that the structures making up the ceiling clung to the barrier. It added their power to the barrier. Oh. The story told by our fathers were true. We gained propulsion. Let's go. I never expected such a thing to be possible. As expected, our ancestors are amazing. How can you guys enjoy this? Physical force and magical energy were added to the spinning barriers, and the earth couldn't withstand against it. The spherical barrier was surrounding the square, and there was no resistance as it shot upwards. What happens if we lose propulsion and momentum? Won't we just fall back? Don't worry. Since the exit system was activated, an endless energy is formed by the square. We'll keep rising. Artpe heard the shout from the confident dwarf, so he decided to give up thinking about it. If the sphere showed signs of falling backwards, he would just teleport his party to the surface. He would only take his party members. Strangely enough, the enormous ball that was shot upwards by the dwarves were showing no signs of slowing down. How is this possible? I told you before. The dwarves know of a method to create artifacts. This is a version of an artifact. He had seen its true identity through his read all creation ability, but he was still having a hard time accepting the truth. There were things in the world that couldn't be copied even if one knew the structure and logic behind it. It might be apt to say that this was an innate ability possessed by an entire dwarven race. Artpe sighed as he raised his head. Pieces of metal had adhered to the pitch-dark surface of the barrier, and they were rotating tirelessly. The earth was split apart by the barrier, and after passing by the revolving barrier, the earth filled in the space behind them. It sounded preposterous, but it was working. Therefore, he couldn't say anything bad about it. Fortunately, it seemed there was no way the sphere would stop or fall backwards. How much time had passed? The dwarves once again started to move again. They became active. It seems we are almost there. I see. We are almost there. Prepare the last propulsion. Everyone move quickly. Hurry up and inject your mana. Finally. Elric's voice contained fervent desire. It seemed Artpe understood Elric's feeling. He smirked as he fastened his party members once again by adding more mana into his mana strings. Intense light covered the entire square. Huck. Stop being such a baby. The barrier has an option that stops the light from blinding you guys. Still, the outside world is bright. The dwarves had been trapped underground for couple hundred years. Instead of artificial light, they were faced with the natural sunlight. Their eyes were dazzled, and they were deeply moved by the experience. They started crying. Artpe hadn't seen the sun for couple days, so his eyes stunned too. If you guys are ready, cancel the barrier. Let's quickly cancel it before humans gather here. Where are we? Diaz. We are in the mountainous region of Diaz. No one actually comes here, so you don't to be worried. Just cancel the barrier. The dwarves moved busily as they focused on canceling the barrier. Artpe was blankly looking at the dwarves' work when he finally realized something. His surrounding looked oddly familiar. Didn't Elric just say that they were in the mountainous region of Diaz? That means this place is. Artpe. Maetel was also a bit late in realizing this fact. Soon, their gazes were planted on Elric. Elric hesitated for a brief moment, and he acknowledged their suspicion. Yes. That's right. This place is your birthplace. The two heroes hadn't meant for this to happen, but in that moment, they had returned home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Connection, 6. Chapter 146, Connection, 6. I was able to easily find the city of the dwarves, because all the entrances to the underground world was near the birthplace of the two heroes. Did you perhaps come to Diaz when you heard they were tracking us down? That's right. Instead of finding you guys, I found the entrance heading towards the underground world. At Elric's reply, Artpe and Maetel felt complicated emotions. When they started looking at their surrounding, they caught sight of the dwarves. The dwarves were slowly getting used to the sun. The dwarves stretched before they started moving once again. Let's install the square first. Hey! Wait a moment. What are you going to install? He hoped he had heard wrong, but that wasn't the case. The dwarves once again moved to various locations on the square. They started touching and manipulating the floor of the square. Surprisingly, the ground started becoming dyed with the same color as the square. The mana, which was used to create the barrier around the square, started pouring out into the land. The nature of the surrounding land started to change. Artpe watched the dwarves manipulate the mana with his read-all creation. Despite doing this, he had no idea how they were able to do what they were doing. No, that wasn't important right now. Hey! You can't just willy-nilly do as you please. Our ancestors made many preparations for the day when we were free to come to the surface. One of the preparations was to pick a land where we will reside. This place has a lot veins of metals, and it has been very blessed by Mother Nature. It is a living environment that is well suited for dwarves. Our ancestors made a deal with Diaz, so we possess ownership of this range of mountains. The only thing left is for us to create a city here. They probably weren't lying. However, did they still hold the ownership of this land after couple hundred years? That was the question. On the other hand, there were tens of thousands of dwarves over level 200 that were capable of fighting. Even if the entirety of Diaz attacked them, the dwarves would have no problem defending their territory. We'll be able to do this on our own from now on. Thank you for helping us, my friends. If you guys hadn't cleared the abyss, we wouldn't have been able to exit that place. It was a matter of time before the shadows acquired more power than us. We probably would have been swallowed by them. You can visit us any time. We will become your strength. Also, one of the dwarves hesitated before he opened his mouth. I heard from Elric that the heroes of this era have made their appearance. If you come across them, could you ask them to look us up? By the look of your abilities, I'm sure you will cross paths with the heroes. Why are you looking for the heroes? We want to help them defeat the Demon King. The eyes of the dwarves turned menacing. If the Demon King isn't defeated, beings like the shadows of sinners will crawl out into the world again. It isn't just the shadows of sinners. This time our world might really be dyed with demonic energy. If we want to protect our race, we have to attack the demon race. When he saw the willingness to fight from the dwarves, Artpe was inwardly satisfied. He nodded his head. As expected, the guidance of the Winter Queen was superb. The dwarves were more trustworthy than any human nation. Moreover, she had directed him towards a group that was always on the hero's side. It's us. It was time for him to tell the truth to the dwarves. What? It's us. To be precise, we are the heroes. At Artpe's unexpected words, the dwarves just blinked their eyes. Artpe and Maetel didn't say anything. They just emitted their hero's aura. It was one of the benefits that came with being a hero. The dwarves recognized what they were seeing, and their jaws dropped open. They really are heroes. Of course. We were wondering how humans that weren't heroes possessed so much power. We never thought about the possibility of them hiding their identity. Oh. This is the first time I've seen a hero. Elric, did you know about this? No wonder. You had such a hard-on for the heroes, yet you meekly decided to join another party. I should have seen it for what it was. Hey! Put down your axe. Don't get angry with me. They wanted to prove their skills to you. They didn't want to use their reputation that comes along with being heroes. I did as they asked. A brief commotion occurred, but everyone calmed down soon. They didn't have to go on a roundabout process of finding the heroes, so this was beneficial to the dwarves. We've prepared a lot of things we wanted to give to the heroes. However, the improvement we made to your equipments makes it dubious as to whether you need these items. I know what you guys can do. At that point, Artpe thought about Silpenen's party. Of course, they were also a massively overgeared party. They were able to acquire artifacts thanks to Artpe's instructions. Silpenen's party possessed equipments as powerful as the equipments possessed by Artpe's party. However, the dwarves were able to make improvements to their gears, and they had become stronger. There was no reason why the dwarves couldn't do the same for Silpenen's party. I have party members who are moving separate from us. I'll contact them. When they visit you, I want you guys to look over their equipments. If it is just that, we are willing to do it. However, it isn't enough. It won't satisfy our. That's right. All your equipments are perfect now. Therefore, we will make you some auxiliary equipments. Some of the work has already been done, so could you wait for around 4 hours? He had never expected them to strengthen the reward the party had received for completing their quest. He had no reason to refuse their offer, so he readily nodded his head. All right. If it is 4 hours, we can. In fact, we have something to do around here. Yes. Artpe gave a meaningful glance towards Maetel. It seemed she was thinking the same thoughts as him. She carefully extended her hand, and she linked hands with him. We grew up around this region. We'll make a brief visit to our hometown. I really want to go with you. There must be a reason why the two of them wants to go there by themselves. Let's just do our own thing here. But Sienna held onto Vadanet. This was why Artpe and Maetel was able to leave without much difficulty. They saw Elric wave his hand in goodbye. Do you think everyone is doing well? If the town wasn't attacked by monsters, everyone should be fine. They were going back to their village, but he didn't want to get tangled with the villagers. Artpe placed a camouflage spell on both of them. Maetel didn't object to what he was doing. She missed the village, but she really didn't have any attachments to the villagers. Artpe and Maetel had lived in this nameless mountain village, and it would have taken them around 2 hours to walk there. Artpe and Maetel was able to reach the village in 2 minutes using Blink. Ah! It's still the same. When they entered the village, a delighted smile appeared on Maetel's face. Monsters hadn't sacked the village. No outsiders had even visited this isolated mountain village. It would have been more surprising if something new had occurred in the village. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he looked at his surrounding. The village really hadn't changed. If he could point out a change, the people had changed. The adults looked 3 years older. Some looked much older. Then there were the children, the memory of them were faint. Who had played a game of heroes with Artpe and Maetel. The children had grown a lot. Tree? We are going to the tree again? We went to the tree yesterday, and the day before. I really hate that tree. Artpe and Maetel had completely become adults. On the other hand, the other children were a bit slow in growing up. It really brought home the fact that Artpe and Maetel had grown an unbelievable amount. Artpe and Maetel strided towards the village containing lousy level 1 villagers. Artpe, this is the same. That too. We used this tree to mark our height. Wah! There really was so little here that he wondered if he had a mistake coming here. On the other hand, Maetel was having fun, so he decided it was worth it. Artpe smiled lightly towards Maetel, who had a firm grip on his hand. At that moment, he could feel a faint trace of mana from somewhere within the village. It was coming from a small cottage that was located at the boundary of the village. It was where Artpe had lived. Maetel. Yes. Kaya. Maetel was in front of the tree that was used to measure the height of the village children. She was trying to measure her own height when Artpe grabbed her hand. He used Blink. In the next moment, they arrived in front of the cottage. He didn't hesitate as he opened the door, and he entered the cottage. His gaze headed towards the message they had left behind on the wall of the cottage. Ha! Artpe, this is. That's right. The message, which was engraved on the wall, was still there. However, there was magic placed over several letters. This was the hero's mana. To be precise, it was a spell that illuminated only when it came in contact with the hero's aura. Is it my dad? A wandering merchant knows how to use mana. If so, it really would be interesting. However, we can't confirm that it is juicy with this. In Artpe's previous life, Maetel's father had been dead at this point in time. At the very least, that was what his research unearthed. This was obvious, but he had never seen or experienced the mana of Maetel's father. Artpe. Wait here. Artpe activated his hero's aura, and he activated the spell placed on the surface of the wall. In the end, the letters started to light up in a predetermined order. He could have just left behind a letter, yet Juicy decided to leave behind a message by putting on airs. Artpe grumbled as he pieced together the letters in order to complete the message. When you are ready, come find me at Reincarnated in the demon world. Too much effort was put into this. This is too dumb to be a trap. What is Reincarnated? Is it something you eat? It is a place where you get eaten. I don't want to be eaten unless it is by Artpe. Where did you learn to talk like that? Vatinette said she would be fine being eaten if it is Artpe. Artpe decided to give Vatinette a harsh punishment later on. He was afraid that Vatinette might like being punished by him. He decided to keep his thoughts on the Reincarnated. Reincarnated. It was one of the most dangerous places in the demon world. Unless one was a demon of significant caliber, one wouldn't even dare to step one's foot in the city. Hot winds that were over 200 degrees Celsius blew there. At times, storm with knife-like sands swirled around this city. It was considered to be the hell of the demon world where monsters over level 350 swarmed. If this was some plan to lure the two heroes to their death, it was such an obvious and dumb ploy. He would have sneered at it. That was why he entertained the idea that this wasn't a trap. On the other hand, this might be a plan to exploit such a thought process in order to kill them. Is it my dad? It must be my dad, right? I want to see my dad. Artpe has to see him too. You have to bow to him before we have our wedding. Maetel was already excited at the idea of reuniting with her father. There were several parts of her words that worried him, but Artpe had come to a similar conclusion as her. Yes. We have to go find this person. If it is a trap, then it is a trap. If it isn't a trap, we have to check the identity of this person. If it was a trap, someone had made a mistake in putting it here. The strength of the hero's party was at its highest right now. If this was a hero's tale, the author would have been stabbed by the readers for shitty power balance. Still, we should visit Zestbar just in case. Yes, I'll do as Artpe says. Artpe was confident that they could smash any trap sprung on the two of them. However, this wasn't the case for his other party members. First, he had to raise the strength of his party members in Zestbar, then they would enter into the demon world. They'll go straight towards Reincarnated. They'll kill any demons or monsters they face in the process. They'll have grown to the point where they would be able to search the confines of Reincarnated in a leisurely fashion. Reincarnated. It really is a very excellent choice. As someone that always put my safety as a priority, I never dared to go to Reincarnated. Artpe was well informed in regards to most regions in the demon world. However, Reincarnated was one of the few exceptions. Even if there was nothing there, they won't know anything until they get there. If this message was left behind by Maetel's father and if he really alive in that city. Things are getting complicated again. What would his level be? Was he alone or did he have comrades? Why didn't he step forward in the previous life? No. It won't be Artpe. First, we'll have around 5 kids, then. I don't know which words I should deny first. Her father was a key word, and it had triggered her idle imagination. She had already thought past her wedding, and her delusions were reaching its zenith. She had a slightly dangerous expression on her face as she kept smiling. He flicked her forehead lightly. As always, he let out a big sigh. Somehow or other, the reasons to leave for the demon world kept mounting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Connection, 7. Chapter 147, Connection, 7. In the end, they didn't reveal themselves to the villagers. They once again returned to the dwarves. It felt as if not a lot of time had passed, but the promised time of 4 hours had passed. Welcome. We chose items that we thought might help the heroes. We finished processing the items, so they are suited for your needs. Please come and have a look. The dwarves held all kinds of auxiliary items in their arms as they waited for the heroes. The dwarves looked very pleased with themselves. If you inject mana into this item, tens of thousand fragments will scatter to attack the enemies. That's a shrapnel. I heard it is very difficult to make even one of them. I've never seen one for real. Why, you know about the shrapnel? As expected, a hero's knowledge is quite profound. This is the next item. This is... When mana is injected, the mana is inflated in a fake display to look menacing. It is called the mana display, and it is used when one wants to run away from monsters. Do you perhaps know about this one too? That's amazing. That's the expandable temporary rampart. I never expected dwarves to be able to use dimensional compression magic on metal to recreate. The dwarves were taken aback when Artpe recognized all the items they brought out. Artpe became dazed when he was faced with items that were only mentioned in legends. Of course, he had given the dwarves all the raw materials he had gathered from the monsters they had killed. This included the parts from the ancient kraken. However, such items couldn't be produced without great skill even if one had the best materials. Since you know everything, we won't go out of your way to explain what these items are. If you don't know something, you can ask us. No. I have a rough idea on how to use these items. These items will be really helpful to us. There were items that momentarily amplified one's mana, and there were consumable artifacts capable of blocking spells of each type of element. He used his Read All Creation ability to look over the structure of the items, yet he had no idea how they were made. It seemed he wasn't able to see everything in this world yet. This is something we made. It is called the Steel Horse. If you charge it with mana, it can move at a speed comparable to a swift horse. The speed changes depending on the quality of mana that is injected, so you should have no complaints on how fast it can move. When you aren't using it, you can put it into your dimensional pouch. It is very convenient to use. It seems you guys saved the best for last? It was called a Steel Horse, but the last item bought out by the dwarves was a magic tool that could be ridden. Instead of a horse, it looked more like a diamond-shaped box. It could fit around 10 people. It was quite spacious. The engine activated when it reacted with mana. The engine provided power to several dozen wheels. There was also a sensor that received the will of the driver, and it could change the direction of the wheels. It was something marvelous that had never been seen before. Naya. Yes, I know you can carry us now. Roa reacted sensitively to the presence of the strange steel horse. It seemed she had been worried that the only thing she was capable of doing was to eat demonic energy. When she cleared the abyss, she had gained the ability to expand the size of her body. At the time, she had meowed in pride at her new ability to carry around the party. However, as soon as she gained this ability, something that threatened her position had made its appearance. It is better to use a tool when it is available. You can conserve your strength, and will use your power when we really need it. Nya. Yes. I'll give you lots of it. As if to comfort Roa, he let her hold the evil heart in her mouth. When he turned around, he gave his thanks to the dwarves. I will use it well. When the other hero party gets here, we'll give them the same items. Thank you very much. He had already messaged Silpenin to visit the dwarves when possible to upgrade their gears. Artpe gave a satisfied nod when the dwarves gave a definite answer. He turned around. All right. Let's go. Elric, I wish you the best. I hope you achieve what you desire. Believe in me. I'll make sure the monsters of the Demon King never reaches you guys. A little bit of time was wasted as Elric and the dwarves said their goodbyes to each other. Artpe watched it all with a small smile on his face. The dwarves were excellent warriors and blacksmiths, and they were on his side. He could use them with Elric as an intermediary. Of course, he was smiling. Artpe, you just had an evil thought. Maetel, you are cute. Artpe is cool. Ha! You actually fell for that. All right. Drive. There were a total of 6 party members now including Artpe. He drove the steel horse with them inside. They had unintentionally come back to Diaz, but they were able to move at incredible speed now. Moreover, the steel horse never tired. On top of that, they possessed the right to use the warp gates of Palladia, which was placed all over the continent. This was why he didn't expect the journey to Zestbar to be perilous. Zestbar? I think I've heard a rumor about that place before. I thought humans can't live in that environment? After departing with the heroes' party, Elric was finally told about their destination. He was shocked when he heard the information, so he asked Artpe a question. The cute young man was tilting his head in puzzlement within his armor. It was a very cute sight, but Artpe was cold as he squashed Elric's question. Who amongst us can be called a normal human? Why, you have a point, but, Elric was someone that was cursed not to grow, and he was wearing a suit of armor that was much bigger than his body. On the other hand, he might be the most normal one here. The party members were that special. There were the 2 heroes and the holy priestess. Then there was the pretty yet eccentric magician. He couldn't sense her presence. The most normal-looking member was Sienna, but her eyes and hairs let out light sometimes. She wasn't normal either. It is known that there is no dungeons in Zestbar. Of course, it is a dangerous location that humans and demons are reluctant to enter. Basically, the monsters that resides there are extremely strong. Artpe is going to that knowing this, because... That's right. There is a ruin there. Do I really have to go through the hassle of telling you how strong the monsters are in this ruin? No. Basically, it is a place where we can raise our level before we head into the demon world. It is the land of our last opportunity. It was the most dangerous location in the human realm, yet Artpe had wrapped in such an attractive packaging. However, the truth was the truth, so Elric couldn't dispute Artpe's words. Elric was baffled, so he kept his mouth shut. Artpe grinned when he saw this. As expected, the steel horse was incredibly fast. It hadn't been that long since they've left the dwarves, yet the first available warp gate could be seen. The problem was the fact that they had to cross an extremely steep cliff before they could reach the hill with the warp gate. Elric saw the steep cliff around the same time as Artpe. He yelled out in fright. No way. Are you planning on just charging forward like this? That's right. Oh. This is crazy. I want to get off of this. Was it just a feeling? After being freed from the curse of the armor, the solemnness around Elric was gone. His current behavior was well matched with his appearance now. It wasn't a bad thing. It made it enjoyable to make fun of him. Did you forget that you are with 2 magicians? What? Float. Oh, wind, hear me. Before they fell off the cliff, Artpe let out a short cantrip. The steel horse floated into the air. Regina controlled the wind to push the steel horse. The steel horse didn't lose any speed as it raced across the air. It landed on the hill on the other side. This was fun, Artpe. Let's do it again. Again. Artpe. No. Please spare me. Please. The steel horse had a soft landing as it ran on solid ground again. The party was split into two. There was the replay sect led by Maetel. Then there was the please spare me sect led by Vadinet. He thought about reversing the steel horse to do as Maetel wanted. However, Vadinet and Elric looked at Artpe with unshed tears in their eyes. Artpe decided to just go forward. It took them a minute to reach the first warp gate. We are here. How come I'm so exhausted? We haven't even fought any monsters yet. The fact that you are having such thoughts means you've successfully become a member of our party. In reality, the fights against monsters and demons are nothing. You can be at ease. There is no way in hell that I can be at ease. It was a sight that couldn't be seen between the previous life's hero and warrior. Artpe snickered as he exited the steel horse with his party members. He decided to let Vadinet activate the warp gate. We just have to cross it now, Artpe. We have to go through 7 warp gates to reach the shores of Zestbar, so we have to hurry. Thank you, Vadinet. Well, let's go, Maetel. Maetel? They would be leaving Diaz now. Before they went into the warp gate that lead to the ocean, Maetel suddenly turned her head to look behind. There was a small village located at the foot of the hill where the warp gate resided. She could see the citizens of Diaz. It looked exactly like their home village, which they had left. Finally, Artpe realized that he had been insensitive to Maetel. As expected, would it have been better if we met everyone? No. Our fate was cut off from them, so it is best to leave it severed. My hands are full just by trying to protect what is in my hands. Maetel shook her head as she said those words. She continued to speak in a small voice. I just wish I can protect everyone this time. Yeah. Yes. Maetel gripped Artpe's hand a little bit harder. Then she crossed the gate with him. It was getting close to the time when they would have to fight in earnest. The death of the fire which had been truly horrifying. Her fire had burned with tenacity and vengeance. The fire which had tried to incinerate the hero's soul. However, the magician that controlled winter had put her whole existence and record on the line to protect the hero's party. No, Regina. Regina. Maetel is alive. Happy. As a price, the magician had perished. Unfortunately, I won't get to see the Demon King. However, the castle's fundamental structure was broken. It is all destroyed. The power being sealed was freed. The Demon King's power is weakened. Regina. If I hadn't killed Vadinet that time. If so, nothing would have changed even if we had the Holy Priestess power. Don't worry about it. Maetel should always laugh. There were tears in the magician's eyes. She let out a small laughter as her cold hand touched the hero's cheek. All my life I couldn't understand these feelings. I understand it now. It is all thanks to Maetel. Regina. This is my last warning. The magician's eyes weren't on her comrades. Her eyes were planted on the falling castle. There is an existence worse than the Demon King. We might have been scratching only the surface. I finally gained true understanding from its release. Something worse than the Demon King? Release? It is already too late now. The record of the previous generation is all missing. It is bizarre. We were tricked, but I gained an understanding thanks to it. Maetel, that is why. Massive amount of demonic energy rose from the Demon King's castle. Two absolute beings finally rose from within the castle. The magician shook her head dizzyingly when she saw this. Be wary of the unknown. If you aren't confident in your victory, you should run. However, if I run away, Maetel's innate ability is. The magician labored as she continued to speak. This isn't the end. It can evolve. I checked. How? For Heavenly King Artpe. It was as if her inner heart had exposed. The hero's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. However, the magician wasn't trying to rebuke the hero's foolish crush. In his last moments, he opened up a possibility. History can be changed through him. Even where we are right now will be changed through him. We'll merely be swept up in this change. However, it is possible for Maetel to be with him. I'm not sure what you are to say. It is too complicated, Regina. Please make it easy for me to understand. If I simplify it. Where did she find the energy to speak? There was a playful twinkle in the magician's eyes. She spoke. You have to obtain love even if you have to chase after it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148 Zest Bar 1. Chapter 148 Zest Bar 1. He was having a dream. A strange-looking monster with dozen tentacles was chasing after him. He was being pressed down by overwhelming fear, and the only thing he could do was to run away. It was a nightmare. He wanted to blow the monster into smithereens with magic, but he couldn't use his magic. He became flustered, and in the end, he was caught by the monster. The tentacles tickled him, and no man should have enjoyed suffering under such an attack. It happened when he had that thought. Artpe awoke from his sleep. Humuemo, Artpe? Maetel had both arms and legs wrapped around Artpe's entire body. Moreover, she was licking Artpe's cheek like a baby cat. The fact that this had happened while they were sleeping was the more scary part. If there was something that scared him more, it was the gaze that was fixed on two of them. Pervert. The hero's name is Pervert. No, Regina. Wait a moment. Maetel has no leg to stand on, but I feel falsely accused. Artpe couldn't bear Regina's observation of him, so he used Blink to escape the clutches of Maetel. Regina looked at him as if he was trash, but she soon let out a sigh. Your defense against Maetel is lacking. We are sleeping out in the open, so how am I supposed to stop her? You should bind her beforehand. Your effort is lacking. Are you just trying to pick a fight with me? Artpe let out a sigh as he wiped his cheek. While he was doing this, Maetel was flailing at the air when she lost Artpe's body heat. In the end, she didn't find what she wanted. Her face crumpled, and she was on the verge of tears. Artpe was weak against Maetel's tears. He had finally escaped her grasp, yet he approached her once again. He started stroking her head. He was once again caught by Maetel, but Maetel was merely grabbing onto his leg. She was rubbing her cheeks against his leg, so it was bearable now. Why were you standing there like that? I'm observing what happens between a man and a woman. It is fun and interesting. I'm looking forward to the copulation that'll happen henceforth. Her hobby was very dirty. All right. She can continue to watch. He couldn't go back to sleep within Maetel's embrace, and he was no longer sleepy. He just sat down. Of course, it was still early in the morning, so he had nothing to do. Ah. Right. You are here too. Hello? A staff had suddenly appeared in front of Artpe, and it started spinning in place. He gave a light tap on the staff. The staff let out a small light as if it was happy. It was how the staff communicated. Will you tap me too? You want me to? Regina gave a loose nod. She came a bit closer, and she sat close to Artpe. Aside from the two of them, the whole party was asleep. He didn't even need to check it with his red all-creation ability. Regina rarely approached Artpe when the other party members were awake. It won't be long before we are at Zestbar. That's right. If we enter, it'll be impossible for us to return to the human realm for a while. That is also true. Regina's blue eyes looked as if it contained the winter sky. She scanned Artpe. It was as if her eyes were looking right through him. It was different from how Maetel looked at him. If we leave like this, the human realm will no longer be under the protection of heroes. The mere presence of Artpe and Maetel acts as support for the humans. It'll be gone soon. That's true. The Demon King's army will attack the human realm soon. Will it be okay? Artpe had already seen the signs of the Demon King's army becoming active. They weren't too far from Zestbar, and he could feel the demonic energy seep into the human realm from the demon world. It really was near. It would happen before the year was up. It would be absurdly fast compared to the events from his past life. However, he could naturally accept it, since everything had changed compared to his past life. Will it really be okay to leave it all to them? Yes. I think it'll go well. Artpe didn't sound worried as he spoke in an easy manner. If he could point out the biggest change from his past life, it was the fact that there was a second heroes party. There is Silpenin and Arya. Lesity and Deus should have enough strength to be of help. Moreover, there is the power of the artifacts they had acquired. Silpenin's party might be stronger than the hero's party of his previous life. Of course, he hadn't spoken such beliefs out loud, but Artpe was sure it would become true if he believed in it. Above all else, I told them to visit the dwarves, and they'll get their equipment strengthened. At the same time, it was a plan to bring Silpenin back to Diaz. At this point in time, he has power and a cause to uphold. He won't be found lacking in all aspects to become their king. On top of that, it would be possible for Silpenin to join forces with the Empire of Zard, which was across the ocean. Silpenin would be able to facilitate an alliance through Artpe. Then there was the second holy priestess Arya. If she revealed her power, Palladia would also have to support Diaz. At that point, at least half the power of the human realm would have been consolidated. If the dwarves and elves were added to the existing human force, the human realm would be hard to take down. The four heavenly kings would have to get involved for their attacks to gain any traction. We'll become the hitman that'll take out those bastards first. Are you trying to turn the burden of risk towards us? I believe that's the only viable option. I feel sorry about putting the burden on you guys. There is no burden on us. The burden is always shouldered by Artpe. Regina looked as if she was looking through him, and Artpe became a bit flustered by it. However, she still had more to say. You tell Maetel to become colder, but Artpe likes people too much. Despite this fact, you pretend to move for your own profit. It is a bit cute. No. I'm really doing what's best for me. You only did what's best for the people. Artpe's lips jutted out. What are you trying to say to me? Artpe is hiding something. It bothers me. If she mentioned him mating with Maetel again, he planned on hitting her. However, unexpected words came out of Regina's mouth. However, it isn't as if I hate it. It stimulates me. I see. That is why I observe Artpe. I don't get bored. Artpe remembered the dream he had today before he had the nightmare. It was after his death, and Etna had been defeated by the heroes' party. The dream depicted the moment when Regina had been dying. There were a lot of details that worried him. Regina had realized the evolution of his innate ability, and she had given a significant piece of advice to Maetel. He really wanted to wake up Maetel right now, so the three of them could talk to each other. However, the most memorable part of the dream was the words spoken by Regina. She was consoling Maetel. Maetel had been sad after watching his death. Regina said she finally understood the emotions she had been unable to comprehend for her entire life. It was all thanks to Maetel, and she was happy. Maybe it was the same for Regina in the current life and the past life. She might just want to explore her emotions. The Demon King controlled the demon race, and he was trying to dominate the humans. However, her feelings towards the Demon King might have been of secondary importance. In their past life, Regina had looked towards Maetel. In their current life, Regina was looking towards Artpe. That was the only difference. When he realized this fact, Artpe suddenly became afraid. What if he was a bad influence on Regina? You shouldn't trust me too much. I don't trust you. Men, who like younger women, are dangerous. You are a scary pervert that doesn't care about actual age or sex. They just have to look young. Special vigilance. Okay. That's enough. It looked as if Regina had more to say, but Artpe no longer conversed with her. If things continued along this path, it felt as if his previous life would be revealed. He started making preparations with the intention of moving in the morning. Elric, who had been sleeping in a nearby tent, stuck his head out. He was looking at Artpe. It wasn't a sight befitting a warrior with overflowing charisma. Heek. What? Why are you so on guard? Artpe soon realized why Elric was so vigilant towards him. If he thought about it, there was some very odd choice of words spoken by Regina. She said he was a scary pervert that doesn't care about actual age or sex of a person. One just had to look young. No. It isn't like that. Don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll cut you. It isn't like that. The disturbance caused by Elric and Artpe finally made everyone wake up. Of course, all of them were high level, so they weren't suffering from lack of sleep. This was why they had a quick breakfast, and they were on the road again. It was exactly as the early morning conversation between Artpe and Regina had indicated. Zestbar wasn't too far away. They didn't need to enter into another warp gate anymore. They watched the landscape pass by as they rode the steel horse. They traveled at high speed towards the ocean in the distance. You know what, Artpe? I had an incredible dream today. No. Don't tell me. He young. Currently, Artpe didn't have the courage to approach Maetel about her dream. Therefore, he stopped her before she could talk about it. At the same time, he worked on creating a spell. Zestbar was a location where humans and demons couldn't easily approach. If they wanted to enter into the waters of Zestbar, they would have to break through the barrier placed around Zestbar. Even Artpe had to put in a good deal of work to accomplish this. Ah. I see people over there. They are from a minor country. Ignore them. Appa, they are fighting against demons. It is a commonplace affair. Ignore, what? Artpe was about to ignore Sienna's words as if her words were inconsequential, but he queried her. His gaze immediately turned to look into the distance. He really could see them. There were humans putting up a fierce fight against demons, and the demons that were crushing the humans as if they were nothing. My God! They looked to be low-ranked demon soldiers that were barely over level 200. However, they were still demons. It seemed the war was going to be waged much faster than Artpe had predicted. Of course, these were reconnaissance units sent ahead of the main army to squash the humans' realm. Artpe was so surprised that he couldn't shut his mouth. I can't believe my luck is this good. I don't have to work like a dog to break the barrier. I was wondering why you weren't saying something like that. While Maetel grumbled, Artpe immediately used blink. Artpe's party and the steel horse jumped space, and they arrived at the battleground between the humans and demons. He ran over a demon that looked easiest to take down. It was a charming gesture. Hello. You guys are the ones that broke open the entry barrier to Zestbar. What? Humans. Crush them. Hooray. Her current personality differed significantly from her past life, so it kind of worried him. The blonde hero Maetel jumped off the steel horse with her bastard sword in hand. It was a reconnaissance unit, yet there were over 500 demons there. As soon as Maetel landed, the number decreased to 400. She took a powerful swing with her bastard sword, and light was emitted from the blade's edge. The light impacted exactly at the location where the demons were gathered, and the mana within the demons burned out. Maetel, you don't have to kill those that aren't showing too much aggression. Regina, use your communication interference spell. Yes. Oh, spirit of wind. Please punish those louts that tickle your ears. Maetel moved like thunder. The bodies and blood of fallen demons appeared in every location she passed by. The demons realized something was wrong, so they tried to contact their main army. However, their communication spell had been blocked by Regina's interference magic. There are only 6 of them. Kill them all. Kill that witch first. Kuwak. The demons realized that fighting was the only option left. They bared their teeth as they jumped into the fight, but their heads were cut off by Maetel's sword before they could do anything. Maetel kept Artpe's words in mind, but she wasn't generous enough to spare those that threatened her life and Artpe's life. I'm also going. No, Elric. Maetel and Regina will settle things here. From the moment we enter Zestbar, we'll be attacked by much more dangerous enemies than these demon pawns. You should conserve your strength. So why was he allowing Maetel and Regina to go ham? They were a special breed of monster that didn't lose much stamina and magical energy after dispatching enemies of this caliber. Oh my god. You guys came out of nowhere, and you saved us. Please. Ah. You better not give us a subquest. If you want to stay alive, run. Even if they were from a small nation, the humans tried to present a quest and reward to his party. Artpe didn't want to do something that was tiresome, so he chased the humans away. The humans wanted to say something more, but they couldn't withstand Artpe's cold gaze. Soon, they were fleeing. In the end, the demons and Artpe's party was the only ones left. Whew. Good. Not a single demon was able to run away. They were either killed or subdued by Maetel and Regina. He got off the steel horse, and he walked towards the nearest demon. He found one that was still alive. Shall I start my second round of experiments? After 30 minutes, Artpe had perfectly cleared the scene. They got on the steel horse, and they safely entered into the waters of Zestbar. A smile of satisfaction appeared on Artpe's lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149 Zestbar 2. Chapter 149 Zestbar 2. Artpe, are you sure about letting them go? Since they've lost their abilities, they can't return to the demon world. The deciding factor was the expression on their faces. They no longer want to kill us. They look like cows that were dragged into the slaughterhouse. There is no need for us to kill them. If he stated the conclusion first, his experiment to make the demons into humans had been extremely successful. Artpe had used the power of the magic tome on the subdued demons. There were a couple rough patches, but he was able to safely extract the essence of the demons. He was able to keep his subjects alive. Of course, Artpe was able to perfectly strip the shackles placed on them by the absolute control. The only sticking point is the fact that the subject has to be drained of all mana before the magic tome can be activated. Since I have Roa, it'll work out somehow. When the shackles were undone, the former demons completely escaped the Demon King's sphere of influence. The Demon King probably thought they were dead. If the former demons came across other demons, the Demon King would find out that he had made an error of judgment. However, nothing would change even if the Demon King finds out about it. If the Demon King became vigilant against the hero's party, he might send more demons towards them. Artpe would be thankful for such a move. Etna. If I can somehow turn Etna into an ally. No. In truth, he didn't need her as an ally. It was enough for her to be a neutral party. She was a demon with a special characteristic. She possessed energy closer to pure fire rather than demonic energy. As a demon, this was a detriment to her power. If he released her from her shackles, she would immediately become 1.3 times stronger. When that happens, she didn't need to stay next to the hero. She would become a big impediment for the Demon King's army if she resided in the human realm. Artpe, you are thinking about that woman again. No. I was thinking about you. That sounds like a lie. Lies didn't always work against Maetel. This was especially true for lies pertaining to Etna. Was this her woman's intuition? It was truly frightening. Artpe turned his head away from Maetel's sharp gaze. He found a distraction just in time. Monster! A monster is coming towards us. OMMM. Maetel looked dissatisfied, but she had no choice. It was true that a monster was coming towards them. The steel horse, it was an all-purpose ride capable of traveling on water and air, was traveling at high speeds over the ocean. The monster was coming straight towards them. It was bigger than the steel horse, and it had a fierce black mane. It has 2 sharp eyes, and an exoskeleton that covered its body. Dangerous needles protruded from between the bone armor. Appa, why is that seahorse running above the water? Maybe, the gene of a horse is being expressed right now. I thought it just looked like a horse. I never knew they shared ancestors. Appa is amazing. Don't fall for such an obvious lie, you dork. Artpe was more surprised by the fact that Sienna knew about the existence of a seahorse. However, the more important point right now was the fact that it was being hostile toward his party. I'll go first, Artpe. Everyone else should get ready for a fight. These bastards are nearly level 300, and they are influenced by the demon world. They are more powerful in comparison to their level. Never ever let them hit you. Hoop. As soon as the seahorse was registered as an enemy, Maetel started running across the ocean. He nodded his head towards her as he stretched his hand outside of the steel horse. He put his hand under the surface of the water. Vadanet was puzzled by what he was doing. Artpe? Seahorses usually live underwater. I'm sure they are coordinating an attack from below the surface of the water. Ah! He didn't have to say too much. Several dozen mana strings shot into the ocean, and it bound a large herd of seahorses that were secretly charging towards Maetel. Their defense was so powerful that not a single one of them were killed by Artpe's mana string. However, Regina quickly chanted her spell, and she sent the power of the great winds through the mana strings. The subdued seahorses were ripped into pieces. It truly was a perfect combo. More are gathering. Of course. The attack from a moment ago was an attempt to rile them up. Soon, the whole ocean will be against us. Bad habit. A little bit cool. When they confirmed that the enemies were rising up from deep within the ocean, Artpe and Regina praised each other's skills as they prepared their second spell. At that moment, Maetel had reached the enormous seahorse. Hoo-ah-hup. Was there anyone or anything that could withstand her frontal assault? Her first sword strike broke apart the exoskeleton of the seahorse. The following strike impacted on the head of the seahorse. There wasn't even a trace of its head left behind. She kicked off the water, and she attacked the next target. She killed the next target with a single strike. In the process of killing one, she figured out where all her enemies were located at. From that moment on, she accomplished her task with the least amount of movement and power expenditure as possible. She wasn't called a genius for nothing. I don't want to admit it, but the title of hero really suits that woman. Vadinette, stop looking vacantly at everything. Come towards me. Understood. Vadinette understood what Artpe wanted from her. Hadn't she just witnessed the combo attack between Regina and him? She deftly let out her holy energy. Artpe used it to strengthen his mana strings. The several dozen mana strings infused with holy energy moved to the depth of the ocean. In the next moment, the mana strings moved according to Artpe's will. The mana strings expanded as they attacked the monsters all at once. Ki-e-e-e-e-e-e. Kojaya jaya 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 jaya. Jiaku-ogu. The monsters of Zestbar had appeared from the ocean of the demon world. Of course, they possessed powerful demonic energy, so they were tormented by the attack. It would be heartless to just torment them, so he controlled the holy power and magical energy to change the shape of her spell. He continuously changed the form of the spell as he attacked the monsters. In the end, they died. Since these monsters were over level 300, the party's EXP rose quickly. Kawaha. Ki-he. Ki-he-e-e-e-e. The waves of the ocean erupted with blood and screams. A seahorse couldn't take the pain, so it shot out of the ocean. However, Sienna hit it with her hammer before it could reach Artpe. The violent exchange had happened right in front of him, yet Artpe's expression remained cool. Artpe-nim, your mana isn't boundless. We should retreat. Retreat? Do you really think I want to retreat in the middle of this? Of course, Artpe could use his blink ability to retreat, but he didn't come here with the intent to retreat. I wasn't lying when I said the entire ocean will oppose us. Soon, there will be more monster than water inside the ocean. Behind us. They are gathering. What? When a monster of the Zestbar's ocean locked into a target, all the monsters of the Zestbar's ocean gathered to attack them. The party had to somehow avoid the monsters to reach the shores of the demon world or the human realm. If not, they would have to fight an endless battle until they were sent to a watery grave. This was the only choice given to those that stepped into this ocean. Normally, one would try to cross to the other side before the battle intensifies. One would cross before being surrounded by the monsters. It isn't necessary to crush all the monsters here, but... However, didn't Appa say your goal is within the ocean? If we enter the ocean, we won't be any closer to entering the demon world. Does that mean the endless stream of monsters is a hint to finding a way to opening a ruin? As expected, Sienna's ability to digest and understand the situation was outstanding. He stroked Sienna's head as he nodded his head. That's right. These bastards are our key to the ruin. It can't be found through normal ways. Even the almighty Demon King probably can't figure this out. It wasn't worth it for the Demon King to gather and kill the monsters of this ocean. Artpe looked at Maetel, who was single-handedly killing all the monsters that surged above the surface of the water. She looked fierce. The ocean of Zestbar has always been protected by a barrier, so it is the most ideal spot to hide something. Moreover, there is an ancient magic circle that covers the entirety of the ocean. I doubt human hands can create or reproduce this magic circle. The ruin will only show up when all the guards are drawn to the surface. Anyone could predict what Artpe would say next. That is why you guys have to kill them without rest. Yeah. Fortunately, the party was powerful enough to kill any monsters that showed up in the waters of Zestbar. Not a single monster was able to last beyond 2 blows from the party. Since all the monsters were falling short of touching the party members, they became enraged. More monsters rushed towards the party. Normally, the job of luring this many monsters would have taken days, but this method allowed them to increase their efficiency. It only took several hours. Artpe, look over there. Oh. Finally. It had taken quite a long time, but the ocean had turned black from the blood of the monsters. A whirlpool started forming in the middle of these waters. When the monsters sensed the massive amount of mana infused within this whirlpool, they started gathering towards it. Maetel was in a rush, so she struck out and killed a portion of the monsters before she returned to the steel horse. Artpe, is that the ruin? It'll form soon. Just observe. What do you mean by it'll form? Ooh-hoo. Maetel's gaze had followed Artpe's finger. Her expression crumpled as she observed the whirlpool. Maetel liked eating and playing. However, she didn't like playing with her food. This was why the sight in front of her was truly horrifying. The monsters are being sucked into the whirlpool, and they are being blended. I won't be able to get a good taste at this rate. Maetel, I know full well that you perceive monsters as something to eat. However, you've done a good job to help us reach this point, so you should rest for a little bit. Don't attack them. Rest. Artpe let out a sigh as he stretched. Then he stopped his party members, who were trying to attack the monsters that were rushing towards the whirlpool. Isn't this our best opportunity to kill all the monsters, Artpe? The trigger has already been pulled. We just have to wait for the ruin to take shape. A ruin? Wouldn't we have to kill all these monsters to be able to enter into a ruin? As if to match her voice of disbelief, Vadinet's slender and beautiful eyebrows gently arched. Artpe, are the monsters gathering towards the whirlpool to form the ruin? Is this part of the process? I'm glad I've gathered smart party members. I know it too. They'll combine to form a heckin' large fish. Maetel, it is said that you are halfway to sounding smart if you keep your mouth shut. Didn't you just hear us say it is the ruin? So why would you suddenly bring up a big fish? A fight between Vadinet and Maetel was imminent. Before the fight could break out, Artpe spoke in an apathetic voice. Maetel is right. What? What do you mean by? Vadinet was about to retort when her mouth clicked shut. Since so many monsters had rushed towards the whirlpool, it had been hard for Vadinet to see what had been occurring within the whirlpool. Her eyes were planted on the center of the ocean. It didn't escape her notice. Something was being born from within it. Artpe, is this why you wanted us to leave the monsters alone? Since a large number of living monsters were inputted, the output should be large. So the outcome. How big will it be? I'm not sure. Artpe raised his gaze as he scratched his head. There was no longer a whirlpool. The blood, muscles and bones of all the gathered monsters were coalesced into an oval-shaped mass. It pulsed in a really gross manner. It looked like an egg. Artpe, you aren't going to say what I think you are going to say, right? Everyone get ready. When Artpe gave the order, the upper surface of the egg broke open, and something stuck its head out. When Vadinet saw this, she yelled out loud. That isn't a fish. That's a mammal. It's a wawa ale. However, Vadinet's words weren't heard by Maetel. When Maetel realized that a massive whale had hatched from the egg, she let out a great big smile. Well, let's charge forward. Oh. Artpe. It didn't matter that Vadinet spoke to him in despair. Artpe valiantly gave his order. We are going into the mouth of the whale. It was the ruin where the great magic rain of ruin was sleeping. It was the moment when they entered into the ocean's grave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150 Zest Bar 3. Chapter 150 Zest Bar 3. Guo ha-hing. The whale's fierce roar could be heard from the outside, but Artpe wasn't cowed. He briskly started giving an explanation. The process of making a spell is very convoluted and difficult. Amongst spells, the great magic spells need nature's power, which coalesces over countless years. It has to be processed to a point where the power could accept the record and mana of a human. This is the typical requirement. In the process of creating the great spell, it took in the record of all humans and living organisms in the region. It was a process that was more complicated than fixing the shape of the spell. However, he pared down the explanation. So there is a higher chance of a powerful magic appearing in a more rugged and perilous environment in nature? That's right. Moreover, the great magic rain of ruin is the strongest amongst. At the very least, it is the strongest spell to the best of my knowledge. This location was naturally made, yet it wasn't naturally made. It was artificial, yet it wasn't artificial. It possessed transcendent record. It was located at the border of the human realm and the demon world. There were endless waves, submarine earthquakes, and underwater volcanic activities. Countless monsters were born influenced by these unique conditions. In the end, this supernatural ruin was born. They were within a predator that fused with all the monsters of Zestbar. This was the identity of the Tomb of the Sea. How the heck did someone find this place? No one was able to find this place. That is why it stayed hidden until we came along. I guess so? Elric accepted that line of reasoning, and he quieted down. Maetel's shoulders retracted in pride. Isn't our Artpe amazing? Artpe Nim is the one that is amazing, so I don't know why Maetel Nim is bragging about him. Anyways, Artpe Nim. It seems we've entered into the mouth of an enormous whale. Vadanet shrank into herself as she looked at her surrounding. To all appearances, there was no way this was the insides of a living organism. The walls were made out of hard mud-plastered wall, and there were weak mana crystals embedded on the ceiling. It made Vadanet feel afraid. Is this a form of a dimensional pocket? That's right. We achieved the prerequisites for entering this ruin. There is no way we'll be digested like food. You can be at ease. I've been waiting for you to say that. It was also Artpe's first time coming into this ruin. Of course, he was the one that had found out about the spell that was hidden within Zestbar. However, he didn't have the ability or the authority to come search for this magic tome. It was why he had obediently informed the Demon King about the location of this spell. The Demon King had already been strong, yet he had become much stronger after learning this spell. Of course, Artpe hadn't been able to see the Demon King use the Rain of Ruin. In the human realm, there was no one capable of stopping this spell. This included the hero. The only one that might have been able to stop it was Regina, but she had died fighting Etna. Your gaze is unpleasant. Your gaze is that of an hawk looking at its prey. Yes, I might have been waiting for such a reaction. His past life was just that. It was his past life. They were his allies now. Artpe watched Regina. She fidgeted as she avoided his gaze. He shook his head to dispel such thought, then he turned to look at his party. Everyone get ready for battle. It is as I've said before. Each monster that comes out in this ruin is boss class. You should be on alert. Sienna will be in the front, and Elric will bring up the rear. Yes. Leave it to me. Maetel's equipment wasn't inferior to Sienna's equipment. However, Maetel wasn't suited for repelling attacks from enemies. Maetel was more suited for the role of attacking weak points of enemies. She would rush in and cut down the enemies. Each party member listened to Artpe's order, and they settled into their position. Maetel closed her eyes, and she waited for her turn to come. They are coming. As soon as Artpe's words were spoken, a small light formed in the air. It twinkled. Regina blinked her eyes when she saw it. Wisp? Even I am knowledgeable about the wisps, Artpe. They are beings born by chance in locations that are rich in pure mana. Mana coalesces around the newly formed consciousness. They are pure elemental spirits. If their will is weak, they aren't able to affect the material world in a significant manner. That is why I heard. However, these aren't normal wisps. These are level 320 wisps. The wisp said something. Or rather, it looked as if the wisp had said something. In the next moment, Sienna instinctively raised her shield. Ko! The wisp's body rammed squarely into Sienna's shield. Its speed was comparable to Artpe's blink. Despite its speed, its power was more powerful than Maetel's headbutt at full strength. Go-oo! Ooh-ha! Good job, Sienna! Sienna's eyes narrowed at the horrifying impact, but she didn't budge at all. Artpe extended his mana strings, and he quickly ordered the other party members. Vadanet. Blessing. Give the Guardian's blessing to those that protect me. It can't be physically harmed. Regina, speed debuff. I command in the name of the Winter Queen, who rules over the endless cold. Slow the steps of this wanderer. Vadanet and Regina kept chanting. When the wisp sensed mana, it activated its magical energy to cancel the spells being used. However, Artpe had been waiting for this moment. The mana strings, which had extended into the surrounding, made contact with the wisp's mana. It also tried to bind the body of the wisp. It quickly retreated in fright. Of course, Vadanet and Regina was able to properly finish chanting their spells. The blessing placed over Sienna, and it strengthened her body. Regina's debuff created frost around the wisp, which was made out of pure mana. It started to slow down. It charged towards the party again, but its speed was noticeably slower. Maetel. Ha-ah. Maetel shot forward like a bullet. She stabbed her bastard sword into the body of the wisp, and she detonated her mana. The wisp couldn't withstand the blow. It was sent flying as it let out a scream that was unintelligible to humans. There isn't just one. Be on your guard. Suddenly, Artpe's staff floated into the air. Several thousand, tens of thousand mana strings shot out using the staff and Artpe as mediums. Exclamation point. The wisps had appeared throughout the ruin. When they saw the mana strings, every single one of them let out an unintelligible scream. There were wisps that attacked without regards to their lives. They wanted to avenge their comrades. However, they couldn't penetrate the layered wall of mana strings. In fact, they became entrapped by the wall of mana strings. Even if some were able to break through the mana strings, they were stopped by Elric and Sienna. Oh. Artpe. It hurts. It really hurts. Vadanet, give them another layer of blessing. Artpe. You are too beautiful. How can you let your attention wander right now, you dork? Hoo-ah-up. Fortunately, Maetel knew her role, and she continued to do what was needed of her. She focused as much mana she could muster into the bastard sword, and she used Artpe's mana strings as guides. She ran to the ends of the mana strings to ruthlessly stab the wisps, who were being restrained. Their level was so high that they couldn't be killed with a single blow. At the very least, each strike was able to incapacitate them. The fact that she was able to create such a result was astounding in itself. Regina. Light isn't needed in front of the Winter Queen's grandeur. It was Regina's role to kill off the incapacitated wisps. The ice crystals, which had formed in the air, twinkled. They flew towards the wisps, and the ice crystals embedded themselves into the body of the wisps. she cleanly extracted the record of the wisps. Despite the party killing only couple wisps, Elric's level rose. The experience of other party members rose incrementally. Once one was over level 300, even a small rise in EXP was a ludicrous gain. How can these small wisps? It hurts to level up. The wisps were mana organisms that were made out of pure mana essence. Of course, the power they possessed differed depending on where they were born. These wisps were born in this ruin, which was of the highest class. There are wisps that are much more terrifying than these guys. If you look in the mountain behind the Demon King's castle. No, you don't have to tell me about them. Elric responded in a sullen manner as he once again raised his shield. The wisps were moving so fast that Elric had given up on the idea of counterattacking. His job was to protect Artpe, Regina, and Vadanet. If he blocked the attacks, Artpe would use his mana strings to bind the wisps. Maetel and Regina would kill off the wisps. Currently, they were experiencing a proper party play. It was something they hadn't been able to experience within the abyss. Their numbers are steadily increasing. Are they multiplying? Look at it this way. This ruin was formed a very long time ago, and we are the first to enter this ruin. How much surplus mana do you think this ruin had accumulated over the years? Wah! They are like fireflies. Maetel had a hobby of splitting fireflies into two with her sword, so she yelled out in delight. The wisps were enraged by the fact that Maetel was slaughtering their own kind. They charged towards her as they threw caution to the wind. Their charge was met by Sienna's shield, and they were repelled. As the number of wisps increased, Artpe and Regina became busy. When several hundred of their kind were killed, a change occurred on the battlefield. The rate at which the wisps were appearing was the same. However, they were starting to act in a conservative manner. Only few wisps in the front kept flying like mayflies to occupy the attention of Artpe's party. The rest were gathered in a single location as they started to resonate. Ah! Those bastards are combining in the back. That's gonna hurt. Let's stop them before they complete their fusion. These wisps were born from the same location, so they were capable of being absorbed by a wisp with a stronger consciousness. They were able to pass on their magical energy and record. After eating several dozen wisps, they were able to create oppressive spells that magicians of the human realm couldn't even dream about using. On the other hand, Hup! Their health and defense remained comparable to a regular wisp. It would be easy to kill the wisp before it could get off an attack. When Maetel realized this, she used acceleration to immediately plant her sword into the body of the wisp. She activated her skill and a big explosion occurred. It died a sudden death before it could use its fusion attack. The enraged wisps tried to attack her, but she once again used acceleration to rejoin with her party. There were wisps that had followed after her, but they were met by Sienna's shield. It sounded as if someone banging on a drum. Just endure it for a little bit longer. Hup! The mana strings, which had explosive powers, cut across the space that was filled with wisps. Regina supported him. Her eyes shone as she used her spells. As wisps died, they released a massive amount of mana into the ambient air. If only they could use that mana, they wouldn't have to suffer the risk of running out of magical energy. After a long time, the wisps in this region of the ruin was wiped out. After the first attempt, the wisp tried to fuse 2 more times, but they were put down pretty easily. What a ridiculous dungeon. When Elric went underground, he had experienced a good deal of violence when he faced off against the shadows of sinners. He was proud of this fact. However, even he had never faced several hundred level 320 wisps before. This was a first for him. Artpe, are these the types of monsters that'll show up as we move forward? Your hunch is right, Maetel. Reign of Ruin was a spell that dealt with pure destructive energy. All the monsters, who were guarding the ruin, held the form of pure energy. Wisps were representative of the types of monsters they would face. The monsters that were waiting for them wouldn't be too different from the wisps. So how long is this place? It was Sienna's question. Artpe looked down the tunnel of the ruin, which looked endless. He had a bright smile on his face as he opened his mouth. That's a very good question. Ah. I see. Huh? I didn't answer your question yet. Artpe was flustered, but his party started stretching as they tidied up the scene of their battle. Let's go. Let's hurry up and acquire this magic tome, so we can get out of here. Yes. Interesting ruin. Leveled up. Hey. I didn't tell you guys anything yet. This was the final ruin before the demon world. This was only the beginning of their exploration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151 Zest Bar 4. Chapter 151 Zest Bar 4. So that is why you only encountered wisps until now? Actually, I'm more curious about where we are, Artpe. I came here on a whim, since it was possible to transport myself here. Once I entered this place, I felt the mana in the atmosphere, and it is making me lose my nerve. They were in front of a staircase that led down to the second floor of the ocean's grave. It had been a while since he had met the dungeon merchant Mycenae. She still talked a lot. Artpe put on a faint smile as he spoke. First, you should repair our equipment. At the very least, it would be great if you said you were happy to see me, not. Mycenae grumbled as she gathered the party's equipment. The party members, who had experienced at least one dungeon run with Artpe, didn't react at all. They just handed their equipment over to Mycenae. On the other hand, Elric freaked out. Dark Elf. This is my first time meeting an actual elf. Oh my. What a cute customer. Isn't that armor too heavy for you? I'm an adult. You are good at telling jokes. This was how Mycenae gloriously pushed the wrong button on her first meeting with Elric. Those that judge people by their appearance are the worst. It doesn't matter if you try to deny it. Outer appearance has a big influence on a person's relationship with others. In truth, didn't you think I was very pretty when you saw me? As if by instinct, you didn't say any harsh words towards me. Customer, you should learn how to use your appearance as a weapon. It would be more beneficial for you to do so. On top of that, you are a bitch. Elric growled. While he faced off against Mycenae, Artpe searched the ruin's first floor for any treasure chests. Vadinat followed Artpe as she helped him. As she did so, she looked around her surrounding. She raised her voice as if she found her surrounding to be marvelous. I never expected the inside of the whale's stomach to be subdivided by floors. When Artpe told me that I asked a very good question, I speculated this might be the case, but since they had entered into a dimensional pocket, it didn't matter what form the entrance took on. There was no connection between the size of the interior and the outer appearance of the entrance. I'm fed up with the wisps. It feels as if a hole will form on my shield. I really hope a different monster shows up on the second floor. Sienna, shall I give you another shield? No, Appa. It's okay. In a flash, the equipment repair was done. In the process of repairing the equipment of the party, Mycenae realized that a dwarf had worked on their equipment. Her eyes twinkled as she firmly grasped Artpe's hand. Artpe, it won't be long before the Demon King's army makes its appearance. I just had a great idea. It will considerably raise the overall power of the human realm if, I already told Silpenen's party about the location of the dwarves. You can meet up with him after he enters Diaz. Once he weaponizes his trade relationship with the dwarves, it'll help him establish his bid for the throne. As expected, there is no one like Artpe and Maetel. Since their trade relationship had lasted for a long time, they could omit the first and last word to a sentence, yet they would understand what the other was talking about. It was a harmonious relationship between a man and a woman. Maetel looked displeased by this, but she knew that it was a transactional relationship. Therefore, she couldn't undercut it. Also, I want you to do some travel work. I'll give you as much money as you like. What? He wanted to give her travel work, and he'll give her as much money as she liked. Artpe's excessively manly statement made Mycene's cheeks turn red. As an elf, she was still in the bloom of her youth. All kinds of fantasies were spreading through her mind when Artpe continued to speak. I want you to join Silpenen's party. If a person's emotions could be turned into poison, Artpe would probably melt on the spot. There was a fierce anger in Mycene's eyes as she glared at him. Artpe understood what was going on, yet he acted ignorant. He continued to speak. If a long-range sniper is added to Silpenen's party, I believe they won't be pushed back by the Demon King's army. I'm sure the Anywhere Company is also coming up with plans to deal with the invasion of the Demon King's army, right? You have a transactional relationship with the future King of Diaz. You can use that as bait to get approval for helping Silpenen. Your superiors won't object. Artpe and Maetel. In the end, you'll fight against the Demon King's army. You should think of it as joining an elite party to raise your level and ability. The big fishes like the 4 heavenly kings will be taken care of by us, so you don't have to be too worried about them. Her rage had gone past the critical point, and it allowed her to regain her composure. She glared at Artpe once, then she glared at each member of Artpe's party. Then she nodded her head. All right. I'll do as you say. I'll join the red-haired customers' party, and I'll calculate the balance at the end. I'll receive compensation based on how active of a role I took part in the fight. Please do so. Shall we make a contract? The contract was extremely reasonable. There were clauses that spelled out what she would make when she saved the lives of Silpenen's party from danger. It put a price on how much she would make when she killed a monster or a demon. She had spelled out even the smallest detail, and the maximum amount she could make was enormous. However, it was an acceptable sum of money to Artpe. There was also reciprocal agreement that allowed him to give her items of similar value instead of money. She took in Artpe's situation into account when forming the contract. So why am I feeling a chill? I want you to read over it several times before you sign it. Of course, a great merchant made this contract, so there should be no error. Something felt out of place, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Artpe had no choice. He signed the contract. Mycene put away the contract. She put on her game face as she turned around. Then I'll be leaving immediately. Do not be surprised if another merchant shows up starting from the second floor. All right. I'll leave everything to you. Mycene disappeared from that place. Elric stared at the empty space as he spoke. Is this what a hero does? Is it a class where one seduces every woman one meets? It is limited only to Artpe. No. Artpe smacked the back of the heads of Elric and Maetel. Maetel covered her head in pain. She spoke to Artpe. Artpe is really too kind. Why do you have to take care of that annoying redhead? At the very least, you should call Silpenen by his name. Silpenen would cry if he heard you. However, Maetel complained when she heard Artpe's words. I really dislike him. I really dislike him. At some point in time, you'll be fighting back to back with him. You should be courteous to him from now on. Since Artpe is insisting on it, I'll do as you say. I'll be polite to him until we defeat the Demon King. Yes, you are kind. At stroked Maetel's head as he spoke to the entire party. Let's go forward. I want to clear this place within the week. A level 400 Demon King had soloed this ruin within a week, and he had returned to the Demon King's castle. It would be unreasonable to fight the Demon King with their current level of power. However, he thought the hero's party wouldn't fall behind in terms of how fast they could clear this ruin. There was a time when he had thought this to be true. A week passed. A month passed, and the party was unable to exit the ruin. When half a year passed, he had no idea how long this ruin was. What floor are we on right now? We are on the 39th floor. Sienna spoke with a calm voice. No matter how I think about it, something is twisted about this ruin, Appa. It has always been like that when we enter a ruin. Ooh. I'd like to enter the demon world sooner rather than later. Artpe and Maetel. Artpe, it's the staircase leading to the next floor. Maetel was the only one overflowing with energy. On the other hand, the rest of the party was sick of fighting the wisps. This was a rare break, and they weren't even thinking about going down the staircase. Well, we'll do this here then. Artpe spread a mat on the floor. He placed a birthday cake, which he purchased from the dungeon merchant, it wasn't Mycenae, on top of it. When she saw this, Sienna's expression suddenly relaxed. Appa, now that I think about it. Yes. Sit here, Sienna. Yes. Let's hurry up and go to the next floor. It was a very special day. It had been exactly 3 years since Artpe's party had met Sienna. Sienna knew her age, but she didn't know her birth date. This was why they had decided to celebrate this day as her birthday. Hurry up and sit here. You are 15 years old. Hoo. I'm of marriageable age now? Didn't I grow a lot, Appa? Marriage. Marriage. For a brief moment, a cold wind blew when Sienna spoke in joy. Artpe quickly changed the topic before Maetel and Vadinette said something weird. On top of that, I want to congratulate you for reaching level 370. You guys are a cheat. No matter how I think about it, you are a cheat. Of course, Artpe, Maetel and Regina had pushed past level 370. Vadinette and Elric was lagging a bit behind, but they were around level 365. Aside from Elric and Vadinette, the average level of the party was 310 when they had initially entered the ruin. Basically, they had leveled up once every 4 days. In the past life, the hero was level 374 when she attacked the Demon King's castle. Finally, they were getting close to that level. If one compared the time it took them to level up, they were leveling slower than the past life's hero. Despite knowing how fast the past life's hero had leveled up, Artpe judged that his party's progress was truly exceptional. The reason why he thought this was extremely simple. The average level of the hero's party from my past life was high, but Maetel was unrivaled amongst them. There were over 30 level difference between her and her other party members. However, that was no longer true this time around. Maetel's innate ability acceleration was being applied to all her party members. In truth, Artpe and the other party members possessed similar levels as Maetel. The past life's Maetel had traveled around the world doing good. She felt pain of others as if it was her own. In comparison, the current Maetel was filled with selfish desires. The current Maetel should be way behind Maetel from past life. For some reason, it seemed her innate ability was more developed in this life. It was easier for her to share her innate ability with others. Artpe couldn't comprehend it, but it was a good thing. He decided to leave it at that. Since our levels are rising fast, it is time for us to exit this place. If the Demon King's army start their conquest before we enter the demon world, it is all for naught. Is the ruin this long, because the reward is amazing? I'm not sure. Artpe was already sure that this place was different from the ruin from his past life. Even a demon king wouldn't be able to clear this terrifying ruin in 1 week. However, it is time to eat right now. Sienna, let me congratulate you on your birthday once again. Yes. I like Appa so much. Amongst the party members, she looked and acted the most mature amongst the party members. However, at times like this, she was completely a kid. She received the biggest slice of cake from Artpe. When he saw her be happy, he was filled with pride as he smiled. When Regina saw all of this, she grumbled. Artpe, you don't care about my birthday. You have to tell me when it is for me to arrange a celebration. Even if I don't say anything, I want you to notice it. This is what a girl wants. Wouldn't it be scarier if I did know about it? From now on, today will be my birthday. Alright. Happy birthday, Regina. Satisfied. Regina followed Artpe and Sienna by sitting on top of the mat. Vatanat was the next one to sit on top of the mat. Maetel wanted to immediately head down to the next floor, but she was powerless in front of a cake. For a change, Elric took off his armor, and he started eating his slice of cake. The image of him eating a cake was more fitting than him eating a drumstick. However, if such an opinion was voiced, Elric would probably get angry. At the end of clearing a floor, there was no danger to the party. This was an absolute rule for a dungeon and ruin. This was the only place where they could get a proper rest. Artpe, nope. It has been a while since we've had a break. Don't stir up any trouble. Please. At some point, the ruin started to experience a minor tremor. Artpe had no choice but to respond to Maetel's urging. He had been speaking when his expression immediately stiffened. He activated his mana. Everyone could hear a loud vibration ring in their ears. Your power similar power as me. Ah. Regina spoke in a low voice. It seems it is an elemental. Elemental? Wait a moment. That. Me, are you here to persecute me? When Artpe felt the overwhelming mana within the vibration, he quickly got up from his seat. The party members, who hadn't eaten all their cake, started stuffing their mouth with cake. At that moment, the staircase heading towards the next floor collapsed. Me, you came here to persecute me. Of course, the hallway they were sitting on was affected by the destruction. Artpe quickly extended his mana strings, and he was able to secure his party members. Then he used his support magic. He had been in a hurry, so he couldn't secure the mat, which had been placed on the floor. Me. Persecute. Came here. The 39th floor was forcefully combined with the 40th floor. The being, who had been waiting for the party in the floor below, raged. It started to activate its mana. The party members gulped as they raised their weapons. The boss battle had finally arrived. However, only one person remained frozen in place. It was Regina. Cake. Regina vacantly mumbled to herself. Her mouth was small, and she ate very slowly. Over half of her slice of cake had remained, yet it was set flying alongside the mat. It had fallen, and it was crushed against the floor. Me. Persecute. Unforgivable. Regina spoke with an ice-like voice, then an overwhelming cold erupted from her. The mana of destruction, which had been rushing towards the party, froze in place. The frozen mana crashed to the floor. Unforgivable. It is the first time Regina used an exclamation point. She did it over a cake. When Regina raised her head, her eyes were colder than ice. She glared at the 40th floor boss. It was the moment when the boss battle of the Ocean's Grave commenced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152 Start of the War, 1. Chapter 152 Start of the War, 1. Artpe. Regina is so scary. It's alright. I feel the same way. The boss battle had started, but the hero's party wasn't able to do anything. Was it because the enemy was too strong? No, that wasn't the case. The enemy was powerful, but the party had leveled up for the past half year within the ruin. If the entire party attacked the enemy, it wouldn't be too hard for them to take down their enemy. I'll kill you. However, one of their own was causing a problem. Cold air was emanating from Regina's entire body, and it froze the ground. The boss, who had finally made its appearance, couldn't move past Regina. The boss mana was being frozen. Artpe's party wasn't supposed to be affected by Regina's power, yet the cold was too powerful. It was making it hard for the other members of her party to move. Persecute. I'll fucking kill you. That girl is always as cold as ice, yet she speaks such harsh words. As expected, the power of the cake is great. Maetel's words missed the entire point, but no one was listening to her. Oh Winter Queen! Forget the duty of growing the land. The winter's cold air will take away the crops of the land. Regina is going for a really long incantation, Artpe had caught sight of the information regarding the boss of the ruin using his read all creation ability. It was the ancient light spirit king. It had come forth as if it was going to squash the party. However, the light coming out from its body couldn't get past a certain distance. It was all being frozen, so in truth, it looked ridiculous right now. Artpe, how is it possible to freeze light? You asked the core question, Maetel. There is a 120-page paper that explains the relationship between ice magic and light magic. I'll summarize it. Basically, it is possible to freeze light depending on the day's condition. Magic is really a preposterous power. Artpe didn't need to explain the ability of the boss. His party members could clearly see that the enemy dealt with the power of light. Power was being infused into light, so its speed and destructive capability was unrivaled. It was the worst type of enemy. It should be the worst. However, Regina was freezing everything, so they were stunned. However, if you want to gainsay the ability to freeze light, you have to deny the fundamentals of magic. Magic is mysterious and miraculous. Of course, it doesn't match with reality. In fact, the more it doesn't match with reality means that the rank of the magic is higher. The ice magic being used by Regina right now is the highest ranked ice magic. The Winter Queen had given Regina many of her powers. He already knew this. He also knew that the Winter Queen had given Regina part of her record. However, Regina looked as if she was the Winter Queen herself. Maybe, the Winter Queen was able to foresee that Regina would face off against the ancient Light Spirit King in this ruin. Oh, ruler of winter! Bring winter to this place. Eek! I deny you! My children! Revive this place with your warmth and bright light. After losing her cake, the angered Regina had unleashed a fierce attack. The Light Spirit King had been flustered only for a brief amount of time. Soon, it tried to turn the tide of the battle. Go! Exclamation point. The Light Spirit King was made out of pure light. Parts of its body detached themselves as they flew into the air. Countless wisps appeared from within these detached parts. The wisps were all over level 350. Hey guys, I guess we know what we have to do now. It's more wisps. Again. In fact, I think I'm capable of killing them now. The party members were grumbling, but they moved with superhuman skill. Artpe brought out several thousand strands of mana string. When the mana strings bound the wisps, the armed party members shook off the cold winds. They swiftly charged towards the wisps, and they attacked their enemies. Vadanet also didn't stay idle. She placed buffs on her party members, and she manifested God's hammer to inflict an AoE attack. She attacked as she kept her distance. You imprison light. Light is supposed to be free above all things. Freeze. Melt then disappear. Frozen bite. Ku-ah-ha-ha-ha. The wisps were supposed to stop Regina, yet in a flash, the wisps were imprisoned. The Light Spirit King had to make the wisps, so a small opening had formed. Regina struck its body with cold air. It was a powerful spell that infused the target with the cold. Then it crushed and melted its target. In the process of chanting her spell, she kept speaking with an exclamation point. Regina had always checked herself when using her magic. The current Regina didn't care about controlling her magic. Rise. Sit down. Grow rapidly as the wind. Regina's specialty was ice magic and wind magic. Once she created ice, she had the special ability to raise the cold winds to increase the effectiveness of her attacks. The only downside was the fact that such a move consumed extremely large amount of mana. However, she was able to borrow mana from Artpe, so she didn't hesitate to use numerous spells. She created couple hundred enormous ice spears in the air. Feel the winter's harshness with your body. Ku-oh-ah! The ancient Light Spirit King let out a horrifying scream. It wasn't caused only by Regina's attack. The party was killing the wisps at an extremely fast rate. The wisps were created by the Light Spirit King, and it contained its record and mana. Each wisp being destroyed caused damage to the main body. All right. It's effective. Let's keep pushing. I never expected such a brutish hunting method to be effective in a boss battle. Yahoo! I just broke through 100 kills. Artpe had been tired of killing wisps starting from the 20th floor. It was too easy to kill the wisps, so he made a crazy suggestion to his party members. He wanted them to try the kiting method for fun. The party ran through the floor of the ruin to gather as much wisps in one place. They practiced killing a massive amount of wisps gathered in a single location. They purposefully made the dungeon's difficulty higher. It allowed them to increase their EXP, loot and skill. It was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Elric had been the only one in the party that had shed tears of agony when carrying out this plan. He had bad-mouthed Artpe at the time. However, the fruit of their labor could be seen right now. If the ancient Light Spirit King wanted to stump Artpe's party, it would have to send 3 times the number of wisps it sent. Hoo-ah-ha-hup. Maetel was faster than the others as she cut down the wisps. In a flash, she stabbed her bastard sword deep into the floor, and she detonated her mana. Golden mana erupted from various locations of the floor. It skewered and detonated the remaining wisps. Artpe, what was that technique? It is a shout of concentration. You can just call it a shout. My God. My children. Freeze. Ku-ho-oh, my warriors of light. The ancient Light Spirit King realized that the wisps weren't the answer, so it finally used its own power. On top of that, it gathered all the mana existing within the ruin to manifest a new spell. It was trying to bring out beings that had a stronger self-consciousness and a more solid form. It was trying to call out spirits possessing the attribute of light. Eek. Get broken into pieces. Awaken from the essence of light. Come to me, steed, which is faster and stronger above all else. Regina wanted to stop her enemy's incantation, so she sent all kinds of spells towards it. However, it seemed the ancient Light Spirit King developed some resistance against the cold in a short amount of time. Her attacks weren't as effective as before. Regina realized that she couldn't end the enemy by overclocking her own mana. She turned to look behind her. Maetel. Artpe. Mana. You want both our mana? Does she think I'm some kind of a potion? He grumbled, but they had already killed all the wisps. He didn't need his mana at that moment. Artpe retracted all the mana strings spread out into the surrounding. He recovered his mana as he pushed it all into his staff. The Demite let out a brilliant purple light, and in the next moment, the amplified mana was transferred to Regina through Maetel. Regina's eyes shone with a sky blue light. Children of winter. Children that love silence and tranquility. Ha! Could it be? Since Artpe said could it be, I'm sure you are right. Whenever Artpe says those words, your guess is always right. Recently, Maetel was getting very good at catching onto a situation, so it was making it difficult on him. Artpe pouted as he started recovering his emptied mana. While he was doing this, an extreme change occurred in the air. The Light Spirit King continued to create light spirits using pieces of its body. On the other hand, Regina's sky blue cold energy started to coalesce. Clear forms of spirits were starting to form. I see. You have the power of the winter spirit. You are really bad. Really bad. My children. Free yourselves and kill that bastard in my stead. The mana was amplified by Artpe and the Demite. Then it was passed through Maetel to reach Regina, and it was transformed into cold mana within her. It started to fill the entirety of the 40th floor. From within the cold mana, spirits created by Regina started to appear. Each spirit was weaker than the spirit made by Light Spirit King. However, the sheer number of Regina's spirit completely overwhelmed the light spirits. It seized the Winter Queen, made Regina into the new Winter Queen. It is to be expected. Regina isn't human, yet she is closest to resembling a human. Maybe she is the most suitable candidate to wield the power of the Winter Queen. Wow. It's pretty. It is as if it is snowing. The light spirits were letting out sparkling light. The winter spirits were made out of ice and snow. They were half translucent, and they reflected light. It was a grand spectacle where all these spirits were gathered in one place, but in truth, it was merely a sight where two idiots were fighting a proxy battle through the spirits. It would be a place where mayhem will take place. Kill them. Shine your bright light on those that are trying to bring in the darkness. The army of winter spirits clashed fiercely with the army of light spirits. Regina and the Light Spirit King glared at each other as they devised spells to attack the other with. It was a spectacle that was straight out of a myth. Are you ready? Yes, Appa. Artpe's party got ready to pour vinegar on this mess. All right. Let's go. Maetel wasn't just using the record master skill on Regina. She gathered Vadinet's magical energy and holy power. Then she took Elric's ridiculous strength and stamina. She directed it all towards Sienna. On the outside, Sienna looked the same. However, power entered into her slender arms, and her hammer was infused with holy power. She held power rival to the gods. Huo hop! When she was ready, Sienna charged forward. Currently, Sienna was sharing Maetel's stealth skill, so she was able to rush past the numerous spirits. The spirits couldn't detect Sienna. Of course, Regina and the Light Spirit King were busy fighting each other. Both of them hadn't expected anyone to bypass the battle. No, it was possible that they had forgotten about the existence of Artpe's party. Sienna used this flaw in their awareness, and she was able to reach the enemy in mere 2 seconds. Hoo, ha hep hoop. She gripped her hammer, which was letting out a white light, and she jumped high into the air. In that moment, the Light Spirit King finally became aware of Sienna, but it was too late. Cook. Divine. The sledgehammer was already large, but when it was wrapped in holy power, its size grew 3 times its original size. Sienna used it to strike the Light Spirit King's face with all her might. Punishment. Ko-ha-ha-ha. Critical hit. The godly strike was the culmination of 3 powers. It cleanly blew apart the Light Spirit King's head. Since the Light Spirit King didn't possess a body made out of flesh, it didn't possess the same vital spots as humans. Despite this fact, the attack was powerful enough to wipe out half of its base power. Sienna is bad. You interfered with me exercising my rightful anger. But Sienna was sent flying by the rebound. Before she fell to the floor, she threw her sledgehammer with all her might to attack the Light Spirit King. It contained all her remaining mana. My birthday party was interrupted too. The Light Spirit King had to extract a significant amount of its own power to face off against Regina, so it couldn't withstand the second attack of Sienna. It broke apart. It was the strongest boss rank monster encountered by Artpe's party up to this point. It died a very ignominious death. Look over there, Artpe. Yes. It is done. After losing its host, the light spirits started to disappear from the air. Regina had consumed all her magical energy, so the winter spirits also disappeared. Regina slowly descended to the floor. She looked at Sienna, who had landed more elegantly than her. That's right. Today's main character was supposed to be Sienna. I was selfish, and I overreacted. I have no excuse. It's all right, Ray. I felt the same as you. The two girls exchanged innocent smiles. The rest of the party hadn't fought directly with the boss, but all their power had been consumed. They sat down on the floor from exhaustion. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he sat down. We developed a new strategy, so I'm satisfied with the result. I don't like it. It wasn't that fun. When the owner of the ruin died, the dungeon merchant made his appearance. It wasn't Mycenae, but they had gotten used to seeing this merchant's face over the past half year. Artpe made an order for Sienna and Regina. I want a cake. Give me the biggest one you got. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Start of the War, 2. Chapter 153, Start of the War, 2. The ancient Light Spirit King, which was the boss of the Ocean's Grave, had lost its life. Despite this fact, it was letting out a light. It would be a lie to say that the party wasn't looking forward to seeing what loot it would drop. However, the party decided to eat the cake first. Customer, I don't have that much free time. I can't leisurely. Since you are done with the repairs, I want you to bring us some supplies. We are planning on embarking on a fairly lengthy journey, so I want you to give me a list of recommended items. I received a warning from Mycenae about you. As expected, you are an amazing customer. Artpe made it feel as if he was doing a big favor for the dungeon merchant. The dungeon merchant's body shook from being indignant, but he started processing Artpe's orders. After leaving the dungeon merchant behind, he cut a big slice of cake each for Regina and Sienna. If you are able to call forth spirits, you should have done it sooner. It requires incredible amount of level and mana. I acquired the requirement not too long ago. Nom nom. Cake was stuffed in both her cheeks. She chewed as she replied to his words. Regina looked really cute. Despite the boss battle turning out differently than he had expected, he felt good when he saw this side of her. Is the cake delicious? Affirmative. Affirmative. I wish every day was our birthday, Appa. We require birthday presents from Artpe. Full of feelings. Full of gifts. You guys are bullies. It was 10 minutes after the dungeon merchant had prepared all the supplies. The party was successful in finishing the whole cake. Artpe could only hope that the pent-up anger of Regina and Sienna was mollified. I have all the items you've asked for. However, customer, You did well in preparing all of this. Artpe pushed all the supplies into his dimensional pouch. The dungeon merchant continued to watch the location where the Light Spirit King remained dead. Artpe put on a kind smile as he sent the dungeon merchant on his way. Then he tapped on the corpse of the Light Spirit King. 2 books fell to the ground. For some reason, I knew it would turn out like this. The Demon King from the past never fought a grandiose existence like the Light Spirit King. He had fought an existence that was 2 steps below the Light Spirit King to acquire the Reign of Ruin. The Demon King had fought a sentry. Maybe, it was the presence of the heroes. It might also have been the influence of Regina, who possessed the power of the Winter Queen. He could try to deduce what had occurred. However, it would merely be a hypothesis. Anyways, their presence had upgraded the record and quality of the ruin. Since this would be beneficial in defeating the Demon King, it wasn't a bad thing. There is no Reign of Ruin. Instead, we found the downfall spell. It really will be a big upgrade for you. A faint pink glow had appeared on Regina's cheeks when she ate the cake. She picked up the spellbook with the truly ostentatious name. She had a perplexed expression on her face. Artpe patted her shoulder as he consoled her. Don't worry about it. There is no way it'll be less embarrassing than the incantation you just performed. At most, it'll be more embarrassing. Deny. 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 Regina weakly sobbed as she learned the downfall spell. While she was doing this, Artpe picked up the remaining spellbook. He had been unsure before picking it up. Surprisingly, it was a spell that could only be learned by a hero. Even if the Demon King had acquired this, he would have buried the information. No one would have known about it. He let out a bitter laughter as he checked the name of the spell. The spell's name was Hero's Flash. Maetel, would you like to learn this spell? I'm dumb, so I can't learn any spells. No, I believe in you. I believe you can learn it. No way. Artpe despaired. It seemed the karma for making fun of Regina had come back to bite him. He never expected it to happen so swiftly. It sounded extremely juvenile. Hero's Flash sounded like some spell conjured up by children in a remote village. It was something children used when they were playing at being a hero. TSK. I have no choice. Tears came to Artpe's eyes as if he was eating horseradish. He learned the spell. He already possessed comparable magical energy to the previous life's Demon King, so there was no way Artpe would fail at learning the spell. He was able to acquire the mana and record of the spell ahead of Regina, who was trying hard to learn the downfall spell. However, the spell's power worked quite differently than he had worried. I had a suspicion, but this is a linked spell. Hero Flash was able to strengthen the ability of the hero's aura. If he was to be more specific, the spell imbued the hero's aura with offensive disposition and force to the magical energy. Hero's aura manifested itself as half a wing on Artpe's back. If he activated Hero's Flash, he would be able to fly or move at extremely fast speed. Maetel, you will be able to share this spell with me. Do you want to try it out? You should activate your hero's aura first. Yes. Artpe, hand. Do we really need to hold hands? Artpe, hand. Okay. He had expected it to be some amazing great magic. Contrary to expectation, it was a simple spell that required no incantation. It meant he didn't have to chant out an embarrassing spell. After they activated the hero's aura, Artpe activated the spell. A change immediately occurred to their wings of light. It became larger, and it let out a more brilliant light. They also gained complete control over the wings. Maetel was using the power of Record Master, so she borrowed Artpe's power. Her wing became as big as Artpe's wing. Vadinette quietly mumbled to herself when she saw this. Heroes are beings that are closest to light. In the distant past, it was said that there were heroes capable of using the power of the light spirits. However, the power continued to decline in the successive generations. In the end, the only thing that remained was the hero's aura. It became a power that merely symbolized that status of a hero. Maybe the spell you just learned right now is the first step to reviving the power of the light? Artpe, I think I can fly. He had his doubts about flying, because they only possessed one wing each. However, when they attempted it, they were able to fly without much problem. Artpe used his will to control his wing. He let out words of delight as he floated in the air. This spell is more useful than I thought. If I level up this spell, it might become a huge asset. The demon race is weak against the element of light. I believe Artpe will be able to damage the demons passively by using this spell. Maetel should practice imbuing that power into your sword. Since it is a power borrowed from Artpe, you will have great difficulty in changing the form of the spell. Still. Wow. I did it. Vadanet uni. You look as if you saw something that shouldn't be witnessed by a holy priestess. Of course, it was possible for a demon king to clear a ruin filled with the power of light. However, what would happen if that power of light fell into the hands of the heroes? Artpe freely manipulated the power of the hero's flash as he let out an elated laughter. The moment when he would be able to fuck over the demon king was getting closer. Suddenly, he thought about the existence of the materialization spell. Materialization is a spell that contains the power of all my spells. That means Maetel had transferred the light to her sword. Would he be able to do the same by coating all his spells with the hero's flash? When he had this thought, he tried to make his hypothesis into reality. However, the result wasn't that great. It was possible, but the level of each spell was too low to pull this off. Hero's aura, hero's flash, materialization. I'll have to keep using them. You'll shrivel up and die from the lack of mana, Appa. Maybe. I don't think my mana will fall if I maintain all the spells at the same time. Artpe grinned as he gave his answer, and he stood up. Let's go. So how are we supposed to exit this place, Artpe? Elric belatedly had this question. Elric tilted his head in puzzlement as he asked Artpe. Artpe looked very satisfied by the fact that Elric had asked this question. First, we have to destroy this dimensional pocket. Is that so? What do we do after that? We have to kill the whale before it digests us? In the end, we have to kill it. Ha ha. When did I say we won't have to kill it? If it was someone else, the newly learned great magic would have been used to destroy the dimensional pocket. This would tire out the combatant, and it would cause difficulty in the battle against the whale. Artpe possessed the read all creation ability, so this didn't apply to him. He just brought out several long strands of mana string, and he gestured towards Regina with his eyes. Regina, prepare the downfall spell. Just using the spell is humiliating. As a price, I'll extract equal amount of humiliation from Artpe. Wow! The dimensional pocket is melting away. Kayak. Ray. The spell. Hurry up and use downfall. All the stars of the galaxy. After 30 minutes, they were somehow able to kill the whale. Artpe's party was successful in freeing themselves. After the whale swallowed the party, a calm had arrived at the heart of the ocean of Zestbar. When the party split open the stomach to exit the whale, they found out that their surrounding was completely dark. It was hard to tell where they were. It seems light doesn't reach this place. My body feels a bit heavy. If I practice moving here, would I become much faster when we get out of this place? Artpe, it seems we are closer to the waters of the demon world. I can feel an extremely evil energy. Artpe gathered his party, and he used his blink ability. He tried his best to get as close to the surface. They were so deep underneath the water that a single blink didn't show any indication that they had moved closer to the surface. However, they could feel the pressure lessen after each subsequent blink. After repeated blinks, they were steadily moving towards the surface. However, Artpe stopped moving the party when he suddenly sensed something. Artpe? It is a familiar energy. Maetel was a beat late, but she tilted her head. Yes, it is an energy that I extremely hate. I don't know what it is, but I want to kill it? Those are words that should never be spoken by a hero. It was ironic. Artpe immediately realized the identity of this presence when he heard Maetel say that she wanted to kill it. Some lifeform was moving swiftly towards the party from above, while emitting energy. It was an extremely familiar mana signature. Master. Let's kill her. Calm down, Maetel. She is an ally. Anyone that has an eye for Artpe is an enemy, He held back the agitated Maetel as he allowed her to get close to the party. There was supposed to be no light within the depths of the ocean, yet she was outlight of the 5 cardinal colors. She was traveling in the form of a cloud of bubbles. The cloud of iridescent bubbles reached Artpe, and it let out a bright light as it resolved into a single form. I wanted to see you, Master. Her hair resembled the sea, and her eyes shone like pearls. She was the queen of the mermaid kingdom named Enade. It was Genesis Mermaid Queen Cheryl. You bastard. You even got a mermaid. She looks older. Safe. When faced with Cheryl for the first time, each new party member expressed their opinion. Art flicked the forehead of Regina, who was spouting nonsense. Then he turned towards Cheryl. He was having a hard time believing it even after seeing her again. Why did you change so much? I wanted to be of help to Master. It had been nearly 1 year since their reunion. Cheryl had matured a lot outwardly. However, the most surprising part was her level. She was close to level 350. It seemed she had changed her class twice, and he had evolved her skills to a ridiculous level. Basically, she was stronger than the whale they had just killed. As Master ordered, I conquered the entire ocean. You did it in a year. Of course, I haven't conquered the ocean of the demon world yet, but I believed I'd made adequate preparations that'll allow me attempt it. I just need an order from you to go to war. In a year. Arpt might have revived a ridiculous race. We were scouting the ocean of the demon world to find out the standard of monsters living there. This was when I received a report saying an enormous whale had made its appearance. When I came to look at it for myself, I felt Master's mana. I waited for Master to come out. Moreover, you came straight towards me after I exited the whale. It would have been more proper to greet you after acquiring the ocean of the demon world, but I couldn't suppress my feelings. Cheryl's feelings towards Artpe was beyond love. It was closer to fanaticism and reverence. Artpe had made a throwaway comment without thinking much about it, yet she had conquered the ocean. This was why they said's words were scary. Artpe decided to self-reflect. Cheryl carefully asked a question, while Artpe was examining himself. Master, if you are planning on entering the demon world, may you take us with you? Is that the reason why you came looking for me? Unfortunately, he already had a destination and route in mind. That was why he was going to turn her down. However, in the next moment, Artpe suddenly had a thought. What if I bring them along? What happens if I help them subjugate the demon world's ocean? In the past life, the hero's party had obviously traveled by land. They fought an endless battle with the Demon King's army along the way, and they had wasted a lot of time. They couldn't take advantage of the merit that came along with having a small elite force. What if? What would happen if they entered the demon world through the ocean? The ocean of the demon world is connected to all the important locations. My first destination is Nirotacid, and I might be able to reach it faster using the ocean. This might also be true for reaching the Demon King's castle. In the end, we have the choice of fighting the demons on land or the aquatic monsters of the demon world. If I choose the latter option, I will receive support from the mermaids. Moreover, I can grow the mermaids as we fight alongside them. It is necessary for the demons to cross the ocean to reach the human realm. After finishing his calculation, a smile appeared on Artpe's lips. Maetel gave a sigh of resignation when she saw his smile. Cheryl let out a bright smile. All right. I'll help you guys. I'll be sure to guide you all. Master. What the hell? Ocean? We are traveling by ocean? Artpe. Idiot. The decision was made at that moment. The hero's party was going to move in ways that no one would have been able to predict. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Start of the War, 3. Chapter 154, Start of the War, 3. Artpe's party got on the steel horse. The steel horse could travel on ground, sea, and air. Of course, it had a submarine function too. When the submarine function was activated, it created a glass ceiling that only allowed oxygen to filter in. The party was within the steel horse as they sped through the ocean. They followed Cheryl to Zestbar where the Genesis mermaids had gathered. Their number was overwhelming, and they were quite spirited. Genesis mermaids. There are a lot of them now. This is really incredible. So what is a Genesis mermaid? They regressed back towards the right direction. They are a miraculous mistake. Cheryl had become the Genesis mermaid queen through Artpe, and she was able to grow other mermaids into Genesis mermaids. Of course, the mermaids had to prove their worth before Cheryl allowed her mana and record to influence them. 1 year was long enough to convert all these mermaids into Genesis mermaids. I left the other mermaids behind to protect and aid. I only gathered those that were reborn as Genesis mermaids. You only gathered Genesis mermaids, yet there are so many of them. The ocean was larger and deeper than land, and the ocean was filled with monsters. There were overwhelmingly more monsters within the ocean. Their average level was also higher. A being that had become a pivotal figure in the ocean had appeared. She had led her mermaids as they swept across the ocean. It would have been strange if their levels hadn't increased. Currently, Artpe's eyes counted over 200,000 Genesis mermaids gathered in this location. All of them were over level 200. Artpe was extremely cold in his assessment. I guess I don't need the human realm anymore. This is all thanks to Master's blessing. You opened up a new possibility for all mermaids. Still, the aquatic monsters of the demon world won't be easy foes to defeat. We've already scouted them thoroughly over several months. We know the size of the demon world's ocean, the number of foes and their levels. If we move swiftly, we can defeat our enemies in ascending order of level. We'll be able to grow as we kill our enemies. Moreover, Master is with us now. I am sure that we'll be able to tidy up the demon world's ocean faster than what we were able to accomplish within the human world's ocean. Is that so? Cheryl's eyes were bright as she looked at Artpe. She looked like Maetel when she yearned for his compliment. Artpe let out a soft sigh as he stroked Cheryl's head twice. You worked really hard. You did good. Hew. Her lower half was in the form of a fish's tail. Her tail flapped from happiness. When Regina saw this, she quietly mumbled to herself. Artpe's pheromone will conquer the demon world. Shut up. Most of the merfolk gathered in this place didn't know about Artpe's party. However, Artpe and Maetel were maintaining their hero's aura, so they immediately recognized the two of them as being heroes. Moreover, their ruler was Queen Cheryl, and she was obeisant towards Artpe. Therefore, the mermaids accepted Artpe's party without much difficulty. As expected, your innate ability is amazing. We want to regain the glory and achievement of our past. These merfolk joined up for this cause. We share a common purpose, so we won't fight amongst ourselves. You guys share a common purpose. You've reopened the history of the Genesis mermaids. We will do our best to serve you, Master. Maybe it was because they haven't met in a while. Cheryl's feelings made Artpe feel uncomfortable. This was especially true because several pairs of eyes were staring daggers at his back. Nya. Cheryl wanted to say something more to Artpe, but at that moment, Roa popped out from Artpe's pocket. She let out a cry. She was still biting onto the evil heart, yet it was letting out an unusually dense light. After a brief moment, Artpe could once again sense demonic energy gathering within the ocean of Zestbar. Artpe's party had cleared the monsters within the waters of Zestbar around half a year ago. However, it was enough time for the monsters to spawn once again. The waters of Zestbar was teeming with monsters once again. What? You can also double as a detector for demonic energy? Nya. The ocean of the demon world was overflowing with monsters. They possessed denser demonic energy than low-ranked demons. It seemed they had become agitated when numerous Genesis mermaids gathered in the waters of Zestbar. The monsters within the demon world were starting to run amok too. All right. I want to see the skills of the merfolk you rule over. Yes. There is no need for us to bother Master for monsters of this level. Please wait a moment. We'll quickly handle this situation. Cheryl looked very disappointed at the prospect of leaving Artpe's side. Finding no other alternative, she turned towards her underlings. Soon, the merfolk let out a thunderous shout as they started circulating their mana. This is the first battle before we enter into the demon world. My master is observing us, so we cannot show ourselves to be a farce. Cheryl activated her innate ability at the center of the merfolk army. Surprisingly, every single one of 200,000 Genesis mermaids were influenced by Cheryl. They started letting out subdued particles of light. Their abilities increased just from her influence, and they were able to communicate with their comrades in a more intimate and direct manner. This was the true potential of Cheryl's innate ability of race command. That's amazing. She was able to place a buff over so many merfolk. Even if I had an abundance of mana, I don't think I'll be able to pull it off. The mana created by the innate ability creates the foundation, and it allows a domain that is higher than the mana to be formed. They are coming. Nya. You can eat them after they kill the monsters. I said after they kill the monsters. Nya. She was eating the demonic energy emitted by the evil heart 24/7, yet she was being covetous of another source of demonic energy. Her appetite was something to be marveled at. He really wondered if she was going to become a pig at this rate. He rubbed Roa's stomach in worry. Nya. Artpe ignored Roa's cry, and he fixed his gaze on the army of Genesis mermaids, who were charging towards the monsters. The monsters were appearing from the other side of the ocean of Zestbar. It was as Cheryl had said. They had scouted and assessed the power of the aquatic monsters of the demon world. As if to match up with the power of their enemies, the merfolk started making groups of 4. It was a striking sight. Amazing. When Cheryl's will was received by the 200,000 mermaids, they started moving in perfect order. I was wondering how she was able to grow her forces to this extent in 1 year, but if she could do this. Cheryl had assessed the battlefield at a glance, and she came up with an optimal battlefield tactic. She had the ability to make a war into a simple chess match. Maybe, this ability was more amazing than the buff that was applied to the 200,000 mermaids. Nyan 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 na. Yes, yes. Artpe continued to pet Roa, who was sulking. As he did so, he drove the steel horse forward. The rest of the party was also looking at the merfolk. This feels like watching a play occurring on a really large stage. If we are talking about play acting, do you mean the act that is always put on by Maetel? Hew. You would know about that. Vadanet is also skilled at putting on a performance, right? Normally, Maetel would have been running amok in the front line of the battle. However, she had lived within the ruin for the past half year. She was tired of fighting. That was why she watched the merfolk as she verbally sparred with Vadanet. No, she had unsheathed her sword. By the look of it, she didn't look too tired. Ah. You shouldn't just rest, Regina. You should practice using the downfall spell. You should work on reaching level 70 for the downfall spell. Hate Artpe. Artpe, when did you seduce that mermaid? Moreover, she is a queen that rules over the merfolk. I never seduced her. I just carried out my quest, and she just fell for me on her own. What a sucky thing to say, not. Elric's angry voice became background noise as the army of Genesis mermaids clashed with an army of monsters. Kogaya hi. Our enemies are large, but they can't even properly control their magical energy. They are shrimps. Show them that we are the true rulers of this ocean. Her personal guards, who were over level 300, were put in the front to stop the charge of their enemies. Afterwards, each group made out of 4 merfolk swiftly moved in. They focused on killing one monster at a time. By human standards, it was a very simple tactic, but the monsters were devoid of rational thought. Their tactic was extremely effective. Charge. Push forward. The right side of the enemy line is falling. Let us divert the 13th Division towards that side. Let's be sure to break their morale. At first, it was exciting. However, a chill came over Artpe's party as they watched the battle. The merfolk were pushing back the monsters in a one-sided manner. If they just killed the monsters, it would have been fine. It was scarier, because the merfolk were eating the monsters on the spot. This is a bit scary. Nya. In terms of tactics, Artpe couldn't find any fault. In order to efficiently recover health and mana, the best method was to eat the corpse of their enemies. The Genesis mermaids had the power to purify demonic energy into mana. They had the ability to absorb this purified mana. It meant that the Genesis mermaids could recover and grow much faster in the demon world compared to fighting monsters in the human realm. Those that recovered your mana should immediately use your skills to break through the line of enemies. The enemies are increasing towards 11 o'clock. Switch out the combat troops. As soon as an order left Cheryl's mouth, Kerwell directed the merfolk. The monsters realized that the army of Genesis mermaids were far more dangerous than their levels indicated. The monsters desperately requested support from the other monsters. However, it was way too late for the monsters to change the tide of battle. The enemies don't have any additional support. Let's end this. Send the injured to the back. Finish them. Let's finish them. The several 100,000 aquatic monsters were killed by 200,000 merfolk. After the battle ended, it took a mere 20 minutes for the merfolk to clean up the battlefield. Not even a fragment of a monster was left. The battle between the human and the demon race couldn't be fiercer than this. Artpe couldn't help but clap when he saw the merfolk clean up after the battle. The party had never experienced power at this scale, so they were spaced out. So this is war. Maybe, the human realm might be fighting a fiercer war than this. That hasn't happened yet. If they are following the Demon King Army's guideline, they are still at step 0. For reference, humans would be able to stop Step 0 without much difficulty. The Demon King basically sent an endless stream of pawns. It was a stage that made the humans think we can win this. It was supposed to give them a false sense of hope. The first and second stage were launched right afterwards to break the inflated hope of humanity. It was a cruel plan created by the chef. This cruel plan was being carried out right now, but it was no concern of his. I'm sorry. I never expected them to eat everything. Roa had been waiting patiently. She had been told by Artpe that she'll able to feast after the battle. Not even a single shred of demonic energy was left behind in the battlefield. A gloomy atmosphere descended around Roa. Artpe had made a mistake. He never expected the merfolk to be able to eat during combat. Artpe kept stroking Roa's head. She looked morose as she kept sucking on the evil heart. He drove the steel horse towards Cheryl. After eating a monster's considered to be the top aquatic monster within the demon world, she was wiping her mouth. Master. I showed you an unsightly sight of me. No. It is an efficient way to recover. However, you should be careful. As we go deeper into the demon world, there will be monsters with so much demonic energy that you might not be able to purify it all. Of course, Master. At the end of the day, we are merely at the entrance to the ocean of the demon world. We have to get stronger, so we can serve at the side of Master. The battle had ended just now, and she had been victorious. However, she wasn't tired. She was burning up with enthusiasm. At this point, Artpe had nothing more to say. He let out a bitter laughter as he stroked her head once again. All right. After gathering your troops, we'll enter the ocean of the demon world. I'll guide the way. My God. You even have information regarding the ocean of the demon world. As expected, this is why you are my master. To be precise, it was merely information he possessed from his past life. However, he couldn't tell her that. Artpe could only put on a feeble smile. Nya. Yes. You can fight from now on. Nya. This was how the heroes' party and the army of merfolk successfully entered into the demon world. It was early summer when the two heroes turned 16 years old. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Start of the War, 4. Chapter 155, Start of the War, 4. The demon world started their invasion into the human realm. The Demon King's army crossed the ocean of Zestbar, and they took down several minor countries in the west. It was a flare that signaled the start of the war. However, if one looked more into it, all of the small countries without a significant military force had united under the Empire of Zard. They had already moved their military force and civilians out of their lands. The only thing raised was their lands. They suffered no other losses. The war has begun. It is as the hero had predicted. It is as stipulated in Article 10, Section 1. All nations of the human realm shall stop their conflict against the other races. All fights amongst humans will come to an end. An alliance will form between all the nations of this continent. The Emperor of the United Empire of Zard had cultivated a close relationship with the heroes. He knew very well how terrifying the Demon King's army was. He was a smart man. He quickly gained cooperation from the magicians and various merchant companies. He was able to establish an information net, and he urged each country to join his alliance. The heroes embarked on a long journey to defeat the Demon King themselves. We have to make sure that we aren't dead weights to the heroes. We have to do our best to stop the Demon King's army. I speak in the name of the holy nation of Palladia. All priests in this continent will serve in the war. We cannot forgive the humans, yet our future will disappear if we don't cooperate with the humans. The World Tree has spoken to us. This isn't for the forest or the elves. We have to take up our weapons if we want the history of all species to continue. The holy nation of Palladia and elves of the eternal forest joined Zard early on. The balance of power on the continent had already tilted towards the side of the alliance. When the rise of the Demon King's army became known, many countries had thought about taking advantage of the situation. However, they didn't have much choice but to join the alliance. An alliance? What a foolish idea! If we participate in the war, my country will be grinded into a nub. I'm not saying that we won't fight the demon race. However, my nation produced the current heroes. Naturally, we demand a treatment that rivals what we have brought to the table. Of course, not all nations were able to free themselves from their own greed. Nations with power refused to join. Then there was the Kingdom of Diaz, who was located in a region that would be relatively unaffected by the invasion of the Demon King's army. They wanted to use this opportunity to replete their forces. Their power had diminished. It was thanks to the civil war that had lasted for several years. The new king, who had been chosen by the nobles, didn't possess any power. The nobles had gotten used to the newly found peace. They were consumed by greed, and the nobles wanted to keep their puppet king. Even if the riches they gained couldn't last forever, they wanted more. The one to end this matter was none other than Silpenin. Class and name? My class is the Crown Prince. My name is Silpenin. What? Silpenin's rampage started from the gateway of the capital. He took off his hood as he revealed his red hair. He also held a crystal of blessing in one hand. In front of the eyes of the guards, he quickly changed his class from thief to Prince of Diaz. See, Crown Prince. No. I'm sure he passed away during the rebellion. Report this to your superiors. Tell them the lost legitimate heir to the throne is back. Mage Deus loudspeaker spell was active, so Silpenin's voice spread across the entrance. It spread far and wide. The communication spell worked faster. It was used to inform the leading members of the kingdom about Silpenin's return. The nobles were enraged. They quickly gathered their forces. You were the true heir to the throne, but that was true couple years ago. The current king also has a legitimate claim to the throne. Currently, he is doing very well after assuming the reins of the kingdom, yet you want to bring him down. Your attempt to reclaim the throne is inappropriate. It is merely a form of rebellion. Capture him. Let's execute him. Silpenin, you are a rebel. You are our enemy. You are no longer part of the royal family, so we have to behead you. Silpenin waited until they could gather enough soldiers. This wasn't just a simple showmanship. He didn't want to waste time by going to multiple locations to fight. It would be annoying. Diaz is the kingdom of heroes. We are the country that supports and backs the heroes more than any other nation. You are refusing to form an alliance in the name of profit. The current leadership of Diaz doesn't deserve to be called nobles. They aren't fit to be called citizens of Diaz. The king is being controlled by his subordinates. That is not what a king is supposed to be. The nobles aren't true subordinates. These delusional individuals will be beheaded in the name of the true king of Diaz. Silpenin had first entered the capital a week ago. At that point, he realized the entire army of Diaz was hostile towards him. Even the regular citizens of Diaz would try to avoid a fight if given a choice. It seemed it didn't matter if one was a noble or a regular subject of this nation. None of them possessed any backbone. It really was a wonder as to how the heroes had been produced from this nation. However, Silpenin was undaunted. Lesity, you have to make sure I don't get hit by an arrow that is shot from far away. Hold up your shield. Even if it is a lie, you should at least pretend to worry about my safety, Your Majesty. Arya, this is the moment when you will debut as a holy priestess. Will you be able to pull it off? Can you see my power? Am I showing it properly right now? Yes, I can see it. Let's go. That guy doesn't even talk to me anymore. Be quiet. It was a party made of 5 members. However, each and every one of them were extremely impressive. They timed their advance to the movement of Diaz's army. The 5 of them engaged the army that was coming from the capital. Capture him. That bastard is rebelling against Ku-Huk. They are stronger than I thought. Let's surround them first. Cock. They are breaking through. Our defensive line is falling apart. The party had only 5 members, yet the concentrated might of Diaz's army couldn't stop them. The soldiers were attacking with the intent of killing Silpenen's party. Silpenen's party was charging through the army with crushing force. However, they weren't seriously wounding anyone. Silpenen's party looked awe-inspiring as they overwhelmed their foes. How can this be? Is His Majesty perhaps a hero too? This makes no sense. But, he is strong. Geez. Stop repeating lines from the 250 phrases that an extra would say when wanting to interfere with the main character's life. Deus was equipped with artifacts. He placed a debuff on several thousand foes all at once. Lesity used a simple shield charge. She sent several dozen soldiers flying each time she swung her shield. The one to stop the long-distance spells and arrows was the Dark Elf Archer. It was the great merchant Mycenae. It wasn't a job befitting her station, so she grumbled from start to finish. Even as she complained, her eyes were sharp as she worked on her task. At this moment, she was slowly working towards the price that would be paid to her by Artpe. Everyone. We will stop the Demon King. If Diaz want to continue to remain as the Kingdom of Heroes, we need your help. We need your help to continue the history of this continent. Please throw down your weapons and listen to what we have to say. The last to join the battlefield was Arya. She advanced forward as she spread her holy energy towards the humans. It was a simple display, yet everyone couldn't turn their gaze away from her. This overwhelming amount of holy power. Holy Priestess. She surely is the Holy Priestess. The Holy Priestess is with His Majesty. We cannot attack him. This is all wrong. No, we are the ones in the wrong. If one wanted to convince ignorant people, one needed to show power that was visible to the eyes. One needed to make a display of one's power. From a young age, Silpenen had been close to the highest power in this land. He was well aware of what was needed to dazzle his people. As expected, you are good at coming up with petty tricks. Lesity, are you on my side or are you on their side? You can tell me the truth. Silpenen's party possessed overwhelming martial prowess, and the Holy Priestess was displaying her holy powers. It made a big impression on the soldiers. They dropped their weapons of their own accord. The leaders of Diaz thought Silpenen had been acting high and might after acquiring a bit of power. The sight in front of them made them flabbergasted. This can't be. Stop him. We have to stop that bastard. Send the knights. They are just louts that's dirtying the throne's authority. Of course, nothing would change if the knights were sent out. In fact, the knights were the ones that were capable of properly recognizing the power of Silpenen and the holy power of the Holy Priestess. The knights asked for forgiveness right on the spot, and they swore fealty to Silpenen. The knights bolstered Silpenen's force, so the actions of the nobles had the adverse effect of bolstering Silpenen's claim to the throne. Unlike the nobles, the knight fought at the front line. They knew which figure was at the center of history. The king within the palace isn't the king. The king is here. He is the oldest son of our previous king, and at the same time, he acquired power on his own. He is a hero trying to face off against the Demon King. Everyone follow His Majesty Silpenon. Soldiers. The only sin you committed is not being able to recognize the true king. It isn't too late. If you have eyes, you should gather under His Majesty's flag. Oh ha! Silpenon's plan was extremely effective. It started from the moment he entered the gates to the capital. It continued until the moment he reached the palace. He had turned his enemies into men enlisted under his banner. His own martial prowess and Arya's assistance allowed him to accomplish this. It seems my people finally recognizes their true owner. What are you bastards going to do about it? Are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? Or will you bark at me like a mutt who can't recognize its owner? Ooh. He is so cool. What did you say, Arya? Would you mind saying that again? Uni. Shhhhhhh. In the end, Silpenon was able to enter the palace without shedding a single drop of blood. When the nobles realized their defeat, they had tried to make an early retreat. However, Mycenae and Deus did well in capturing all of them. Those that needed to be killed were killed. Those that had to be captured alive had been captured. The kingdom of Deus boasted a very bloody history. The amount of blood shed by Silpenon was extremely small when compared to the bloody history of the past. I've already contacted my company. They are stopping any remnant of the rebellion from running away. You can be at ease, and go do what you have to do. Here is the video transmission artifact. You really are quite meticulous. Do you want a position in Diaz? If you are able to give me Artpe as compensation, I might think about it. The entirety of Diaz won't be enough to buy him. Oh. You are well informed. He left behind Deus and Mycenae to clear the remnants of the rebellion. Silpenon took only Lesity and Arya to the palace. Since no one was attending the king could only wait on his throne. He waited for Silpenon to come searching for him. At one time, Silpenon had thought his ascendance to the throne was a given. That was why Silpenon let out a bitter laughter when he saw the current king, who looked to be thrown haphazardly on top of the throne. Silpenon asked him a question. How does it feel to sit on the throne? You don't want to get off of it? I had no choice. You know what I'm talking about, right? At the time, Diaz would have been a mess if I didn't ascend to the throne. I had no choice. They required this of me. I know. You aren't guilty. However, you refused to think for yourself. You had no will of your own. Even if you are a puppet, you sat on the throne. You should have thought about the people. You should have thought about the country. I am embarrassed. I won't kill you. However, even if you are alive, you won't feel as if you are still amongst the living. On that day, a new king rose to the throne of Diaz. He was a 16-year-old king, and his martial prowess put him on the zenith. He also received support from the holy priestess. He was praised as being the strongest ruler since the kingdom of Diaz was established. As the new king, he unified his kingdom. He worked to repair his kingdom, and he demanded his army to build up as soon as possible. In return, King Silpenon gave the soldiers dwarf-made weapons. This also had the effect of elevating Diaz amongst the eyes of the allied nations. This was how the alliance of the human realm was completed. The outer lands of the human realm had been empty. The Demon King's army left behind the empty land to invade the inlands. This was when the war with the Demon King's army truly started. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Start of the War, 5. Chapter 156, Start of the War, 5. Your kingdom is truly in a mess. The coffers are empty. Still, this is a nation that boasts a lengthy history. As the young king of a nation, Silpenin was truly miserable. He was successful in regaining his country, yet there was nothing left within his country. Mycenae possessed a class called Great Merchant. This was why she had an uncanny sense for managing assets. She was helping Silpenin examine the assets of the palace and the capital. As Mycenae progressed in her task, Silpenin was becoming more and more depressed. "It'll be all right, Your Majesty." For some reason, Lesity was the only one that was brimming with confidence. When Silpenin nodded his assent for her to speak, she retracted her shoulder with pride, and she shouted out her words. "We just have to execute the nobles who stole from the kingdom's coffers. We just have to find those that had suddenly increased in their wealth. We'll fill back our coffers by confiscating their wealth. We just have to put the suspicious nobles on trial. We can label them as being traitors." "I see. Is that how a kingdom is maintained? I no longer like this kingdom." In his next life, he wanted to be born as the crown prince of an empire. Silpenin despaired as he obediently moved according to Lesity's advice. The stomach of the nobles were filled with fat. They were supposed to stand up against the demon race to protect the kingdom, yet they weren't bringing anything to the table. Silpenin would rather feed the soldiers and make weapons with their money. It would be million times better. "You can't do that, Your Majesty. Even if it is you, you cannot treat my family like this. Our family helped build this nation." "Build? The kingdom is about to go under right now, yet you are talking about your family helping build this nation in the past? Shut up. If you don't want to die, cough up all your money, you son of a bitch." "Why, you are a ruler of a nation. How can you say such uncouth war, kuuk?" A noble was sent flying when Silpenin kicked him. The noble fell to the floor after hitting the wall. The royal palace was filled with nobles right now, and they were struck dumb by what had happened. Afterwards, Silpenin moved amongst them, and he started kicking the rest of the nobles. Who? How can humans be so foolish? How can they keep repeating their mistakes? Cock. The king is beating up the nobles. "Hey, you there. Close the door." Silpenin had gathered all the nobles of his nation, and he beat them to a pulp. It didn't matter if their families helped found this nation. Past meritorious deeds were useless to him. Silpenin started beating up a group of nobles with long white beards. Soon, the nobles realized what was truly important to them. We will give it to you. You should have said that from the start. We just made each other tired. Huhuk, kuhuhu. There might have been innocent nobles amongst them. However, Silpenin didn't care. What about maintaining the dignity and grace of his nation? He didn't care about that either. He could clearly define his moral obligations at a later date. Even if the later generations labeled him a tyrant, Silpenin didn't care. There was only one thing that was important to him. Silpenin's brutal action had weakened the power of the nobles, and his kingdom's coffers had been replenished. The only thing important right now was to consolidate his power and authority. Ive wasted too much time. The Alliance is already fighting against the demon race. How long do you think the demon race would stick to fighting the large army of the Alliance? We are facing the ocean, which connects to the entire world. Of course, the demons know this. If you have energy to move, everyone should pick up a sword and rise. We have to fight for the fate of humanity. Silpenin created the demon opposing force, and he gathered all the soldiers possessed by the nobles of Diaz. These were soldiers stationed in their lands since the nobles could guess at the invasion route of the demons. When he added the dwarves to his army, he had over 150,000 soldiers under his command. We will be joining the Continental Alliance. But why do we have to go fight outside of our own country? It is better to fight and defeat our enemies on foreign land. It is preferable than fighting the war on our land. Currently, the demon realm and the human realm were fighting at the border between the two realms. As the war dragged on, the human realm would inevitably show cracks. The demons would infiltrate into the human realm through various routes. Silpenin's goal was to stop that from happening. The Alliance had purposefully let the demons take over the small countries located at the west of the continent. The Alliance created a defensive line as they surrounded these fallen small nations. They created a blockade that prevented the Demon King's army from heading into the ocean. The Alliance was preventing the battlefield from expanding. It is time for the dwarves to shine. Let's go, King of Diaz. We have defeated demonic beings for the past several hundred years. We will show you the power of the dwarves. Silpenin traveled atop the ocean with the extremely wild dwarven brothers. It didn't matter if it was a merchant ship or a military vessel. He forcefully loaded soldiers onto all the boats possessed by Diaz. I wonder if this really is the smart thing to do. Are you worried about traveling on the ocean? At Arius' carefully worded question, Silpenin didn't hesitate to shake his head from side to side. That doesn't worry me too much, but I wonder if my country will be safe. We are taking so many people, and I wonder how many of them will be able to make it back. These are the thoughts I am having. I see. However, that's because our opponent is the Demon King's army. The Demon King's army was being penned in, but Silpenin worried that a portion of the Demon King's army might break off and invade Diaz through the ocean. Since Arya couldn't say for sure that everything will turn out alright, she didn't know what to say. At that moment, Diaz suddenly tilted his head as he spoke. I feel an enormous presence in the ocean. Then why aren't we getting ready to fight? No. These beings aren't hiding themselves, and their energy are too ordered to be demons. Do you want to get hit in the back off your head? You can't judge a book by its cover. You should have realized this. Silpenin was frustrated, so he decided he would unwind himself by cussing out Diaz. However, in a moment, Silpenin also titled his head in puzzlement like Diaz. They aren't humans or demons. What did I tell you? Shut up, Diaz. Silpenin readied the soldiers just in case, and he headed towards the side of the ship. When he did so, he realized who was the owner of this particular form of mana. The upper body of a human arose from beneath the undulating water. She was a mermaid, who possessed the lower body of a fish. Mermaid. Can you hear my words, ruler of humans? It seemed the mermaid was capable of using telepathic magic. When Silpenin nodded his head, other merfolk swam up to surround the boats containing the army of Diaz. An unusually beautiful and strong mermaid raised her head, and she once again sent a telepathic message to him. We've been ordered by the Queen of the Ocean Reincarnated. We will protect the sea routes traveled by humans. While you are with us, you don't need to fear bad weather, reefs or demons. Reincarnated? That is correct. Reincarnated follows the human hero Artpe. She received the will of Artpe. The merfolk will cooperate with humans in defeating the demon race, so please do not be afraid. Follow us. We will lead you to the battleground where the humans and the demons are fighting. Silpenin had never expected Artpe to have seduced a mermaid. When Artpe's name popped out of the mermaid's mouth, Silpenin felt a headache. Wait a moment. She was the queen of the ocean? It basically meant that she owned the entire ocean. Human, are you alright? It is nothing. I'm fine. Thank you for the escort. We will accept your kindness. As the king of the human kingdom of Diaz, I want to extend my deepest thanks to your queen. The queen will be pleased when she hears a human had observed proper etiquette. I will leave you now. The mermaid ended the conversation, and she dived back into the ocean. However, the numerous merfolk remained behind as they protected the fleet. By this time, it seemed the soldiers and the sailors had an idea as to what was going on.
Are the merfolk giving us a blessing?
Somehow, I feel my courage rising. Yes, we'll be able to repel them.
I'm sure of it.
It seems the history of humanity won't end anytime soon.
It will not end if your majesty leads us. Silpenon hadn't said anything, yet the soldiers were happy. He didn't have to go out of his way to say anything.
He was just tired. It seemed Artpe's moves were beyond his imagination, so he was flabbergasted.
While I was reacquiring my nation, he took over the fucking ocean. He is something more impressive than a hero.
I feel sorry for the Demon King's army, who has to go against Artpe. Silpenon didn't know that he had stuck a dagger in Artpe's stomach in their past lives. This was the only reason why he was able to say such words.
It is really romantic. It is a love between a human and a mermaid queen. If Maetel wasn't by his side, it would have been romantic.
By now, he understood how Artpe's party functioned.
Artpe received love from many women.
He was envious, yet he felt sorry for Artpe at the same time. It was proof that Silpenon had matured a little bit. He let out a bitter laughter as he shook his head from side to side.
They were far out in the ocean. The continent looked like a small speck. They were getting closer to the battleground between the demons and humans.
On the other hand, Artpe's conquest of Demon World's ocean was progressing without a hitch.
Charge! They are all weakened from their wounds. They are no longer worthy foes. Those that are lagging behind in levels will move to the front line. If you want to continue being dead weights around the queen's ankles, remain where you are. Hi.
Artpe's party accompanied the army of Genesis mermaids, and they became noticeably stronger as they moved deeper into the demon world. The ocean of the demon world was large, and it was overflowing with aquatic monsters.
It was so crowded that demons didn't bother traveling deep into the ocean. It would be too much work.
Despite this fact, the army of Genesis mermaids and Artpe's party was moving deep within the ocean. They were trying to avoid detection from the demons, and they were moving by killing everything in their path. Several large battles were being conducted each day. In the process, most of the merfolk increased their level every 2 days.
Normally, they couldn't get stronger when suffering injuries and casualties. They couldn't just power ahead.
However, they had 2 priestesses with outstanding abilities named Sienna and Vadinette supporting them.
They could immediately heal gravely injured merfolk, so there were no casualties.
It had been 3 months since they had entered into the ocean of the demon world, and they had maintained the number of 200,000 merfolk. My army is growing stronger at a rapid pace.
It is all thanks to Master's patronage.
Yes.
It is good that they are growing rapidly.
Cheryl looked genuinely happy, so he laughed as he replied to her.
However, he was sweating inside.
The Genesis mermaids were a truly terrifying race. If Cheryl was able to survive and grow stronger, the merfolk centralized around her would probably be able to take down the Demon King eventually.
Of course, this would only happen if the Demon King chose to come within the ocean. What are their average level now? They are around level 230.
They were stronger than the elite forces of the Demon King's army.
It is all thanks to the presence of Siennanim and Vadinetnim. Originally, we estimated that we would have lost half our numbers by this point. I guess it is to be expected. Mermaids are pretty poor at the healing arts. To be precise, it would be more apt to say that the Genesis mermaids hadn't unlocked that particular ability yet.
The Genesis mermaids were an ancient race, and the current iteration had been born recently through Artpe's hands.
The mermaid queen Cheryl possessed both physical and mental abilities.
Of course, she also possessed healing abilities, so Artpe guessed that there was a high probability that the healing ability was dormant within the other Genesis mermaids.
Still, no other Genesis mermaids had displayed this ability yet. However, I definitely feel that it is possible.
Once we evolve, I believe those that can heal will appear amongst our race.
Ah.
Yes. For a brief moment, Art thought about what would happen after they defeat the Demon King. What would happen if the Genesis mermaids decided to conquer the dry land? It was annoying to think such thoughts, so he stopped thinking about it. Yes. It is getting worse. Roa suddenly let out a cry. The evil heart gripped in her mouth had started to faintly vibrate when they entered the demon world. As they traveled deeper into the demon world, the vibration was getting stronger. We'll be at Nirotacid soon. The hero from his past life didn't travel to Nirotacid. What was hidden there? Was it just a simple trap set by the demon race? Or maybe it was some enormous record? Artpe's eyes narrowed. We'll find out once we get there. 4 days passed. The party didn't suddenly run into a 4 heavenly king. They were able to reach Nirotacid without much problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Start of the War, 6. Chapter 157, Start of the War, 6. Look. The sky and the clouds are orange. Maetel acted as if they were out on a picnic. She linked arms with Artpe, and she had a bright smile on her face. However, there was no way Artpe felt the same way. The blood shed by demons leave behind traces of their curses. Demons fought and died here. Their blood evaporated, and the condensation rose into the sky. However, it isn't something that is easily gotten rid of. It dyes the sky and clouds red. It seems the color is light, because there weren't many battles here recently. If the fighting intensifies, it'll get redder. I see, so that's why. At the unexpectedly heavy response, Maetel stopped talking. Artpe smirked as he stroked Maetel's head. In some ways, the demon race might be much more honest in that aspect. In many instances, the fights conducted by humans are larger in size and cruelty. However, the evidence of such fights between humans doesn't remain in the sky like that. To be alive is to fight? Maybe. They had set foot on the demon world with the intent of killing the demon king before they died. They were heading towards the heart of Nirotacid, and a fight might be waiting for them. The level ups and the acquisition of skills was merely an extension of this fight. Didn't I tell you before? The fight doesn't end even if we kill the demon king. However, we'll be able to incrementally change the shape of the fights. I see. Master, we will follow you. He was soothing Maetel when he heard a voice in his ears. When he turned around, he saw that Cheryl had stepped ashore. 200,000 Genesis mermaids started crawling out after her. Their lower body had been in the form of a fish's tail, but soon, their tails turned into slim legs. They were able to stand on land, and they started moving around as if they were practiced at moving on land. It was normal for merfolk to live on their 2 feet, while they were within the mermaid kingdom of an aid. The army can move freely in the ocean, and they can move on land without much difficulty. If an ability to fight in air can be added, they'll be the strongest fighting force. Sometime, Artpe says the funniest jokes. Vadanet laughed, but his other party members knew Artpe wasn't making a joke. He decided to think about that problem at a later date. Artpe turned around, and he waited for the 200,000 merfolk to form columns. Then he led the army forward. Maetel stuck to one side, and Sienna held onto Artpe's other arm. Sienna suddenly tilted her head in puzzlement as she asked Artpe a question. Appa, isn't the heroes party supposed to work as a small elite force for stealth? Doesn't this defeat that purpose a little bit? I know you are worried, but Nirotacid is a bit different from the normal demon realm. Look over there. Arp raised his hand to point behind him. The sandy desert of Nairotassid was letting about a black-red light. The normal territories of the demon realm should be visible. However, what the hell is that? Big. It is incredibly big. Wow. If we went in there, we'll probably be ground to bits by the sand. The party see the rest of the demon realm. An enormous sandstorm was blowing, and it blocked out Nairotassid from all other territories. It wasn't just that. A storm of similar size was present in the middle of the ocean they had just exited. They hadn't known about it, because they had approached Nairotassid from deep within the ocean. If they had approached that storm, it wouldn't have mattered what level they were. They would have been swallowed up and swept away by the storm. Nairotassid was a large region, and the location was surrounded by natural phenomenons. Storms kept appearing on land and ocean. Maetel wasn't the only one. His other party members were struck dumb by it too. Why is that occurring? I'm not sure. At the very least, it has always been like this since the demon realm started keeping history. No one in the human realm or the demon world knows why those storms form. However, these storms weren't a curse for his party. They were a blessing. Nairotassid was filled with incredibly high-level monsters that even a four-heavenly king, Artpe, had been reluctant to face. The natural environment was so bad that it wasn't inhabitable by living things. The demon race and of course, the demon king didn't pay attention to Nairotassid. Almost no one entered this place, and that was the truth. It also meant no one had exited this place alive. That is why it doesn't matter if we let merfolk tag along with us. The demon realm wouldn't even realize that a large army had formed in the demon realm, so you can be at peace. When I hear Appa's explanation, it makes me worried in other ways. I really can't be at peace. Sienna, you are getting really good at undercutting my words. Even if the Demon King's army had someone with the same ability as Artpe on their side, they wouldn't be able to move around Nairotassid in such an easygoing manner. However, this wasn't a problem. Artpe wasn't on their side. My father came to such a dangerous location? Maetel tilted her head in confusion. I think your dad might be incredibly strong. He sired such a formidable daughter. It is harder to believe that your dad was a normal traveling merchant than him being incredibly strong. Geez, Artpe. It isn't a compliment, so don't like it so much. The party continued their friendly chat as they ran across the desert at considerable speed. At that moment, Roa suddenly let out a small cry. The evil heart in her mouth was vibrating hard enough that one had to wonder if it could cause a wave. Nya-ah-ah. Hey guys. They are coming. Who's coming, Cook? Monsters. Cheryl had been well-mannered as she followed behind Artpe. As she was responding to Artpe, she let out a groan. Amongst the Genesis mermaids, she possessed overwhelmingly high level, so her ability to sense mana was also outstanding. Her unrest was immediately conveyed to the 200,000 merfolk, and they immediately raised their weapons. Artpe's eyebrows twitched as he spoke. A lot of you will die. We will attempt it. Please watch over us. Do you know the level of your opponent? Of course, Master. All right. Show me what you got. Artpe thought over it for a brief moment, but soon, he nodded his head. His reasoning was extremely simple. Even if monsters of Nairotassid were strong, Artpe's party had leveled up to the extreme, so it wouldn't be much help to the party to kill these monsters. Of course, that would change a bit as they got closer to the heart of Nairotassid. This was why he was even more curious. Maetel's father was human, so how was he able to survive in this place? It happened at that moment. A monster appeared along the horizon. The monster looked like a rhino with two enormous horns. It was several dozen meters tall, and its entire body was covered in sharp needles.
Each needles was emitting considerable amount of demonic energy.
It looked extremely dangerous.
Those that possess outstanding physical attributes usually possess a small mana pool. Those with a large pool of mana have aptitude for magic. However, there are exceptions. There are times when a monster possesses high physical attribute and a large pool of magical energy. These types of monsters are able to coat their mana around their body. It is a unique skill that allows them to strengthen their body. Those types of monsters are incredibly frightening. Their armors are made out of mana. Their body won't be wounded unless one pierces through that armor. Even if one is able to penetrate it, one will be greeted by an extremely hard body. Basically, it was the type of monsters that everyone hated to fight. The fight was only fun if the enemy had a weak point that could be exploited. If one wanted to kill these monsters, one had to simply deplete their magical energy and stamina. It will take a long time even if I fought it. Maetel, be prepared to block its charge. Yes. Elite forces to the front. Our enemies are 100 levels higher than us. Form groupings of 1,000. The hero's party was an exception, but for everyone else, level was absolute. In truth, Artpe had no idea why the merfolk were confident in their ability to face off against level 350 monsters. Even if 1,000 merfolk formed a group, it didn't mean they could combine their powers into one. Their blades wouldn't be able to pierce through the monster's hide, so Artpe was puzzled as to how the merfolk would fight. The Genesis mermaid quickly gathered into groups, and light blue mana started appearing between the Genesis mermaids. Artpe was having a hard time believing what he was seeing. That looks very familiar. I roughly copied Maetel's ability using my innate ability. A rough copy? This is beyond copying her move. Recently, Artpe's party was able to concentrate their mana and status into one. The merfolk were doing the same thing. The magical energy and strength of 999 Genesis mermaids were being focused into one. Since they were all Genesis mermaids, they were under the control of Cheryl's innate ability. Despite knowing this, the sight occurring in front of him was almost miraculous. Of course, there is a limit. However, after repeating our endless growth cycle, we were barely able to gather the power of 1,000 merfolk into one. We cannot defeat our enemies with overwhelming power, but we are able to fight them on equal grounds. You are amazing. What an honor, Master. Well, I'll be back after defeating this bastard. The power and will of 999 merfolk were gathered into one warrior. There were a total of 200 warriors. Cheryl led these 200 warriors across the desert. She looked valiant. When the rhino spotted the merfolk, it started emitting demonic energy in an uncontrolled manner. It charged towards Cheryl and her warriors. Fan out. At Cheryl's sonorous shout, the 200 merfolk immediately split to either side of her. Cheryl continued to run in the center of the V formation. Tridents made out of water appeared in each hand. Ha! Kuo ha-hein. 2 streaks of blue light shot into the air. The rhino couldn't stop its momentum, so it crashed head-on into the 2 light. Surprisingly, the impact from the tridents made the rhino miss a step, and it fell to the ground. Attack! 100 merfolk were on either side of Cheryl. They immediately attack from both sides. The demonic energy stretched out from the rhino's body as if to put up a resistance. However, it wasn't enough to stop the attacks from the merfolk. Black blood started pouring out when they ganged up on the rhino. I can see how the Genesis mermaids were able to dramatically increase their power within the ocean. Assuming I had to fight against that. While the other party members were speechless at the monster being overwhelmed, Maetel was going through a hypothetical situation. She wondered what she would do if she fought against the Genesis mermaids. Maetel's face had been scrunched up, but unexpectedly, her expression became bright in short order.
The Genesis mermaids could focus their power into one mermaid, and it was a powerful ability. However, there was a clear weakness. She just had to kill the helpless merfolk, who had lent out their power. Artpe also knew this, so he was protecting the other merfolk.
Disperse once again.
The school of merfolk had been in the midst of their attack, but they immediately broke off their attack when they heard Cheryl's sonorous shout. Afterwards, Cheryl's trident impacted on the rhino once again. The rhino had regained its sanity, and it had been about to kill the merfolk by amplifying its demonic energy. However, it failed to accomplish this task when Cheryl attacked. Instead, it had to block her attack. What a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. It is acting as a bladed armor.
We really are in the demon world.
The rhino raged. Beings that were much lower than it was wounded its body. It couldn't accept such a reality. A red smoke started emanating from its body, and it was entering into a berserk state.
Cheryl's smile deepened. It doesn't matter if it's a monster from the human realm or the demon realm.
They are all idiotic. Everyone get ready to throw your spears.
Kuoha.
The rhino was equipped with a thicker armor as it charged again. It had only one target. It aimed for Cheryl, who ruled over the Genesis mermaids.
However, Cheryl didn't run away.
She boldly took up her trident as she waited for the rhino.
She planned on becoming the bait.
In my eyes, Sherry is the one that looks to be the most idiotic.
No, that's not true.
She is confident that she'll be able to kill the monster before it reaches her. What did Cheryl say? Didn't she tell her troops to get ready to throw their spears? She hadn't shouted those words with false confidence. 200 Genesis mermaids were already in position, and they were concentrating their mana. They aimed their water spears towards the rhino. Cheryl was facing off against a rhino in the middle of a desert, yet she created a storm of water. The water drenched the rhino's body, and for a brief moment, the armor deteriorated by a small amount. Throw your spears. Let's kill that bastard. Throw your spears. Throw your spears. 200 spears split the air as they deeply embedded themselves in the body of the rhino.
Wow, that must have hurt. Maetel mumbled in a small voice.
Artpe agreed with her words, so he just nodded his head. The rhino's stamina had reached its limit. Afterwards, the merfolk immediately swarmed the rhino as they butchered the monster.
Afterwards, their exploration of Reincarnated was smooth.
The Genesis mermaids were growing at faster rate compared to what they had experienced in the ocean of the demon realm. An army that was much more scarier than the Demon King's army was being born.
Unfortunately, the demons and the humans weren't aware of it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 158, Hero's Descendant, 1. Chapter 158, Hero's Descendant, 1.
Reincarnated was a different world in itself.
From the outside, it didn't look that big.
However, the party was faced with an endless desert when they started exploring the place. Even if the Genesis mermaids were capable of taking on human form, they were a race that lived in water. They were slowly being tormented by their environment, so Regina had to melt ice to provide them with water.
If not, the Genesis mermaids would have retired from Reincarnated.
However, they somehow endured it as they followed their queen's will. In the end, they continued to adapt and strengthen themselves. It was 2 months after they entered into Reincarnated, and their average level was 250.
Master.
Alright. Artpe had shot out several hundred strands of mana strings, and they connected several dozen times to make a mesh. An axe had been thrown, and it bounced off the mesh barrier.
The axe couldn't break through.
Afterwards, Cheryl threw her trident to impale and kill her enemy. Who? As expected, our levels are rising now. That means we are deep within Nirotacid.
Artpe retracted his mana strings as he let out a sigh.
Immediately, he felt his mana stir within his body. Maetel also sheathed her sword as she let out a small laughter.
I like it, because they are strong.
It would have been great if they were simply strong.
The problem is the rotten stench of their demonic energy. It is pungent. Artpe, what is inside this place? I'm not sure.
In his past life, even the Demon King avoided this place. He didn't think the Demon King was a coward.
If that wasn't the case, what other explanation was there?
Maybe there was something that was hidden here.
Artpe might have been unaware of it, and it might be something scarier than the Demon King. Nah. Roa raised her head.
She had similar purple-colored eyes as Artpe. Her eyes were staring a point beyond the desert.
The evil heart gripped in her mouth was starting to vibrate more. It was also letting out a light. There is something that is similar to the evil heart here? Nya. Artpe was sure of it now. The item was located where was Roa looking at.
The person who had left the message within Artpe's hut would also be there.
However, he wasn't sure if that person was truly Maetel's father. It looks as if the size of the evil heart has decreased a lot. Nya.
Roa answered in a tone that said, of course, a candy decreases in size when you lick it.
Artpe was suddenly worried, so he carefully looked over Roa's body. However, she was fine. Vatanet confirmed his assessment.
I check her every day, and Roa's ability keeps increasing in strength.
Maybe, the evil heart exists to complete a being like Roa. Is that so? She's that strong? Nya. Roa was amazing at finding moments where she could show off herself.
She puffed out her chest as she meowed in a prideful manner.
Ah.
He just witnessed the evil heart decrease in size by a small amount.
If you think you are changing into a demon, tell me. I'll change you back using my magic tome. Nya. He felt he had done enough in warning Roa, so it should be fine. Roa's tail was rigid from excitement.
He petted her to pacify Roa, then he turned to look at his party.
All right. Let's start moving again. I know the general direction we have to travel. Yes.
They would have been hard-pressed if demonic beasts over level 370 kept popping out from all direction. However, there was a small number of monsters at the heart of Nirotacid.
Instead, each monster was incredibly strong.
Aside from coming across two demonic beasts, their travel was relatively peaceful that day as they walked across the desert. At night, the hero's party and the 200,000 merfolk put up temporary barracks to rest. It had been a week since they had their last break. First, Regina consumed most of her magical energy to call out the power of the winter spirits. She cooled the barracks, and it allowed everyone to regain their stamina as they lazed about. How can the night be so hot in this place? It's because of the blood clouds in the sky. It doesn't merely mar the beauty of the demon world. It also emits heat, so it heats up the ground like a skillet. It torments the people that lives here.
Yes. That is essentially it. The demon race lived upon the foundation of wickedness.
Even in death, the demons tormented others through the blood clouds. Maybe, it was intentional that they were left behind in the form of dark clouds. Artpe stroked Maetel's head, then he sat down. Artpe, I'll make you food that'll restore your vitality. These ingredients are from the demon world, but I purified them.
It should be all right to consume them. Ah.
You purified this, but you have to extract the poison too.
This one too. You can use a lot of this, since it has the special characteristic of eliminating a demonic beast's toxicity. Yes. Vadanet and the merfolk moved busily as they started to cook. Vadanet took control of the large army as she easily created enough food to feed everyone. It was a truly impressive sight. When Artpe watched her back, he couldn't deny the fact that she was a great prospective bride despite her twisted personality. She probably practiced cooking with the resolve of becoming the mate of the hero. She was quite tenacious. I can cook too. No, you shouldn't cook. I hate Artpe. When feeding a large number of people, stew was the ideal food to make. Artpe drank the hot broth as he stretched out his legs like the merfolk. They were almost at their destination. He was sure of it. On the other hand, he had to be ready for the possibility that something might occur this night. He made sure the army would be ready to mobilize at any moment. Artpe. Maetel called out to him. Was she trying to cook again? Artpe was about to talk her off the edge when he realized that she had her sword unsheathed. He shut his mouth. Where is it coming from? It is coming from the front. For some reason, I can't completely discern what ability it is using. May you look into it, Artpe? That means. He still held a bowl of soup in one hand. He used his other hand to bring out several strands of mana strings. Artpe manipulated his fingers as he sent them forward. The ends of the mana strings acted like fingers as they carefully felt around the air as they moved forward. Soon, the mana strings came across something. A smile appeared on Artpe's lips. Master? No, you guys should rest. There will be no need to fight. Artpe raised his gaze, and his eyes shone. His purple-colored eyes could see a small building that no one else could see. He was sure that this structure hadn't existed not too long ago. The structure was using a high-ranking stealth magic, and it had moved slowly towards the barracks. It was such a high-level stealth magic that his eyes had to be directly on it to see the building. If not, he wouldn't have noticed it. Ha! What the hell? It isn't even a snail, yet it is doing that? Snail? Ah! When he said snail, Vadanet was the first one to pick up on his meaning. The others continued to tilt their head in confusion, but Roa let out a fierce roar. Nya! Nya 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 nya. Yes. Wait a little bit. The number of mana strings doubled. The mana strings stabbed the empty air, and they retreated. They kept repeating this action until the steel magic over the building was stripped. Stop. A telepathic message was delivered to him. If you are so overt with your actions, all the monsters of Reincarnated will gather here. That is what I want. Artpe continued to move his hand as he completely cancelled the stealth spell placed over the building. The blood-colored clouds had also stained the color of moonlight. A small temple appeared atop the red desert. Those that were still eating stew were so surprised that soup dripped down their chin. It was as Vadanet had said. There was a pungent and rotten smell. It was flowing out of the temple. Nah-ha! Roa's roar filled the entirety of the desert. She couldn't hide her excitement, so her butt wiggled. Artpe grabbed her by the nape as he lifted her. Not yet. Be patient. Nya. Nya. She still had the evil heart in her mouth, so Artpe was about to reason with her. However, the evil heart wasn't in Roa's mouth. She had finally swallowed it. Hey! Hot. For several hundred years, the evil heart had created the shadows of sinners. Roa had swallowed an item containing incredible amounts of demonic energy. Of course, the demonic energy within Roa's body would move in an intense and uncontrolled manner. However, unlike Artpe's worry, the demonic energy couldn't dominate Roa. It couldn't kill her either.
As if she was trying to prove her enormous growth, her greed ability pressed down on the demonic energy as she digested it.
She was willing to go through all of this for new food? Artpe was taken aback. What are you going to do about this? You are a hasty and reckless hero. All the demonic beasts of Nirotacid will gather here. Ah. Please shut up. Artpe replied gruffly through telepathy, then he handed Roa over to Vadanet. He was basically asking Vadanet to purify the demonic energy if Roa was unable to digest all of it. Also, I want you to look over her. I want you to make sure Roa doesn't swallow whatever item that is within the temple. Please leave her to me, Artpe Nim. Let's go over there. Since they aren't coming to us, we should at least go talk to them, It seemed the people within the temple were shocked at Artpe's unexpected actions. They were desperately trying to restore the stealth magic over the temple. This was why they were unable to come out. It would be useless even if they were able to restore the stealth magic. They knew this, yet they were attempting it. They were truly foolish. Whom do you think is to blame? Whom? That is why you guys should just give up and come out. Ah. Is that juicy inside? Dad. Maetel yelled out with a voice full of anticipation. Soon, the door to the temple opened. The demonic energy was so thick that it flowed out through the doorway in the form of a black fog. Then a short man peeked out from the doorway. You are really here. You got here so fast. It really is my dad, Maetel reached him in one step as she hugged the man. The timing of the reunion between father and daughter was unexpected. The party didn't know what to do, so they awkwardly clapped their hands. It was a reunion between the hero and her father. It was a dramatic moment. The only one to have a serious expression on his face was Artpe. Proms. Human. Great merchant. Level, 265. Strength, 329 agility, 383 stamina, 335 magic, 1255. He shouldn't have been able to survive here at that level. He had thought Maetel's father was a mere traveling merchant. However, her father was strong, and it was surprising. However, his level was barely at a point where he could survive in the demonic world. If one was talking in terms of the standard of Nirotacid, he would have to be 100 levels higher to survive at the very least. That left only one possibility. The temple's stealth magic, which Artpe had stripped, was an amazing treasure. Maetel's father and the people inside the temple had been saved, because they had received protection of the temple. Still, a question remained. Why did these people enter Nirotacid? What were these people protecting? What was the identity of the item within the temple? Whose orders were they following? No, he no longer had to talk in vague terms. Artpe already knew all the answers. So you are Artpe. Artpe had been organizing his thought within his mind. Suddenly, Prom's gaze landed on Artpe. Artpe had been thinking about what he had to do in the future, so Artpe felt a chill when the cold gaze landed on him. When Artpe had opened his eyes within the body of a child, Proms had already left Maetel's side. Does this guy perhaps know about Artpe's past life? If not, maybe he felt threatened by how Artpe looked. My God. I knew this would happen, but this guy's really turned into an extremely handsome young man. Are you sure you'll be alright, Maetel? I gave up on monopolizing him. Even if I am a hero, I cannot fight against the whole world. My daughter, you became an adult. Huh? It seemed he had been worried about the wrong thing. He didn't know how he should feel. It felt weird. Artpe frowned. He was more annoyed when 4 female members of his party kept staring daggers at him. It was sharp enough to hurt. Artpe, I understand you are the hero, but why did you strip the temple's magic? Since you traveled through Nirotacid, you know how dangerous this place is. I bet you can guess at how horrifying the items that are stored within the temple are. You are quibbling over my moves so early. This is the chance to gather the monsters in one location, so wouldn't it be strange if I didn't take advantage of this opportunity? Artpe was unaccustomed to speaking respectfully to others. He forced himself to be respectful as he pouted. Proms was struck dumb by Artpe's words. Maetel had escaped her father's grasp, and she hopped towards Artpe's side. She unsheathed her sword. Let's talk later after we kill all of them. Everyone put aside what you are eating. Get ready for battle. I want to eat one more bowl. Eat it after the battle ends. Proms turned pale when he saw Artpe's party enter into battle mode so naturally. He still didn't understand that the heroes had been living in a different world. Soon, the roars of all kinds of monsters could be heard in the distance. On that night, a great battle against the monsters of Reincarnated was fought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Hero's Descendant, 2. Chapter 159, Hero's Descendant, 2. Guahak. The death throes of the monsters filled the night of the desert. If the demonic beasts of Reincarnated were all gathered in a single herd, they might be able to put up a good fight against the Demon King. They possessed that much power. However, the Genesis mermaids were able to gather and transfer their power into one being through the race command ability. On top of that, the member of the heroes party had grown to such a level that each of them were walking calamities. When the heroes party worked together with the Genesis mermaids, the monsters couldn't stand up against them. My God. Let's stack the corpses over there. Roa, you should eat those first. Nia. In the night, Artpe's party had defeated over several hundred monsters. The stripping of the temple's stealth magic was very effective. He had no idea where these monsters had been hiding, but a lot of monsters had rushed towards the temple. The monsters had attacked them in a blind rage, so every moment of the hunt was thrilling. The monsters were all over level 360 and 370. If 10 monsters appeared all at once, it was overwhelming even for them. However, Artpe directed the merfolk to surround the monster, and Artpe's party focused on killing one monster at a time. This method was good enough to kill all the monsters. Of course, this method made them share EXP with the merfolk. From Artpe's perspective, it was a good thing. The merfolk were getting stronger, so he didn't mind sharing the EXP with them. They fought until monsters no longer appeared. At that point, there were no monsters left in the desert. There really are a lot of them stacked here. Now I understand why the demon race didn't step into this place. However, I didn't want to find out this truth with my body. Calm down, Elric. If not, you won't grow taller. I'll kill you. The sun rose over the demon realm right on time. The oppressive heat evaporated the blood of the monsters, which had soaked into the desert. The evaporated blood rose into the air to form red clouds in the sky. It was quite the sight. I raised 5 levels in one night. Whew. My sinews and joints hurt. I think there's no more monsters here, Artpe. They'll respawn in no time. Actually, they would if Roa wasn't here. The corpses of monsters were returned to nature, and nature supplemented their records. From these records, new monsters would be born once again. If one wanted to slow down that process, one had to do what Roa was doing right now. One had to completely consume all the demonic energy within the corpses. Nya nya nya, nya nya nya. Roa's 2 tails were swaying from happiness as she sucked out all the demonic energy. Artpe was watching Roa eat without thinking too deeply about it. However, his eyes widened soon. Hey, where in the hell did you get an extra tail? Nya nya. It seemed she had been successful in digesting the evil heart through her normal process, and she had grown another tail as a result.
From what he could see through his read all creation ability, she looked fine, but
the battle is done. Everyone rest. Please make us stew again. Holy Priestess, stew. Ah. The stew is supposed to be for Artpe. It can't be helped.
Please wash your hands and help me. At some point, Vadanet had become captive to her stew.
The merfolk kept begging Vadanet for more stew. She reclaimed the pots that'd been eaten clean yesterday night. She started to make a new batch of stew. She was used to being in the heroes' party now. Cooking right after battle didn't bother her at all. Artpe, you worked through the night. You must be hungry.
Yes, please make some too. After the battle ended, the merfolk camped in a similar fashion as last night. After he looked over them, he turned away.
Did those inside give up on using the temple's stealth magic?
The temple remained boldly in sight under the sun of the demon realm.
Ah. You should make some stew for those inside too.
Yes.
Understood.
Please go finish your business with them. I'll have your food ready when you get back.
Thank you, Vadanet.
The only thing that was different from before was the fact that 3 humans were standing in front of the temple. One of them was Maetel's father, Proms. As expected, the heroes are reliable. I was worried, because I thought the heroes had overestimated their ability stat. I still think it was unreasonable for them to strip the temple's stealth magic. If anything went wrong, a calamity that couldn't be compared to the Demon King would have descended on this land.
There was a man that was of similar age as Proms.
The other was a very old lady. He was sure that the granny had sent the telepathic message from within the temple.
Both of them possessed similar level as Proms. It was also apparent that all of them had stepped onto the path of magic. If you want to insult me, you should do it to my face, you old hag. Hag. The monsters won't bother you for the near future. That is why I would like an explanation. Artpe spread his mana strings in all direction, and he put them on alert.
Then he walked towards the 3 figures.
Roa had absorbed all the demonic energy from the corpses of monsters stacked nearby. She quickly climbed atop Artpe's shoulder. It seemed she really wanted to eat the item within the temple. What are you doing here? Did you perhaps predict that Maetel and I would become heroes? No way.
At Artpe's words, Proms let out a bitter laughter as he shook his head from side to side.
Anyways, this won't be a short story. Please enter. Just you and Maetel.
No, you can come in with the comrades you trust.
Let's do that. Vadanet was too busy making stew for everyone. He took everyone except Vadanet into the temple.
When they entered the temple, the inside looked surprisingly similar to the architecture of the Great Temple of Palladia.
You noticed it. When you guys came with the Holy Priestess, I knew it to be true. You guys visited Palladia, Palladia it must mean.
He had already been pretty sure of it, but it was a certainty now.
Artpe mumbled to himself in a low voice.
They arrived at a room that was hidden behind several layers of barrier.
Artpe let out a sigh when he saw it. You can open it. There are no monsters left in Nyrotacid.
No one will seek out the contents of this room.
Still, your actions were too reckless.
As if to prove that she was an old hag, the old lady spoke up once again to nag.
Artpe ignored her as he opened the door to the room.
It was a very small space where only couple people could fit inside. There was a small altar there.
Appa, look at that.
Shit. It was a very familiar-looking altar. As expected, it is the work of Sundinim.
You know about our family's ancestor? Proms continued to speak. Artpe should have known.
He let out a sigh as he nodded his head. If you are talking about the hero of the previous generation, we came across a lot of his work on our way here.
Oh. As expected of the Exalted One, he made preparations for his juniors.
Shut up, you old hag.
Why, you called me a hag again.
They had suffered a lot thanks to that damned Sunbay. He couldn't let go of his anger.
As soon as Roa saw the item atop the altar, she tried to jump towards it.
Artpe grabbed her. He slowly walked towards the altar. The three people, who had resided in the temple, flinched for a brief moment.
However, they didn't stop him.
They remembered the power he had displayed. They weren't capable of stopping him.
We were right, it is another evil heart.
That's right.
Our ancestor called it the evil heart. When both of you reach this place, I was going to tell you all about it.
It seems you have learned much already.
You can still tell me about it.
Hut. Don't be so rash in touching that. Artpe spoke in a resolute manner as he picked up the evil heart. The demonic energy tried to invade his body, but the magic tome hanging off his belt let out a faint light. The demonic energy was purified, and it turned into pure magical energy.
How can this be? Nya na. Nya 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 nya.
Wait a little bit, you dork. As Artpe increased in level, the magic tome had also gotten stronger.
It was a demonic energy antagonist.
The magic tome's ability had changed from the time when he found the evil heart in the underground world. When the three spectators saw Artpe neutralize the demonic energy, they became dumbstruck. Fortunately, Proms quickly broke out of his stupor.
You have a reason for being so confident. Let's talk now. Artpe kept moving the evil heart in front of Roa.
He played with Roa, who was in Maetel's arms. As he did so, he opened his mouth to ask a question.
Are you guys protecting this place, because your ancestor tasked his descendants with that job?
Yes. That's right. When members of our family reaches adulthood, they have to come to the demon realm. We have to go through with our duty of protecting the temple and the evil heart. This man is my cousin, and she is my aunt. It was a family occupation that had been passed down for several hundred years. Who would have thought that the descendants of the hero were living within the forbidden zone of the demon realm? Artpe was baffled by it, so he became argumentative. If you planned on doing that, you should have just lived inside here. You should have had your offsprings here. It is part of our family's custom. Our ancestor decreed that his descendants should experience both the human realm and the demon realm. That is why we reside in our ancestors' hometown during our childhood. Around our adulthood, we leave behind a progeny, then we wander around the human realm to train. After acquiring enough power needed to protect the temple, we enter into the demon realm. It seems such a way of life was a good way to mess up the personality of one's descendants. If Maetel didn't become a hero, she would have been next in line to take over this task. Our mission is to make sure that the Demon King and other beings don't acquire the evil heart. It especially cannot fall into the hands of the Demon King. You probably witnessed it, Artpe. This item is extremely dangerous. Even if you have the ability to purify the demonic energy, you shouldn't stay near it for an extended amount of time. At Prom's words, Artpe readily nodded his head. They hadn't met each other in a long time. Proms didn't exist in Artpe's memories, but it seemed Proms was genuinely worried for Artpe. He wasn't faking it. Similar words are written here. On all the altars found by Artpe and Maetel, the previous generation's hero boasted about himself to his juniors. He wrote down what he had prepared for his juniors, then he made a big show of himself. He asked for their gratitude. Of course, this altar was also full of boastings. Aside from that, the previous hero had written down words for his descendants. It didn't deviate too much from what Proms had told them. Artpe didn't really need to read the content of those words. The only knowledge that was missing from Prom's party was the fact that the evil heart wasn't whole. The evil heart had been made into a pair. The evil heart from the underground world had to be combined with this evil heart to make it whole. Since Sunbei had been wary of the power within the evil heart, he had split it into two. He had sealed it in two locations that was considered to be the end of the world. While we were carrying out the task of protecting this temple, we felt the unrest in the demon realm. We realized the demon king of this generation was about to move in earnest. That is why I exited the demon realm through a secret path to reach the human realm. By that time, the news about Maetel and Artpe being heroes had been spread across the continent. And when we came home, we read the letter left behind by you. That's right. I knew you would return to your birthplace someday, so I put the message in a form that could only be read by heroes. Since we are the heroes family, we are able to learn this special skill. Aside from that message, I put in place couple other contingency plans. However, it seems you guys searched me out after seeing that message. Maetel's father had used a skill that can be used by the kin of a hero. Artpe had already guessed all of this after he saw the message within his hut. That was why he had been a bit keyed up. However, when he arrived here, he realized that these people only had the ability to act as messengers for the hero. Their abilities were very limited. In truth, it was a bit of a letdown. I thought something had changed from my past life, but it remains the same. Maetel's father had faked his death to enter into the demon realm. He had been protecting the temple. Since no one entered into Nirotacid, even the demon king didn't know that the evil heart was here. Even after my death in my previous life, the demon king wasn't able to use the evil heart. He didn't care what happened after his death in his previous life. In his current life, everything had converged. In an extremely rare event, everything had resolved without loose ends. This wasn't a new variable that had existed in his past life. Artpe just learned a truth that he hadn't known about in his past life. Do you still plan on protecting the evil heart here? I do. Ah, that's right. I asked you guys to come here, because I wanted you guys to have a small break here, but you wanted us to take a break in this hellish environment? You guys have been busy carrying out the duties of a hero, but in the process, you guys forgot something very important. It is more important than the tasks you have been carrying out. I just wanted to make sure to remind you of that task. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill. He had no reason to be worried, yet he felt worried. Artpe instinctively gripped the evil heart harder, and he took a step backwards. Maetel calmly approached Artpe, and she caught him. What is it, Dad? Why did you call us here? What do you need us to do? There is only one thing. Proms laughed. Artpe was ready to run. He had made up his mind, but it seemed Maetel caught wind of his intention. She firmly gripped his shoulder. As expected, she knew what was going on. There were stars in her eyes. Since we have no idea what will happen in the battle against the Demon King, I want you guys to have a kid before you leave this place. Yes. Don't agree to it. At an unlikely location, the deed that he didn't believe would happen was about to occur here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160 Hero's Descendant, 3. Chapter 160 Hero's Descendant, 3. Currently, the human realm isn't in a good situation. I know that. However, nothing good will come from rushing forward. I'm not simply saying this to ensure the continuation of your line. I think both of you need to leave behind a place where you can return to. A place where we can return to. Maetel's eyes were still twinkling with stars. However, it was wrong to think that she was earnestly listening to Prom's words. She was merely fixated on one thought. It was the thought of making a baby with Artpe. Yes. I also think that is a must.
As your father, it does make me feel a bit uncomfortable when you are jumping in with open arms. Right? As expected, isn't it too early? No. I'm not saying that. Shit. This juicy can't make up his mind. Anyways, Artpe had to get out of this madhouse. Wait a moment. I have a suggestion. It is very important for the hero to continue his line. However, wouldn't it be more important to make a progeny between a hero and a holy priestess? When the heck did you come in here, Vadinette? Her timing couldn't be any worse. The person that could make this situation more complicated had appeared. I don't think a hero-on-hero pairing is the right way to go. From what I've read from old stories, I believe there is a better case to be made for a hero and holy priestess pairing. Stop pairing me off with everyone. Holy priestess Nim, please give us some more stew. Hurry up and take her. The stew isn't important right now. Vadinette refused to retreat. She was rooted in place like a steel beam. Artpe was surrounded by Maetel, Vadinette, and Proms. He wondered how he could get out of this situation. He didn't think he could solve this problem by dodging them. That meant Roa. Nia. What the hell did you do? The answer was to create a mess in an entirely different direction. Artpe threw the evil heart towards Roa. While Maetel was marking Artpe, her grip on Roa had loosened. She immediately jumped out of Maetel's grasp, and she chomped down on the evil heart. Nia. Nia Nia. Nia Nia Nia. Eat? I'm really going to eat it. I can eat it? Her large eyes were sparkling. Artpe looked like an archmage about to drop a meteor spell on an enemy nation. His face hardened. He nodded his head as he yelled out his words. Finish it. Nya-ha. She swallowed the evil heart. Oh-aha. Dot. We are ruined. You crazy bastard. Our efforts for the past couple hundred years went down the drain. You didn't want to go into the metaphorical grave of life, so you plan on putting all of us in a real grave, you bastard. Everyone was flustered, and they distanced themselves from Roa. While they were doing so, Artpe took out his magic tome, and he let his staff float into the air. You guys don't have to be so worried. How can we not worry? Artpe hadn't mindlessly fed the evil heart to Roa. Roa had already eaten an evil heart before. It was an item akin to the source of demonic energy, yet Roa was able to make it her own. When Artpe acquired the second evil heart, he hadn't given it to Roa, because he wanted to see if the second evil heart differed from the first one. It didn't take him too long to make the assessment. When his assessment was about to end, his solo life had been about to come to an end. It was an extremely unfortunate situation. I killed all the nearby monsters first, because I wanted to prevent the evil heart from becoming unmanageable. I even prepared the magic tome, so the probability of failure is 0. Basically, I made all my moves for this very moment. You just wanted to get out of the current situation. You are reverse engineering your explanation after you made the mess. This was why he hated adults that were quick on the uptake. This was why he ignored the old hag's words. He acted as if he hadn't heard her words. On the other hand, it was true that Artpe had been preparing for this moment. He had made preparations since Roa had eaten the first evil heart. However, he never expected to be put in a situation where he would have to voluntarily feed the other evil heart to Roa. The demonic energy, which had completely melted into Roa's body, activated when it met its other half. Roa's eyes widened as she activated her own mana. She desperately tried to digest the demonic energy. Artpe monitored her progress as he activated his magic tome. Vadinette gave up on stamping her mark on Artpe for now.
She also prepared her skill.
Maetel pouted.
So you really hate the idea of it, Artpe?
I'm hurt.
I just think it is too early, but.
Nia. Nya. Nya ho ho ah.
It was hard to tell if Roa was screaming or roaring. Her pitch kept getting higher.
No one inside the temple was thinking about marriage or progenies.
Everyone was nervous as they prepared for battle.
In the end, luminescent purple mana was emitted from Roa's body. Artpe? Artpe was monitoring Roa's change in real time using his read all creation ability.
There was a subtle change to his expression. He looked as if he was having trouble expressing his emotions. In the end, he closed his magic tome.
This is the second time this has happened. Second time?
Maetel tilted her head in a cute manner as she asked him a question. He put on a kind smile as he pointed towards Roa, who was surrounded by purple-colored mana. It was quite strange.
The light was expanding. To be precise, Roa was surrounded by light, and her form was expanding.
I'm talking about this being the second time when someone connected to me acquired an innate ability.
I thought Roa already had an innate ability. Isn't that why she's able to eat demonic energy?
That is a race characteristic.
What the hell? Isn't that a cheat?
He couldn't focus his eyes on Roa, but it wasn't too difficult to read her information.
Roa.
Greed Beast.
Level 385.
He was familiar with her race called Greed Beast. Since Roa had absorbed an excessive amount of demonic energy, he wasn't surprised to see that Roa had passed Maetel and Artpe in terms of level. The most important information was displayed at the bottom in a grand fashion.
Innate ability, Polymorph.
He had seen this innate ability before in the Abyss. It had been a large dungeon where the first evil heart had been put to sleep. Roa had eaten all the shadows of sinners within the dungeon, and Roa had increased her size to fight against the boss. Artpe had thought she had been using an application of the demonic energy, but he was wrong. There was a limit to how much demonic energy she could eat with her small body, so Roa had awakened an innate ability that allowed her to change her form. She had done it, so she could eat more.
Amazing. This really is amazing. Nya. From within the pillar of light made out of purple mana, he could hear Roa's voice. For some reason, her voice seemed different than before.
In the past, she had used her cat's vocal cords to put mana into her meows.
It allowed her to transmit her voice like telepathy. However, this sounded like.
She sounded like a human trying to meow like a cat.
Nya na. The fog of mana started to dissipate.
Each human held their weapons up, and they readied their skills.
It further enhanced the tension in the temple. Vadanet also started to chant a prayer. Maetel was the exception.
She was firmly gripping the cloth that had been placed on top of the altar. Maetel's insight was second only to Artpe's read all creation ability. Her intuition allowed her to have a rough idea as to what was about to occur.
Nya. When the fog was completely gone, Maetel used acceleration to jump on Roa.
She removed Roa from everyone's sight. Everyone had their eyes wide open, but everything had occurred so fast.
They hadn't seen anything. What the hell? What's going on? Maetel, are you okay? Where did Maetel go? Did she perhaps use a teleportation spell?
Each human spat out one or two phrases. They all expressed their dismay.
Artpe calmly waited for Maetel and Roa to show up once again. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, Maetel appeared from behind the temple's pillar with Roa. Roa walked out with Maetel. Why is a demi-human? Wait a moment. Can it be? Maetel looked the same as before. However, that wasn't true for Roa. She had become a humanoid.
She was a humanoid possessing black cat ears and 3 cat tails.
Nia.
She was standing on her own 2 feet as she tilted her head. She clearly possessed the body of a grown woman, and a black cloth was wrapped around her body.
It was hard to see the outline of her body.
This explained why Maetel had taken the cloth placed atop the altar. Maetel had no problem exposing her nude body in front of Artpe, but she couldn't stand another woman doing the same thing. This was true even for a demonic beast, who had lived her whole life as a cat.
Actually, Maetel had always been guarded towards Roa even though she was a cat.
This was why her behavior wasn't out of the ordinary.
That woman really is that cat from before.
Beautiful.
Ah. That's not it.
Was she reborn as an evil being like the Demon King or beings of similar ilk?
No.
Her energy is similar to demonic energy, but it is distinctly different.
How can this be? She swallowed the entire evil heart, so how?
They had guarded the evil heart for several hundred years, yet it had been consumed in an instant. The 3 humans couldn't think straight from the enormous shock they had suffered.
Artpe let them be as he spoke to Roa.
Hey, you dork.
You grew your body, because your body was too small to eat all the demonic energy? Nia. Nya-ah. Hoa?
She was about to let out her familiar meows when she realized her vocal cords allowed her to speak a variety of words. The temple was filled with humans, and they still had a dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Roa was barely able to vocalize her words, but she was able to express what she wanted to say. I used Master's body as reference.
Nia.
She had made an appropriate decision. Artpe was part of the human race. However, his body wasn't that of a normal human, but he wasn't part of the demon race either. His body had characteristics that were truly unique.
He could amplify his mana past normal limits, and his body could accommodate enormous amounts of mana.
His body was also optimized to use many types of mana all at once.
He had a truly miraculous body. If Roa wanted to fit enormous amount of mana in a small body, she decided the right move was to mimic Artpe's body.
She had arrived at the optimal solution.
If you were going to do that, why didn't you copy my sex? Sex has nothing to do with body type? Nope. I can't do it. Nya.
Roa couldn't see her own face, but she let out a bright smile when she checked out her body.
She gave a definite answer.
She had learned polymorph. She was able to change her body with her record as a foundation. This was why she wasn't able to change her sex. Of course, Artpe already knew this.
Nya, nya, nya. Nya, nya.
Since she looked similar to Artpe, Roa was extremely beautiful. Even the color of her eyes and hair was the same as him.
It was as if Artpe had been turned into a female.
Maetel looked very displeased, and it was the same for the others.
I wanted to avoid the immediate danger, but it feels as if I created more complications for the future? I must be mistaken, right? You aren't mistaken, Artpe. The number of women in your party grew again. No. She's a magical beast, so she's safe. Safe.
That is the reason why she is the most dangerous one. It seemed Maetel had been stern in her warning.
Roa didn't even think about taking off the cloth wrapped around her body. She looked like someone from the Middle Ages.
She took short and quick steps towards Artpe. She tried to go back into his pocket. When she couldn't, she was flustered. Maetel's eyes were burning with fire when Roa kept sticking to Artpe.
What do I do? Nia? Don't ask me about it, you dork.
Anyways, there was one clear benefit he had gained from all of this.
No one talked about Artpe's future progeny anymore.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 161, Hero's Descendant, 4. Chapter 161, Hero's Descendant, 4. Nya, nya nya, nya.
In the end, Roa had eaten 2 evil hearts, so she felt as if she was on top of the world.
Her 3 tails continued to sway as she continued to hang around Artpe. She was studying Artpe's body. She was trying to determine where she could perch on top of Artpe's body. She was trying to find a spot that was pleasing to her. She could circle him for the rest of her life. She wouldn't be able to find a place where she could sit. What is this magical beast supposed to be? Prom sounded as if he had aged 30 years. He asked Artpe a question. Artpe smirked as he answered Prom's question.
She has the ability to eat and convert demonic energy into her own internal energy. She is a greed beast, and she is contracted to me as a familiar. That is why you don't have to worry about her. The evil heart has tormented our family for couple hundred years, yet you simply...
It hadn't been simple. Roa had eaten demonic energy in a progressive manner to grow this much.
She also had the holy priestess and Artpe by her side.
Both of them had the ability to suppress demonic energy.
If they hadn't been there, it was up in the air as to whether Roa would have been able to successfully absorb the evil heart. Still, it was also true that his method had been much simpler compared to guarding the evil heart for several hundred years.
Artpe shrugged his shoulders.
Anyways, I want to congratulate you all for being freed from this place.
You guys did a great job. It makes no sense.
Anyone that becomes involved with Artpe has that exact thought. That isn't a compliment, so don't say those words with a smile on your face.
Everyone was in a state of panic. The only easygoing ones were Artpe and Roa.
Anyways, our business with the temple is done now.
Vadanet, how did the stew turn out? It is boiling right now. Everyone can go out and enjoy it. Also Roa, you need to wear a more respectable clothing. Please follow after me. Quickly. Nia. I want to eat the stew too. Nya ha ha. How respectable of a clothing was she going to give Roa?
Artpe was a bit curious, but he decided not to interfere.
He was already too busy worrying about the remaining people. My God.
The task assigned to our family. Everything was solved so suddenly.
Didn't I want this to happen? Some problem will arise.
Something dangerous will occur. The 2 men had completely accepted the current situation, but the old lady was too shocked.
She was starting to deny reality. Of course, Artpe understood why she was acting that way. Did she finally go senile? I guess it is possible.